Breathing brings forth strength. This golden finger is indeed tyrannical. Su Jie has traversed into a martial arts world as the ultimate sycophant, possessing a mere combat power of 5, his vitality drained by the class flower. In a moment of dire straits, the supreme martial arts system activated, bestowing upon him the supreme breathing technique, automatically increasing 1 point of vitality every second. While others toil for a day, he merely breathes for a second. Within mere minutes, he reaches the pinnacle of martial apertures. Overnight, his combat prowess surpasses 100. Is the refining of martial apertures akin to the golden beast? Su Jie gazed at the system's ceaselessly surging vitality, a broad smile spreading across his face. His aspiration is to reach the legendary heights unattainable by others. Chapter 1. The Supreme Breathing Technique. Su Jie awoke abruptly, overwhelmed by a desperate urge to relieve himself. Groggily, he attempted to grasp his phone for the time, but found nothing. Upon opening his eyes, he was met not by the familiar sight of his university dormitory, but by an unfamiliar room. What's going on? Wasn't I working on my thesis in the dorm last night? As confusion enveloped him, a surge of foreign memories flooded his mind. This is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, where everyone cultivates vitality and opens martial apertures to enhance their combat power. To his astonishment, he had transmigrated into a high school student sharing his name, whose parents had perished 3 years prior in a beast tide, leaving him with only meager compensation in this dilapidated abode. More critically, the original owner was a consummate sycophant, dedicating most of his hard-earned vitality to please the class beauty Lin Shuer, resulting in chronic depletion and his demise during cultivation. Such a sycophant deserves a dire fate. Su Jie spat, feeling a surge of frustration. In his previous life on Blue Star, he too was an orphan, yet with unyielding tenacity, he managed to enroll in a prestigious 985 university, becoming a model student in the eyes of his peers. He firmly believed that while poverty may assail one's circumstances, one's aspirations should remain lofty, and destiny must be seized by one's own hands. But what is this predicament? Having suffered a tragic demise while burning the midnight oil on his thesis, only to find himself in such a situation, just as despair threatened to consume him, a cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind, detecting compatible soul, binding to the supreme martial arts system. Binding successful. Host, Su Jie. Newbie gift issued. Supreme breathing technique Ben Yuan Tu Na Shu. A torrent of profound and immense information surged into Su Jie's consciousness. Ben Yuan Tu Na Shu. One of the strongest foundational techniques across myriad realms. It requires no active operation, continuously and automatically absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into the purest vitality. Effect: automatically increases 1 point of pure vitality per second. Current vitality, 8 points. Su Jie was taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, transmigration guarantees a golden finger. And what a domineering one it is. According to the original owner's memories, the world is called Tianming Xing, spanning over 100 times the area of Blue Star, a modern civilization where martial arts hold the highest esteem. In this realm, vitality is the foundation upon which all is measured. It is the sole path to power. Warriors accumulate vitality through various means such as practicing breathing techniques, consuming the flesh and blood of beasts, or using medicinal pills, subsequently utilizing that vitality to open martial apertures, connect martial veins, and refine martial bones, step by step enhancing their combat prowess. Furthermore, the vitality cultivated by warriors can even be traded like currency. Should any warrior wish to sell their vitality, they can utilize the community's vitality self-conversion device to refine their cultivated vitality into the universally accepted vitality coin. Returning to reality, Su Jie stared at the 8 vitality coins in his hand, rendered speechless. The original owner truly acted with folly. Despite being in a state of chronic depletion, he strained himself to convert the last of his vitality just to present it to Lin Shuer that evening. It was precisely because he drained the last 8 points of vitality that he perished, allowing Su Jie to transmigrate into this body and awaken a cheat known as the Supreme Martial Arts System. Instinctively, Su Jie began to sense his vitality as per the original owner's memories. Indeed, with every breath, he could distinctly feel a faint yet ceaseless flow of warmth permeating his limbs. 1 point per second means 86,400 points in a day. This efficiency. Su Jie's eyes sparkled. In his past life, as a diligent student, he understood all too well the significance of stable output. This effectively represents a never-ending stream of passive income. While others laboriously cultivate breathing techniques or risk their lives hunting bees for meager gains, he merely needs to breathe to accumulate vitality at a rate of 1 point per second. Information about this world rapidly organized in his mind. In Tianming Xing, martial prowess is paramount, vitality is fundamental, and combat power is the ultimate measure of all. Every individual possesses 99 foundational martial apertures to open, requiring 10 vitality points to unlock each aperture, which in turn enhances combat power by 1 point. In this world, ordinary warriors practicing the federally promoted basic breathing technique, without food or drink, are fortunate to increase their vitality by a single point in a day. Those with better aptitude may achieve up to 2 points. An average person relying solely on cultivation would need to accumulate vitality for several days to open a single level 1 martial aperture. Wealthy individuals may increase their vitality by purchasing and refining vitality coins. Yet each warrior's cultivated vitality bears a unique bloodline mark. Ordinary warriors can only refine 2 points of another's vitality per day. Exceeding this can lead to rejection between bloodline marks, potentially resulting in fatal consequences. Only those with unique physiques or bloodlines can refine up to 10 points of others' vitality daily. Thus, the path of true strength ultimately depends on one's innate talent. Without a formidable physique, even the wealthy can only marginally surpass the ordinary. The original owner of this body was in a dire situation. His parents were martyrs who fought against the beast tide, leaving behind scant compensation. Yet, he was a top-tier sycophant, infatuated with Lin Shuer, having lent her the majority of his painstakingly cultivated vitality over the past year, resulting in his opening of only 5 martial apertures and a combat power of 5, perpetually at the bottom of his class. Combat power of 5. What could Lin Shuer possibly see in you? Your low combat power? Your destitute circumstances? Su Jie felt utterly exasperated by the original owner's foolishness. Enough. Since I have taken over this body, rest assured, I shall reclaim everything you have lost. Su Jie attempted to guide his internal vitality, targeting a foundational martial aperture in his right hand. Poof! He encountered almost no resistance. With a consumption of 10 vitality points, the martial aperture opened with a resounding success. A subtle sensation of power surged within him. Is it really this simple? Su Jie mused, feeling the transformation within his body. It seems that opening martial apertures itself is not difficult. The challenge lies in having sufficient vitality to support it. No longer hesitating, he first addressed the urgent need to relieve himself, then reclined comfortably on the bed. He began to guide the ever-increasing pure vitality within him, akin to a surging tide, launching a fierce assault on the blocked martial aperture nodes within. Poof, 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 poof. A series of rapid, crisp explosions echoed within him, akin to raindrops striking banana leaves. One by one, the previously obscure martial apertures that the original owner had toiled for days to attempt to breach crumbled before the nearly boundless torrent of vitality, merging and connecting at a rate of 1 every 10 seconds. Vitality 1, 1, 1. Number of martial apertures 6, 12, 26, 46, 68, 95. Su Jie was completely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of explosive growth in power. He could feel his body undergoing a monumental transformation, with strength, speed, and perception enhancing at an astonishing rate. It felt as though he possessed boundless energy, and his senses became extraordinarily acute. In just a matter of minutes, a thunderous roar echoed within him as if some barrier had shattered, and all 99 foundational martial apertures were completely connected, forming a perfect and stable initial cycle. A surge of power, far greater than before, filled his entire being. Upon glancing at the interface of the most formidable martial art system across the heavens, Su Jie observed the following details. Host. Su Jie current martial apertures. 99.99 current vitality reserve, 23 points, continuously surging. Combat power value, 99 points, 99 apertures, a foundation perfected. Su Jie opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance shimmering within them, feeling an exhilarating sense of clarity coursing through his entire being. In a mere span of 10 minutes, he traversed a path that an ordinary student would require several years, if not longer, to complete. So, this is the sensation of having an advantage. Su Jie clenched his fists, relishing the surging power within, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. 99 apertures perfected. As he sensed the harmonious flow of martial apertures within him, Su Jie exhaled deeply. According to the memories of the original owner, this was the theoretical limit achievable by an ordinary senior high school student, making him one of the elite in the entire school. Yet for him, all of this was accomplished in under 20 minutes. This feeling is rather pleasant, he mused, suppressing the tumultuous excitement and boundless aspirations for the future, recognizing that what he needed most at this moment was composure. He forced his eyes shut, reining in the vibrant waves of vital energy, allowing the mental fatigue brought on by the night's monumental changes to envelop him as he sank into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes again, the dawn light flooded in. Time to head to school, Su Jie declared as he rose, stretching his muscles. The vitality within him flowed like a rushing river, producing a subtle sound akin to a river's current. Lin Schwerer, it's time to settle some debts with you on behalf of the original owner. He pushed open the door, stepping boldly toward the school under the rising sun. Chapter 2. Delivering the class beauty to justice. As Su Jie entered the classroom, the morning self-study bell had only just rung. His arrival garnered little attention. He had deliberately concealed his aura, appearing as he always did in his faded school uniform, save for a straighter posture and a newfound sharpness glimmering in his gaze. Lin Schwerer entered the classroom almost precisely on time. Spotting Su Jie, she instinctively frowned and approached him, her tone laced with unabashed annoyance. Su Jie, what happened last night? Were you not supposed to deliver me 8 vitality coins? I waited until midnight. In her perspective, Su Jie remained the same easily manipulated sycophant, perhaps just having forgotten or temporarily lacking resources. Oh, that person, Su Jie replied nonchalantly. I have changed my mind. Lin Schwerer was taken aback. What did you say? I said. Su Jie's voice resonated clearly throughout the classroom. I no longer intend to provide you with any vitality. Moreover, I wish to settle accounts with you. Lin Schwerer was momentarily stunned, quickly recovering as if she had heard an absurd joke. Settle accounts? Su Jie, what do you mean? What I mean is, Su Jie rose to his feet, looking down at her, his tone suddenly turning frigid. What you have taken from me, both principal and interest, must be returned. Boom! The classroom erupted in disbelief. Everyone stared at Su Jie, as if they were meeting him for the first time. How dare he speak to Lin Schwerer in such a manner? How could he demand repayment? Lin Schwerer's face flushed crimson, a mix of shame and anger. Su Jie, what nonsense are you spouting? Those were clearly gifts you willingly gave me. Willingly? Su Jie scoffed. Over the past year and 3 months, you have deceitfully extracted a total of 170 points of vitality and resources valued at 20,000 from me under various pretenses. These resources were hard-earned by my parents, sacrificed for my welfare, provided by the municipal office for the training of a martyr's orphan. The terms martyr's orphan and extraction of resources detonated like heavy bombs in the classroom, leaving all students dumbfounded, casting incredulous glances at Lin Schwerer. No wonder Su Jie has only opened 5 martial apertures up to now. Lin Schwerer's new clothes and her suddenly accelerated training speed. So that is where it came from. Siphoning the blood of a martyr's orphan. How insidious. Lin Schwerer was at a loss for words, tears welling in her eyes, exuding an aura of deep grievance. However, several boys who usually admired her immediately stepped forward to defend her, chastising Su Jie. Su Jie, are you even a man? Bullying a girl. Indeed, Schwerer only borrowed a bit of vitality because of your good relationship, and you are being so calculating. Su Jie cast a cold glance at the boys, his expression icy. Since you were so generous, why not supply her vitality from now on, or help her repay her debt to me? The boys were rendered speechless, begrudgingly retreating to their seats. 170 points of vitality is no small sum for them either. Suya, you have changed. Lin Schweder bit her lip, her eyes filled with complexity. Indeed, Su Jie acknowledged calmly. If I do not change, shall I wait to be drained by you and discarded like refuse? You deceived me of a significant amount of vitality, resulting in my stagnation and training perpetually at the bottom. Lin Schwer, what do you suppose would happen if this matter reached the principal or the municipal office's orphan compensation office? You wouldn't dare. Lin Schwer trembled in fear. Dare? Su Jie chuckled. I now present you with two choices. First, within 3 days, return 200 vitality coins, principal and interest included. Second, I will take all transaction records and chat evidence to the municipal office's orphan compensation office, requesting their ruling on whether this constitutes malicious fraud, usurping the training foundation of a martyr's orphan, and jeopardizing my martial arts future. To go to the municipal office? An official ruling? Lin Schwerer felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. She understood better than anyone the disastrous consequences that would ensue if this matter escalated. It would mean social death, the destruction of her future, and perhaps even imprisonment. No, you cannot, she stammered, tears and snot streaming down her face, truly terrified beyond measure. Su Jie, for the sake of our past friendship. Friendship? Su Jie scoffed, his voice filled with unmasked disdain. From the moment you treated me as a cash machine, there was no friendship left between us. Only debt. He surveyed the astonished classmates surrounding him, enunciating each word. Everyone, listen closely and bear witness. 3 days, 200 vitality coins. If she fails to repay, do not blame me for following through with the rules. After delivering his ultimatum, he turned away from the wretched woman on the floor, returning to his seat. The classroom fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All were stunned by Su Jie's ruthless and resolute counterattack. This was no longer the timid Su Jie of old. He had transformed into a roaring lion awakening. Some who had once mocked Su Jie now felt a chill in their hearts, silently relieved they had not severely offended him. Meanwhile, many others cast disdainful and contemptuous glances at Lin Schwer. Su Jie reveled in the immense power brought forth by the natural operation of his 99 apertures, along with the vast vitality in the system that continued to grow steadily, feeling extraordinarily invigorated. Following the conclusion of the morning study session, the martial arts theory class commenced. After delivering the usual theoretical knowledge, the instructor, Li Hong, surveyed the students below and slowly began, "Students, the results of the recent combat power test have been released. Our classmate Chen Yin has opened 95 martial apertures, ranking first in the class and 7th in the grade." A soft murmur of admiration arose from the students. And as you may have heard, Li Hong paused. The top student of the entire school, Zheng Xian, has achieved a combat power of 137 points. This figure elicited a wave of gasps throughout the classroom. Many students wore looks of confusion, whispering to one another. With a limit of 99 martial apertures, how could there be a combat power of 137 points? Could he have begun refining second-grade martial apertures? Li Hong noted the reactions of the students, tapping his fingers lightly on the podium to regain their attention. It appears that many students have already discerned the crux. He spoke with a steady voice, imbued with the gravity of unveiling a riddle. Indeed, the establishment of the 99 meridians is merely a commencement. Much like erecting a towering edifice, you have only just laid the foundation and raised the load-bearing beams. A profound silence enveloped the classroom, with most individuals pricking up their ears in anticipation. What follows is the true essence that will determine how far you can traverse along this path. The refinement of your martial meridians. Su Jie's gaze sharpened, sensing that the pivotal moment had arrived. The so-called refinement of martial meridians entails the continual infusion of a greater volume of vital energy into the primary meridians you have already established. This process involves repeatedly cleansing and nurturing these meridians to facilitate a qualitative leap, akin to ordinary iron enduring countless forges to ultimately transform into exquisite steel. Li Hong, as he spoke, wrote upon the blackboard, Level 1 meridian to Level 2 meridian requires a consumption of 20 points of vital energy, granting an additional 2 points of combat strength. Level 2 meridian to Level 3 meridian requires a consumption of 40 points of vital energy, granting an additional 3 points of combat strength. And so it continued, with the consumption escalating as one progressed, yet the enhancements became increasingly formidable. My heavens! Upgrading a martial meridian to level 2 demands 20 points of vital energy? Is it truly necessary to accumulate over a month's time, relying solely on the basic breathing technique? The audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, gasps, and exclamations echoing throughout the room. This daunting resource expenditure left the majority of students, who depended on the fundamental breathing technique, engulfed in a wave of despair. Chapter 3. The refinement of martial apertures. I understand that for most of you, this is akin to scaling the heavens. Li Hong observed the astonished expressions of the students below. Yet this is the stark reality. Every step in martial arts demands a vast array of resources to accumulate. This is why family background, talent, and opportunity hold such paramount importance. His gaze swept across each youthful face in the classroom. The refinement of martial apertures, though incredibly arduous, will lead to a tremendous leap in your strength with each successful advancement. You will be one step closer to the threshold of a top-tier martial university. It will also significantly impact the future condensing of your martial veins. Therefore, do not slacken your efforts. Engage in the rigorous practice of the basic breathing technique daily without fail. If your family's finances allow, seek out more efficient breathing techniques, procure beast meat, and purchase vitality essence from others at the cloud market. Utilize every available avenue to accelerate the accumulation of vitality, elixirs, vitality coins, and beast meat. Before the martial examination, exert every effort to refine yourselves to stand out. As the class bell rang, Li Hong ceased his discourse, gathered his lesson plan, and departed the classroom. Instantly, the classroom erupted in chatter. My heavens! It takes 20 points of vitality to elevate a martial aperture to level 2? 40 points for level 3? Who can afford that? I feel that by the time of the martial examination, I will have to shoulder a massive debt for martial studies after opening 99 martial apertures. I never anticipated I would also need to refine and upgrade. This is truly a voracious beast for wealth. Nearly everyone was engulfed in despair over this staggering consumption. Only Su Jie, bowing his head, could not suppress a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, which ultimately transformed into a silent smile. The refinement of martial apertures as a wealth-devouring beast? He gazed at the system panel in his mind, where his vitality had already surpassed 30,000, steadily increasing at a terrifying rate of 1 point per second. Forgive me, I may lack in other areas, but my vitality is ample. He had even begun to multitask, subtly directing 20 points of vitality to commence the refinement of one martial aperture. As the king of scrolls, one may remain low profile, yet cannot afford to stagnate. Consuming 20 points of vitality, refining martial aperture. The vitality value on the system panel decreased by 20 points, but was swiftly restored by the recovery rate of 1 point per second from the basic breathing technique. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level upgraded to level 2. Battle power 2. The time required to refine one martial aperture is 1 minute, and my vitality recovery rate exceeds my consumption rate. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level upgraded to level 2. Battle power 2. Waves of energy. Far more refined and potent than the previous night's opening of martial apertures, flowed like a gentle stream into his limbs, fortifying his physique. This palpable sensation of increasing strength brought immense satisfaction to Su Jie, who had previously held the title of the King of Scrolls. Consuming 20 points of vitality. Refining martial aperture. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level upgraded to level 2. Battle power 2. Just as he reveled in the subtle enhancement of his power, a system notification reverberated deep within his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has clarified the core cultivation path of this world. Martial aperture refinement. Main growth task issued. Supreme Foundation. Task requirements. Before the commencement of this martial examination, refine all 99 basic martial apertures to level 10, perfection. Task rewards. 1. Unlock core system function. Heavenly Martial Repository 2. Obtain exclusive title. Extreme Foundation Builder 3. A mysterious grand prize. Failure penalty. A true warrior must self-motivate. Failure to achieve this means limited potential for the host, and the system will reduce subsequent resource allocation. Gazing at this sudden task notification, especially the requirement to refine all 99 martial apertures to level 10, even Su Jie, who possessed the system, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The difficulty is simply monstrous. According to the information revealed by Mentor Li Hung and fragments of the original host's memories, an ordinary person would be considered qualified if they managed to open all martial apertures before the examination, while attaining level 2 would denote excellence, and levels 3 and 4 would signify a wealthy genius. Levels 5 and 6 are likely achievable only by prodigies nurtured by major powers. Level 10? I've never even heard of it. This path is not designed for the average individual. However, this initial shock lasted less than 3 seconds before being replaced by an even stronger surge of excitement and determination. What does the King of Scrolls fear? It is the absence of a goal, a challenge. The Supreme Foundation and the Heavenly Martial Repository, far exceeding expectations, made Su Jie lick his dry lips, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. Now this is intriguing. This is worthy of my system. Is it merely a wealth-devouring beast? I shall drown you in vitality. Before the martial examination, all 99 apertures at level 10 perfection. This goal, which would sound like a fantastical tale to anyone else, has now become an imperative target for Su Jie. He shook his head, casting aside further thoughts, and continued to immerse himself in the fervent undertaking of refinement. Time flew by amidst the rhythmic notifications from the system. The morning classes concluded swiftly, as the bell rang, signaling the end of the day's studies. The atmosphere in the classroom transformed into one of lightheartedness. Finally, school is over. This afternoon, I can return home and focus on practicing my breathing technique. Most importantly, today is Friday, 2 days of weekend without classes. The students busily packed their belongings, animatedly discussing their weekend plans, and youthful faces glowed with radiant smiles, liberated from the shackles of academia, filling the classroom with a buoyant spirit. Su Jie, feeling the renewed vigor within, was filled with ambition. Within just this morning, he had managed to refine over 80 level 1 martial apertures to level 2. His battle power had surged by over 160 points. His foundational battle power had already surpassed the threshold of 260 points. This far exceeded that so-called top student, Zhang Xian. At this pace, in just a few days, I can refine all martial apertures to level 4, or even 5. Su Jie's heart burned with passion as he tidied his belongings and prepared to leave the classroom. Upon exiting the teaching building and turning into a tree-lined path leading to the school gate, 3 unruly students clad in uniforms from other schools obstructed his way. The leader, a tall individual with a rogue smile, cast a menacing glance over Su Jie. "Hey, you must be Su Jie?" Su Jie halted, his expression calm. "That's me. What do you want?" "Huh, pretty bold," the rogue chuckled derisively. "I heard you've been quite arrogant, daring to bully my sister Shui, huh? Do you know that she is under my protection?" "So, it's a rescue mission for Lin Shui. Suye internalistofed his movements unjuried." He scanned the 3 of them. According to the vague memories of the original host, this Wang Meng seemed to be a small-time thug from the neighboring school. Bolstered by a bit of family wealth, had opened 80 martial apertures and enjoyed oppressing ordinary students. The other 2 lackeys had around 40 points of battle power each. "Wang Meng, is it?" Su Jie replied nonchalantly. "Lin Shui owes me something. It is only natural for me to demand repayment." "What's wrong? Do you want to pay it for her?" Wang Meng was incensed by Su Jie's demeanor, stepping forward until nearly face-to-face with Su Jie, threateningly stating, "Kid, I see you're asking for trouble. Now, apologize to Sister Shui immediately, and that debt of 200 points of vitality will be wiped clean. Otherwise..." He cracked his knuckles, the sound ominous. "Otherwise what?" Su Jie raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Otherwise, you'll be leaving here on a stretcher." Wang Meng sneered. "Don't think I want to make a move just because we're at your school. Dealing with a weakling like you, I only need one hand." His 2 lackeys erupted in laughter, clearly dismissing Su Jie as insignificant. Su Jie sighed, shaking his head. "I'm in a hurry to get home and train." Wang Meng was taken aback. "What?" I said. Su Jie lifted his head, his gaze sharpening like a blade. "I'm in a hurry." As the words fell, Su Jie sprang into action, swift and unrelenting. Chapter 4. The Counterattack of the Underdog. Wang Meng felt a sudden flash before his eyes, followed by a fierce gust of wind rushing towards him. He had no time to react. A seemingly ordinary hand had already pressed against his chest. With a resounding thud, Wang Meng, weighing nearly 180 pounds, was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. His chest felt heavy, blood surging within him, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. He could only clutch his chest, gasping like a fish out of water, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The smiles of his two companions froze instantly, as if they had been struck by a spell, leaving them rooted to the spot. Without casting a glance at the fallen Wang Meng, Su Jie turned his gaze towards the two lackeys, his tone remaining indifferent. "What about you two? Do you wish to impede my meal as well?" "And no, we wouldn't dare. Big brother, we were wrong." The two lackeys, terror-stricken, shook their heads vigorously like rattles, retreating hastily, nearly collapsing onto the ground. What a farce! Wang Meng, a renowned fighter in their school, had been defeated in a single move by this so-called underdog? Such rumors were truly dangerous. Disregarding the trio of fools any further, Su Jie adjusted his collar and nonchalantly stepped over Wang Meng's face as he passed. After a few strides, he seemed to recall something, halting his steps and addressing the anguished Wang Meng, who was clutching his face. "Tell Lin Shuer that bringing someone like you only makes her appear more foolish. 200 blood coins, no less, or face the consequences." With that, he made no further delay, his figure swiftly vanishing at the end of the shaded path, leaving behind a scene of chaos and three bewildered thugs. Struggling to sit up, Wang Meng gazed in the direction Su Jie had departed, his face burning not just from physical pain, but from the crushing humiliation of having his dignity shattered. Clenching his teeth, his eyes brimmed with terror, yet more so with a deep-seated resentment. "Su Jie, just you wait." Meanwhile, as Su Jie walked home, his mood remained unaffected by the earlier incident. With over 260 combat points, dealing with such trifling opponents was hardly even a warm-up. He felt this surging power within him, gaining a more intuitive understanding of the formidable Ben, Yuan, Tuna Shu in the system. However, he could not afford to be complacent. Since Lin Shuer could summon Wang Meng, she might well attract even more troublesome figures. Moreover, after dealing with the minor threats, would there not be the possibility of facing greater ones? I must become faster, stronger. With this thought in mind, he walked while guiding his blood energy, refining the remaining martial apertures. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial level upgraded to level 2. Combat power 2. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level upgraded to level 2. Combat power 2. The melodious notification rang out consecutively. A smile of anticipation crept onto Su Jie's lips. Lin Shuer and Wang Meng were merely appetizers. My ambitions reach for the stars and the seas. The title of Martial Examination Champion? A top-tier martial university? These are but minor objectives. Upon returning to his humble rented room, he closed the door, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. Rather than immediately engaging in fervent refinement, he forced himself to calm down and meticulously strategize. System, display my detailed status. A luminous screen unfolded before his eyes. Host, Su Jie, current martial apertures, 9999, level 1, 5, level 2, 94. Current blood energy reserve, 40,330 points, continuously increasing. Combat power, 287 points, gazing at the still substantial blood energy reserve and steadily rising figures. Su Jie felt a sense of assurance. With the Ben Yuan Tuna Shu providing blood energy, he could comfortably stay at home and quietly develop. According to Minter Li Hung, besides the basic breathing techniques, there are advanced methods, beast flesh, elixirs, and other avenues to accelerate blood energy accumulation. My Ben Yuan Tuna Shu undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle. I wonder how effective the elixirs and beast flesh of this world truly are. From the original host's memories, beyond the city lies the perilous wild zone, where various formidable beasts reside, yet it also harbors treasures and opportunities. Many martial artists form teams to hunt, honing their skills while acquiring resources. However, I have no need to venture into the wild zone for such risks. The immediate priority is to enhance my strength swiftly to prepare for the martial examination and any subsequent troubles Lin Shuer may bring. With clarity in his thoughts, Su Jie hesitated no longer and sat cross-legged once more. First, I shall refine the remaining 5 level 1 martial apertures into level 2, consuming 20 points of blood energy. Refining martial aperture. consuming 20 points of blood energy, refining Martial Aperture. 5 minutes later. Ding! Martial Aperture refinement successful. Current Martial Aperture level upgraded to level 2. Combat Power 2. It is done. A surge of even greater power coursed through his body. And Su Jie exhaled a long breath of stale air, his eyes sparkling with intensity. All 99 Martial Apertures refined to level 2. My current combat power is 297 points. With over 40,000 blood energy reserves still intact, confidence surged within him, and now it was time to refine the Martial Apertures into level 3. Consuming 40 points of blood energy, refining Martial Aperture. 5 minutes later. Ding! Martial Aperture refinement successful. Current Martial Aperture level 3. Combat Power 3. The consumption for advancing from level 2 to 3 had doubled, yet the gains were not proportionate. Each successful refinement only increased combat power by 3 points, and the time required for each refinement had also increased to 5 minutes. Su Jie felt a twinge of frustration. When would this blood energy ever deplete? Never mind. I shall continue refining. Other matters can wait. Su Jie became completely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of rapidly escalating power, losing track of time and hunger. Until night fell, and the city lights flickered on, he slowly opened his eyes, a barely concealed joy blossoming on his face. After an afternoon of nearly frenzied refinement, his Martial Aperture status underwent a dramatic transformation. Current Martial Apertures: 9,999, level 2, 15, level 3, 84. Current blood energy reserve: 62,070 points. Combat power: 549 points. 549 combat points. In just 1 day's time, I have surged from a combat power of 5, a mere underdog, to a fearsome presence boasting 549 combat points. This figure surpasses not only high school seniors, but even many first and second-year university students. This power is truly mine. Su Jie clenched his fist tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly, as if the very air were being crushed within his grasp. Blood energy surged within him, heightening his senses to an extraordinary degree. He could even distinctly hear the hushed whispers of his neighbors. This feeling of mastering oneself and continuously breaking through limits was intoxicating. Just then, his stomach protested loudly. The intense refinement of Martial Apertures had taken a significant toll on his body's energy reserves. Rubbing his belly, so focused on leveling up, I forgot to eat. Chapter 5. Reduced to selling blood for survival. Not a single penny to his name. The original host was indeed impoverished. Su Jie rummaged through all his pockets, unearthing only a few coins, barely enough for a bowl of noodles. It seemed he needed to devise a way to earn some money. Blood energy can serve as currency. Converting these 8 blood coins into cash could serve as a preliminary option. However, this amount is still insufficient. Frequently selling blood energy could also invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, a more stable source of income is essential. Perhaps I could explore the cloud trading platform to see if there are any opportunities suitable for my current stage that could yield quick profits. The so-called cloud trading platform is an official global network established by Tian Shingstar, where martial artists can trade beast materials, elixirs, weapons, martial techniques, and even publish and accept tasks. Su Jie's consciousness plunged deep as he connected to the cloud-based trading platform through the antiquated wristband on his arm, which served dual functions of communication and transaction. A luminous screen flickered to life, displaying a torrent of information. The acquisition of Haibin Mongshidan was offered at 150,000 Xing Yuan, or 15 points of vitality per unit. There was a call for temporary team members to explore the outskirts of ruins E37, requiring combat prowess of over 50, with rewards distributed according to contribution. An urgent sale of the Mangniu breathing technique fragment was available for merely 800 points of vitality. There were long-term acquisitions for complete pelts of level 1 demon beasts, Li Claw cats, priced at 5,000 Xing Yuan each. The dazzling array of information left Su Jie momentarily bewildered. Xing Yuan is the universal currency of Tianming Star, where 1 point of vitality could generally be exchanged for 1,000 Xing Yuan, although it is often scarce and few are willing to trade vitality for currency. His gaze lingered on the tasks that required lower combat capabilities. Given his current strength, albeit lacking practical experience, he could easily undertake missions demanding around 500 points of power. Alternatively, he could hunt some level 1 demon beasts. Su Jie stroked his chin in contemplation. With his current combat prowess of 549 points, his speed and reflexes far surpassed that of the Li Claw cat, making it a feasible target. However, the procedure for applying to leave the city proved to be somewhat cumbersome. As he weighed his options, his eyes caught an official announcement scrolling at the top of the public information bar, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. The Education Bureau of Linjiang City, in conjunction with the City Martial Arts Association, had released a notice to incentivize the current martial science examination candidates by announcing the Linjiang New Star list. Next Tuesday morning, all high schools in Linjiang City would conduct a combat prowess assessment for students, and following the evaluations, rankings would be published for all high school seniors specializing in martial sciences. The top 1,000 would receive varying amounts of vitality currency, while the top 10 would earn the privilege of training in the Xingyuan Secret Realm for 1 week, with additional special rewards for the top contender. The Xingyuan Secret Realm is the only natural paradise within the city, boasting a vitality concentration more than 5 times that of the outside world, with the chance to comprehend unique martial intents. The New Star list? Vitality currency rewards? The Xingyuan Secret Realm? Suya e heart rased uncontrollably. Although he did not place significant value on the vitality rewards for the top 1,000, as he possessed a system that ensured he would not lack vitality, the prospect of a Xingyuan Secret Realm was tantalizing. The 5-fold increase in vitality concentration meant that his Benyuan Tana Shu recovery speed would also quintuple to 5 points of vitality per second. While he currently had plenty of vitality, the transition from refining martial apertures to condensing martial veins and bones could demand an unknown amount of vitality. This was indeed a tailor-made opportunity for rapid advancement. He must make the list and strive for the top position. A fierce determination ignited within his eyes. In the coming days, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile after the combat prowess assessment concluded in 3 days. His name would surely enter the city's key talent protection list, alleviating his fears of being targeted by others. His immediate concern was to sell the 8 vitality coins to resolve his hunger, then continue with his refining. Who would have thought that possessing such an extraordinary advantage would lead him to the point of selling his vitality? How unfortunate! Yet selling vitality was preferable to starving. Su Jie rubbed his growling stomach and let out a self-deprecating smile. Who could have imagined that he, with over 60,000 points of vitality reserves, would be troubled over the cost of a meal? He promptly set off for the community's vitality self-service trading terminal. This terminal not only allowed martial artists to convert their internal vitality into vitality currency, but also facilitated the exchange of vitality currency for Xingyuan, resembling a bank ATM. The device had a metallic sheen with the federal emblem emblazoned on its side. Please select a service. Exchange for Xingyuan, vitality conversion, other services. Without hesitation, he chose to exchange for Xingyuan. Su Jie then inserted the 8 vitality coins into the coin slot. Detected vitality coins, denomination, 8 points. According to the real-time exchange rate, 8 points of vitality currency can be exchanged for 8,000 Xingyuan. Confirm? The moment Su Jie confirmed, the wristband vibrated slightly. Xingyuan account credited, 8,000. With the funds secured, Su Jie exhaled a sigh of relief, though his hunger pangs intensified. Just downstairs was a seemingly excellent self-service barbecue restaurant, one he had never dared to enter, as the average expenditure was 200 Xingyuan, an absolute luxury for his former self. Now, however, Su Jie touched his wristband and strode confidently inside. Half an hour later, he leaned back contentedly in his chair, surrounded by a mountain of 17 or 18 empty plates. His robust physique demanded substantial energy, and he had consumed at least 5 portions of meat, feeling every cell in his body rejoice. Indeed, being well-fed was essential for continuing his ascension. Amidst the proprietor's resentful gaze, he settled the bill with a light heart. After satisfying his hunger, Su Jie returned home, feeling an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. The pressing matter was to enhance his strength expeditiously, for he aspired to become the top candidate in the martial examination. Without a moment's delay, he comfortably reclined onto his bed, immersing himself in his inner world, observing the system panel displaying a staggering 65,030 points of vitality reserves, along with 84 level 3 martial apertures and 15 level 2 martial apertures. he resolved to elevate the remaining level 2 apertures to level 3. With determination, he plunged back into the state of cultivation, consuming 40 points of vitality, refining Martial Aperture. Ding! Martial Aperture refinement successful. Current Martial Aperture level, level 3. Combat prouesse, 3. Elevating a Martial Aperture from level 2 to level 3 required 5 minutes each. In just over an hour, Su Jie had successfully upgraded all remaining level 2 apertures to level 3. Current Martial Apertures, level 3, 99. Current Vitality Reserves, 68, 930 points. Combat prouesse, 594 points. 99 level 3 Martial Apertures. His combat prowess was nearing 600. Sensing the ever-increasing power within him, Su Jie did not pause. How much vitality would be needed to elevate from level 3 to level 4? How long would it take? Driven by curiosity, he attempted to channel vitality into one of the level 3 Martial Apertures, consuming 80 points of vitality, refining Martial Aperture, estimated time, 30 minutes. The consumption increased twofold, while the time extended sixfold. Su Jie raised an eyebrow. What would the elevation yield? An additional 4 points of combat prowess? He could vividly perceive the Martial Aperture undergoing subtle transformations under the infusion of vitality, its structure becoming denser, and the energy fluctuations intensifying. 30 minutes later, ding! Martial Aperture refinement successful. Current Martial Aperture level, level 4. Combat prouesse, 4. A palpable surge of strength emanated from the refined aperture, coursing through his limbs. Indeed, advancing from level 3 to level 4 granted an additional 4 points of combat prowess. Thus, a singular level 4 Martial Aperture contributed 10 points to his total. Su Jie felt invigorated and pressed on. He did not hesitate, immediately channeling vitality to target the next aperture, consuming 80 points of vitality. Refining Martial Aperture, estimated time, 30 minutes. Time slipped away within this monotonous yet fulfilling cycle. As one Martial Aperture reached completion, he began the next without a pause. Like a finely tuned pendulum. Outside, the darkness transitioned to dawn, with the sunlight streaming through the window. Su Jie slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath that carried a trace of warmth, forming a fleeting mist in the air. Having gone a night without sleep, he felt not fatigue, but rather an exhilarating vitality, his eyes sparkling with an intensity that could startle. Upon checking the system panel, current Martial Apertures, level 4, 22, level 3, 77, current Vitality Reserves, 106, 770 points. Combat prouesse, 682 points. In a single night, he successfully elevated 22 level 3 Martial Apertures to level 4. His combat prowess had reached an astonishing 682 points. Were this efficiency to be known, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the martial education community of Linjiang City. The progress that takes others years of arduous effort, he accomplished in just one night. With a battle power of 682 points, Su Jie clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, far surpassing that of the previous night. Moreover, he possessed 77 third-level Martial Apertures, each requiring half an hour to cultivate. In less than 2 days, he could elevate all of them to the 4th level. You ask how long I sleep each day? Does the king of competition need rest? Do you wonder how I soul transmigrated into this body? He stood up, stretched his limbs, and the joints throughout his body crackled like popping beans. The sensation of tremendous power urged him to immediately find a steel plate to test his strength. His stomach growled in protest once more. The intense refining process had taken a significant toll on his body. Earning a living and eating remained a pressing issue. Su Jie glanced at the meager amount of star essence left in his wristband, furrowing his brow. This little money, given his current appetite, would not last long. He couldn't rely solely on selling his vitality to survive. That would draw too much attention. He contemplated, perhaps it was time to consider other swift means of income. For instance, accepting some simple tasks. He reconnected to the cloud trading system, this time focusing on the task commission section. Filtering out those with overly high requirements or dangerous locations, his gaze landed on a top-listed, long-term task issued by the municipal hall. D-class urgent task. Exterminate the mutated rat swarm in the urban sewer. Description: recently, a large number of mutated rats have appeared in the sewers of certain old districts of Linjiang City, growing in size and becoming ferocious, posing a threat to the pipeline facilities and occasionally to maintenance personnel. Regular extermination is required. Requirements: battle power over 50, basic combat ability. Rewards: calculated based on the number of kills and the Rat King crystal cores. Each ordinary mutated rat rewards 500-star essence or 5 points of vitality. Each Rat King rewards 5,000-star essence or 5 points of vitality. Materials obtained from mutated rats during the task belong to the killer. Note: the strength of mutated rats is generally equivalent to martial artists with battle power between 30 to 60, while the Rat King's strength ranges from 80 to 120. Please assess your own capabilities. Sewers? Mutated rats? Suju's eyes lit up. This task was tailor-made for him. The location was within a relatively safe urban area, with a controllable level of risk. The opponents were mutated rats with generally low strength, perfectly suited for someone like him who possessed power but lacked practical experience to hone his skills. The rewards were immediate star essence, precisely addressing his urgent needs. Moreover, the materials from the mutated rats could also be sold. This was it. Suju was immediately excited. With his current battle power of 682, clearing out these mutated rats with power in the tens was akin to a dimensional strike, offering high safety. However, would I need to take on an anonymous identity to accept it? He examined the task details and discovered that the municipal hall, in an effort to encourage civilian martial artists to participate in urban maintenance, allowed the use of verified anonymous identities to accept such low-level public tasks, as long as they could be contacted and complete the task. Excellent. Suju promptly registered an anonymous martial artist temporary identity using his wristband, casually inputting the code name Ing. Then, under the identity of Ing, he accepted the task to exterminate the mutated rats. The task was successfully accepted, and the system provided several coordinates for the areas that needed to be cleared, along with the pickup location for a dedicated signal transmitter provided by the municipal hall, used for recording kills and emergencies. Without delay, he set out to collect the equipment in the morning and then descended to take a look. Suju acted decisively, determined to act immediately. Moreover, the refining of martial apertures could continue. Multitasking was the hallmark of the king of competition, and thus he could earn money while cultivating. However, Suju thought about his life as a transmigrator with a golden finger. Having just sold his vitality, now he had to go hunt for groundhogs. Life was indeed challenging. Chapter 7. Rapid increase in practical experience. Suju quickly exited, first collecting the button-sized signal transmitter to pin on his collar. Following the navigation, he found the nearest task entrance located at a sewer inspection point deep within the old district. He pried open the heavy cast-iron manhole cover, and a strange odor mingled with mold and a fishy scent wafted towards him. The passage below was pitch dark, with only faint sounds of water echoing. Suju frowned, but did not hesitate. He activated the lighting function on his wristband and leaped down. Below was a spacious, circular tunnel wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The water at his ankles was filthy, with cement platforms on either side for walking. The air was damp and stifling, and the beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing a limited area of visibility. While deeper into the tunnel lay an abyss of darkness, with occasional rustling sounds sending chills down his spine. Suju held his breath, pushing his senses to the limit. Close to 700 points of battle power brought not only strength but also extraordinary vision, hearing, and smell. He could clearly hear the faint sounds of gnawing in the distance and detect the unique musky scent of rats in the air. He cautiously proceeded deeper into the tunnel. After about 5 or 6 minutes, as he rounded a corner, a dozen pairs of crimson eyes suddenly illuminated the darkness. Squeak! A piercing shriek erupted as a horde of mutated rats, each the size of a domestic cat, with sleek fur and sharp teeth, surged forth like a wave of darkness. Their bloodthirsty eyes gleaming as they charged at Suju. They moved with incredible speed, darting across the slick walls and platforms, stirring up a foul wind. If an ordinary martial artist with a battle power of 50 or 60 were to encounter such an onslaught of mutated rats, they would likely be thrown into chaos and meet a grim fate. However, Suju merely narrowed his pupils, feeling little fear. Instead, a surge of excitement welled up within him. This was exhilarating. With a low shout, he did not flinch or evade, nor did he employ any fancy martial techniques. He simply unleashed a straightforward punch. Boom! The air seemed to explode with that punch, producing a deep sound of sonic boom. A torrent of vitality surged forth with his fist, forming an invisible shockwave. The first 3 or 4 mutated rats in the lead were struck as if hit by a speeding car, not even having time to scream before they burst into a mist of blood. The rats behind were swept away by the powerful wave, crashing against the hard concrete walls. Bones shattered, and they lay lifeless. The might of that single punch was truly terrifying. Suju himself was momentarily taken aback, gazing at his fist and feeling the destructive power that exceeded expectations. Was this the pure power of nearly 700 points of battle power? Indeed fearsome. The signal transmitter on his collar vibrated slightly, and the numbers displayed on it jumped, reflecting the count of his recent kills. However, the efficiency was still too low. He had only killed a few with 1 punch. Suju shook his head, unsatisfied with the speed of his extermination. His gaze swept over the scattered rat corpses on the ground, and he attempted to step forward, tearing off a few relatively intact furs with his bare hands to stash in the bag he carried. He wondered how much this material could sell for. Even mosquito legs were meat. While directing the vitality to refine his martial apertures, he continued deeper. The subsequent extermination work became simple and monotonous. He consciously began to hone his combat techniques, engaging in close-quarter kills, whether with fingers, palms, or fists. He often struck precisely at the vital points of the mutated rats just as they lunged at him. 1 strike, 1 kill. His movements quickly evolved from slightly awkward at the beginning to smooth and efficient. In the dark sewer, Suju advanced steadily, leaving behind a trail of rat corpses. Occasionally, he encountered 1 or 2 larger mutated rats, their fur gleaming and their presence stronger. They moved faster, their claws sharper, even displaying rudimentary coordinated attacks. Yet, in the face of an absolute power disparity, all of this proved futile. Suju did not need to exert much effort to effortlessly resolve them and skillfully extract the tiny crystal cores from their foreheads, each containing a trace of vitality energy. In just 2 short hours, Suju cleared the first area assigned to the anonymous identity of Ing. The kill count recorded on the signal transmitter reached an astonishing 127, including 3 rat kings. It is nearly time to ascend and redeem his rewards. Suju gazed at the bulging bag of materials, nodding with satisfaction. Just 2 days prior, he was merely a penniless traveler. Now, he had adeptly mastered the skills of blood selling and whack-a-mole, ensuring he would no longer starve. As he awkwardly climbed out of the sewer, the sunlight outside was blinding. He inhaled deeply, feeling as if he had emerged from another world. He proceeded directly to the designated task settlement point at the municipal hall. The staff member was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Suju's submission of kill records and materials, especially the 3 rat king crystal cores. Glancing at him with renewed curiosity, this masked young man appeared quite ordinary, with seemingly weak life force fluctuations, yet achieved such efficiency. Anonymous code. Ing. Confirmed kills. 127 ordinary mutated rats. 3 rat kings. Reward settlement. 127. 535. 000. 78. 500 star essence. Material recovery valued at 4. 200 star essence. Total. 82. 700 star essence. Do you confirm the transfer to your anonymous account? The staff member routinely inquired. His wristband vibrated, and his balance surged from over 7,000 to 90,000 star essence. A substantial sum indeed. More importantly, through these 2 hours of practical training with the rats, he had significantly improved his mastery over his own strength. Although he was still far from effortless control, he was no longer just an oaf with brute force. After leaving the settlement point, Suju first visited a high-end restaurant, treating himself to a lavish meal of ferocious beast meat worth tens of thousands of star essence, invigorating his entire being. Upon returning to his rented room, it was already afternoon. After requesting a day off from his homeroom teacher for Monday, Suju did not rest. Instead, he reclined on his bed, immersing himself once more in the profound endeavor of refining his martial apertures. With sufficient funds and food security, he could now devote the remaining 2 days entirely to enhancing his strength. Consuming 80 points of vitality, refining martial apertures. Ding. Refinement successful. Current martial aperture level upgraded to level 4. Combat power. 4. Time flew by. On the 2nd and 3rd days, Suju's life became highly structured. During the day, he spent a small amount of time accepting sewer tasks, continuing to familiarize himself with his rapidly increasing strength through friendly interactions with the rats. At night, he tirelessly refined his martial apertures. His practical skills improved exponentially with each encounter with the mutated rats, and his control over his power grew increasingly precise. His combat power soared like a rocket, consuming 200 points of vitality, refining martial apertures. Estimated time, 2 hours. Ding. Refinement successful. Current martial aperture level upgraded to level 5. Combat power, 6. Chapter 8. Combat power exceeding 1,000 at midnight on the third day. The eve of combat power assessment. Su Jia awoke from his deep meditation. His aura harmonious and contained. Yet, the occasional fluctuation he inadvertently released exuded an oppressive force that could instill fear. He glanced at the system panel, revealing the culmination of 3 days of frenzied training. Host, Su Jia. Current martial apertures, 9,999, 10 at level 5, 89 at level 4. Current vitality reserve, 307. 150 points, combat power, 50 points. 1,050 points of combat power. All martial apertures had been refined to level 4, and he had successfully refined 10 level 5 apertures. The vitality required to elevate a level 4 aperture to level 5 had increased to 200 points. A trivial amount compared to Su Jia's burgeoning vitality reserve. Although the combat power increase from level 4 to level 5 had risen to 6 points. The time required for each refinement had surged to 2 hours, meaning even with relentless efforts, he could only refine 12 in a day. The time consumed was increasing, and he wondered how much time would be needed to reach level 6. Su Jia chose not to dwell on it. After 3 days of relentless effort, he felt utterly exhausted. Tomorrow, he would undergo his combat power assessment at school, and all he desired was a good night's sleep. Tuesday morning, after a deep slumber, Su Jia walked towards school, invigorated by the abundant power coursing through him. As he approached the school gate, a familiar yet haggard figure caught his eye, Lin Shuer. She had clearly been waiting for quite some time, her eyes swollen like walnuts, her face etched with fatigue and anxiety, unmistakably having spent a sleepless night. As Su Jia approached her, she spoke with a voice hoarse from crying, attempting to feign a pitiful demeanor. I truly cannot gather the 200 vitality coins. Could you possibly grant me a few more days? Su Jia did not pause, merely casting a cold glance her way, retorting, What do you think? The icy tone sent a chill through Lin Shuer's heart, prompting her to hastily follow a few steps behind, pleading, I can return 50 coins first. I will definitely make up the rest quickly. Not possible. Su Jia interrupted mercilessly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. It's either 200 vitality coins, or I shall visit the Municipal Hall's Orphan Compensation Office after school. You choose. Please, don't. Lin Shuer's face turned ashen, her voice trembling. I will think of another way. I will definitely find a solution. She could no longer maintain her pathetic facade, fear propelling her to turn and flee, her back a picture of desperation. Watching her retreat, Su Jia scoffed softly, muttering to himself, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Entering the classroom, he found it bustling with noise. Students clustered in groups, their discussions focused on the recently released Linjiang Rising Stars list. Did you hear? The genius from the first high school reportedly has a combat power exceeding 300. My goodness, 300 points. Is he still a high school student? Sighing, Su Jia quietly took his seat, listening to the chatter around him, inwardly chuckling. 300 points of combat power? Not even worthy of carrying my shoes. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Li Heng, strode into the classroom, his demeanor more serious than usual. He clapped his hands to silence the commotion. Students, quiet down. This morning's primary task is to conduct a class-wide combat power assessment. The results will directly impact the Linjiang Rising Stars list, and their significance cannot be overstated. A buzz of discussion erupted in the classroom. Everyone was aware of the importance of this event. Yet, as the assessment drew near, an atmosphere of tension and anticipation enveloped the room. Li Heng scanned the room. I know that for us at the 7th high school, breaking into the top 1,000 is exceedingly difficult. Students like Zheng Xian, who have begun refining their martial apertures, are a rarity in our school. And even in the city, they merely qualify to challenge the top 1,000. These words doused the flames of enthusiasm in many hearts. Indeed, the 7th high school was merely an ordinary institution. Its resources and student body could not compare to those of elite martial academies or noble families. Zhang Xian was already someone they needed to look up to, yet in the city, he merely held the qualification to contend for the top 1,000. However, Li Heng's tone shifted, his voice rising. This does not mean you should give up. Each assessment is an opportunity to compare with your peers. Only through comparison can you understand the gap between yourself and others. So do not be disheartened. There are still 7 months until the martial examination. With effort, you will be rewarded. Now, all students, proceed to the martial arts hall in order of your student numbers. With a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, the students made their way to the martial arts hall. The testing method was straightforward. Stand on the specialized combat power testing device and channel their vitality to the fullest. As the assessment commenced, the atmosphere grew tense. The first student stepped up, the instrument flashed, displaying 58. He sighed and stepped down dejected. The second student, 63. When it was Zhang Xian's turn, he took a deep breath and stepped onto the testing device. The glow stabilized, and the number appeared. 141. A wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding students. This score was indeed remarkable at the 7th high school. A flicker of pride crossed Zhang Xian's face. In just 3 days, his parents had exhausted every means to gather a total of 40 points of vital energy, allowing him to refine 2 additional martial arts apertures. However, the thought that he might not even secure a position within the top 1,000 swiftly extinguished the spark of superiority that had just ignited within him, leaving his expression somewhat grim. Before long, it was Su Jie's turn. Look at Su Jie. Hey, this should be entertaining. I wonder if he can break past 5 points? The consensus was doubtful, especially since Lin Shuer had drained him of his resources, and maintaining his current state would be commendable. Who did he think he was, daring to ask Lin Shuer for vital energy? Amidst the unabashed mockery and whispered gossip, Su Jie remained expressionless as he leisurely stepped onto the stage, positioning himself at the center of the testing apparatus. He deliberately suppressed the vast reservoir of vital energy within him, causing the numbers on the device to rise slowly and laboriously. 3, 4, 5. Ha ha ha, truly a waste of space. At this rate, even a snail would outpace him. Lin Shuer, is this your prized blood bag? The taunts grew increasingly piercing. Lin Shuer observed the pitiful numbers, a smirk of derision creeping onto her lips, as if a burden had been lifted from her heart. However, just as everyone believed the outcome was predetermined, an unexpected transformation occurred. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Jie's eyes, and the suppressed torrent of vital energy erupted like a dam bursting. Buzz! The testing device emitted an unprecedented, sharp, and jarring hum, causing the entire apparatus to tremble slightly. The numbers on the display screen soared at an unparalleled speed, as if propelled by an invisible hand. 100, 200, 300, 400. Chapter 9. Fed to the dogs, the numbers surged wildly, fast enough to dazzle the eyes. Ultimately coming to a halt at 690, the entire martial arts hall fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if everyone had lost their souls in an instant, mouths agape and eyes wide as saucers, as if they had witnessed the most astonishing spectacle in the world, frozen in place. 6,690? A boy murmured in disbelief, his voice trembling. The device must be malfunctioning. Someone else cried out, grasping at the last shred of hope. Lin Shuer's previously mocking smile froze on her face, the color draining from her cheeks at a visible rate. Turning as pale as paper, she staggered back, nearly collapsing to the ground had she not clutched the arm of a nearby classmate. Her eyes filled with incomprehensible horror and fear. No, it can't be. He was clearly. The record board in the hands of their homeroom teacher, Li Heng, fell to the ground with a thud, unnoticed by him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and leaned in closer, nearly pressing his face against the testing apparatus's display screen. His voice quaking uncontrollably susuye. Can you test again? Yes, once more. It must be a temporary malfunction. Observing the myriad expressions of disbelief around him, Su Jie felt a surge of elation. The 690 he displayed was merely a facade. His true strength exceeded 1,000. However, he maintained an air of nonchalance. He shrugged indifferently. All right. He stepped onto the testing apparatus once more, this time releasing the same level of vital energy as before. Buzz! The device emitted its familiar hum again, and the numbers skyrocketed anew. ultimately stabilizing at 690. This time, no one dared to question the outcome. After a brief silence, the martial arts hall erupted with a cacophony. Holy cow, it's real. It's truly 690. My God, we have a monster at 7th high. Is this even a human? Wasn't he just a 5-point weakling before? A hidden powerhouse. He is undoubtedly a concealed giant. We have been mocking him all along. Lin Schwerer had the audacity to drain his vital energy. This was akin to provoking a formidable figure. Gasps, murmurs, and exclamations intermingled, nearly shaking the roof off. All eyes turned to Sujia, filled with disbelief, awe, and a hint of trepidation. Those who had previously ridiculed him wished they could vanish into thin air. Li Hong was flushed with excitement, rushing forward to grasp Sujia's shoulders, his words tumbling over one another. Good lad. Suya, you've truly given your teacher a monumental surprise. No, a shock. Ha ha ha. 7th high is on the rise. His grin stretched from ear to ear, filled with pride. Sujia calmly patted Li Hong's hand. Teacher Li, keep calm. This is merely basic operation. His gaze shifted to the pale Lin Schwerer, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Schwerer, 200 vital energy coins before school ends. No problem, right? Lin Xue shivat. Feeling an icy chill surge from her feet to the crown of her head upon meeting Sujia's seemingly tranquil, yet piercing gaze. Unable to contain her fear and regret any longer, she burst into tears, covering her face as she stumbled out of the martial arts hall. Her retreat a picture of utter disgrace. Suyestofet disregarding her. He savored the astonished gazes of his peers for a moment before slowly descending from the testing apparatus. As he walked, classmates instinctively parted to create a path, their expressions complex. News spread like wildfire throughout 7th high. Have you heard? Sujia from the senior class has a combat power of 690. Which Sujia? The one who used to orbit Lin Schwerer? Yes, that one. My goodness. He was so well hidden. Lin Schwerer would regret this for ages. In no time, Sujia became the undeniable focal point of 7th high. Wherever he went, he attracted countless gazes and whispers. Even the school leaders, who had previously ignored him, now nodded and smiled upon encountering him. Those who once mocked him now felt as if they were mice in the presence of a cat. As the dismissal bell rang, Sujia had just finished packing his belongings when Lin Schwerer appeared at the classroom door, her eyes swollen like walnuts. She kept her head down, unable to meet his gaze, trembling as she extended a hand holding a vital energy coin marked with a value of 200. Sujia, this is 200 vital energy coins. Her voice quivered, laden with humiliation. Without hesitation, Sujia accepted the coins, pleased that he could finally sell the vital energy to support his own needs. Wouldn't it have been better to be this straightforward? He shot her a glance. As for those training resources, I'll consider them as feeding the dogs. From now on, keep your distance. Lin Schwerer bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not utter a word in retort, fleeing in disgrace. The remaining classmates who witnessed the scene found immense satisfaction. Serve her right. She was so arrogant before. Suyes impressive. At 8 p.m., the Education Bureau of Linjiang City and the Martial Arts Association's official website jointly released the latest list of rising stars in Linjiang. Countless individuals refreshed their screens in anticipation. When the list appeared, it detonated another bombshell within the circle of senior martial arts students in Linjiang City. At the top position, it boldly displayed: First place, Sujia. School, 7th high. Final combat power, 690 points. Suya, who is that? 7th high. ISNT, that an ordinary school? 690 points. Are you kidding me? The second place genius from 1st high only scored 396 points. That's a staggering difference. He is almost at 700 points. This is a clear divide at the top. Cheating, right? How could this be possible? An official list? You're telling me it's cheating? The testing apparatus was uniformly procured by the Provincial Education Department. 7th high and Sujia were about to gain notoriety. Shock, skepticism, and disbelief swept across Linjiang City. The name Sujia echoed throughout the city overnight. Just moments after exchanging 200,000 star credits at the Community Vital Energy Self-Service Trading Terminal, Sujia himself remained remarkably calm, more concerned about the rewards. Soon, the school's notification arrived. instructing him to visit the Municipal Education Bureau the following day to claim a special reward for topping the new star rankings and to prepare for entering the Xingyuan secret realm. As Su Ju stroked his chin, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. What could it be? A cultivation technique? A martial skill? Or perhaps some wondrous treasure? He glanced at his power value of 1050 points in the system, along with the vast reserves of vitality he possessed, and smiled broadly. Regardless of what it was free, and that felt exhilarating. The Xingyuan secret realm, with its quintuple concentration of vitality. Wasn't his vitality reserve approaching several million? Chapter 10. The opening of the Xingyuan secret realm the next morning, Su Ju arrived punctually at the Municipal Education Bureau, his heart brimming with excitement. At the grand entrance, staff members were already waiting. After confirming his identity, they directly escorted him to a heavily guarded chamber. In the center of the room stood a metallic pedestal, upon which 3 items, bathed in a gentle halo, floated. A middle-aged man in a Martial Arts Association uniform, exuding a profound aura, smiled at Su Ju. Congratulations, Su Ju. You have claimed the top spot on this year's new star rankings. This is your special reward. Choose one from the 3. His gaze swept over the holographic descriptions beside the items. 1. Balian Ju breathing technique, Xin grade. Middle tier, its cultivation efficiency far surpasses that of basic breathing techniques, allowing the condensation of approximately 5 vitality points daily, 5 times that of the foundational breathing technique. It is invaluable, regarded as a family treasure by many small martial families. 2. Paiyan Palm, Xian grade. Lower tier, once fully cultivated, it can enhance basic combat power by 15 times. 3. Unknown Black Fragment, unknown unearthed from an ancient relic. Its material is indeterminate and indestructible, seemingly related to some lost heritage. Effects unknown, risks borne by the user. Upon glancing at the first 2 rewards, Su Ju felt his heart race uncontrollably. A Xian grade, middle tier, breathing technique. A Xian grade, lower tier, martial skill. These would undoubtedly incite fervent competition among countless martial artists and could transform an ordinary family's fortunes overnight. However, Su Ju's gaze ultimately settled on the inconspicuous, somewhat worn Black Fragment. Balian Ju, 5 vitality points per hour? It sounded impressive, but compared to his Binyuan Tana Shu, which granted 1 point per second, it was akin to a snail's pace. What use would it serve? Even as toilet paper, it would be deemed too coarse. As for the Xian grade martial skill, Paiyan Palm, Su Ju was equally disinterested. Although mastering it could enhance his basic combat power significantly, the time investment required for perfecting a martial skill was substantial. He wished to dedicate his time to refining his martial apertures instead. Conversely, the unknown fragment piqued his interest immensely. His previous life had taught him that items which appeared shabby often concealed extraordinary opportunities. System, can you detect what this fragment is? Su Ju silently inquired. Beep. Detected unknown high-priority rule item fragment, containing weak temporal fluctuations. It is recommended that the host make a selection. The system can perform preliminary analysis and binding. The system's alert invigorated Su Ju. Indeed, there was promise. Without hesitation, he pointed to the black fragment. I choose this one. A flicker of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, evidently unprepared for Su Ju to forego the tangible treasures in favor of an intangible opportunity. However, he merely nodded. Your choice may require time to validate. It is yours now. As the halo dissipated, the black fragment fell into Su Ju's hand, cold to the touch and imbued with an ancient, weathered aura. Beep. Acquired rule item, breath of time, fragment. Starting preliminary analysis. A progress bar appeared on the system interface. Su Ju discreetly tucked away the fragment, his heart swelling with anticipation. Su Hui. The entrance to the Xingyuan secret realm is on the top floor and lasts for 7 days. Please follow me, the middle-aged man gestured. Following him, Su Ju took a dedicated elevator to the top floor. Upon passing through an energy light barrier, the sight before him unfolded magnificently. It was a space enveloped by a vast, transparent dome, and at its center swirled an energy vortex resembling a nebula, the entrance to the Xingyuan secret realm. To Su Ju's delight, the vitality concentration in the area surrounding the entrance was already nearly double that of the outside world. A faint, invigorating energy mist permeated the air. The entrance to the secret realm has yet to open, You may cultivate and acclimatize in this area, the middle-aged man stated before departing. Su Ju surveyed his surroundings and noticed several students seated in meditation, each one a genius from the top 10 of the New Star rankings. As they spotted Su Ju's arrival, their gazes converged upon him, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and even a trace of barely concealed hostility. After all, Su Ju's unexpected surge to first place was undeniably conspicuous. A youth clad in branded martial attire, exuding an air of arrogance, approached, scrutinizing Su Ju from head to toe, his tone laced with skepticism. "You are Su Ju? From 7th middle school?" With a sidelong glance, Su Ju replied, "What is your business?" "I am Zhao Feng, 3rd on the New Star rankings." The youth introduced himself with an air of superiority. "I am quite curious. How did you achieve that?" "With a power value of 690 points. It is well known that such talent cannot emerge from a place like 7th middle school." The implication in his words was unmistakable. Su Huichakiv, revealing a set of white teeth. "What does it matter to you?" Zhao Feng's expression darkened. "You? What about me?" Su Ju, disinterested in engaging in idle chatter, stated, "If you have nothing to do, please do not obstruct my cultivation. The vitality here is so dense. Wasting even a second would be a crime." With that, he found an empty spot, sat cross-legged, and ignored Zhao Feng's thunderous countenance. If only there were a bed here. Su Ju would have undoubtedly settled into the most comfortable position to refine his martial apertures. Several other geniuses observed Zhao Feng's embarrassment. Some chuckled softly, while others wore increasingly serious expressions. This Su Ju was not only formidable in strength, but also sharp-tongued. He was not to be trifled with. Su Ju was unconcerned by their thoughts. His heart was already filled with elation. Vitality 222. The recovery speed had indeed increased. Although he hadn't yet entered the secret realm, the concentration here allowed him to recover nearly 2 points of vitality per second. Thrilling. It was exhilarating. He suppressed the impulse to laugh out loud and immediately began guiding his vitality to refine one of the remaining 84th level martial apertures. After returning home from the assessment yesterday, he had not ventured outside, except to sleep. Thus, he had successfully refined 9 martial apertures, consuming 200 vitality points, refining martial aperture. Time ticked by. 2 hours later, accompanied by a faint hum within his body, a notification chimed. Beep. Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level upgraded to 5. Power value 6. An additional 6 points of power surged through Su Ju, leaving him feeling completely at ease. Indeed, this type of cultivation, with immediate returns for effort, was the most captivating. At that moment, the entrance vortex to the Xingyuan secret realm suddenly stabilized, emanating a powerful pull. The secret realm is now open. Time limit is 7 days. Please enter in sequence. Echoed the voice of the staff. The top 10 geniuses of the New Star rankings rose collectively, their eyes ablaze as they approached the entrance. Su Ju stood up, dusting off his clothes. Gazing at the starry entrance, licking his lips. With quintuple concentration, "Here I come," he stepped into the vortex, his figure vanishing in an instant. Chapter 11. Myths and Legends. As the light and shadows shifted before him and eventually stabilized, Su Ju found himself in a peculiar cavern. The ceiling was adorned with countless crystalline stones radiating a soft white glow, resembling stars. Most astonishing was the air here, thick with vitality energy that almost transformed into a gentle mist, making each breath feel as though his cells were rejoicing. Detected high concentration vitality environment. Benyuan Tuana Shu effect enhanced. Current vitality increase rate, 5 points per second. The system's alert resonated like heavenly music, 5 points per second. That amounted to 432,000 points in a day. Over 7 days, it would exceed 3 million points of vitality. This was a true windfall. Su Ju was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The rich energy within the Xingyuan secret realm prompted all the students who entered to find their spots and commence their cultivation diligently. Su Jia, without any hesitation, consumed a satiety pill distributed by the staff, then promptly settled on a flat stone platform within a secluded cave to commence the refinement of his martial apertures. System. Continue analyzing that fragment. Command confirmed. Rule item. Time breath fragment. Analysis in progress. Consuming 200 points of vitality. Martial aperture refinement ongoing. With a recovery of 5 points per second, it would take 2 hours to deplete 200 points. prompting Su Jie to marvel at the ever-increasing reservoir of his vitality. He became utterly engrossed in this unprecedented sensation of cultivation as his strength surged at an unparalleled pace. Simultaneously, in a dim alley of Linjiang City, Wang Meng, bandaged and subservient, bowed to a man clad in black, bearing a scar across his face, whose aura exuded formidable power. "Brother Dao, that's the one, Su Jie." After just over a year of cultivation, his combat strength has soared to 690. He must possess some secret. As the man known as Brother Dao exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze turned menacing. "Over 600 combat strength? Quite peculiar indeed. However, I have trained for over 10 years, mastering perfected Huang-class intermediate techniques, and just broke through 800 points yesterday. In merely 7 days, he could not possibly surpass my strength. As long as his power remains under 900 points, I can deal with him. Once he emerges, keep a close watch. In a deserted area, I shall extract his secret." Within the Star Source secret realm, Su Jie was wholly absorbed in the exhilarating ascent of his prowess, oblivious to the passage of time. Ding! Martial Aperture refinement successful. Current Martial Aperture level upgraded to level 5. Combat Strength 6. Ding! Martial Aperture refinement successful. Current Martial Aperture level upgraded to level 5. Combat Strength 6. The system's notifications sounded like the most exquisite symphony, punctually resonating every 2 hours. He operated like a tireless, intricate machine, repeating the processes of guidance, cleansing, and refining. One after another, the 4th-level Martial Apertures, through his diligent efforts, radiated with increasingly potent energy fluctuations, advancing to the 5th level. As he immersed himself in his training, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Rule item. Time breath fragment analysis completed. Binding initiated. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a special auxiliary state. Refinement resonance. Refinement resonance. Passive, triggered by the fragment of time breath. It induces a subtle resonance with the host's Martial Apertures. Effect. During Martial Aperture refinement, double vitality will be consumed, and refinement efficiency will permanently increase by 100, reducing the required time by half. This effect applies solely to the Martial Aperture refinement process. Upon viewing the system interface detailing the new state, Su Jie was initially taken aback, then enlightened, followed by immense joy. This directly enhanced refinement efficiency. His heart raced. A permanent doubling of efficiency meant that in the future, any level of Martial Aperture refinement would require only half the original time, though it would consume double the vitality. With the supreme breathing technique at his disposal, this was simply a tailor-made cultivation treasure. According to the orthodox martial arts theory of this world, the 99 foundational martial apertures within a warrior's body cannot merely be refined to a certain level to directly condense the martial veins. The condensation of martial veins is deeply intertwined with the refinement level of the martial apertures, and once the condensation of martial veins begins, one can never revert to refining the martial apertures. The vast majority of warriors, after spending years of arduous effort successfully opening all 99 foundational martial apertures, eagerly begin to condense their first martial vein. For upon successfully condensing a martial vein, their strength will experience a qualitative leap, incomparable to merely enhancing the martial aperture levels. Many talented warriors, constrained by limited resources, often opt for this seemingly shortcut path. However, this is an irreversible process. Once a warrior successfully condenses their first martial vein, the levels of all martial apertures within their body are permanently locked at the state they were in at the moment of martial vein condensation. This implies that if one condenses their first martial vein while all martial apertures are at level 1, their martial apertures will remain at level 1 forever, with no possibility of further enhancement. Their martial foundation is thus solidified. To condense a second martial vein, the prerequisite is that all 99 martial apertures must reach at least level 2. If one condenses their first martial vein at level 1 apertures, the path to the second martial vein is entirely obstructed from the outset. Similarly, to condense a third martial vein, all apertures must be at least level 3. A fourth level martial vein requires all apertures to be at level 4. Following this logic, theoretically, if one could refine all martial apertures to the legendary level 10, They could open 10 extraordinary martial veins, establishing an unparalleled foundation. Condensing veins solidifies the foundation, irreversible. Su Jie felt a shiver run down his spine. Those who condensed their martial veins early may gain greater strength in the short term, but they irrevocably compromise their future potential. It is akin to constructing a building, hastily erecting a single pillar on flat ground. Though swift, the structure can only rise so high. Su Jie's ambition was to lay the deepest, most robust foundation to ultimately construct a towering edifice. 10 martial veins. Now, that is the true definition of a perfect foundation, with the system in place. And now, aided by refinement resonance, I lack neither vitality nor time. The vast majority, constrained by resources, might rush to open their martial veins before their martial apertures reach level 3 or 4, seeking rapid enhancement in strength. But I am different. I can and must pursue perfection. Su Wanwang finally established a clear objective. Before opening his first martial vein, he would refine all 99 martial apertures to the pinnacle of level 10. The journey ahead is arduous, Su Jie sighed, yet his eyes ignited with fierce determination. This is what makes it worthwhile. The life of Wanwang is a challenge to the limits. A day had passed since he entered the Star Source secret realm. Yetsu Huangguang felt no fatigue. He once again sat cross-legged, his mind diving inward. The refinement continues. The goal is to elevate all remaining 72 fourth-level martial apertures to level 5. Initially, he thought the path to refining to level 10 martial apertures would be long. But now with refinement resonance, the time is halved. The time saved is invaluable, beyond measure. He was eager to validate this. Chapter 12. Double refinement speed. Refining a martial aperture from level 4 to 5 originally required 2 hours. Now, Su Jie could distinctly feel that the enhancement and transformation of the aperture accelerated under the dual vitality infusion. A wondrous sense of resonance flowed between the martial aperture and the warm fragment nestled in his palm. 1 hour later, ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level upgraded to level 5. Combat strength 6. It truly only took 1 hour. Efficiency has doubled. This is excellent. Su Jie cannot help but cheer inwardly. With this, my chances of breaking through to level 10 martial apertures have significantly increased. The fragment of time breath was indeed a worthwhile acquisition. He did not delay, promptly guiding his vitality to target the next 4th-level martial aperture. Naturally, the corresponding vitality consumption also doubled. The expenditure increased from 200 points to 400 points. Incredible. Absolutely astounding. Su Jie could not contain his inner laughter. With this, my speed of refining martial apertures is equivalent to twice that of others. He glanced at his still substantial vitality reserves, brimming with confidence. No sleep for me. I shall continue refining, consuming 400 points of vitality, martial aperture refinement ongoing, as each martial aperture ascended to level 5. The power within him accumulated like a rolling snowball. The sound of his vitality flowing transformed from a gentle stream into a surging river, even resonating with a low, thunderous roar. 3 days later, when the final 4th-level martial aperture successfully advanced to level 5, all 99 apertures within Su Jie trembled in unison, as if forming a more stable and powerful cyclical system. An overwhelming sense of power, far surpassing before, flooded his entire being, compelling him to let out a triumphant roar. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Su Jie, current martial apertures. Level 5, 99, current vitality reserve. 2, 135, 950 points. Combat power, 1,584 points. 1,584 points of combat power. Su Jie clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him. A smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. He now possessed absolute confidence, even without employing any martial techniques, merely relying on his brute strength. He could effortlessly demolish a building. Level 5 martial aperture perfected. This sensation was simply invincible. He instantly swung his fist, stirring up a gust of wind in the air. Let us try for level 6. Consuming 1,000 points of vitality, martial aperture refinement in progress. Estimated time, 2 hours. However, advancing from level 5 to level 6 required 500 points of vitality each, totaling 1,000 vitality, and with the refinement time halved, it would take 2 hours. Compared to the previous increase in time, Su Jie found it acceptable, although the vitality consumption had increased. He wondered how much combat power would be gained from advancing from level 5 to level 6. 2 hours later, ding. Martial Aperture refinement successful. Current Martial Aperture level upgraded to level 6. Combat power 8. The melodious notification echoed, marking the birth of the first level 6 Martial Aperture. A surge of even greater strength welled up within him. Delightful. Su Jie felt invigorated. At this rate, one every 2 hours would leave him ample time to upgrade several Martial Apertures. However, he soon succumbed to slumber, satisfaction etched on his face. After 4 consecutive days without rest, his spirit had reached its limit. Meanwhile, the duration of the secret realm would conclude in 3 days. Within the secret realm, after resting for 8 hours, Su Jie awoke to continue his grand endeavor of refining Martial Apertures. He guided his vitality like a gentle stream, nurturing and cleansing a level 5 Martial Aperture. Under the doubled training speed, the entire process required continuous guidance for 2 hours, consuming a total of 1,000 points of vitality. For someone like him, who recovered 5 points of vitality per second, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Ding! Martial Aperture refinement successful. Current Martial Aperture level 6. Combat power 8. He immediately proceeded to the next one without pause. Ding! Martial Aperture refinement successful. Current Martial Aperture level 6. Combat power 8. Ding! Martial Aperture refinement successful. Current Martial Aperture level 6. Combat power 8. As the alert indicating the impending closure of the secret realm resonated within the cave, Su Jie slowly opened his eyes, a concentrated gleam flashing through them, while the overwhelming aura surrounding him was swiftly reined in. He checked his accomplishments. Current Martial Apertures. Level 6, 32, Level 5, 67, Current Vitality Reserve. 399, 950 points, Combat Power. 1,840 points. 1,840 points of combat power. 32 Level 6 Martial Apertures sparkled within him like radiant stars. This rate of enhancement was nothing short of terrifying. A hum echoed as the entrance to the secret realm reappeared, a powerful repulsive force emanating. Su Jie and the other 9 prodigies were simultaneously transported out. Upon reappearing on the top floor of the Education Bureau, the expressions of the other 9 bore varying degrees of joy, clearly indicating they had made significant gains within the secret realm. Their auras were markedly stronger than they had been 7 days prior. Yet, when their gazes inadvertently swept over Su Jie, they all froze in unison. The Su Jie before them seemed even more reserved. Standing there, he appeared to meld seamlessly with his surroundings, exuding an unfathomable aura, although they could not sense any overwhelming fluctuations of combat power. It instinctively sent a shiver down their spines. How much had this fellow progressed in the secret realm? Zhao Feng and the others were astonished, their fleeting pride born from their own power enhancements vanishing in an instant, replaced by an even greater wariness of Su Jie. Su Jie paid no heed to their gazes. He was solely intent on finding a place to enjoy a hearty meal and take a bath, while also elevating the remaining Martial Apertures to level 6. In high spirits, he exited the Education Bureau building, hands in his pockets, pondering where to celebrate with a feast. However, just around a seldom traversed street corner, 3 ruffians with unsavory gazes blocked his path. The leader, bearing a grotesque knife scar on his face, emanated a fierce aura, his vitality fluctuating at over 800 points, far beyond the likes of Wang Ming. The scar-faced man puffed on a cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at Su Jie, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Kid, are you Su Jie?" Su Jie halted, raising an eyebrow. He recognized this aura. It belonged to one of the malevolent gazes he had sensed in the underground passage before. "It's me." Su Jie responded flatly. "What's the matter? I heard you topped the new star rankings and made quite a fortune." The scar-faced man sneered, cracking his knuckles. "My brothers are a bit short on cash lately. So how about lending us some money? And while you're at it, why don't you share some of those secrets you've got?" His 2 henchmen behind him donned malicious grins, subtly encircling him. Su Jie regarded these 3 oblivious fools, and the fleeting joy from his recent power increase was swiftly overshadowed by annoyance. Chapter 13. Hello, I report. Why are there flies everywhere? It's truly never-ending. He sighed, his expression sharpening. "I'll give you 3 seconds. Leave." The scar-faced man and his two associates were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into raucous laughter as if they had heard the greatest joke of all time. Ha ha ha. Kid, did you lose your mind in the secret realm? The scar-faced man guffawed, doubling over, the scar on his face contorting. Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? One of his yellow-haired accomplices arrogantly pointed at Su Jie. Kid, be smart and hand over the money and the treasures from the secret realm. Otherwise, Brother Scar here will beat you to a pulp. Another thug moved in closer, deliberately releasing over 300 points of vitality to exert pressure on Su Jie. If this had been 10 days ago, Su Jie might have considered fleeing in the face of such a scene. But now, looking at these self-satisfied fools, he felt that even getting angry was a waste of expression. He simply waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies, directing a light flick toward the most boisterous yellow-haired thug. The gesture was nonchalant, as if he were merely brushing dust from his sleeve. However, the next second, bang, a dull thud echoed. The yellow-haired thug was sent flying as if struck by an invisible heavy truck, completely out of control. And the speed was so great that it left an afterimage. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before crashing violently into a wall several meters away. Boom! The solid concrete wall caved in upon impact, cracks spider webbing outward. The yellow-haired thug stuck to the wall like a torn painting, pausing for a fraction of a second before sliding down to the ground, rendered unconscious, his breath no longer rising. The entire alley fell into an instant silence. The scar-faced man and the other thug's smiles froze, their pupils shrinking to pinpricks. An overwhelming terror cascading over them like icy water, striking from a distance. Then T even sensed the fluctuations of vitality. What on earth was this power? The other thug's legs buckled, nearly causing him to soil himself as he pointed at Su Jie, his teeth chattering. Why you Su Jie turned his gaze toward him, remaining unfazed. What about you? Do you want to try? The thug let out a yelp and spun around to flee. Su Jie casually waved his hand once more. Bang! Another dull thud resounded, and this thug flew out in the same manner, crashing precisely onto the previous yellow-haired thug, their bodies collapsing together, utterly devoid of life. In the blink of an eye, only the scar-faced man remained standing. The ferocity on his face had long been replaced by fear, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his collar. He looked at Su Jie as if beholding a demon emerging from hell, his body trembling uncontrollably. Su Lauda, spare me. The scar-faced man's voice trembled, his words tumbling out incoherently. How dare he attempt to rob such a formidable student? He wished he could strike himself across the face repeatedly. Su Ju paid no heed to his pleas for mercy, leisurely approaching him. Who sent you? His voice was soft yet imbued with an oppressive force that left the scar-faced man shivering. He dared not conceal anything, and like a bamboo shoot spilling out beans. He confessed it was Wang Ming and his cousin. They offered me 50,000 Xingyuan, claiming you possess a secret, and promised to share the spoils with me. I was wrong. I failed to recognize the greatness before me. Please, let me go. Su Ju's eyes turned cold at the mention of Wang Ming. Indeed, this persistent wretch had returned. He glanced at the trembling, scar-faced man, too disinterested to deal with such triviality himself, lest he soil his hands. Instead, he took out his newly purchased phone and dialed the public reporting line for the municipal enforcement team. Hello, this is the top of the Linjiang News Star rankings. I wish to report an armed robbery at the alley behind Qingsha Road. I have already eliminated 2 of the assailants, and the ringleader is still alive. Yes, please send someone to handle this. After hanging up, Su Ju cast a glance at the scar-faced man. Prepare to serve time. The scar-faced man turned ashen, collapsing limply to the ground. Su Ju delivered a few more kicks to incapacitate him completely before nonchalantly placing his hands back in his pockets and strolling out of the alley, as if he had merely disposed of a bag of garbage. Minutes later, the wailing sirens approached. Meanwhile, Su Ju had already seated himself in a luxurious restaurant's private room, indulging in a feast of rare beast meat. Ah, the tenderloin of the flame bull is exquisite. I must try the thunder eagle's wings next time. He mused, reflecting on Wang Ming, who seemed to have learned little from his previous lessons. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Once I finish my meal, I shall deal with him and his insufferable cousin, to rid myself of their incessant nuisance. Having lost patience with such incorrigible pests, Su Ju, with his formidable battle prowess of 1840 points, knew he could traverse Linjiang City without fear as long as he avoided provoking true experts and official forces. Handling a minor character like Wang Ming was no more challenging than crushing an ant. Meanwhile, at a billiard hall on the other side of the city, Wang Ming was ingratiating himself to a youth clad in a floral shirt, a lewd smile plastered across his face. "Cousin, I truly appreciate your help. Without your connections, I would never have been able to enlist someone like Brother Dao." The so-called cousin, cigarette in mouth, puffed out a ring of smoke, clapping Wang Ming on the shoulder. "Little Ming, we're family. No need for such formality. That Su Ju is merely a lucky, impoverished student who dared to disrespect my cousin. Brother Dao can easily handle this reckless youth." "Indeed, cousin, you are absolutely right," Wang Ming eagerly agreed, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his gaze. "That brat must have stumbled upon some secret to be so brazen. Once Brother Dao has dealt with him, the secrets and rewards will surely be yours as well." The cousin smiled with satisfaction. "Good, you know how to handle matters. Rest assured, Brother Dao is very capable. He has likely succeeded by now. We shall await the good news." They exchanged knowing smiles, imagining Su Ju on his knees, begging for mercy while offering up opportunities. Little did they know that their ally, Brother Dao, was already en route to the enforcement team, and trouble was imminent for them. After finishing his meal and wiping his mouth, Su Ju stood to leave. "Time to stretch my legs and digest." Based on the fragmented information gleaned from the scar-faced man, he easily located the billiard hall. Upon entering, he was met with a haze of smoke. Wang Ming and his cousin were engaged in a game, surrounded by a few lackeys fawning over them. "Brother Ming, do you think Brother Dao will succeed? Su Ju is currently at the top of the new star rankings." "Top my foot. He is just some lucky fool." Wang Ming spat dismissively. "Once Brother Dao takes action, that brat will be begging for mercy. All the benefits from his secret place will be ours. Right, cousin?" The youth in the floral shirt chuckled with pride. "Fear not. In our territory, whether dragon or tiger, they must bow down." Just then, they noticed Su Ju entering. The billiard hall fell silent. Wang Ming's smug expression abruptly shifted to shock and a hint of panic. "Su Hui, how come you're here? Didn't Brother Dao go to ambush him?" Ignoring him, Su Ju surveyed the room, eventually fixing his gaze on Wang Ming and the youth in the floral shirt. "Which one of you is Wang Ming's cousin? Step forward." The floral shirt youth, enraged by Su Ju's demeanor, dropped his cue and swaggered forward. "Kid, I'm his cousin. What is the problem? Looking for trouble?" Su Ju nodded. "That is all I needed to know." In an instant, he moved, and everyone felt a blur before their eyes. Slap, slap. The resounding sound of two crisp slaps echoed simultaneously. Wang Ming and his cousin had no time to react. Sent sprawling like two discarded sacks, crashing onto the billiard table. The sturdy table collapsed under the impact, balls scattering across the floor. The two lay in the aftermath, half their faces swollen, blood trickling from their mouths, their vision darkening and ringing in their ears, rendering them utterly dazed. The surrounding lackeys stood frozen in shock, paralyzed with fear. Su Ju ambled over to the pair, looking down at them as if they were mere dead dogs. "It seems you didn't learn from your last lesson." His tone was flat, yet icy. "I prefer a life free of trouble. Thus, this is your final warning." He raised his foot and lightly stomped on Wang Ming 5 times. Crack, 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 crack. The unmistakable sound of bones breaking echoed. On the 5th stomp, Wang Ming emitted a blood-curdling scream, the agony jolting him back to reality, his eyes filled with terror as they met Su Ju's gaze. Su Ju's foot shifted to his cousin's leg. "No, please, big brother. I was wrong. I want to do it again. Spare me." The floral shirt youth cried, tears streaming down his face, desperately pleading for mercy. Crack, 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 crack. Another series of bone-crunching sounds followed, accompanied by another scream. Su Ju retracted his foot, observing the two writhing in pain, nearly losing consciousness from the trauma. "I have broken 5 of your legs. Perhaps now you will remember. Should I ever see or hear of you again, it will not just be your legs that suffer." His gaze swept over the paralyzed lackeys. "You too." The lackeys trembled in fear, nodding vigorously. Without further ado, Su Ju accepted the fees they insisted on offering him before turning to leave the billiard hall, leaving behind only groans of pain and overwhelming dread. As he walked home, Su Ju felt invigorated. With the flies cleared away, it was time to focus on refining his martial apertures. After enjoying a bath at a spa and packing some seasoned beast meat, he returned home, refreshed, and reclined on his bed, sinking into a meditative state. With the recent distraction, he had now refined 2 6th-level martial apertures, bringing his total to 34. Having already secured permission from his teacher to skip class for a few days, he was determined to continue his refinement. His goal was to elevate all 5th-level martial apertures to 6th level. Suju immediately plunged into the monotonous, yet fulfilling endeavor of upgrading his martial prowess. Consuming 1,000 points of vitality, refining martial apertures, estimated time, 2 hours, ding. Refinement successful. Current martial aperture level, 6, battle power, 8. During the day Suju was engrossed in his intense training, rumors about him began to swirl ever more fervently in the outside world. At the pinnacle of the new star rankings, possessing a formidable battle power of 690 points, and having cultivated in the Xingyuan secret realm for 7 days, he became the most sought-after figure among the younger generation in Linjiang City. The threshold of the 7th middle school was nearly trampled by various martial arts academies and factions eager to gather intelligence and recruit him. The principal and teachers have been wearing smiles that have not faded for days. Lin Schwerer, after compensating Su Jie with 200 points of vitality, seemed to have completely vanished from the scene, with rumors circulating that she had applied for a transfer. As for Wang Ming, who had his 5 legs broken by Su Jie, along with his cousin, they spoke of Su Jie's name in hushed tones, trembling at the mere mention. Devoid of any thoughts of revenge, this newly emerged prodigy was currently ensconced in his modest rental apartment, diligently engaging in the most rudimentary and laborious training, solidifying each martial aperture little by little. This monotony, for one endowed with a system like Su Jie, was imbued with a gratifying sense of achievement. He could distinctly feel that with each elevation of a martial aperture level, his foundation grew ever more robust, the quality of his vitality became increasingly refined, and his mastery over power became ever more adept. The sensation of building a towering edifice from the ground up was indeed grounding. Time flew by, and when hunger struck, Su Jie would consume some beast meat. During a moment of mental fatigue, he succumbed to slumber for 14 hours. Finally, after a full 6 days, Su Jie awakened from his profound training. Despite the continuous high-intensity practice, even with intermittent rest, he felt a tinge of fatigue due to his current physique and mental fortitude. Yet, the results were promising. Current martial aperture, level 6, 99 units, current vitality reserve, 3, 865, 750 points, battle power value, 2, 376 points. A battle power of 2, 376 points. 99 apertures, level 6 perfected. Feeling the stability and strength of his 99 level 6 martial apertures within him, he nodded in satisfaction. He now felt that he could crush the scar-faced individual with just a finger. Level 6 was complete. Next, he aimed for level 7. Su Jie assessed the requirements for level 7 refinement. Consumption of 3,000 points of vitality. Martial aperture refinement in progress. Estimated time, 5 hours. The consumption increased from 500 to 1,500, doubling to 3,000 points, with the refinement time reduced to 5 hours. Indeed, the higher the level, the quicker the escalation. Su Jie smacked his lips. However, this level of consumption was negligible to him. He calculated that elevating all martial apertures from level 6 to level 7 would require 99 times 3,000, totaling 297 million points of vitality, with a refinement time of 495 hours, nearly 21 days. In between, he would certainly need to eat, sleep, and engage in other activities. Well, given that my pockets are so full now, perhaps I should refrain from the trivial pursuits of a traverser. 2 days prior, my mentor messaged me, indicating that the rewards I was owed would be dispensed shortly, likely enough to cover my future expenses. Su Jie contemplated his future plans thoughtfully. After savoring another bite of the fragrant beast meat, Su Jie resolved to enjoy a good sleep once this martial aperture refinement was completed. He could no longer keep up with the intensity of his efforts, and he had little faith that anyone his age could surpass him. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level, 7, battle power 11. Chapter 15. The troubles of a traverser. Early the next morning, Su Jie exited his rental apartment. Basking in the warm sunlight, he stretched lazily, his bones cracking like popping beans, drawing the attention of a passing elderly lady. With a perfected level 6 Martial Aperture and over 2,000 points of battle power, he felt sufficiently secure in Linjiang City, provided he did not provoke any ancient monsters. As he sensed the surging power within him, a sense of calm enveloped him, while continuing to channel vitality to refine his internal apertures. He made his way to his favorite restaurant. Suddenly, a commotion broke out ahead, accompanied by shouts and the sounds of scuffle, along with the furious exclamation of a young man. Your Zhou family is too overbearing. I discovered this Cahoxian herb first. Why must you seize it? Wong kid. In Linjiang City, what our Zhou family desires is ours. Hand it over, lest you suffer physical pain. A boastful voice retorted. Su Jie furrowed his brow. Were they from the Zhou family? He had no desire to meddle and intended to circumvent the conflict. However, fate had other plans. Just as he turned, the besieged young martial artist was evidently outmatched, sent flying by a powerful palm, heading directly towards Su Jie's position. At the same time, a member of the Zhou family pursued him, unleashing a fierce punch that not only enveloped the flying martial artist but also swept Su Jie into the fray. Get lost. Don't block my path. The assailant snarled, entirely dismissing Su Jie, who appeared unremarkable. Frosty. He had initially wished to avoid confrontation, but the other party had brazenly provoked him. While the punch posed no real threat, the assailant's overbearing attitude irked him. In an instant, Su Jie resolved that he could not reveal his full capabilities, yet he would not allow himself to be bullied. With a slight movement of his foot, he sidestepped just enough to evade the direct impact of the punch, while his right hand swiftly brushed against the wrist of the Zhou family attacker. Crack! A faint sound of bone fracturing echoed. The assailant shrieked in agony, feeling a sharp pain in his wrist, instantly losing his strength and stumbling backward. His eyes filled with terror as they fell upon Su Jie. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Swift, precise, ruthless. The scene fell into a sudden silence. The young martial artist who had fallen to the ground stared at Su Jie, astonished, as if witnessing a monster. He had just been utterly helpless against this individual, yet the seemingly casual boy before him was so effortlessly formidable. The remaining Zhou family thugs were equally stunned, and soon encircled Su Jie as if facing a formidable adversary. The leader's expression darkened as he asked, "Who are you to dare intervene in our Zhou family's affairs?" Su Jie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant. "I was merely passing by. It was your man who struck me first. You injured our person." The leader retorted harshly, "State your name." Su Jie could hardly be bothered to respond, cracking his knuckles as he contemplated whether to deliver a resounding slap to the man. "The Zhou family will seek retribution for us. We are leaving." The leading thug realized he had encountered an immovable obstacle, leaving behind a harsh word as he assisted his injured companion, retreating in disarray. He needed to report this incident immediately. When had such a young master emerged in Linjiang City? Su Jie watched their retreating figures, internally lamenting that, despite his wish to avoid trouble, it had found him nonetheless. Such were the troubles of a traverser. However, he did not dwell on the matter and continued on to his favorite restaurant. Upon entering the establishment, Su Jie ordered 3 servings of beast meat, savoring each bite amidst the astonished gazes of the server and other diners. When it came time to settle the bill, he glanced at his still bulging wallet, feeling even more elated. After satisfying his hunger, as Su Jie stepped out of the restaurant, a sleek, expensive black luxury car glided silently to a stop before him, blocking his path. The door swung open, and a well-dressed, middle-aged man resembling a butler stepped out, slightly bowing to Su Jie with a courteous yet insistent tone. "Mr. Su Jie, please hold on. My young master wishes to invite you for a conversation." Su Jie's gaze swept over the car windows. Although tinted, he could sense a scrutinizing gaze fixed upon him. "Notime," Su replied flatly, attempting to bypass the vehicle. "Su student." The window gradually rolled down, revealing a seemingly warm smile. "My subordinate was inconsiderate earlier and offended you. I apologize on their behalf. Might you grant us the pleasure of a brief conversation regarding your future?" While the words were polite, the mention of future bore an undertone of significance. Turning to face Zhou Kuan, the other party's battle power hovered around 900 points, commendable for his age, yet to Su Jie, he was akin to an insignificant insect. "Let us proceed." Su Jie was reluctant to enter the vehicle of his counterpart. Zhou Kuan maintained a smile, stepped out of the car, adjusted his collar, and approached Su Jie. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Kuan from the Zhou family of Linjiang." He scrutinized Su Jie, his eyes revealing unmasked admiration and greed. Su Tongshua's ability to incapacitate my incompetent subordinate with a single move suggests that his combat prowess exceeds 1,000 points. Such talent, confined to the small confines of Qizhou, is truly a pearl covered in dust. What a pity! What a pity! Whether it is a pity or not is my concern. Su Jie remained unmoved. Zhou Kuan was not angered. He continued to smile and said, "Su Tongxue, you are a clever individual, so I will be direct. Our Zhou Martial Arts School greatly appreciates your potential. Should you agree to join us, you may select any Xiantier martial arts techniques, and elders of the Ningmai realm will personally guide your cultivation. Elixirs and resources will not pose any issue. This is vastly superior to struggling alone, tenfold, 100-fold. He paused, his tone laced with temptation. "Consider it, given your talent, combined with the resources of my Zhou family. Achieving the top of the martial arts examination is within your grasp. The future of refining martial veins and becoming someone of significance is just around the corner." After hearing this, Su Jie displayed no change in expression and simply replied, "Are you finished?" Zhou Kuan's brow furrowed slightly. Su Jie's reaction was entirely unexpected. "Su Dongsue, you may not fully comprehend what refusing the Zhou family entails." Zhou Kuan's smile diminished, and his tone became colder. "In Linjiang, while there are many geniuses, few truly flourish. Without a large tree to shield them from the wind and rain, saplings are prone to withering. Accepting the Zhou family's friendship is your wisest and only choice." The threat in his words was laid bare. Su Jie chuckled, a hint of unrestrained mockery in his smile. "The Zhou family's friendship?" He shook his head. "Is that the kind of friendship that condones subordinates robbing in the streets and then, when unable to win, resorting to recruitment? Such friendship is beyond my reach." He gazed directly at Zhou Kuan, his tone resolute. "I am accustomed to walking my own path. I do not wish to serve as a dog for others. Your Zhou family's temple is too small to accommodate me." Zhou Kuan's previously gentle demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by a visage of anger and a pale countenance. He did not expect Su Jie to be so ungrateful, his words so sharp. "Well, very well, Fun Ingroget." Forced to smile, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Su Jie. "Su Jie, you have guts. I hope your bones remain as hard as your tongue. We shall see." With that, he ceased further conversation, abruptly turned, and re-entered the car, slamming the door shut. The black sedan emitted a low roar and sped away, leaving a cloud of exhaust behind. Su Jie watched the car disappear, his gaze turning somewhat frigid. Did they truly believe they could recruit a transmigrator endowed with a golden finger merely because they were a martial arts school in Tianlin City? They must be dreaming. Regardless, I shall face whatever comes my way. Su Jie dismissed further thoughts, focusing instead on refining his martial apertures. Strength is paramount. Upon returning to the ground floor of his residence, Su Jie noticed his homeroom teacher, Li Heng, waiting there, his face brimming with barely contained joy. "Suya, you finally returned." Li Heng approached quickly, his voice trembling with excitement. "I bring good news. Tremendous news. Li teacher, what is it that brings you such joy?" Su Jie inquired with a smile. "The school, the city, the province. They have all approved your rewards." Li Heng produced a notification slip, speaking rapidly. "The school rewards you with 500,000 Xingyuan. The City Education Bureau grants 1 million Xingyuan. Most significantly, the Provincial Education Department has awarded 3 million Xingyuan, along with an opportunity to enter the Xiantier section of the Provincial Martial Arts Library to select any martial arts technique." Su Jie glanced at the notification slip and noted the undeniably enticing figures. A total of 4,500,000 Xingyuan was sufficient for him to indulge for quite some time. The opportunity to explore the techniques in the Xiantier section of the provincial library intrigued him, even if he could not utilize them himself. Perhaps he could reference or sell them. "Thank you, Li teacher, and thank you to the school for your nurturing." Li Heng observed Su Jie's tranquil reaction, filled with emotion. Were it any other student receiving such rewards, they would have likely jumped for joy. Yet, Su Jie remained so composed. This temperament is indeed extraordinary. After bidding farewell to Li Heng, Su Jie returned to his room, feeling elated at the notification of 4,500,000 Xingyuan being credited to his account. The funds were in place, and having already requested leave from his mentor, he planned to visit the provincial martial arts library the following morning. He lay on his bed, guiding his chi and blood to refine the next martial aperture while contemplating. Although my foundational combat strength is now sufficient for most situations, martial techniques are akin to tools from my previous life. While it feels gratifying to strike back, possessing the appropriate skills can save considerable effort and make the experience of overwhelming one's opponent all the more enjoyable. Wouldn't you agree? I hope to discover something intriguing in the Xian Tier section of the Provincial Martial Arts Library. Early the next day, Su Jie boarded the high-speed rail and arrived at the provincial capital, Jinling City. The Provincial Martial Arts Library was an imposing edifice resembling a steel fortress, with individuals entering and exiting exuding a calm demeanor and sharp gazes. After verifying his identity and reward credentials, a staff member escorted him to the entrance of the Xian Tier section. Mr. Su Jie, you have one opportunity to enter the lower Xian Tier area and select one martial art or technique with a time limit of 2 hours. Qi and blood usage and loud noises are prohibited within the area. Upon selection, you must register here. The staff member meticulously outlined the rules. Su Jie nodded and stepped inside. The Xian Tier area was far more expansive than he had anticipated, with towering metal bookshelves lining the space. Instead of books, there were jade slips and special metal plates radiating faint energy waves, each storage unit accompanied by a brief description. Dailang Jin, lower Xian Tier, a method of stacking qi and blood, capable of triple stacking at maximum, resulting in a 15-fold increase in instantaneous attack power, requiring exceptional control of qi and blood. Lu Su Shan Fa, lower Xian Tier like willow fluff, moving with the wind, significantly enhancing evasion capabilities. Once perfected, it allows one to perceive changes in airflow. Jin Zhong Zhao, lower Xian Tier, an external defense martial technique, condensing qi and blood to form a protective shield with exceptional defensive power, though movement is restricted. Pao Sha Quan, lower Xian Tier, focused on a single point, capable of piercing armor and defenses, particularly effective against refining-type defenses, concentrating destructive power. The array of martial techniques dazzled Su Jie. As he swiftly browsed through them, he internally inquired, "System, can you scan these martial techniques and provide the optimal choice? Or are there any hidden gems?" Ding. Detection of host requirements initiated. Scanning energy wave fluctuations in the area complete. Most martial techniques' energy levels conform to the standards of lower Xian Tier. 3 abnormal fluctuation points detected, likely misclassified due to age or appraisal errors. 1. Qi Xing Bu, incomplete, labeled as lower Xian Tier, actually contains the essence of a lower Earth Tier technique, Bei Do Ta Tian Bu. Energy fluctuations are subtle. 2. Lai Kong Ji, incomplete, labeled as lower Xian Tier, is an ancient finger technique fragment that requires immense qi and blood support to exhibit its power, likely rated too low. 3. Ji Chu Jian Shu Zhan Jia, no grade, misidentified as common fare, yet embodies the foundational rules of swordsmanship, directly addressing the source, providing latent benefits to the host's future martial will. The system's prompts invigorated Su Jie. Indeed, discovering hidden treasures is a hallmark of transmigrators. Without hesitation, he first approached the location of Ji Chu Jian Shu Zhan Jia. It was merely a dull, unremarkable iron plate tucked away in a corner, covered in a thin layer of dust. The description was pitifully simple, a compilation of foundational swordsmanship theories, suitable for beginners to establish their base. A fellow scion from a prestigious family, also selecting martial techniques, caught sight of Su Jie picking up the iron plate and could not help but scoff. "Dude, the opportunity at the provincial library is rare. You choose this scrap? This thing could be found in a convenience store for 10 Xing Yuan." Su Jie glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. What is suitable for oneself is the best. The scion of the aristocratic family shook his head in disbelief and walked away with a look of derision. Su Ye Fazed discreetly allowed the system to assist him in absorbing the essence of the swordsmanship. The system's prompt resonated. Detected knowledge carrier containing fundamental rules. Basic swordsmanship essence being analyzed. Analysis complete. The host has mastered the fundamentals of swordsmanship, passive, enhancing the efficiency of all sword-type weapons by 50 and significantly increasing comprehension of sword techniques. Instantly, A wealth of fundamental and intrinsic information regarding swordsmanship flooded his mind, gripping the sword, exerting force, angles, trajectories, rhythms. There were no ostentatious maneuvers, only a profound understanding of the sword itself. Indeed, he had laid a solid foundation. Su Jie contentedly set down the iron plate. Its value to him surpassed that of complete Xian-tier martial techniques. He then located the jade slips for Qixing Bu and Laikong Ji. Qixing Bu contained only the cultivation methods for the first 3 steps, described as movements corresponding to the positions of the Big Dipper, profoundly enigmatic. Yet due to its incomplete nature, it was classified as a low-grade Xian-tier technique. Laikong Ji was even more minimal, comprising a single move that required extreme compression of vital energy at the fingertip, resulting in a powerful explosive thrust. But it was deemed difficult to cultivate and consumed vital energy with each use, thus underestimated as a rather ineffective technique. Chapter 17, Vital Energy Technique, Dongshu Ji System. Learn and optimize Qixing Bu, incomplete, and Laikong Ji, incomplete. Command confirmed, beginning simulation optimization, consuming 10,000 points of vital energy. Qixing Bu, incomplete, has been optimized and evolved into Tatian Bu, superior Xian-tier, incorporating both small-range displacement and linear explosive speed, consuming 1,000 points of vital energy. Laikong Ji, incomplete, has been optimized and evolved into Dongshu Ji, vital energy technique. Effect: extreme compression of vital energy to a single point for explosive release. With penetrating power exceedingly strong, delivering a lethality tenfold of the consumed vital energy, with a minimum consumption of 100 points of vital energy per use. Viewing the system interface detailing Dongshu Ji, Su Jie felt an overwhelming joy. Although he had lost 1,000 points of vital energy in an instant, the system had directly optimized it into a vital energy technique, and each execution would yield lethality equivalent to 10 times the consumed vital energy. This meant that as long as his vital energy was sufficient, he could unleash a terrifying attack far exceeding his basic combat power. Although the consumption was immense and burdensome to the body, coupled with his Benyuan Tuna, Shu providing a continuous supply of vital energy and vast reserves. This was an impeccable match for his ultimate trump card. According to regulations, Su Jie could only imprint one technique to take back for study. But due to the system's optimization, his proficiency in these 2 martial techniques had reached a state of perfection. He decided to select another technique for appearance's sake. His gaze casually sweeping across the bookshelf until it settled on a jade slip titled Luiying Jianfa, a low-grade Xian-tier sword technique. The description stated that this technique excelled in speed, and upon reaching perfection, it could enhance combat power by approximately 15 times. This would suffice. Su Jie casually picked up the jade slip for Luiying Jianfa. The system prompt followed. Detected low-grade Xian-tier martial technique, Luiying Jianfa. Would you like to consume 500 points of vital energy to master it completely? System, you truly are delightful. Consume. In an instant, every move, energy manipulation method, and practical application of Luiying Jianfa was imprinted in his mind as if he had diligently practiced for decades, achieving a state of perfection. He feigned nonchalance as he held the jade slip for Luiying Jianfa while approaching the registration desk. The staff, upon seeing Su Jie's choice, nodded in routine protocol dictated. Luiying Jianfa, a solid foundational sword technique, a sound choice. Su Jie smiled but said nothing more. The staff duly imprinted the jade slip of Luiying Jianfa for him. Upon exiting the library, Su Jie reveled in the perfection of Luiying Jianfa in his mind and the already mastered trump card Dongshu Ji, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tatian Bu would enhance his evasion speed, and he could confront enemies with sword techniques. With a perfect strike in critical moments, he needed to find a place to experiment with his newfound abilities. After returning from Jinling City to Lingjiang City, Su Jie ventured to a desolate area in the suburbs, gathering his focus and recalling the energy manipulation techniques imparted by the system. For the first time, he cautiously guided the minimum standard of 100 points of vital energy to coalesce at the tip of his right index and middle fingers. A hum resonated. A slight sting and warmth radiated from his fingertips, and a sense of concentrated power surged within him. He pointed his fingers toward a nearby boulder, standing half a person's height. A faint rush of energy sliced through the air, precisely striking the boulder. With a soft sound, a hole, thumb width and unfathomably deep, appeared on the boulder's surface, its edges as smooth as a mirror. The power was indeed astonishing. This single strike of 100 points of vital energy equated to a lethality level of 1,000 combat power, easily piercing through ordinary steel. Su Jie nodded in satisfaction. He then gradually increased the vital energy input. With 200 points of vital energy, a single strike pierced through a larger rock, creating a brilliant hole. With 500 points of vital energy, the force of his strike tore through a heavy piece of metal debris as if it were mere paper. As the vital energy input increased, the power of Dongshu Ji surged exponentially, yet the backlash also intensified. His finger bones began to ache noticeably, and his arms' meridians felt as though they were being stretched painfully. Determined to test his limits, Su Jie gritted his teeth and summoned more vital energy. When the input reached 800 points, the meridians in his entire right arm began to tremble violently, beads of blood oozing from the surface of his skin, the pain unbearable. He endured the discomfort and pushed the vital energy to 1,000 points. Ahem! The power coalescing at his fingertips transformed into a miniature black hole, voraciously consuming the surrounding light, emanating a devastating aura that sent chills down his spine. The burden on his arm reached its peak, his bones creaking under the strain, as if they were on the verge of shattering. Go! Su Jie roared, pointing at a distant abandoned mound. An invisible howl sliced through the air. No deafening explosion followed, only a subtle puffing sound. In the next moment, a significant portion of the mound near its apex appeared as if it had been gnawed away by an invisible beast, leaving a hemispherical cavity several meters in diameter, its edges smooth beyond compare. The cross-section was as smooth as a mirror, with all the soil and stones obliterated beneath that single strike. The lethality of this strike reached a terrifying level of 10,000 combat power. Coughing, Su Jie withdrew his finger, gasping heavily, his face pale, his right arm hanging limply, temporarily devoid of sensation, his meridians feeling as though they were being seared by flames. Was the limit 1,000 points of vital energy output? A single strike yielding 10,000 combat power was sufficient. He bore the pain, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. With his trump card in hand, as long as his body could withstand the strain, he could practically walk through the realm of condensing veins. Moreover, as long as I continue to refine my martial apertures, my body will likewise strengthen. Otherwise, using Dongshu Ji would truly be wounding the enemy 1,000 while inflicting 800 on myself. He grinned through gritted teeth, his desire for strength intensifying. After completing the experiment, he gained a clear understanding of his limits and the power of this card up his sleeve. The Zhou family should hope not to force him to use this strike of 10,000 combat power. The next 2 days, Su Jie's life returned to its monotonous rhythm, eating, sleeping, and refining martial apertures. Occasionally, he would divide his attention to check if there were any intriguing items on the cloud trading platform and gather information about this world. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level 7. Combat power 11. Current martial apertures, level 7, 12, level 6, 87. Current vital energy reserves, 3, 145. 450 points, combat power value. 2, 508 points. The enhancement brought about by the level 7 martial apertures was particularly pronounced, each one surpassing the level 6 apertures by 11 points of combat power. Su Jie could sense that his power was advancing towards an extraordinary realm. That afternoon, while he was at home guiding his chi and blood, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by boisterous shouts. Chapter 18. The Condensed Pulse Warrior Su Jie. Come out, you brat. I've heard you're quite arrogant, even disregarding the Zhou family's reputation. Are you hiding at home like a coward? Come out and let us see what the number 1 on the new star list is made of. Su Jie raised an eyebrow and approached the window to look down. He saw 5 robust men clad in identical black training uniforms standing below, each exuding a vigorous aura. They bore the emblem of the Zhou Martial Arts School on their chests, their gazes sharp and their presence formidable, clearly not ordinary instructors, but likely the school's elite enforcers or instructors. Upon closer inspection, Su Jie discovered that 4 of them possessed combat power, exceeding 900 points. However, the bald man leading them radiated an invisible pressure that caused the onlookers to murmur, but none dared to step forward. Su Jie was astonished. It appeared that the Zhou family had indeed dispatched a condensed pulse warrior. As expected, traversers attract trouble the moment they step outside. It would be better to remain at home. After all, the condensed pulse stage represents a significant leap in one's life force. It is the first major watershed on the path of martial arts. Once a warrior opens 99 foundational martial apertures, they can then condense their martial veins. Each successful condensation not only results in a qualitative leap in combat power, but also significantly enhances the quality of qi and blood, recovery speed, and overall physical fortitude, far exceeding that of the martial aperture stage. Unlike the slow refinement of the martial apertures, the advancement in the condensed pulse stage is exponential. Condensing the first martial vein requires 10,000 points of qi and blood, resulting in an immediate increase of 1,000 points in foundational combat power. The second martial vein demands 30,000 points, yielding an additional 2,000 points upon success. One martial vein corresponds to 10,000 qi and blood and 1,000 points of combat power. Simple and direct. Yet, refining 99 martial apertures from level 4 to level 5 consumes nearly 20,000 qi and blood, resulting in a mere 500 points of combat power. Transitioning from level 5 to 6 demands close to 50,000 qi and blood, yet barely increases combat power by 800. This cost-to-benefit ratio seems utterly insane unless one has an endless supply of qi and blood. Consequently, most warriors, faced with the challenge of acquiring qi and blood, opt to refine their martial apertures to level 4 or 5, or even level 3, before desperately accumulating 10,000 qi to condense their first martial vein, seeking to rapidly gain formidable strength. Those like Su Jie, with a system providing almost limitless qi and blood support, and aspiring to refine every martial aperture to the 10th level, are exceedingly rare, if not unique. The bald man, Zhou Meng, was an instructor at the Zhou Martial Arts School. 10 years prior, with the support of the Zhou family, he barely managed to refine 99 martial apertures to level 4, after which he could no longer sustain the effort. It took him over a decade to finally gather the requisite 10,000 qi to condense his first martial vein, achieving a leap of 1,000 points in combat power. Although his foundational combat power did not reach the 2,000 point threshold, the 1,990 points were sufficient for him to maintain his position as an instructor at the Zhou Martial Arts School. Annoyance was Su Jie's initial reaction. He merely wished to quietly upgrade at home, leveling his martial apertures to 10. So why did trouble always seek him out? The Zhou family? Oh, they were quick to follow up after he had declined Zhou Kun earlier in the day. He opened his eyes, glanced at the system panel displaying combat power, 2,508 points, and felt the oppressive force emanating from the bald man, which was approaching 2,000 points. He was confident he could win, but anticipated a multitude of subsequent troubles. Yet, to abstain from conflict would be too cowardly. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! External forces detected a targeted provocation, triggering time-limited choice task. The battle of establishing authority. Choice 1. Avoid confrontation and temporarily retreat. Penalty. Revoke qi technique. Dong Shuji. Choice 2. Engage forcefully and publicly defeat the opponent. Reward none. Task hint. On the path of martial arts, one must advance boldly. A public duel is the best way to demonstrate strength and deter petty foes. The system's notification splashed cold water on Su Jie's wavering resolve, born from his desire to avoid trouble. Engage? No reward, but avoidance would cost him Dong Shuji. What was there to hesitate about? A cold smile crept across Su Jie's lips. Today he would show this condensed pulse warrior what he was made of. He leisurely descended the stairs and opened his door. Upon seeing Su Jie emerge, the bald man stepped forward, arms crossed, surveying him arrogantly. You are Su Jie? Indeed. Su Jie replied, scanning the group. Is this the caliber of individuals the Zhou family has sent? Kid, what did you say? One hot-tempered man stepped forward, but was halted by the bald man. The bald man's eyes narrowed. Sharp tongue. I've heard your combat power is impressive. We come to spar today. Per martial arts etiquette, let us see who is stronger. Su Jie chuckled. They were indeed verbose. If they wish to fight, then let it be so. If not, they should leave. You want me to recognize my place? Just you? You're courting death. The group of men was thoroughly provoked, their chi surging as they prepare to strike. Are you planning to fight in a residential area? Suya Motsket. Are you not concerned that the law enforcement team might invite you for tea? The bald man's expression changed. They indeed could not afford to violate regulations and engage in public combat in front of so many witnesses. Suppressing his anger, he sneered, Kid, mere words won't help. As men, let us head to the public arena near the martial arts school. Sign a waiver, and we'll see whose skills are superior. A public arena? Very well. Su Jie readily agreed, having just finished his meal and in need of some physical activity for digestion. His eagerness took the bald man and his companions by surprise, followed by a malicious grin. This kid was indeed an oblivious fool. Their Zhou brother was a condensed pulse warrior with a combat power of 990 points. Surely today he would teach this boy a lesson. Good, you've got guts. Follow us. Su Jie, hands in his pockets, strolled along with them towards the Zhou martial arts school. The crowd gathered around, murmuring in anticipation, some concerned, some curious, but most excited. The confrontation between the number one on a new star list and the instructor from the Zhou martial arts school was indeed big news, as the news spread like wildfire. By the time Su Jie and the others reached the small public arena near the Zhou martial arts school, the area was thronged with spectators. Zhou Kuan stood at a window on the second floor of the martial arts school, coldly observing below, a smirk of scheming satisfaction on his lips. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a profound aura and a grim visage, the deputy head of the Zhou martial arts school, Zhou Xiong, whose combat power was rumored to exceed 3,000 points after condensing 2 martial veins. On the arena, the referee was ready. The bald man leapt onto the stage, locking his gaze on his Su Jie. Zhou Meng from the Zhou martial arts school. Please enlighten me. He unleashed his full power, the 990 points of combat energy radiating unabashedly, eliciting gasps from the audience. Su Jie ambled onto the stage, casually placing his hand on the designated spot. Begin. The referee's voice had barely faded when Zhou Meng roared, his form lunging forward like a tiger unleashed. His fists glimmered with a dusty yellow light, emanating a heavy sense of pressure as he aimed directly for Su Jie's chest. He was employing the Zhou family's renowned martial technique, the earth-shattering fist. The force of his punch howled through the air, immense and powerful, clearly cultivated to a remarkable degree. Although not perfected, it could elevate his foundational combat power to 12 times, reaching around 388 points. This was Zhou instructor's earth-shattering fist. He was serious. This punch could break steel. Su Jie was in danger. However, in the face of this ferocious strike, Su Jie merely shook his head. Too slow. Before his words had settled, Zhou Meng's fist, brimming with terrifying force and nearly brushing Su Jie's garment, suddenly struck nothing but air. What? Zhou Meng's pupils constricted. He had failed to perceive how Su Jie had moved. He felt as though the target had vanished before his eyes. Behind you, someone in the audience shrieked. Zhou Meng turned around in horror, only to find Su Jie had appeared 3 steps behind him, his hands still tucked in his pockets, exuding a leisurely demeanor as if he were strolling in his own backyard. Chapter 19. When the young one is defeated, the old one arrives? A mere coincidence. Zhou Meng roared in his heart, his blood surging once again as he unleashed both fists, the shadows of his punches enveloping Su Jie like a tempest, maximizing the power of the Lie Shi Chuan, sealing off all avenues of escape. Where can you hide now? However, in the face of this impenetrable assault, Su Jie merely seemed to casually step left and right, his figure akin to a specter, as if a delicate willow leaf amidst tumultuous waves, evading the lethal punch by mere fractions of an inch. The fierce wind capable of shattering stone did not even ruffle the hem of his clothing. Tianbu, with steps that traversed the 7 stars, like a dragon soaring through the heavens. How is this possible? Zhou Meng, increasingly alarmed, felt as though he were battling a phantom. All his strength fell upon empty air, leaving him in a state of frustration that nearly made him vomit blood. The once boisterous crowd fell into a deathly silence, with all eyes wide open, incredulity etched upon their faces as they witnessed this bizarre scene. "Your speed is merely at this level?" Su Jie's slightly disappointed voice echoed in Zhou Meng's ears, like a sinister incantation. "It is my turn now." Before his words had fully settled, Su Jie withdrew his right hand from his pocket, pointing it like a sword, a barely perceptible glimmer flashing at his fingertip. The flowing shadow sword technique, combined with the force exertion techniques gleaned from Jichu Jianshu Jinjia, was unleashed in a single, precise thrust. This strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless. It surpassed the speed of Zhou Meng's neural reactions, landing precisely on the acupoint of his weakest defense, the Jianjing point. At the moment his previous strength had waned, and his new strength had yet to arise. With a soft sound, akin to a balloon bursting, Zhou Meng felt a piercing power penetrate his proud defense in an instant. A sharp pain radiated through his right shoulder, rendering his entire arm weak and numb. As the gathered blood energy abruptly dissipated, his forward momentum was violently interrupted, and with a muffled groan he staggered backward several steps before barely regaining his balance. Cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, his gaze towards Su Jie filled with horror and trepidation. The arena was silent as a grave. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. The ace instructor of the Zhou Martial Arts School, a practitioner with a combat power of 2,000, had been repelled by a mere high school student with a single fingertip. This was entirely beyond their comprehension. Su Jie looked at Zhou Meng, whose face was pale and right arm drooping, slowly retracting his finger as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. "It seems the instructors of the Zhou Martial Arts School are not as formidable as they appear." His tone was flat, yet it resonated like a resounding slap on Zhou Meng's face, striking all members of the Zhou Martial Arts School. "What is this technique of yours? What kind of finger technique is this?" Zhou Meng's voice was hoarse, struggling to inquire. Su Jie's lips curled into a faint, meaningful smile. "Do you wish to learn?" "Unfortunately, the temple of your Zhou family is far too small." His gaze swept over the four muscular men from the martial arts school beneath the arena before finally lifting to the large window on the second floor. Though separated by glass, he could feel two icy gazes fixed upon him. "Who is next? Or shall you four come at me together?" His voice was not loud, but carried an unparalleled dominance, reverberating throughout the entire venue. On the second floor, Zhou Xiong's cold eyes seemed to ooze malice as he fixed his gaze on Su Jie in the arena. A tempest of thoughts swirling within him. This youth had held back during the previous power assessment. Where did he acquire such copious blood energy? The surrounding area was enveloped in a profound silence. The remaining four muscular men from the martial arts school exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. "What is wrong? Are you too scared?" Su Jie looked at the four of them, his tone laced with mockery. Just then, a chilling voice sliced through the air like a cold wind, bearing a different, soul-shaking sense of oppression. "Enough." The voice emanated from the second-floor window. Zhou Xiong, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward, his figure appearing like a specter on the arena, merely 10 meters away from Su Jie. The unique pressure of a practitioner in the condensing veins realm surged forth like an invisible tide, causing the onlookers below to gasp for breath. It is the vice master of the Zhou family. He has personally entered the arena, a formidable warrior with 2 cultivated veins. Su Jie was now in significant trouble. The Zhou Xiong before him, as the vice master of the Zhou Martial Arts School, had already cultivated 2 veins, and his foundational combat power likely surpassed the formidable threshold of 4,000 points. This was far beyond Su Jie's current combat power of 2,508 points, making a direct confrontation unfeasible. Su Jie pupils constricted, and the 99 6th and 7th tier martial apertures within him instinctively accelerated their operation, blood energy surging forth to resist the pressure emanating from a higher plane of existence. He clearly sensed that the blood energy of Zhou Xiong not only exceeded that of Zhou Meng in quantity, but, more importantly, in quality, being more refined, pure, and infused with vitality. Zhou Xiong's gaze was sharp as an eagle, instantly capturing the extraordinary foundation within Su Jie, his eyes betraying a flicker of undeniable shock and deeper greed. Such a robust blood energy fluctuation from 99 apertures. You must have refined over half of your apertures to the 6th tier, if not more. Zhou Xiong's voice carried an unintentional rasp. Where does your blood energy originate? He understood all too well the implications behind this. Refining a martial aperture from the 4th tier to the 5th requires 200 points of blood energy. 99 of them totals nearly 20,000 points. Moreover, advancing from the 5th to the 6th tier necessitates 500 points per aperture, approaching 50,000 points. This was a figure that instilled despair in ordinary practitioners. Zhou Xiong himself had barely managed to refine 20 apertures to the 5th tier by the age of 30. With the remaining ones, he lacked the resources to support, and his temperament could not endure the time-consuming process of aperture refinement. Later, he obtained considerable benefits in a secret realm, culminating in the cultivation of 2 veins and a leap of 3,000 points in combat power. This was his reality, as well as that of 99% of the world's practitioners. Limited resources necessitating weighing costs and benefits. With finite resources, should one strive for the low-value enhancement of a few hundred points in combat power through aperture refinement, or directly condense veins to achieve an immediate transformation of 1,000 points in combat power? The answer was self-evident. Thus, when he beheld Su Jie's unreasonably robust foundation, he lost his composure. The vast blood energy resources it represented would drive any faction into a frenzy. Boy, hand over your secrets, Zhou Xiong bellowed. Unable to maintain his calm any longer, his eyes filled with fervent greed. Such a massive quantity of blood energy could cultivate several practitioners in the condensing veins realm. To waste it solely on you for refining martial apertures is an absolute travesty. What's wrong? When a young one is defeated, the old one arrives. Su Jie raised an eyebrow, his tone still laced with that infuriating calmness. Is the Vice Master planning to personally guide me? Chapter 20. 3 veins sharp-tongued. Zhou Xiong snorted coldly, ceasing further pleasantries. He understood that conversing with this youth was futile. Only by overwhelming him with absolute strength could he restore the Zhou family's dignity and seize the potential opportunity. With a swift motion, he surged forward, the speed granted by his 2 cultivated veins reaching its zenith, his right hand forming claws, letting out a piercing shriek as he aimed directly for Su Jie. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. Is this the power of 2 cultivated veins? Zhou Meng felt a chill run down his spine. Experiencing the combat power exceeding 4,000 points firsthand rendered him acutely aware of the suffocating disparity it brought. Furthermore, with the addition of at least mid-tier martial techniques, his combat power likely surpassed 6,000 points. This was beyond what his current foundational combat power could withstand. Despite the finesse of Ta Tianbu, under such an absolute difference in strength and speed, it would be challenging to fully evade this furious, targeted strike. A direct confrontation would lead to certain doom. Zhou Xiong's claws tore through the air, accompanied by a deadly shriek, closing in on him. The fierce wind generated by the claws stung Su Jie's skin, leaving him with no avenue of escape. I have no choice but to use it. In Su Jie's eyes, a fierce glint flashed as his right hand, which had remained concealed until now, suddenly emerged from his pocket. With his index and middle fingers aligned, an immense torrent of vital energy surged within him, compressing with unprecedented speed towards his fingertips, gathering intensely. 800 points of vital energy. This was the maximum his body could stably endure and instantly mobilize. With a mere thought, the 800 points of vital energy ferociously infused into the blood technique. Dong Suji. A resonating hum erupted, emanating waves of heart-stopping intensity from his fingertips, causing the very space around them to distort slightly, the light dimming as a dangerously concentrated aura of destruction pervaded the air. This singular point, infused with 800 points of vital energy, harbored a sheer destructive force that astonishingly equated to 8,000 points of combat power. Shatter! Su Jie commanded, and rather than retreating in the face of the steel-shredding claws, he advanced, his fingertip charged with terrifying strength, striking precisely at Zhou Xiong's claw's heart. Fool! Seeking your own demise. Zhou Xiong scoffed, even more amused at Su Jie's audacity to meet his claw with mere finger strength. He intensified his claw's power, intent on tearing both the boy and his finger to shreds. However, at the moment their forces collided, an almost imperceptible yet excruciating sound pierced the air. Instead of the anticipated shattering of bones and the breaking of arms, Zhou Xiong found his seemingly indomitable claw strength effortlessly pierced, akin to paper. At the moment it touched Su Jia's finger, the power contained within that finger was so concentrated and domineering that it instantaneously ripped through his claw strength, penetrated his protective vital energy, shattered his bones, and continued unabated, bursting forth from his palm in a spray of blood. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Zhou Xiong's lips as he froze mid-charge, incredulously gazing at his blood-soaked right hand, now marred with a gaping, transparent hole. The remnants of that sharp, tyrannical finger's strength wreaked havoc through his arm's meridians, inflicting relentless, tearing agony. His entire right arm collapsed, rendered temporarily useless. The renowned Xian-level mid-grade martial technique, Eagle Claw skill, which he had honed to amplify 2 martial veins, proved utterly inadequate against a mere finger strike. An eerie silence enveloped the arena, as all present were left dumbfounded, their minds blank. Su Jie slowly withdrew his finger, his complexion slightly pale. The one-time consumption of 800 points of vital energy was a considerable burden, sending waves of searing pain through his arm. Yet, his gaze towards Zhou Xiong was as cold as steel. It seems, he remarked, flicking his finger with a hint of derision. The Zhou family's ultimate technique leaves much to be desired. It cannot even withstand a single strike from me. Zhou Xiong clutched his punctured hand, blood seeping through his fingers, trembling from the severe pain and humiliation. His glare at Su Jie was filled with resentment, horror, and a flicker of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. What rank of martial technique was this? It had to be at least Earth level. Otherwise, how could one with barely over 2,000 points of foundational combat power unleash such a terrifying attack? Instantly breaking through his martial technique's 6,000 combat power and inflicting such grievous harm. This boy possessed not only a secret for rapidly accumulating vital energy, but also such a high-tier attack martial technique. Such fortune was truly monstrous. After a brief, stunned silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. He won. Su Yizon, with just a single finger. He has crippled the Vice-Hall Master's arm. My heavens, what kind of monster is he? Earth-level martial technique. What he used just now was undoubtedly an Earth-level martial technique. How many years has it been since Earth-level martial techniques have appeared in Linjiang City? Gasps of awe and fervent discussions fill the air, almost threatening to lift the roof off the venue. All gazes turned towards Su Jie, their perception transformed. In a world that revered strength, he had commanded their respect through undeniable power. Yet, at that moment, a far more terrifying aura erupted from deep within the Zhou family's martial hall, akin to a dormant volcano awakening violently. This presence swept across the entire arena, squeezing the throats of all present, making it difficult to breathe. Young one, you have done well. An ancient voice resonated, low yet clear, reaching every ear. Soon after, an elderly figure clad in a gray robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, appeared silently upon the stage, exuding an air of formidable presence. Though he appeared exceedingly aged, his complexion was rosy, and his eyes shone with a piercing brilliance, the fluctuations of vital energy around him akin to an unfathomable ocean. The true stabilizing force of the Zhou family. The Hall Master Zhou Tianfang, a warrior who had refined 3 martial veins. Hall Master, family head, Zhou Xiong and Zhou Kuan cried out. Their faces rekindled with hope as if they had seen a savior. The crowd below was stricken with awe. It was the elder family head of the Zhou family. 3 martial veins. He had personally come forth. It was over. No matter how monstrous Su Jie was, he could not possibly contend with a 3 martial vein master. Not even an Earth-level martial technique could compensate for such a vast disparity in realms. Zhou Tianfang paid no heed to others, his keen eyes, sharp as a falconess, fixated directly upon Su Jie, as if he sought to peer into his very soul. You, young one, strike with such ferocity, crippling my martial hall's vice-hall master. Your methods are ruthless for one so young. Zhou Tianfang's voice was devoid of emotion, yet carried a chilling resonance. You harbor many secrets, especially with what appears to be Earth-level or higher martial techniques. He slowly raised his withered hand, within which vital energy began to coalesce. radiating a terrifying wave far superior to Zhou Xiong's. The vital energy bolstered by 3 martial veins, both in quality and quantity, was leagues beyond what Zhou Xiong could muster. Hand over your martial techniques and the secret of your abundant vital energy and self-destruct your cultivation. I may spare your life. Zhou Tianfeng's words radiated absolute control, as if he had already sealed Su Jie's fate. Faced with this mountain-like, oppressive aura, Su Jie felt his bones groan under the weight, the circulation of his vital energy becoming sluggish. The techniques Tianbu and Dong Su Ji seemed utterly futile in the face of such overwhelming power. His expression grew grave, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Employing over 1,000 points of vital energy with Dong Su Ji might offer a sliver of hope. But his adversary would not grant him the luxury of time to gather his strength, and the consequences of failure would be dire. Just as the situation became increasingly dire, a calm yet powerful voice resonated. Old Zhou, it has been decades, and you still enjoy bullying the young. This voice, filled with warmth and strength, swept through the crowd like a gentle spring breeze, dissipating Zhou Tianfeng's oppressive aura effortlessly. Everyone turned in astonishment to see a middle-aged scholar clad in a blue long robe, possessing an elegant demeanor and extraordinary presence, smiling as he stood at the edge of the arena. Upon seeing this figure, Zhou Tianfeng's pupils constricted, his previously stoic face finally betraying intense agitation. Young Baichuan, how did you come to be here? Yang Baichuan. The very name held a charm that ignited the crowd into a frenzy once more. Yang Baichuan? Is he not the vice president of the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association? Rumor has it he refined 4 martial veins years ago. One of the top-tier warriors in our city. What could he possibly be doing in a place like this, intervening on Su Jie's behalf? Ignoring Zhou Tianfeng's astonishment, Yang Baichuan's gaze softened as he looked at Su Jie, admiration evident in his eyes. Young man, quite impressive. Your foundation is solid. Your courage remarkable, and your comprehension is exceptionally rare. He clearly recognized the extraordinary nature of Su Jie's martial insights and techniques. Su Jie, moved, hurriedly bowed in respect. Junior Su Jie pays his respects to President Yang. Though he had never met this man before, it was evident he had come to his aid, and with an unfathomable strength, he knew he must show proper respect. Yang Baichuan inclined his head slightly before turning to Zhou Tianfeng, whose countenance was grim, and calmly remarked, Old Ghost Zhou, let the matters of the youth be resolved by the youth themselves. As the esteemed head of the hall, and an elder with 3 martial veins, how can you resort to violence against a high school student? What will become of the Zhou family's reputation if word gets out? Zhou Tianfeng's face darkened. His teeth clenched as he retorted, Yang Baichuan, this young man has injured our deputy hall master and possesses a precious treasure. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Does the Martial Arts Association intend to meddle in the private affairs of the Zhou family? Private affairs? Yang Baichuan Chuklet Li. Su Ju is the top contender of this year's Linjiang Rising Stars list and represents the future hope of our martial community in Linjiang. Furthermore, in a competition, if one is outmatched, injuries are to be expected. If the Zhou family is dissatisfied, the younger generation can challenge him again. To exert pressure as elders is not only futile, but will also diminish your standing, especially if your distant relatives in the council learn of this. His tone remained composed, yet the weight of his words was as heavy as a mountain, particularly given his absolute strength with 4 martial veins, which left Zhou Tianfeng feeling apprehensive. Zhou Tianfeng's chest heaved violently, clearly enraged, but recognizing the calm yet determined demeanor of Yang Baichuan, he understood that the situation was beyond his control. With Yang Baichuan's involvement, he could not touch Su Ju in the slightest. Very well. A commendable Yang Baichuan. A commendable martial arts association. Yo Tianfeng glorified et Yang Baichuan. Then cast a menacing glance at Su Ju, as if to engrave his image in his mind. The Zhou family will remember this day. We shall take our leave. With that, he swept his robe, gathering the injured Zhou Xiong and the disoriented Zhou Kun, and with a flicker of his figure, he led the Zhou family members away swiftly, their backs radiating a suppressed fury. As the Zhou family departed, the suffocating sense of oppression finally dissipated. Everyone exhaled deeply, feeling as though they had survived a calamity. Yang Baichuan then turned his gaze back to Su Ju, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Young one, though the waters of Linjiang may not be deep, there are many undercurrents. You must exercise caution in your future endeavors. Su Ju bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, President Yang, for your assistance today. Yang Baichuan waved his hand dismissively, speaking with significance. There is no need to thank me. It is your talent and strength that merit my intervention. Train diligently. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the martial examination and on even grander stages. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me at the Martial Arts Association. Also, prepare yourself over these next few days. I shall contact you in 7 days to take you to a most intriguing place. Without waiting for Su Ju's response, he vanished like smoke, as if he had never been there. Su Ju stood still for a moment, gazing in the direction where Yang Baichuan had disappeared, feeling the vigorous blood and energy surging within him, alongside the 12 martial apertures that had already ascended to level 7. A smile gradually forming at the corner of his mouth. Mysterious indeed. I wonder where this senior intends to take me. As his thoughts wandered, he recalled the recently departed Zhou family elder. Is the elder with 3 martial veins truly formidable? Once I refine all my apertures to level 10 and consolidate my martial veins, I shall shatter you with a single punch. Filled with a surge of confidence, Su Ju turned and made his way back to his rented apartment, disregarding the mixed gazes of awe, envy, and complexity from those around him. After indulging in a meal outside and packing a substantial quantity of beef jerky, Su Ju returned to the modest yet comforting rented space. After locking the door, he lay down on the bed. System displayed detailed status. The luminous screen unfolded. Host, Su Ju, current martial apertures, level 7, 13. Level 6, 86, current blood energy reserve. 3, 159, 650 points, combat power. 2, 519 points. Cultivation technique, Bin Yuan Tuna Shu, supreme level. Martial skills acquired, Tatian Bu, Xian Great Supreme. Dong Su Ji, blood energy technique. Lu Ing Jian Fa, Xian Great Inferior. Special status, resonance refinement, passive skill, double speed of martial aperture refinement, with over 300,000 points of blood energy reserve. He had enough to sustain him for quite some time. However, that old ghost from the Zhou family posed a threat, and he needed to elevate his strength more rapidly. The immediate priority was to refine his martial apertures. As long as my foundation is solid enough, what do I care for a few martial veins? I shall crush them all. Resolute, he plunged his mind entirely into his body, guiding the vast ocean of blood energy like diligent workers, to commence the assault on a level 6 martial aperture. Consuming 3,000 points of blood energy, martial aperture refinement in progress. Estimated time, 5 hours. As the refinement began, a pure and gentle force gradually emanated from the martial aperture, fortifying his physique. Su Ju became completely absorbed in the pleasurable sensation of steadily enhancing power, forgetting everything in the outside world. Chapter 22. Instant world time flew by in silence. Whenever hunger struck, he would nibble on some of the expensive beef jerky he had purchased earlier, and whenever thirst arose, he would sip on some water. Aside from the essential physiological needs and brief moments of sleep, Su Ju devoted all his time to this tedious endeavor of refinement. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level, 7. Combat power, 11. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level, 7. Combat power, 11. The melodious system notifications became the sole background music in his life. 7 days swiftly passed. On the eve of the appointment set by Yang Baichuan, Su Ju awoke from his fervent training. He immediately checked the system panel. Current martial apertures, level 7, 45, level 6, 54, current blood energy reserve, 3, 675, 650 points, combat power, 2, 871 points. A combat power of 2, 871. Su Ju clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and cast a glance at his blood energy reserve, which had already surpassed 3.6 million, instilling him with immense confidence. Su Ju checked the unread messages in his wristband and discovered an encrypted message from Yang Baichuan, containing only a coordinate and a brief note. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. East City, abandoned mine number 7. Do not be late. How cryptic. Su Ju smirked but resolved to arrive on time. That night, he refrained from training and succumbed to deep sleep, utterly exhausted. The next morning, upon arriving at the abandoned mine, he found Yang Baichuan standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, beside a sleek, technologically advanced black small aircraft. President Yang, Sujue approached respectfully. Yang Baichuan turned, his gaze sweeping over Suju, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. You seem to have grown significantly stronger in just 7 days. It appears the pressure from the Zhou family has transformed into motivation for you. Suju smiled, not denying it. He had been tirelessly refining his martial apertures day and night, yielding impressive results. Suju, you bear a striking resemblance to your father. Yang Baichuan spoke slowly, his tone laced with a touch of unnoticeable sentimentality. Suju's mind stirred. It was the first time someone had voluntarily mentioned his parents. Based on the vague memories of the original owner and Yang Baichuan's words, he remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Your grandfather and I fought side by side on the northern border defense line years ago. Thus, we share a bond as comrades. Yang Baichuan took a puff of smoke. Your parents were also remarkable individuals. They perished 3 years ago during the sudden large-scale beast tide. They were heroes guarding humanity, true martyrs. Su Hui nodded. His respect for the parents he had never met deepening, and he understood why the municipal government had compensation policies for him as the child of a martyr. You have been silent for many years, yet now you soar to new heights. You must have encountered your own opportunities. Yang Baichuan regarded Su Jue, his gaze sharp yet devoid of greed. This is your fortune, a fitting tribute to your sacrificed parents. He shifted his tone, becoming serious. Now that you have emerged, there are matters you must be made aware of. Do you believe that we humans are truly secure under the starry sky? Suju straightened his posture, aware that the crux of the discussion was at hand. Indeed, much information has been concealed from the public. Our human race, having thrived to this day with a population of billions, occupies but a remote corner of a supercontinent on the vast, perilous planet known as Tianmingxing. Yang Baichuan's voice was somewhat somber as he spoke of the numerous monstrous beasts that dominate the continent's mountains, swamps, forests, and oceans, numbers that exceed trillions. Among them are terrifying entities capable of moving mountains and filling seas, even bringing down stars with their roars. To these beings, we are merely guests or perhaps prey upon this land. Yang Baichuan's tone remained grave as he reflected on how we managed to carve out a niche for ourselves and establish a civilized society not through the benevolence of these beasts, but through the blood and flesh of countless ancestors who built a martial arts fortress, a miraculous event that allowed humanity to rise a millennium ago. Miracle? Su Huang Guiyith. Curiosity piqued. Yes, a miracle that changed the fate of humanity on Tianmingxing. Yang Baichuan replied, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. A millennium ago, a colossal palace inexplicably materialized within our territory. Initially, there was panic, but pioneers risked their lives to investigate, discovering that the palace was preceded by a white jade plaza. This was not a dead end, but a series of portals leading to different worlds, which we call the Fubun Shruti, Fubun Shiji. Fubun? Suju felt a jolt within. This concept resonated with the games he had played in his past life. Indeed, Fubun, a myriad of worlds filled with bizarre sights and dangers, yet also brimming with endless opportunities. Each Fubun is fraught with peril, peculiar rules, formidable guardians, and an environment that has claimed countless talented warriors. However, he emphasized with weight, initially, our human race truly embarked on a martial arts era thanks to the reward of Jichu Hushifa. Jichu Hushifa, we narrowly extracted from the simplest of Fubun, granting us the means to contend against the monstrous beasts. The palace was known as the Wanxiang Tiangong, and it has since been seized by the Federal Supreme Council, becoming our greatest asset and highest secret. Yang Baichuan fixed his intense gaze on Suju, stating that only warriors with combat power exceeding 2,000 points, after undergoing stringent scrutiny and whose lineage has been loyal to humanity for 3 generations, are deemed worthy of knowing its existence and permitted to explore it. The Federal Council requires them to enter various Fubun, to explore, engage in battles, and acquire resources, techniques, and even technologies to sustain our fight against the relentless invasions of monstrous beasts, ensuring the survival of humanity. Suju inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of fervor within him. The background of this world was indeed vast. Humanity was not at ease, but struggling for survival amidst crises. Fortunately, while the monstrous beasts were numerous, they were not a monolith. Their internal factions were intricate, providing us with opportunities to breathe and develop. Yang Baichuan continuet, Su Jue. Your sudden rise and soaring combat power will undoubtedly attract attention from many quarters. Although the majority of the federal warriors are adventuring in the Fubon worlds or guarding the martial arts fortress against the beasts, trouble from shallow-minded factions like the Zhou family will not be the last. However, he said with a serious tone, there is no need for you to overly worry. The Federal Council has strict laws prohibiting the coercion or plunder of warriors, especially talented ones. This is a bottom line. Anyone who crosses it meets their demise. On the surface, no one dares to lay a hand on you, but caution against covert schemes is essential. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Su Ju sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, President Yang. Chapter 23. War God. Yu Wuji Yang Baichuan waved his hand and inquired. Now, you are aware of part of the truth of this world. Traditionally, warriors typically enter universities after the martial examination, solidifying their strength further before being arranged to engage with the Wensheng Tengong, unless there are anomalies like you, who can meet the entry threshold early. He gazed meaningfully at Su Ju. Your combat power should far exceed 2,000 points by now, correct? Are you interested in taking an early glimpse into the world beyond that luminous gateway, or would you prefer to consolidate your strength for a while longer? Su Ju did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed a question, President Yang. How do the higher-ups or the true circles of power perceive the refinement of martial apertures? Yang Baichuan seemed to have anticipated this, smiling as he said, I knew you would inquire about this. The deeper one's foundational cultivation of martial apertures, the greater the potential for the future, a consensus among us. Do you know that our Tianmingxing human race's foremost expert, revered as the war god, Yu Wuji, had a foundational cultivation of 99 martial apertures, all refined to the 9th level, before he crystallized the first martial vein? His voice carried immense reverence. After crystallizing the martial vein, a warrior's ability to metabolize the toxin from monstrous beast cores significantly enhances. Subsequently, the Federal Council pooled vast resources of vitality to aid him in crystallizing 9 martial veins. Now, his combat power has reached the level of slaying beast emperors, rendering him invincible. He is the true monument and pride of our human martial arts. He then shifted his tone with a hint of resignation. However, you must understand that the further one progresses, the consumption of vitality becomes astronomically high. To refine a martial aperture from the 8th to the 9th level requires a quantity of vitality sufficient to cultivate several crystallization stage warriors. Our human resources are finite, and with formidable enemies surrounding us, we cannot afford to waste time or resources. After Yu Wuji, the core disciples nurtured by various factions generally reach the 6th or 7th level of martial apertures by 18 years of age, which already signifies the utmost expenditure of resources, marking them as elite. They then opt for crystallization to rapidly form high-end combat power. Moreover, many significant Thubing have age or combat power restrictions. Delaying too long may cause one to miss the optimal exploration period. Yang Baichuan regarded Su Ju with earnestness. Thus, my advice to you is to publicly declare that after refining your martial apertures to the 6th level, you crystallize your martial veins. Your combat power, far surpassing your peers, can be explained as having already crystallized your martial veins, or as a result of exceptional insight, having independently created formidable martial techniques. This way, you can conceal your true foundation while minimizing unnecessary envy. After all, no one could discern the exact level of your martial apertures. Su Hui understood. Yang Baichuan was genuinely considering his well-being, providing him with a reasonable disguise. I comprehend. Thank you for your guidance, President Yang. Su Ju earnestly expressed his gratitude. Then his eyes ignited with determination. I wish to see the Onsheng Tengung, but not at this moment. Oh, Yang Baichuan raised an eyebrow. I wish to consolidate my strength further. Su Ju did not specify to what extent he intended to consolidate, yet the resoluteness in his gaze was undeniable. Once I am prepared, I shall contact you. He knew that the world beyond the luminous gateway held both dangers and opportunities, until he possessed absolute self-defense capabilities. at least ensuring all his martial apertures reached the 7th level of perfection or even beginning to challenge the 8th level. He did not wish to recklessly enter an entirely unknown domain. After all, his system was his greatest trump card, and he could not afford any missteps. Yang Baichuan nodded in appreciation, not arrogant, not impatient, possessing composure. Excellent. Since that is the case, I shall not press you. Keep this contact code. You can reach me at any time. Additionally, the purpose of today's meeting was to allow you an early glimpse of the true monstrous beast tide. Yang Baichuan's words sent a shiver down Su Ju's spine. The true monstrous beast tide? He had only gleaned vague memories from the original host and fragments from textbooks. It was a brutal battlefield where walls were forged from flesh and blood. Very well. Su Ju's eyes sparkled not with fear, but with fervent determination. Ultimately, being cloistered away cannot compare to real combat. He also wished to see how much his newfound strength could truly achieve in the face of genuine war. The two boarded a sleek, black flying vessel, its interior modest, yet imbued with a sense of advanced technology. Yang Baichuan piloted the craft himself, and it ascended silently, transforming into a streak of black light as it sped towards the outskirts of Linjiang City. We are not heading to the Wanshang Tiangong, but rather to a forward operating base along the northern border. Yang Baichuan skillfully maneuvered while elucidating that the pressure in that area had recently intensified, with small groups of monstrous beasts infiltrating frequently, providing an opportune moment for you to experience the atmosphere of the battlefield. The speed of the flying machine was remarkable as the scenery outside swiftly receded, leaving the city far behind. Below lay undulating mountain ranges and lush primeval forests, with the occasional glimpse of gigantic avian creatures soaring past. Approximately 2 hours later, the aircraft began to descend. Su Ju peered through the porthole and beheld a militarized base surrounded by colossal alloy walls. The walls bristled with energy turrets, and he could faintly discern soldiers clad in standard armor patrolling the perimeter, the air heavy with a faint mingling of blood and gunpowder. The aircraft landed steadily on the base's helipad. As he stepped out of the cabin, a biting cold wind, tinged with rust and burned odors, greeted Su Ju, invigorating his spirit. A robust man in a lieutenant's uniform, bearing a scar on his face, approached briskly, saluting Yang Baichuan with respect. General Yang, you have arrived. Lieutenant Zhang, what is the situation? Yang Baichuan inquired with a slight nod. Not good, Lieutenant Zhang replied, his expression grave. According to reconnaissance, the number of monstrous beasts congregating in the nearby mountains has increased by 30% since yesterday, and several beasts with combat power exceeding 10,000 points have emerged. Recently, there have been frequent assaults on Outpost 77 by these beasts. We suspect they may be preparing for a large-scale beast tide targeting the outpost soon. He cast a glance at Su Ju behind Yang Baichuan, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, yet wisely refrained from further questioning. It was evident that the young man brought personally by the vice president was extraordinary. Outpost 77, Yang Baichuan mused momentarily. Let us proceed to investigate. The three of them boarded an armored vehicle within the base and headed towards the outer defensive line. As they approached the border, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The remnants of damaged armored vehicles, charred earth, and bloodstains not yet fully cleared told tales of frequent and brutal combat. Soon a small outpost, built in a valley and relying on the terrain for defense, came into view. The defensive fortifications surrounding the outpost bore multiple damages, currently being urgently repaired by engineers, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence. Enemy attack. It's a beast tide. Medium scale. All personnel, take combat positions. The observer atop the outpost's tower shouted hoarsely. The ground began to tremble slightly, and from the distant mountains and forests, billowing smoke emerged, resembling a black tide as innumerable monstrous beasts of various forms surged forth. Wolves, leopards, serpents, each with crimson eyes, emitting bloodthirsty roars, coalesced into a devastating torrent. Charging towards the outpost. Prepare for battle. Lieutenant Zhang bellowed, drawing his combat knife, his energy surging with a combat power of approximately 1,800 points. The soldiers within the outpost, though pale, acted without hesitation, swiftly occupying advantageous positions as energy weapons began to charge, glowing with a dangerous luminescence. Yang Baichuan did not intervene, merely observing quietly as he instructed Su Ju, "Go ahead, be cautious, and absorb the battlefield atmosphere. Remember, powerful commanders often hide within the beast tide. Taking a deep breath to quell the initial tension of facing a beast tide, Su Ju felt a surge of fighting spirit replace it. His figure flickered, appearing at the forefront of the outpost's walls like a wraith. Gazing down at the densely packed, snarling beasts below, Su Ju's eyes turned icy. Let me test the power of my 7th-level Martial Aperture on you. Without even employing the Liu Ying sword technique, he simply unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A torrent of vital energy erupted forth, transforming into a condensed fist force that struck the beast horde like a cannonball. Thud! 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 Where the fist force passed, 7 or 8 beasts with combat power around 1,000 points were obliterated, exploding into a mist of blood. A small area was cleared. The sheer might of this punch left the soldiers, who were nervously preparing for battle, in astonishment. Who was that kid? So fierce? One exclaimed. He just smashed 7 or 8 ironback wolves with a single punch. His combat power must be at least over 1,500 points. Lieutenant Zhang turned in shock towards Yang Baichuan, who merely smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated this. Feeling the effect of his punch, Su Ju's confidence surged. He no longer held back, moving swiftly along the walls, his fists striking like drums, unleashing wave after wave of condensed fist forces, each creating a small clearing in the beast tide. He surged through the enemy ranks like a god of war, significantly alleviating the pressure on the front lines of the outpost. The soldiers' morale soared, their battle cries echoing through the air. Just as the initial onslaught of the beast tide was being contained, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A sharp, piercing screech erupted from the rear of the beast tide, and 3 notably larger, azure wolves, swirling with winds, leapt forth. Their eyes were an eerie silver. Hadjeting en aura exceeding 2000 points. The Wind Wolf leaders. Lieutenant Zhang's expression changed drastically. 2 of the Wind Wolf leaders lunged directly at Su Ju, their speed akin to the tempest, their claws slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Come on. Su Ju welcomed the challenge, activating Tian Bu, his form flowing like a dragon as he deftly evaded the 2 wolves' pounces. Simultaneously, he pointed like a sword, the essence of Liu Ying's sword technique merging into his fingers, targeting the vulnerable abdomen of one wind wolf. With a piercing sound, the fierce energy within his fingertip pierced through the wolf's tough hide, spouting a spray of blood. The wind wolf howled in pain. Seizing the moment, the other wind wolf attempted a sneak attack from the side, aiming for Su Ju's neck with its massive jaws. Without even glancing, Su Ju retaliated with a punch, hitting the wolf's snout with an overwhelming force. Crack! A sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed, as the wolf's jaws were crushed inward, howling as it was sent flying. Just as Su Ju prepared to press his advantage and eliminate the 2 wounded wind wolf leaders. The third, the strongest one, with a combat power nearing 2,300 points, did not join the fray, but instead darted towards a weak point in the outpost defenses with a cunning glint in its eyes. Suyu's gaze hardened. He swiftly evaded the entanglement and positioned himself ahead of the wind wolf leader with greater speed. Get lost, he barked, delivering a punch infused with over 2,800 points of combat power, landing squarely on the leader's head. Boom! Like a watermelon bursting, the head of the wind wolf leader, with combat power nearing 2,000 points, was obliterated by the ferocious force, its headless body collapsing to the ground, twitching briefly before lying still. In an instant, it was a decisive kill. The other 2 injured wind wolf leaders, witnessing this, emitted terrified whimpers, their tails tucked as they attempted to flee. But Su Ju would not allow their escape. He activated Tian Bu to pursue, using both fingers and palms to swiftly eliminate them as well. With their leader slain, the remaining beasts fell into disarray, quickly retreating under the soldiers' counterattack. The beast tide receded, leaving devastation in its wake. The soldiers silently began clearing the battlefield, gathering their fallen comrades' bodies as the air was heavy with sorrow and exhaustion. Standing atop the walls, Su Ju felt the surging power within him, and for the first time truly grasped the cruelty of war and the fragility of life. At that moment, a sharp, mournful cry, starkly contrasting with the solemn atmosphere of the battlefield, shattered the silence. Achong, Xiaovi, no, you cannot die. You promised to protect me. Su Ju turned towards the sound and saw a young woman, dressed in a tactical suit that appeared excessively clean and even fashionable, collapsed over the bodies of two young men, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Her delicate makeup was marred by tears and blood, and she tightly clutched a damaged special device equipped with live, streaming capabilities. Su Jie recognized the woman before him. She was the recently popular online influencer, Mao Xianchongwei, known for her daring explorations of perilous terrains and her experiences as a martial artist. Clearly, she and her team, including her boyfriend and brother, had ventured into the true front line of danger in pursuit of greater visibility, only to pay a harrowing price. Mao Xianchongwei abruptly lifted her head, her eyes, which were once captivatingly charming for the camera, now filled with bloodshot fury and frantic resentment. Her gaze frantically scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing upon Su Jie, as if he were a venomous dagger. It was he, the formidable figure who had descended like a god to vanquish the beast leader. Had he not chosen to eliminate the Wolf Kings first, but rather rushed to their rescue, her boyfriend and brother would still be alive. The grief of losing her loved ones, intertwined with the dread of a potentially shattered streaming career, morphed into a twisted, misdirected rage. Struggling to her feet, she charged at Su Jie, her madness palpable as she pointed an accusatory finger at him, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. Why? You are so powerful. Why didn't you come to save us first? If you had come to our aid, Chong and Xiao Hui would not have perished. It is you. You are the one who caused their deaths. You cold-hearted executioner. Return my Chong. Return my Xiao Hui. Chapter 25. Su Jie's finger in Yang Baichuan's blade. Revised version. Her voice was sharp and jarring, rife with unreasonable accusations and frantic despair. Su Jie observed the woman before him, her features contorted by grief and rage as she unleashed her illogical reproaches. He remained unmoved, his expression devoid of emotion. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several soldiers around him pausing in their bandaging, their attention drawn to the scene. Some bore expressions of numbness. Others were merely spectators, while a few harbored sentiments akin to those the woman had just vocalized, thoughts fleeting yet unspoken. Indeed, why could he not save everyone? Given his immense power, that notion pricked at him like a fine needle. Just once, the fervor that had surged within him, due to the bloodshed, swiftly cooled. Gazing at the woman's distorted visage, he suddenly felt a profound sense of disinterest. He recalled the original host, the fool who had lent his vitality bit by bit to Lin Shuer, until his last breath. The original host likely believed he had not exerted enough effort to satisfy her, did he not? The essence of the current scene was remarkably similar. The original host sought love, while this woman clung to her self-righteous victimhood. Those who foolishly worship love meet tragic ends, and this moral coercion bore the same fate. Su Jie curled his lips into a slight smirk. He remembered the sleepless nights spent laboring over his thesis, leading to a sudden demise, the fate of an overachiever. Arriving here, endowed with a system, he had vowed to seize his destiny, never to act foolishly again. So now, would he allow this woman to point an accusing finger at him, to throw a tantrum here, to undermine the morale of the troops, and perhaps even plant a thorn in his heart? To hell with that. So be of it. He spoke not a word, offered no explanations, nor made grand gestures. His right hand emerged from his pocket, fingers forming a point directed at the woman's forehead, executing a swift motion akin to brushing away dust. A faint sound sliced through the air. All of her cries, hatred, and accusations became lodged in her throat. Her eyes widened in disbelief, the frenzy within them transforming to confusion and shock. A crimson appeared upon her brow. She swayed, then toppled backward, landing with a thud amid the bodies of her fallen companions. Silence enveloped the world. The only sounds were the wind's whispers and the distant scent of blood lingering in the air. All the soldiers stood frozen, glancing between the lifeless form on the ground and Su Jie, whose fingers had just returned to his side, his expression eerily calm. No one spoke. Zhang Weiguan opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words, turning back to direct the cleanup in silence. Su Jie flicked his fingers as though he had merely swatted a mosquito. He glanced at the soldiers who had previously exhibited unusual expressions. Their eyes immediately fell to the ground, hastily returning to their tasks. The path they chose was their own. They must not blame the road for its treachery. Su Jie's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly. On the battlefield, no one owes you anything. Just as Su Jie intended to turn away, a quavering voice erupted from among the soldiers. You just killed her like that. A young soldier, appearing barely in his 20s, pushed through, his eyes red-rimmed and clutching a roll of bandages. He pointed at the corpse of the female influencer, then thrust his finger at Su Jie, his voice rising with an increasingly desperate tone. She was deranged. She was speaking nonsense, but she just lost her boyfriend and brother. She is just an ordinary person. You are so powerful. You cannot just... His words became incoherent, his emotions unraveling. This is slaughter. What distinguishes you from the beast? The expressions of the nearby seasoned soldiers changed in an instant. They attempted to restrain him, but were too late. His words cut deeply, lacking the weight of wisdom. The atmosphere, which had just begun to ease following the retreat of the beast tide, instantly tensed once more. Many soldiers cast complex glances between Su Jie and the young soldier, ultimately glancing toward the approaching Yang Baichuan. Su Jie halted, turning to regard the young soldier. The boy's face bore the marks of battle, smeared with dirt, yet it was the raw emotion of youthful idealism, suddenly shattered by harsh reality, that struck Su Jie. He remained silent, observing to see how this would unfold. Distinction? It was Yang Baichuan's calm, almost indifferent voice that responded to the young soldier. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Baichuan had already positioned himself 3 steps ahead of the young soldier, hands clasped behind his back as if merely taking a casual stroll. The young soldier, spurred by Yang Baichuan's words, turned to face him, his chest heaving with agitation, eager to speak. General Yang, the distinction is simple, Yang Baichuan interrupted, his tone unwavering, as though stating a self-evident truth. Beasts kill to feed, to claim territory. I kill to ensure that more may live and to safeguard this place, so that I may slay more beasts in the future. He swept his gaze across the young soldier and all those who were listening intently. Do you pity her? So, she is pitiful, and that grants her the right to curse the executioner who fought valiantly to protect this outpost while her comrades were still fresh in their graves? She is pitiful, and that gives her the right to unleash her personal vendetta upon those defending the border, jeopardizing the morale of the troops? The young soldier's complexion paled. His lips quivered, but she was just too heartbroken. She's not a beast. Heartbroken? Yang Baichuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, devoid of warmth. Inva, who is not heartbroken? The fallen, who among them does not have parents, spouses, or children? Who among them is not someone's brother or friend? If everyone were to react as she did, would we continue to fight? Would we still defend our lines? He took a small step forward, closing the distance to the young soldier. Do you think her mere words are harmless? Her words are like poison, seeping into the ears and embedding in the hearts of men. Today, if we let her go, tomorrow someone will wonder, why didn't Su Jie save my brother? The day after, they will think, do the experts sent from above even care about the lives of us mere foot soldiers? Yang Baichuan's voice, though low, struck each listener like a hammer upon an anvil. If morale falters, the unit will crumble. This outpost may not hold through the night. When that time comes, it will not be just her who falls, but everyone present, and many more along the supply line. The young soldier stood frozen, the fervor draining from his face, leaving only a pallid hue. It was as if he had suddenly grasped a profound truth, yet his fear had only intensified, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Yang Baichuan turned away from him, as if concluding a most ordinary battlefield lecture. His right hand, unnoticed until now, had gently settled upon the hilt of his seemingly decorative sword at his waist. Yang Baichuan addressed the young soldier with a tone that remained untroubled. Yet his emotions betrayed him as he openly questioned the reinforcements before the battle, thereby unsettling the morale of the troops. According to wartime regulations, such insubordination warranted execution. I am not Yang Zhanjiang, and the young soldier felt his spirit wane, longing to retreat and defend himself, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead. In an instant, the glint of a blade flickered, swift enough that most could only perceive a distortion in the air. There were no roars of anger, no violent clashes, only the faintest sound of a slice. The young soldier's words ceased abruptly. He stood there, dazed, as a thin line of red began to surface on his neck. He raised his hand as if to touch it, but before he could reach halfway, his head slipped from his shoulders, and the lifeless body swayed before collapsing to the ground. Yang Baichuan's blade had long returned to its sheath, as though it had never been drawn. Above, atop the walls, an eerie silence prevailed, with only the pungent odor of blood permeating the air. Yang Baichuan surveyed the scene with an air of calm. Did you all see clearly? This is the consequence of losing control of one's emotions on the battlefield, of failing to discern right from wrong, and daring to direct one's ire towards comrades. He paused before adding, while the demonic beasts are fearsome, the knife thrust from behind is far more lethal. My act of striking him down today is not a matter of justice, but rather pertains to the survival of this outpost and the lives of each of you. If anyone has an objection, now is the time to voice it. Silence enveloped the group. All soldiers lowered their heads, silently tending to their wounds and transporting the bodies of their fallen comrades with increased swiftness and solemnity. A chilling sense of discipline, as unyielding as iron, replaced the earlier tumult of emotions. Su Jie observed the additional corpse on the ground, feeling no turmoil within. Rather, he gained clarity. In this world, tenderness and excessive sympathy are poisons on the battlefield. Yang Baichuan was imparting a harsh lesson on reality, a lesson written in blood. Uproathink Suya. Yang Baichuan's tone reverted to its previous casualness. Let us depart. This matter is nearly concluded. Suya nodded, casting a final glance at the blood-stained wall before turning to follow. Yang Baichuan glanced back, questioning whether there were any lingering grievances. Su Jie shook his head. I save lives when it is convenient. Not saving them is not a transgression. If she attempted to ensnare me with her schemes, must I simply acquiesce? That is unreasonable. Yang Baichuan regarded him for a moment before breaking into a genuine smile, one that radiated satisfaction. Good. You comprehend better than I anticipated. After all, killing demonic beasts is not the same as taking human lives. Indeed, it is different, Su Jie replied, drying his hands. Slaying demonic beasts is a matter of survival. Killing her, he paused to find the right word, is for tranquility. Her existence is a nuisance to me and to this place. I do not wish to harbor complications. Yang Baichuan's smile broadened. Exactly. That is the sentiment. The path of martial arts is fraught with enough troubles. If we can eliminate one, we shall. If you do not eradicate that trivial notion today, it could fester into a heart demon when you attempt to break through in the future. Those nagging feelings of guilt and hesitation are the most harmful. He patted Su Jie on the shoulder with considerable force, just as I dealt with that brash young man behind me. It was for the cohesion of our border defense forces. A fractured spirit leads to a disbanded unit. Yang Baichuan turned. Let us move. This matter is nearly concluded. I shall escort you back. Today's journey, witnessing bloodshed, life and death, and the nature of humanity, was not in vain. On the return flight, Su Jie closed his eyes in contemplation. The blood-soaked border, the roars of demonic beasts, the frenzied accusations of the female internet celebrity, and his own decisive finger-pointing, along with Yang Baichuan's blade. All these images swirled in his mind. He felt no regret. Instead, he sensed a newfound steadiness within him. It was as if he had pushed open a door that had only been ajar, revealing not monsters lurking within, but a path that was more resolute and direct. He faintly sensed the flow of energy within him moving more smoothly, not merely a quantitative change, but an enhanced sense of control, clearer than before. Chapter 26. Absorbing the general-grade, demonic beast crystal core, the aircraft descended at a secluded location on the outskirts of Linjiang City. Yang Baichuan handed Su Jie a sealed metal box. Inside is a general-grade, demonic beast crystal core, its energy pure. You should absorb it upon your return. Train diligently. The martial examination is approaching, and do not squander your talent. Yang Baichuan spoke gently, as if all that had transpired before was but a distant memory. Thank you, Uncle Yang, Su Jie responded, accepting the box with a calm expression. As dusk settled, Su Jie returned to his familiar rented room after dinner, locking the door behind him and exhaling a long breath. He opened the metal box to reveal a crystal core the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating vibrant energy in various hues. A general-grade demonic beast is classified as such only when its combat power exceeds 10,000 points. Just as a human martial artist must reach the same threshold to be bestowed the title of general by the Federation. Yang Baichuan himself was a Federation general. Without the slightest hesitation, he sat cross-legged, grasping the dark golden crystal core. He activated the Ben Yuan Tu Na Shu, carefully guiding the energy within the core into his body. Boom! As if cold water were plunged into a hot oil pan. The moment the core's energy entered Su Jie's meridians, its ferocity was unleashed. It was a torrent of heat, rebellious, and imbued with an unwilling spirit, striving to overwhelm his meridians and scorch his will. For an ordinary martial artist with just over 2,000 combat power, recklessly absorbing such a high-quality general-grade crystal core would likely lead to severe injury or even mental damage from the remnants of the beast's will. However, Su Jie was different. Not only did he possess a robust foundation with full mastery of the 6th-level martial apertures, but his vitality also far surpassed that of his peers. More importantly, he had just emerged from the baptism of the battlefield, his mental state tempered to an unyielding strength, akin to an indestructible diamond. Faced with the onslaught of this violent energy, Su Jie remained undisturbed. His will, like iron forged through countless trials, firmly controlled his vitality, enveloping and assimilating the surging energy. Simultaneously, within the upper echelons of the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association, in Yang Baichuan's office, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing down at the city illuminated by flickering lights. Yet his gaze seemed to penetrate through space, landing upon a humble, rented room somewhere in the city. There was a subtle hint of anticipation and gravity in his eyes. The heart of martial arts, Yang Baichuan murmured to himself, the sound echoing in the vast office. So many remained stuck at this juncture, never able to enter. Even as a Federation general, only 1 in 100 can clearly identify their martial heart. He recalled his own youth when, guided by a senior, he had fortuitously grasped the essence of safeguarding order amidst a life-and-death crisis, allowing him to coalesce, thus entering the fast track of growth in both combat power and mental state. Now, he had refined 6 martial veins, contrary to the rumors of only 4, with combat power exceeding 60,000 points, standing as a 6th-level general. Su Jie, with his exceptional talent, perseverance, and character, was indeed a remarkable individual. Having witnessed life and death on the border and experienced the slings and arrows of resentment, his decisive act of slaying that internet celebrity had severed any lingering softness and hesitation, refining his will to purity. Yet this was not enough. To coalesce the martial heart requires more than external tempering. It necessitates internal enlightenment and opportunity. The crystal core of the lava earth dragon, with its imbued violent will and the pulse of the earth, serves as one of the finest catalysts. The Federation Academy has recorded that utilizing the appropriate general-grade demonic beast crystal core as a catalyst for coalescing the martial heart yields a success rate of merely 1 in 10,000. This is merely theoretical data. Actual success stories are even rarer. Many prodigies, once full of promise, have faltered at this stage, either unable to withstand the mental impact of the core's will or failing to find their own path amidst the turmoil, resulting in utter failure. He turned a glance at Su Jie's brief file on the table, his gaze sharp. Su Jie, will you seize this opportunity, the 001 chance? Would you become one of the 9,999 failures? I wager that you can succeed, if you can harness this moment to crystallize your martial heart. Even if it is just in its infancy, the path ahead will become remarkably clear, and you will earn the right to reach for higher realms, thus truly shouldering the responsibilities your parents left unfulfilled. Should you falter, a flicker of complexity flashed in Yang Baichuan's eyes, soon replaced by unwavering determination, indicating that your limits may lie here. Though still a genius, you may struggle to bear great responsibilities. I have fulfilled my duty as a guide. This investment in Su Jie's future is a high-stakes gamble, wagering not only on the elusive 0.001 probability, but also on whether Su Jie can truly transform and emerge like a butterfly from its cocoon. Within the confines of the rented room, Su Jie's refinement had reached a critical juncture. During this process of absorption and refinement, a remnant of the frenzied will from a king-tier beast surged forth like a final resurgence, manifesting as an invisible roar that struck against Su Jie's mind. This roar was infused with brutality, a desire for slaughter and destruction, attempting to shake his very spirit. Had this occurred earlier, Su Jie might have felt a ripple of unease. But now, how dare this mere remnant act so brazenly? With a cold snort, Su Jie instinctively recalled his decisive finger at the border and the blade of Uncle Yang. He vividly remembered the unwavering state of mind he had forged during his earlier trials. My path is one of relentless self-improvement. It is about severing all obstacles in my way. How dare you, this wretched remnant, desecrated. A silent thunder seemed to explode within the depths of his soul. The spirit and will, already coalescing to their utmost potential, erupted in a cataclysmic force under the collision of external pressure and his steadfast conviction. All his insights, from the initial resentment and rise after his traversal, to the fervent cultivation under the system's enhancement, to his decisive counterattacks against Lin Shuer, Wang Ming, and the Zhou family, as well as his profound understanding of life and death, responsibility, and belief on the battlefield, along with the teachings of Yang Baichuan, converged and transcended at this moment. Resonding transformación en el suya. No longer was it merely a potent vitality. There emerged an ineffable divine aura, a resolute, unyielding, and singularly proud essence. He felt his consciousness detach from the energy sea at his lower dantian, and at the center of his brow, a brilliant light ignited, stabilizing into an intangible, yet undeniably real seed. This seed encompassed his entire comprehension of martial arts, embodying his unwavering will, serving as the wellspring and core of his spiritual power. Ding. Core will crystallization detected. Martial heart. White. Successfully consolidated. Chapter 27. New system functions. Martial heart. White. Effect 1. Heart like a rock. Slightly enhances mental resistance. Greatly improves resistance against illusions, mental shocks, and mind-controlling abilities, making it difficult for external forces to sway one's conviction. Effect 2. Will domination. Increases control over one's vitality and strength by 50, enhancing cultivation techniques and comprehension by 50. Note, the martial heart can grow and transform repeatedly with the host's experiences and insights. It is done. Su Jia abruptly opened his eyes, which now held a profound tranquility. His entire demeanor underwent a subtle transformation, shedding some youthful exuberance in favor of a master's steadiness and confidence. He opened his hand, and the dark golden king-tier crystal had turned to powder, with all its energy and remnants serving as nourishment for his martial heart's crystallization. Feeling the profound nuances brought by the intangible seed at his brow, especially the sense of mastery over his own power, Su Jia was filled with joy and enlightenment. So this was Uncle Yang's intention in gifting me this crystal, to use the residual will of the beast as the final whetstone to help me fully consolidate this martial heart. This thoughtful gesture deepened Su Jia's gratitude towards Yang Baichuan immeasurably. This elder considered matters far beyond what he himself had contemplated. Is this martial heart truly the starting point for a genuine powerhouse? Su Jia clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within and the steadfast will at his brow, an unprecedented confidence swelling within him. Thus, the next step is to elevate this foundation to its true pinnacle, achieving the perfection of the 10th level of martial orifices. Without further ado, he lay on the bed, ready to continue his refining endeavors. However, just as he was about to guide his vitality and prepare to challenge the next 7th level martial orifice, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Detected the host possesses 3.5 million points of vitality reserve and has consolidated the martial heart, meeting the conditions to unlock a new system function. Vitality Furnace. Vitality Furnace can input vitality reserves into the furnace for compression, purification, and transformation into higher-tier energy vitality essence. Exchange ratio 10,000,19 10,000 points of ordinary vitality can be transformed into 1 point of vitality essence. Vitality essence can be used for martial orifice refinement or can ignore refining time, directly completing an elevation of an individual martial orifice level. The amount consumed equals 5 times the vitality required for that level, e.g., elevating from level 6 to 7 requires 1,500 vitality, thus needing 0.75 points of vitality essence. Can also be used for temporary bursts, dramatically enhancing combat power for a short duration. Specific effects depend on the host's strength and the amount of essence consumed. Warning: Vitality essence contains overwhelmingly vast energy. Please use with caution and in moderation. Su Jia sat up abruptly, his eyes wide. No way. Ignoring refining time. Direct upgrades. This feature is simply divine. Previously, while it was possible to consume double the vitality to have the refining time, the required duration increased with the elevation of martial orifice levels. Now, despite the terrifying consumption rate, which has risen 5-fold, What he lacks the least is vitality reserves. What he needs most is time. Let us give a try. Su Jie resolutely inputted 100,000 points of vitality into the vitality furnace. Input vitality value, 100,000 points. Transformation commencing. Transformation successful. Acquire vitality essence, 10 points. Seeing the system panel's addition of vitality essence, 10, Su Jie's heart raced. He immediately targeted a 6th level martial orifice. System. Utilize vitality essence to elevate this orifice to 7th level. Consuming 75 points of vitality essence. Martial orifice refinement in progress. Refinement complete. Current martial orifice level, 7. Combat power, 11. Almost the instant the command was issued, the 6th level martial orifice seemed to be instantly filled and transformed by a vast and pure energy. The entire process took less than a second. A powerful surge of strength coursed through him. Exhilarating. So exhilarating. Su Jie could not contain his joy. This efficiency was utterly delightful. He glanced at the remaining 925 points of vitality essence on the system panel, then at his enormous vitality reserves. His eyes shimmering with the unique light of a master. Grinding? Not an option. From now on, I shall invest, nay, infuse vitality. Without hesitation, he began to consume wildly. Consuming 75 points of vitality essence. Martial orifice level elevated to 7. Combat power, 11. Consuming 75 points of vitality essence. Martial orifice level elevated to 7. Combat power, 11. Consuming 75 points of vitality essence. The pleasant notification echoed in his mind like a machine gun. With one 6th level martial orifice, after another advancing to the 7th level at a visible speed, the power within him soared like a rocket. In just 1 minute, consuming 405 points of vitality essence, equivalent to 4.05 million ordinary vitality. He elevated all remaining 54 6th level martial orifices to the 7th level. Current martial orifices, 7th level, 99. Current vitality reserve, 35 million points. Vitality essence, 5. Combat power value, 3,465 points. 99 orifices, 7th level perfected. Combat power surpassing 3,400 points. Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from 99 7th level martial apertures within him, akin to burning stars, Su Jie found himself brimming with destructive strength. He possessed unwavering confidence that, even without employing the Dongshu Ji, he could contend with the ancient specter Zhou Tianfeng, who wielded 3 martial veins, solely relying on his fundamental combat prowess. Of course, this was merely a test of strength. An actual battle was a different matter. Yet this was not sufficient. Reaching the pinnacle of 7th level was merely the beginning. 8th level, I shall ascend. He invested another 1 million points of vital energy into the vitality furnace, exchanging it for 100 points of vitality essence. System. How much vitality essence is required to elevate a 7th level martial aperture to the 8th level? 7th level martial aperture to 8th level requires 5,000 points of ordinary vitality. Instantaneous upgrade requires 25 points of vitality essence. 25 points each for 99. That totals to 475 points. Finally, my several million points of vitality reserves are ready for use. With a flourish of his hand, Su Jie commenced mass upgrading. Consumed 25 points of vitality essence. Martial aperture level elevated to 8th level. Combat power 15. Consumed 25 points of vitality essence. After another delightful notification, Su Jie beheld the fresh data on the system panel. Current martial apertures, 8th level, 99. Current vitality reserves, 880,000 points. Vitality essence, 0. Combat power, 4. 950 points. 4,950 combat power. The 8th level martial apertures were complete. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs. The sound of vital energy coursing through him, resembling a surging river. Tumultuous and magnificent. He even felt that with a mere punch. He could obliterate the previous outpost along with the nearby hill. Chapter 28. Unable to expend more. This power felt substantial. Su Jie nodded in satisfaction. He gazed at the remaining vitality reserves of 880,000 points, his sights set on the higher echelon of 9th level martial apertures. System. How much is required to ascend from 8th to 9th level? 8th level martial aperture to 9th level requires 20,000 points of ordinary vitality. Instantaneous upgrade requires 10 points of vitality essence. 10 points each, 499. That amounts to 990 points, equivalent to 9 million vitality value. This consumption is utterly extravagant. Suju stared at the cold digits on the system panel, and despite possessing the system, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. The remaining 880,000 vitality reserves could only be exchanged for 88 points of vitality essence, barely sufficient to elevate 8 martial apertures from 8th to 9th level. Better than nothing. Let's upgrade a few to taste the experience. Not one to hesitate, Suju promptly invested 800,000 vitality, exchanging it for 80 points of vitality essence. Consume 10 points of vitality essence. Martial aperture level elevated to 9th level. Combat power 20. Consume 10 points of vitality essence. Martial aperture level elevated to 9th level. Combat power 20. 8 successive delightful notifications resounded, akin to the most melodious of symphonies. Each notification was accompanied by a surge of power far more formidable and refined than during the ascent to 8th level, as if 8 miniature stars within him had ignited, radiating boundless light and heat. Current martial apertures, 9th level, 8, 8th level, 91, current vitality reserves, 80,000 points, continuously increasing. Vitality essence, 0 points, combat power, 5, 110 points, 5,110 combat power. Merely 8 9th level martial apertures had significantly elevated his overall combat power. Suju could distinctly sense the qualitative disparity between the 9th and 8th levels, not only in combat power value, but also in the nourishing effect on his body, which had undergone a leap. Truly formidable. Is this the power nearing perfection? Suju reveled in the exquisite sensation of this power enhancement. However, gazing at the remaining 80,000 vitality reserves and the 91 eager 8th level martial apertures felt like a bucket of cold water splashed upon him. For now, he could not expend any more vitality. The remaining journey would have to be traversed through sheer effort. He focused on one 8th level martial aperture, channeling his vital energy, and activated the refining resonance mode. Consumed 40,000 points of vitality. Martial aperture refining in progress. Estimated time, 24 hours. Hiss. Upon seeing the estimated time, even with mental preparation, Suju couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. Doubling the vitality consumption, having the time, and it still required a full day and night. In just a few hours, he would have been in the Tianqing realm for a full month. Yet, approximately 6 months remained until the pivotal martial examination that would determine countless destinies. At this pace, without rest, refining all 91 martial apertures to 9th level would take 91 days, exceeding 3 months. This did not account for breaks, meals, or unforeseen circumstances. Suhue quickly calculative. And what about the ascent from 9th to 10th level? Wouldn't the consumption and time be even more exaggerated? Perhaps each martial aperture would require several days. A wave of intense urgency washed over him. No, at this rate, achieving the supreme foundation of 99 apertures at 10th level before the martial examination was far too tight. He needed a way to accelerate. He recalled the Xingyuan secret realm, a place that, for others with lower foundations, might not be significant, even with a 5-fold increase in breathing technique training efficiency. However, for one endowed with the supreme breathing technique, the quintuple concentration of vital energy there would dramatically enhance his recovery speed, significantly shortening the time needed to accumulate vitality. If he could find a similar location or discover abundant avenues for acquiring vitality, previously, he had thought the Ben Yuan Tu Na Shu's growth rate of 1 point of vitality per second was already swift, but now it seemed exceedingly sluggish. Suju stroked his chin, his gaze flickering. It appeared time to consider the Wanxian Tiangong that Uncle Yang had mentioned. Surely, those dungeon worlds harbored resources and opportunities beyond the imagination of the outside world. Or perhaps he could seek out higher-level tasks with richer rewards. Hunting general-level beasts? He directed his attention to the cloud trading platform, filtering for high-difficulty tasks that rewarded vitality or could quickly be converted into resources. Simultaneously, his yearning for the Wanxiang Tiangong intensified. I will secure the top position in the martial examination. This supreme foundation I shall establish. Who dares to obstruct me? I shall shatter them with this 5,000 combat power. Su Ju reclined back onto his bed, multitasking as he guided his vital energy to slowly yet steadfastly refine that 8th-level martial aperture while earnestly planning how to accelerate his wealth vitality accumulation, preparing ammunition for the upcoming fervent upgrades. The path of a conqueror is never a smooth sail, yet every challenge only fuels his excitement. As he refined his martial apertures, Su Ju frantically searched the cloud trading platform. He set the task filtering criteria to rewards must include vitality points or high-value items that could be quickly liquidated, hesitating briefly over difficulty before directly moving to the tasks designated for general-level martial artists. The display instantly cleared up, yet every task description exuded an air of danger. A-class task: hunt the shadow leopard. Description: confirm sightings of the shadow leopard in the depths of the Misty Canyon. Its combat power is estimated at 100 to 1. 300 points, extremely dangerous, adept at stealth and lethal strikes. Must obtain its complete crystal core and pelt. Reward: 500 points of pure vitality or 500 star essence. Note: other materials from the shadow leopard belong to the taker. Estimated market value exceeds 800 star essence. Requirements: must verify combat power exceeds 8,000 points, or possess a successful record of hunting general-level beasts. A-class task: explore the 3rd layer of the Black Wind Cave. Description: abnormal energy fluctuations detected in the depths of the Black Wind Cave, suspected to contain high-energy minerals or nests of unknown creatures. The first 2 layers have been cleared. The situation in the 3rd layer remains unknown, with a high probability of general-level beasts. Must create a detailed map and retrieve samples of energy sources. Reward: based on exploration results. Minimum reward of 200 points of vitality. Maximum can reach 1,000 points of vitality or equivalent. Requirements: recommended for teams of Condensing Vein Realm, General, or those with exceptionally strong survival capabilities at the peak Martial Aperture realm. A level task: exterminate the Chien ant nest, mother nest. Description: a large-scale Chien ant colony has been discovered in the Chien mountain range. With the presence of a queen ant confirmed, estimated combat power, 9,000 to 10,000 points, posing a threat to the safety of nearby mines. It is imperative to completely destroy the mother nest and eliminate the queen ant. Reward: 400 points of vitality or 400 Xingyuan. The queen's crystal core and special materials must be submitted in full, while the remainder will belong to the task taker. Requirements: it is recommended to form a team of more than 5 members, with a total combat power exceeding 30,000 points. Chapter 29. Purchase a quota for the Xingyuan secret realm. As Su Ju surveyed the tasks, his eyelids twitched. The rewards were indeed substantial for an ordinary individual, yet the several hundred points of vitality were merely trifles to him. Moreover, the danger level was exceedingly high. A class demon beast with combat power exceeding 10,000 already belonged to the realm of formal warriors. Currently, his foundational combat power approached 5,000, and with the use of Dongshuji, he could unleash over 10,000 points of destructive power. However, his endurance, defensive capabilities, and combat experience paled in comparison to that of genuine warriors. A mere misstep could lead to his demise. To me, this is a high-risk, low-reward venture. Su Hui Saif, realizing that with his current strength, it would be overly ambitious to undertake these A-level tasks alone. Forming a team, on the other hand, would expose his capabilities and secrets. It appeared that relying on tasks to rapidly accumulate a large amount of vitality in the short term was unrealistic. He would need to devise a means to access a place akin to the Xingyuan secret realm. Su Ju rubbed his brow, recalling Uncle Yang from the Wanxiang Tiangong, who had mentioned that there were countless copies within, abundant opportunities, yet the dangers remained unknown. At that moment, a chime resonated in his mind, signifying the successful refinement of his first 8th-level martial aperture after 24 hours, elevating it to the 9th level. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level, 9. Combat power, 20. Current martial apertures, level 9. 9. Level 8. 90. Current vitality reserves, 126 for 100 per second. Combat power value, 5. 130 points. Feeling the surge of newfound strength, Su Ju's spirits lifted. He could not afford to wait idly. His nature compelled him to resist such a sluggish pace. Without further hesitation, he sent a communication request using the encrypted code left by Yang Baichuan. Once the communication was established, the screen illuminated with the refined visage of Yang Baichuan. Su Hui, have you encountered difficulties? Yang Baichuan's tone was composed. Uncle Yang, I apologize for the interruption. Su Ju replied respectfully, getting straight to the point. I have reached a critical stage in my cultivation and require a substantial amount of vitality. I wonder if you might know of any other secret realms or treasures in Linjiang City or nearby that could expedite the accumulation of vitality aside from the Xingyuan secret realm. Upon hearing this, Yang Baichuan's eyes glimmered with understanding, as if he were not surprised by Su Ju's request. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, places that accelerate vitality accumulation are indeed rare. The Xingyuan secret realm in Linjiang City opens only once a year, gathering the spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens and earth, which is already quite a feat. You should know that for ordinary warriors practicing only the basic breathing technique, even after a grueling hour in the Xingyuan secret realm, they may only increase by 0.5 points of vitality. Without food, drink, or rest, they can at most gain 12 points of vitality in a day. Hence, this secret realm does not hold significant allure for those powerful warriors capable of refining vitality elixirs. Su Ju's heart stirred as he finally comprehended why the Xingyuan secret realm, despite its value, had not incited frenzied competition. A mere 0.5 points per hour was akin to a snail's pace for someone like him, who could earn 1 point per second. Yang Baichuan continued. However, in the capital of Tiandu province, Jinling City, there lies a more advanced Xingyuan secret realm, where the vitality concentration is 10 times that of the outside world. This secret realm was acquired by a powerful warrior from a copy within the Wanxiang Tiangong, opening once every 3 years and lasting for 10 days each time. Counting the days, it will open in 4 days. 10 times the concentration. Su Ju's eyes sparkled with excitement. This meant that his Benyuan Tona's recovery speed would reach 10 points per second. Over the span of 10 days, he could accumulate over 8 million points of vitality. This would certainly alleviate his immediate crisis. May I ask how I could obtain the qualification to enter? Yang Baichuan shook his head. The quotas for the Xingyuan secret realm are extremely limited. Only 50 slots are available, and they were confirmed and reported to the Federation 6 months ago. The slots are now full and cannot be altered. Su Ju's heart sank at this revelation. Yet, Yang Baichuan shifted his tone, looking at Su Ju with an air of keen insight. However, Su Ju, since you have achieved such combat power at your age, you must possess opportunities that others cannot fathom. Perhaps you have obtained a method that greatly enhances the efficiency of vitality accumulation? Su Ju's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure. Yang Baichuan gestured for him to relax. There is no need to divulge it to me. Opportunities vary from person to person, and the Federation laws protect individual gains. I merely wish to suggest that, given your foundation, you might consider purchasing entry qualifications from those who have secured slots. Purchase qualifications? Su Ju was taken aback. Precisely, Yang Baichuan's lips curled into a knowing smile. You must understand that for the vast majority of warriors relying on the basic breathing technique, even after 10 days of grueling training in the tenfold concentration Xingyuan secret realm, they could theoretically gain a maximum of 240 points of vitality without food or rest. In reality, no one can sustain such an endeavor completely awake. Coupled with the consumption during cultivation and potential bottlenecks, stabilizing at 150 points of vitality is already exceedingly difficult. Even among those who have obtained slots, those practicing more advanced breathing techniques would be hard-pressed to gain more than 1,000 points of vitality. If you can directly offer 1,000 or even 1,200 points of pure vitality in exchange. Yang Baichuan's gaze was laden with implication. I believe no one would refuse such a tangible, immediately usable resource. After all, what one can pocket is theirs. That ethereal endeavor in the secret realm pales in comparison to acquiring over 1,000 points of vitality directly. Upon hearing this, Su Ju's mind cleared, and a spark of joy ignited in his eyes. Indeed, how had he not thought of this? For others, entering the secret realm was a means to earn vitality, but the efficiency was low. Yet for him, what he lacked was not the efficiency of earning vitality, but the time. The urgency to rapidly acquire a significant amount of vitality to upgrade. Utilizing the vitality he had seemingly painstakingly gathered to exchange for others' arduous training qualifications in the secret realm was a perfectly tailored strategy for him. Thank you, Uncle Yang, for your illuminating guidance. Su Ju expressed his heartfelt gratitude, as this new perspective had opened up fresh avenues for him. Go ahead. The waters in Jinling City run deeper than those in Linjiang. Exercise caution in your actions. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to contact me again. Yang Baichuan smiled as he ended the communication. After concluding the call, Su Ju clenched his fists in excitement. A qualification to the tenfold concentration of the Xingyuan secret realm. He immediately checked his current vitality reserves. Current vitality reserves, 126, 500 per second. Exchanging several thousand points of vitality for a slot that could yield nearly 10 million points of vitality over the next 10 days was an exceptionally lucrative deal. He could almost envision countless vitality essences beckoning to him, while the unparalleled foundation of his 99 apertures at the 10th level smiled warmly at him from a distance. A trip to Jinling City seemed imperative. Chapter 30. The Great Benefactor Su Ju with the lucrative path illuminated by Yang Baichuan. Su Ju felt a surge of optimism for the road ahead. Early the next morning, after a brief preparation, he boarded the high-speed train once more, heading toward Jinling City, the capital of Tiandu Province. Contrary to the layout of Linjiang City, Jinling City, as the provincial capital, boasted a grander scale and a more profound martial atmosphere. Towering skyscrapers intermingled with ancient martial arts venues, the pedestrians on the streets exuding a distinctly stronger aura. Occasionally, one could sense the unintentional pressure emanating from warriors whose combat power exceeded 10,000. Following Yang Baichuan's guidance, Su Ju arrived at the official office responsible for the affairs of the Xingyuan secret realm. He initially intended to seek out individuals interested in selling their spots, but he soon learned from the staff about a tragic event. Just yesterday, a martial artist who had secured a spot met an untimely demise while defending the border against a minor beast wave. In their grief, his family decided to publicly auction off his precious secret realm spot, with the proceeds intended as compensation to secure their future livelihood. This news rapidly spread within a limited circle, garnering significant attention. On one hand, there was respect and sympathy for the fallen warrior. On the other hand, a vacant spot was undeniably rare. The auction was held in a modest venue within the Martial Arts Association, attended by a dozen or so individuals, mostly martial artists of some means or background, alongside a few outsiders like Su Ju who had come upon the news. The atmosphere was tense, charged with a sense of competition. The auction was presided over by a staff member from the association, who briefly introduced the source of the spot and explained the rules. The highest bidder wins, with transactions accepted only in pure vitality. The opening bid was set at 120 points of vitality, roughly the baseline expected yield for a typical martial artist in the secret realm. 135 points. 155 points. I bid 175 points. 190 points. The price steadily climbed, quickly surpassing 500 points. At this juncture, the number of bidders began to dwindle, with the remaining participants being either exceptionally talented or possessing higher-level breathing techniques. 680 points, a voice rang out. 700 points, came a bid from another private box. As the price hovered around 700 points, Su Ju, who had remained silent until now, calmly raised his hand and declared, 2,000 points. The room fell into an immediate silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. All eyes fixated on the remarkably young, unfamiliar face of the boy, disbelief and confusion mingling on the faces of the attendees. 2,000 points of vitality. To acquire a spot in the Xingyuan secret realm. Is this fellow mad? It is worth noting that for most present, 2,000 points of vitality represented a sum that would take years to accumulate or require undertaking perilous tasks to earn. To exchange such a fortune for merely 10 days of cultivation privilege seemed, to any rational observer, a colossal loss. The host, momentarily stunned, confirmed, "Sir, are you bidding 2,000 points of pure vitality?" "Yes," Su Ju replied nonchalantly, as if he were merely stating a bid of 50 points. A wave of suppressed murmurs erupted throughout the conference room. 2,000 points. Does he even understand what that means? Who is this prodigal son? Is he here to cause trouble? He seems unperturbed. Some gaze at the representative of the deceased warrior-S family, a middle-aged woman with reddened eyes, struggling to contain her grief, and pondered. I understand now. This young man may have ulterior motives. Are you suggesting he wishes to provide additional compensation to the martyr-S orphan? The audacity of bidding 2,000 points speaks of a noble heart. He must belong to a wealthy and reclusive family. In an instant, the onlookers' gazes shifted from initial shock and bemusement to admiration, curiosity, and even a hint of ingratiation. To possess the means to donate 2,000 points of vitality for charity undoubtedly hinted at profound connections and abilities. The previous bidders exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads with resigned smiles. Competing against someone who played by entirely different rules and possibly possessed a remarkable background was futile. Moreover, the moral high ground occupied by Suju made continued contention appear rather unseemly. 2,000 points of vitality once. 2,000 points of vitality twice. 2,000 points of vitality 3 times. Sold. With the gavel-esque fall, the deal was sealed. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Suju approached calmly to complete the transfer with the association staff and the family of the fallen warrior. He transferred the 2,000 points of vitality through the self-service trading terminal into the designated account, confirming the transfer of the spot. The middle-aged woman, upon seeing the unexpectedly large sum in the account, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes as she bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you so much. You are truly a good person. You will surely be rewarded." Suju gently supported her, offering a brief, "My condolences," before refraining from further conversation. He sought no gratitude. His motivation was twofold. He genuinely required this spot, and, as a fellow orphan of a martyr, he empathized with their plight and willingly lent aid within his means. For him, exchanging a few thousand points of vitality, which felt like pocket change, for a desperately needed spot, while simultaneously assisting others, was a win-win situation. As whispers of speculation regarding Suju's hidden depths and noble generosity circulated among the crowd, he acquired that weighty, symbolically significant access to the Xingyuan secret realm. A sense of tranquility washed over him, even prompting a smile. Foolish? Perhaps. But then again, who am I to deny the abundance of vitality? After securing the spot, Suju settled into a quiet hotel in Jinling City, with precisely 4 days remaining until the opening of the Xingyuan secret realm. He contemplated continuing his resonance refinement to cultivate his martial apertures, but the realization that each aperture required a full 24 hours for refinement, compounded by the 90 eager 8th-level apertures awaiting attention, flooded him with a profound sense of helplessness. 1 a day. 90 days is simply unfeasible. Rubbing his temples, he lamented the inefficiency of the task. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Unlike others who require the operation of their breathing techniques to cultivate, his Benyuan Tunin Shu functioned automatically, even while he slept. Given the mental strain he had been under, especially following the concentration required during the formation of his martial heart and the border expedition, he realized that rather than forcing the process inefficiently, he ought to take full advantage of these last few days to relax completely, rejuvenating his spirit to peak condition for whatever unforeseen circumstances might arise in the secret realm. With this in mind, Suju made a choice that would appear extravagant, even decadent, to other martial artists. He opted to sleep. He first visited the finest gourmet shop in Jinling City, extravagantly spending a considerable amount of star essence to procure 10 days' worth of top-tier beast meat and nourishing medicinal dishes, all rich in vitality energy, filling the hotel refrigerator to capacity. Then he returned to his room, locked the door, drew the curtains, and settled comfortably onto the large bed. The next moment, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. Suju relaxed his mind, ceased to resist, and instantly fell into an unprecedentedly deep slumber. This sleep lasted a full 4 days. During this time, his body functioned like the most sophisticated of instruments, with the Benyuan Tunin Shu continuously absorbing vitality from the external environment, while his mental faculties enjoyed unparalleled relaxation and nourishment in profound sleep. The gruesome sights of the battlefield, the shock of slaying a renowned figure, and the clamor of the auction. All the accumulated fatigue and distractions were thoroughly cleansed by this extended repose. When he awoke on the morning the secret realm was set to open, he felt remarkably refreshed, his eyes sparkling with clarity, his thoughts sharper than ever, and his vitality brimming with vigor. He was in an optimal state. Exhilarated, Su-ju stretched, the sound of cracking joints echoing like thunder. Current martial apertures, level 9, 9. Level 8, 90. Current vitality reserve, 51, 470, 000 points, continuously increasing. Combat power, 5, 130 points. His state was fully restored, and his strength had even slightly improved. Su-ju nodded in satisfaction, unhurried to expend 500, 000 vitality on elevating his apertures. After indulging in a hearty meal, he energetically made his way to the entrance of the Xingyuan secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is situated in a heavily guarded valley on the outskirts of Jinling City. At this moment, most of the other qualified martial artists have already arrived, many of them displaying the fatigue of sleepless nights spent in cultivation, yet forcing themselves to remain spirited. When they beheld Su-jie, whose complexion radiated vitality and whose eyes sparkled like celestial stars, they were momentarily taken aback. How could this young man be in such fine form? It was rumored that he had purchased his entry with 2,000 points of vitality. Surely he hadn't succumbed to despair and resorted to sleeping the days away? It was plausible 2,000 points of vitality was a staggering cost, a thought that made them wince, leaving little room for contemplation of cultivation. Many shook their heads in secret, concluding that Su-jie was either a fool or had completely lost his composure. Oblivious to the murmurs around him, Su-jie stood patiently in line. The secret realm is now open. Enter in order. The time limit is 10 days. Boomed the voice of the commanding officer. A colossal energy vortex, more solid than the Xingyuan secret realm of Linjiang City, whirled in a dazzling array of colors at the center of the valley. Su-jie stepped forward with the crowd. Crossing the threshold, a familiar sensation of shifting time and space enveloped him, and in the next moment, he found himself in a vast expanse where the vitality energy was so dense it seemed to transform into liquid. Detected an extraordinarily high concentration of vitality. Origin breathing technique effect significantly enhanced. Current vitality increase rate, 10 points per second. Success. Su-jie felt a surge of elation. 10 points per second meant 864,000 points in a day, and over 10 days, it would amount to a staggering 64 million points. This immense figure sent his heart racing. Without hesitation, he dashed toward a secluded corner rich in energy and sat cross-legged. Unlike the others who hurriedly arranged themselves to commence their breathing techniques, he made a move that left the other martial artists in utter disbelief. From his backpack, which cleverly concealed his system space, Su-jie retrieved a soft air mattress, skillfully inflated it, and comfortably lay down, even donning an eye mask. What was he doing? Zhao Ming, a fellow martial artist, nearly had his eyes pop out. Sleeping in here? This was a secret realm with tenfold concentration of vitality. Every second was worth a fortune. How could he possibly sleep? Not just Zhao Ming, but everyone who noticed Su-jie's actions wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. This was beyond wasteful. It was madness. However, unbeknownst to them, the moment Su-jie lay down, he had already commanded System convert 400,000 vitality and all subsequently acquired vitality into vitality essence in real time for input into the vitality furnace. At the same time, he ordered the use of vitality essence to refine the remaining 98th level martial apertures, elevating them to the 9th level. Command confirmed. Execution commencing. Lying on the air mattress, Su-jie appeared to be sleeping, yet tremendous changes were unfolding within him. Vitality 101010, Vitality Essence 400001 as 400,000 Vitality transformed into Vitality Essence. The system alerts rang in his mind at a steady yet astonishing frequency. Consume 10 points of Vitality Essence. Martial Aperture level upgraded to level 9. Combat Power 20. The melodious chimes of the system echoed in his mind. Each formation of a 9th level Martial Aperture bringing forth a surge of formidable power and a deeper transformation of his body. Suyeretlinet comfortably seemingly in slumber, yet simultaneously undergoing an accelerated refining process while reveling in the exhilarating sensation of his power skyrocketing. The experience of becoming stronger while lying down and, at an astonishing speed, sent shivers of delight through his very soul, while Zhao Ming and others struggled to harness their breathing techniques, barely increasing their vitality by 1 or 2 points over an hour. They looked upon the sleeping Su Jie with disdain and contempt. They could not fathom that the fool they perceived was engaging in a form of cultivation so wildly beyond their comprehension. A true prodigy, whose cultivation posture diverged from theirs entirely. After Su Jie initially consumed 40 points of vitality essence to instantaneously elevate 4 martial apertures to the 9th level. Every 3 hours thereafter, another 8th level martial aperture would undergo a qualitative leap under the infusion of boundless pure energy, ascending to a perfect 9th level. Each formation of a 9th level martial aperture not only brought a substantial increase of 20 points in combat power, but also seemed to ignite an eternal, indomitable star within him. Its structure flawlessly stable, radiating a powerful yet restrained wave of energy. Su Jie could distinctly sense that his body was undergoing a profound metamorphosis, with the quality of vitality, control over power, and even the essence of life itself gradually enhancing. The sensation of lying still while his strength surged at a visible rate was beyond description. He felt no concern for mental fatigue, for he was in a state of utmost relaxation, his spirit invigorated and his mind clear, allowing him to fully savor the pleasure of this power augmentation. As the days passed, the other martial artists in the secret realm, after the initial fervor of cultivation, began to exhibit signs of fatigue, their spirits waning and their efficiency plummeting. Some were even compelled to pause for meditation or a brief nap, filled with regret over the perceived waste of time. Meanwhile, Su Jie remained serenely reclined on his air mattress, breathing steadily, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. His aura, however, was thickening at a jaw-dropping pace, becoming increasingly profound, akin to a bottomless ancient well brimming with terrifying energy. On the 7th day, Zhao Ming, having forced his cultivation to the brink, found his vitality slightly chaotic and had to stop to recuperate. He cast a resentful glance at the still sleeping Su Jie, gnashing his teeth in frustration, yet feeling powerless. What luck that guy had, sleeping so soundly, without fear of disrupting his energy flow. He could only speculate maliciously. Time flew, and before long, the 10th day of the secret realm's opening arrived. Over the past 9 days, Su Jie had steadily refined his cultivation and successfully elevated 9 martial apertures to the 9th level. The majority of his achievements stemmed from the incessant supply of vitality essence. Consumed 10 points of vitality essence. Martial aperture level upgraded to level 9. Combat power 20. When the final alert resonated in his mind, the 81st and last 8th level martial aperture transformed, glowing brilliantly and successfully joining the ranks of the 9th level. The last aperture reached completion. Boom! It was as if the universe had just begun, or a timeless seal had been violently shattered. Within Su Jie, 99 9th-level martial apertures vibrated in unison, producing a profound resonance. They interconnected, their radiance flowing, instantaneously forming a flawless, self-sustaining massive internal circulation system. An overwhelming, boundless force, as heavy as the very heavens, surged forth like a slumbering volcano erupting, sweeping through his limbs and flesh, saturating every inch of his being. All 99 foundational martial apertures had reached the 9th level. His foundation was nearly perfect. A considerable time later, the signal indicating the closure of the secret realm reverberated as expected. Sitting up slowly and casually removing his mask. He needed no deliberate effort to harness his energy. Merely clenching his fist caused the surrounding air to emit a low, resonant hum, subtly vibrating. As he opened and closed his eyes, a divine light emanated from them, deep and profound as if imbued with the cosmos. His aura harmonized into a singular entity, dense as a mountain, exuding an unshakable, unfathomable, terrifying pressure. With a flicker of thought, the panel of the most formidable martial arts system manifested before him. Current martial apertures, 9th level, 99, Current vitality reserve, 69, 470, 000 points. Temporary status for 10 seconds. Combat power, 6, 930 points. The gains were considerable. A satisfied smile graced Su Jie's face upon returning. He would commence his endeavor to challenge the 10th level martial apertures. He effortlessly stretched his limbs, leisurely beginning to pack away the air mattress that had accompanied him for the past 10 days. His gaze casually swept across the surroundings, landing on faces marked by fatigue yet brimming with excitement. These warriors had diligently trained for 10 days, most of them having amassed over 100 points of vitality, and felt their efforts were well rewarded, content with their progress. However, when their eyes inadvertently fell upon Su Jie, they were collectively taken aback, their expressions transforming into a mix of incredulity and astonishment. This fellow, who had slept for 10 days, not only appeared undiminished but rather vibrant, his eyes sparkling like morning stars. The harmonious and restrained aura surrounding him was significantly more powerful than it had been 10 days prior, exuding an air of depth and intimidation. What is the meaning of his aura? Could it be that sleeping truly enhances one's strength? This defies logic. An anomaly. Zhao Ming's gaze fixated on Su Jie, searching for any signs of superficial foundation or forced breakthrough, but what he discovered sent a chill through him. The other's aura was solid and profound, flawless in its completeness, and the power hidden beneath that calm demeanor made his very soul tremble. The immense shock and disparity momentarily disoriented him, prompting him to step forward and clasp his hands, inquiring, "Brother, do you possess any unique cultivation secrets? Might you offer us some guidance?" Upon hearing this, Su Jie merely cast a casual glance in his direction, continuing his task of neatly rolling up the air mattress. "No need for guidance. Perhaps I simply focused more intently while sleeping," he replied with an indifferent tone, as if discussing the most mundane matter. After uttering this, he hoisted his cultivation artifact and, under the scrutinizing gazes of many bewildered warriors, strolled out of the Xingyin secret realm as if it were a casual walk. After indulging in food and a soak outside, Su Jie returned to his familiar rented room in Linjiang City, locking the door behind him. He promptly accessed the system panel. Host, Su Jie, current martial apertures, level 9, 99. Current vitality reserve, 70, 910, 000 points per second. Combat power, 6, 930 points. Cultivation technique, Bang Yuan Tunashu, Supreme level, Mastered techniques, Tatiambu, 1 level top, Donc Osei, Vitality technique. Lu Ingjian Fa, Xian level lower, special status, Quenching resonance, passive skill, double martial aperture quenching speed. Special item, Breath of Time, fragment. System function, Vitality furnace, gazing at the 99 radiant level 9 martial apertures. Su Jie felt a surge of emotion. The strength derived from reaching level 9 perfection far surpassed what he had experienced previously. He felt that he could now strike down the old ghost Zhou Tian of the Zhou family with a single punch. However, pride must be tempered. Beyond level 9 lies level 10. The main quest issued by the system, Wushang Doji, required perfection of 99 level 10 apertures before the martial examination. Eagerly, he focused on one level 9 aperture, attempting to channel his vitality. Level 9 martial aperture to level 10 requires 50,000 points of ordinary vitality. For second level ascent, requires 25 points of vitality essence. Estimated quenching time, with quenching resonance activated 72 hours. What? Su Jie nearly leapt from his bed. 50,000 points of vitality for one. 25 points of essence for a second level ascent. Even having the time, it would still take 3 days and nights. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the terrifying consumption still made him gasp. One aperture costs 50,000 points, and for 99, that amounts to 4,950,000 points of vitality. Is this truly a martial aperture? It resembles a star-eating beast. No wonder the strongest in the Federation, Yu Tianji, only managed to refine to a level 9 aperture before solidifying his martial vein. On one hand, the vitality demand is absurdly high, even if the Federation could supply it. Transforming hunted demon beast blood into vitality pills for him to consume comes with impurities. Overindulgence leads to pill poison, resulting in certain demise. Moreover, the quenching time is excessively long. Even with his time-halved status, it still takes 3 days and nights. Without the time reduction, it would be a full 6 days without food or sleep. Focusing on quenching a single martial aperture is utterly outrageous. Su Jie could multitask, but not indefinitely. Maintaining a state of continuous quenching for 6 days would surely be unbearable. Chapter 33. Combat Power. 6. 990 points. No wonder even the human war god, Yu Wujie, only managed to refine to level 9. Level 10 is simply not meant for humans. Su Jie couldn't help but scoff. Only someone of my caliber would dare to entertain such thoughts. There's no way to grind through this. I must continue to invest. He glanced at his vitality reserve of 70, 910,000 points, which was only sufficient for ascending 2 level 10 apertures. He hesitated no longer and immediately invested 500,000 points of vitality into the vitality furnace. Invested vitality, 500,000 points. Conversion successful. Gain vitality essence, 50 points. System, elevate 2 martial apertures to level 10 instantaneously. Consume 25 points of vitality essence. Martial aperture level raised to level 10. Combat power 30. Consume 25 points of vitality essence. Martial aperture level raised to level 10. Combat power 30. The successive notifications rang like celestial music. Boom, boom, boom. Within Su Jie, the 2 level 9 martial apertures transformed into miniature black holes, voraciously devouring the purest vitality essence, their structures undergoing a cataclysmic metamorphosis. A sense of power, far greater and more primal than the ascent from level 9, erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. His aura surged dramatically, and the air in the room seemed to thicken. An invisible pressure causing the water cup on the table to emit faint cracking sounds. Current martial apertures, level 10, 2, level 9, 97, current vitality reserve, 20, 910, 000 points per second. Combat power, 6, 990 points. 2 level 10 martial apertures directly increased his combat power by 60 points. Su Jie felt an overwhelming shock as he sensed the 2 level 10 apertures within him, radiating endless power in profound waves akin to brilliant stars. He could perceive a qualitative leap between level 10 and level 9, not merely an increase in combat power, but a closer approach to a higher plane of existence. His sensitivity to the energies of the universe heightened several-fold. Incredible. This is the true embryonic form of a perfect foundation. Su Jie clenched his fists in excitement. If all 99 apertures were to reach full level 10 perfection, my foundational combat power could potentially approach 10,000 points. A foundational combat power nearing 10,000 at the martial aperture stage? Who would believe such a statement? I must urgently acquire more vitality. A fierce determination ignited in Su Jie's eyes. He recalled Yang Baichuan mentioning the Wanxiang Tiangong, where he might find abundant sources of vitality. It seems the time has come to contact Uncle Yang and explore the Wanxiang Tiangong. Wanxiang Tiangong. It connects countless dungeon worlds, surely housing resources and opportunities beyond imagination. Perhaps even a treasure trove of vitality. He hesitated no longer and promptly sent a communication request. Once, twice, thrice. Yet the connection remained elusive. Is Unchle Yang Busi? Or perhaps trapped in a signal-isolated dungeon. Disappointment washed over Su Jie as he set down his wristband. It appears the expedition to the Wanxiang Tiangong must be postponed. However, as the one who excels at seizing opportunities, Su Jie could not afford to wait idly. He decided to venture to the public task board at the municipal hall to seek his fortune, hoping to find a lucrative task that could swiftly yield substantial vitality. Even mosquito legs constitute meat. Every bit counts. As he strolled into the bustling commercial district of the city center, a familiar and irritating voice rang out behind him. Oh, isn't this our Linjiang City's great genius? Su Jie? Turning around, he saw Zhou Kun accompanied by several lackeys, his expression one of arrogance. Compared to their last encounter in the training hall, Zhou Kun's aura had strengthened considerably, indicating that the Zhou family must have invested considerable resources in him during this time. His combat power likely exceeding 1,000 points. Beside him stood a lavishly dressed girl, her demeanor cold and proud, casting a scrutinizing and disdainful glance towards Su Jie. Zhou Kun, what brings you here? Su Jie mantanda calm demeanor, showing no unnecessary expressions. Zhou Kun felt irked by Su Jie's attitude, yet recalling his family's recent admonitions, he suppressed his anger and coldly remarked, "It's nothing. Just that I noticed Su Tianzi seems rather relaxed. I remind you, with the martial arts examination approaching, do not become complacent due to temporary pride." "No need to concern yourself," Su Jie replied, turning to leave. "Stop." The haughty young woman beside Zhou Kun suddenly interjected, her voice crisp yet filled with an air of superiority. "I have heard that you refused the Zhou family's invitation and even injured Deputy Director Zhou Xiong?" Su Ye Bao said, arching an eyebrow at her. "And if I did? You are quite naive." The girl scoffed. "I am Zhao Bingyun from the Jinling Zhao family. The Zhou family is a subordinate clan to my Zhao family. By injuring a member of the Zhou family, you are showing no respect to the Zhao family." The Jinling Zhao family? Su Jie had some recollection. It was a prominent martial arts family in Tiandu province, reputed to have formidable warriors among them. So, he maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Zhao Bingyun was incensed by Su Jie's attitude. "Therefore, I offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize to Zhou Kun, and surrender your earth-level martial technique as compensation. I may consider persuading my family to be lenient with you." Su Jie found this amusing, unable to suppress a laugh. "Faha, what are you laughing at?" Zhao Bingyun's delicate face turned frosty. "I laugh at you so-called aristocrats. Do you lack common sense?" Su Ye said, looking, his gaze sharpening, demanding kneeling and teaching martial arts. "Do you think you are the heavenly king? You seek death." Zhao Bingyun had never endured such humiliation. Her cold aura intensified, lowering the surrounding temperature. She raised her delicate hand, ready to strike. "Bingyun, do not act impulsively. Hostility intervenit, vispering. We are in the city. Fighting would attract the enforcement team. Besides, this fellow is quite peculiar. What do I have to fear? Does my Zhao family fear the mere enforcement team of Linjiang?" Zhao Bingyun declared proudly, yet she ultimately retracted her hand, glaring coldly at Su Jie. "Dare to step into the arena? Let me see how capable you are as the top of the new star rankings." Su Jie casually dug at his ear, appearing indifferent. "I have no time. I am in a hurry to hunt moles, you see, to complete my tasks." "Hunt moles?" Both Zhao Bingyun and Zhou Kun were momentarily taken aback. Su Jie, uninterested in further engaging with these self-important individuals, waved his hand. "All right, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. If you are truly bored, perhaps you could assist in the sewers, clearing out the mutated rats to contribute to the city, rather than always thinking of bullying honest people." With that, he left without hesitation, blending into the crowd, leaving Zhao Bingyun and Zhou Kun behind, their faces darkened. "That scoundrel! I will make him pay." Zhao Bingyun stamped her foot in rage. Zhou Kun's eyes glinted with malice. "Rest assured, Bingyun, during the martial arts examination, he will learn just how foolish he is." Chapter 34. Refining the corpses of demonic beasts, Su Jie paid little heed to Zhou Kun and Zhao Bingyun. To him, they were no different from buzzing flies. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to cultivate his vitality. Arriving at the City Hall's task hall, he swiftly filtered out the low-level tasks offering star points, focusing instead on the high-reward section. Soon, a special task caught his eye. S-Class Emergency Summons. Support for Outpost 77. Description: the Northern Borders Outpost 77 is facing a large-scale beast tide attack. The situation is critical. Warriors with combat power exceeding 3,000 points from Linjiang City and surrounding areas are urgently summoned for support. Rewards: contribution points will be calculated based on the level and quantity of beasts killed. Additional rewards for slaying the leader of the beast tide. Requirements: combat power above 3,000 points, practical experience required, must pass temporary combat power verification. Contribution points, calculated based on kills. Is brichstened instantly. His breath quickening. A beast tide. That meant an endless number of demonic beasts, and, correspondingly, an endless supply of contribution points. With his current combat power nearing 7,000, utilizing his physical prowess alongside Dong Suji, he could easily exceed 10,000 points in output. Amidst the beast tide, he would be akin to a harvester. "I'll take it." Without hesitation, Su Jie approached the task window. The staff member, taken aback by Su Jie's youthful visage, stammered, "Sir." You wish to accept the S-Class support task? Verification of combat power is required. Of course, Su Jie replied, stepping to the testing apparatus and delivering a casual punch. Bang! 3,688. He deliberately suppressed his strength, showcasing just over 3,000 points, satisfying the requirements without being overly ostentatious. The staff, upon seeing this number, regarded him with newfound respect. Combat power verification passed. Please sign the waiver. The aircraft is ready for immediate departure. Su Jie swiftly signed the agreement and, under the admiring gaze of the staff, strode confidently toward the helipad on the rooftop. Watching the scenery rush by outside, Su Jie rubbed his palms together, a smile of excitement gracing his lips. My brothers of the demonic beasts, I, Su Run, the humanitarian harvester of vitality, have arrived. The aircraft landed at a temporary drop-off point outside Outpost 77. The outpost had changed dramatically from his previous visit. The walls were battered, smoke filled the air, and the cacophony of shouts, roars, and the booming of energy weapons intertwined, creating a deafening din. In the distance, a dark wave of beasts surged like an endless tide, relentlessly battering the crumbling defenses. All supporting warriors, follow Commander Zhang's unified command and fill the gaps in the defense. A hoarse officer shouted. Su Jie surveyed the chaotic battlefield and glanced at the paltry 450,000 points of vitality reserves and a lengthy level 10 Martial Aperture refinement bar. A flicker of determination crossing his eyes. Follow commands? Fill gaps? How many beasts could that possibly allow him to kill? How few contribution points could he earn? What he sought was a massive influx of vitality. The essence of vitality that could elevate him to level 10 Martial Apertures in an instant. Apologies, Commander. Su Jie silently mused, his figure shifting as he executed Tatian Bu to its utmost, transforming into a blurry shadow. Instead of charging into the most pressured front line, he stealthily maneuvered along the battlefield's edge, silently slipping behind the beast's tide. Hey, where you going, kid? Commander Zhang noticed Su Jie's movement and shouted anxiously. But Su Jie's figure flickered and vanished into the smoke and chaos of the beasts. Damn it, another reckless youth, not following orders. Seeking death. Commander Zhang stomped in frustration, yet he had no time to spare as the pressure on the front line was overwhelming. Su Jie was unconcerned with others' opinions. He darted like a slippery fish through the gaps among the relatively smaller soldier-level demonic beasts, his target clear, those formidable creatures emanating a strong aura. Acting as command nodes, the general-level beasts. Quickly, he zeroed in on a general-level beast over 5 meters tall, resembling a giant ape covered in rock-like scales, the rock-armored violent ape, whose strength was approximately 11,000 combat points. You shall be my target. Suye gazes verbenet. No longer concealing his aura, his form bursting forth. Tatian Bu propelled him to peak speed, instantly crossing 100 meters and appearing at the side of the rock-armored violent ape. The rock-armored violent ape reacted swiftly, sensing the threat, and roared, its fist, the size of a grinding disc, barreling towards Su Jie. Zhong Suzi. Su Jie did not flinch or evade, aligning his right index and middle fingers, while an unprecedented surge of vitality surged towards his fingertips with incredible speed. This time, he directly utilized 1,300 points of vitality. Buzz. The space around his fingertips slightly warped, a chilling wave of destruction coalescing. With a light sound, the meticulously concentrated finger force reached its target first, effortlessly piercing through the rock-armored violent ape's rock-like scales, entering through its temple. The massive body of the rock-armored violent ape froze, the ferocity in its eyes dimming instantly, before it collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust. Killed general-level demonic beast, rock-armored violent ape, earning 180 federal contribution points. As the system notification resonated, a spark of inspiration ignited within Su Jie's mind. System, can the essence of this demon beast corpse be directly refined in the Qi blood furnace? Ding. Detected a viable energy source, general-level demon beast corpse. Would you like to refine it into Qi blood essence? Indeed, it could be done. Su Jie was overjoyed and commanded the refinement. With a mere thought, the massive corpse of the rock-armored gorilla vanished from the ground, absorbed into the system's special space, and cast into the enigmatic Qi blood furnace. Refinement successful. Obtained Chi Blood Essence. 55 points. Note: fluctuates based on the demon beast's strength and total Chi blood volume. What fortune! Su Jie beamed at the system panel, where an additional 55 points of Chi Blood Essence gleamed, nearly prompting him to howl in elation. A general-level demon beast with a battle power of 11,000 could yield 55 points of Chi Blood Essence. This was far more efficient than his painstaking accumulation of Chi Blood. According to Yang Baichuan and others, the Federation could only refine a demon beast with a battle power of 10,000 into 3 Chi Blood pills, each capable of augmenting 1,000 points of Chi Blood, which had to be refined by the martial artists themselves. The disparity between this and his system's Chi Blood Essence was staggering, leaving Su Jie in awe of the might of the Zhutian Wudao system. With fervent eyes, Su Jie gazed into the depths of the beast's tide, where formidable auras flickered like famished wolves spotting tender lambs. Next, Su Jie transformed into a specter of the battlefield, employing the ultimate speed of Ta Tianbu and the terrifying lethality of Dong Shuji, specifically targeting isolated or lagging general-level demon beasts. Killed general-level demon beast Wind Shadow Leopard. Awarded contribution points. 95. Refined to obtain Chi Blood Essence. 48 points. Killed general-level demon beast Crimson Flame Python. Awarded contribution points. 150. Refined to obtain Chi Blood Essence. 7 points. Killed general-level demon beast Iron Wing Eagle. Awarded contribution points. 110. Refined to obtain Chi Blood Essence. 52 points. Chapter 35. The Assault of 20,000 battle power. Su Jie was invigorated as the numbers of Chi Blood Essence soared rapidly. He even began to test the limits of Dong Shuji. Upon encountering a particularly formidable foe, the Thunder Giant Rhinoceros, estimated to possess a battle power nearing 15,000, Su Jie gritted his teeth and directly infused 600 points of Chi Blood into Dong Shuji. With a sharp sound, the finger force sliced through the air, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder, instantly penetrating the Thunder Giant Rhinoceros's heavily armored skull adorned with electric patterns. Killed general-level demon beast Thunder Giant Rhinoceros. Awarded contribution points. 280. Refined to obtain Chi Blood Essence. 13 points. With 600 Chi Blood, the power reached 16,000 battle power. The consumption and power were essentially in a tenfold relationship. Su Jie understood this, and despite the immense strain on his fingers and meridians from the 9th-level Martial Apertures, he could still endure. With renewed confidence, he sought even stronger targets. Finally, he set his sights on a lava earth dragon located in the rear of the beast's tide, its massive form radiating a terrifyingly scorching aura, with a battle power fluctuation reaching around 20,000. This was already at the level of a second-tier battle general. Damn it. Let us go all out. Let us see how formidable 2,000 Chi Blood's Dong Shuji can be. Su Jie took a deep breath, adjusting his state to perfection, and stealthily approached. Ta Tianbu allowed him to meld with the environment until he was less than 50 meters from the lava earth dragon, at which point the creature raised its head, its crimson pupils locking onto Su Jie. Roar! The lava earth dragon opened its massive jaws, spewing forth a torrent of scorching magma, warping the air and melting the ground in its wake. Now is my chance. Su Jie's gaze sharpened, and instead of retreating, he pressed forward, narrowly dodging the core range of the magma breath. Simultaneously, he brought his right fingers together, channeling a tumultuous 2,000 points of Chi Blood that surged toward his fingertips like a burst dam. This time, his fingertip seemed to form a miniature black hole, voraciously devouring surrounding light and energy, emanating a destructive aura that even the lava earth dragon found terrifying. Zong say zeta. Break for me. Su Ye Ubeloved. Thrusting his finger forward, an invisible force, as if capable of tearing through space, crossed dozens of meters at a speed surpassing sound, precisely striking the dark red crystal core located at the center of the lava earth dragon's forehead. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull thud, as though something had crumbled from within. The colossal body of the lava earth dragon trembled violently, its torrent of magma abruptly ceasing, its crimson pupils filled with disbelief. Before rapidly dimming, a thumb-sized hole appeared on the forehead crystal core, its edges smooth as a mirror. In the next moment, this behemoth with a battle power of 20,000 collapsed, its life force extinguished completely. Killed General Level Demon, Beast, Lava, Earth Dragon. Awarded Federation contribution points, 500. Refinement successful. Obtained Chi Blood Essence, 22 points. Breathless, Su Jie withdrew his fingers, his entire right arm trembling violently. As his meridians throbbed with excruciating pain, his complexion slightly pale. The one-time consumption of 2,000 Chi blood far exceeded previous loads. Yet, gazing at the surging contribution points and the remarkable 22 points of Chi blood essence on the system panel, all fatigue and pain transformed into exquisite exhilaration. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. In such a brief time, he had penetrated deep into enemy lines, single-handedly killing over 10 general-level demon beasts, accumulating nearly 2,000 contribution points. The Chi blood essence he refined reached an astonishing total of 89 points. This equated to 890,000 ordinary Chi blood, sufficient for him to instantaneously elevate 3 martial apertures to level 10. Indeed, without the night grass, horses cannot grow fat. Without unexpected wealth, people cannot prosper. Su Jie licked his cracked lips, his gaze scorching as he surveyed the depths of the beast tide. This was merely the beginning. Demon beast brethren, your Su grandpa is having a blast. Without hesitation, he commanded the system. System, elevate my martial apertures to level 10 instantly. Consume 25 points of Chi blood essence. Martial aperture level raised to 10. Battle power, 30. Consume 25 points of Chi blood essence. Martial aperture level raised to 10. Battle power, 30. Consume 25 points of Chi blood essence. Martial aperture level raised to 10. Battle power, 30. Boom, boom, boom. It felt as though 3 nuclear bombs were detonating within him. The newly upgraded 3-level 10 martial apertures radiated with a might far surpassing the previous 3, exuding a more profound and pure power. An indescribable sense of comfort coursed through his body. As the soreness and pain in his arm from the excessive use of Dong Xiu, Ji rapidly alleviated and healed under this newfound power. Current martial apertures, level 10, 5, level 9, 94. Current Chi blood reserve, 200,000 points, 1 second. Chi blood essence, 14 points. Battle power, 80 points. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Su Jie reveled in the surging power within him and the noticeably more resilient and widened meridians, unable to resist throwing a punch, producing a sharp crack in the air. Level 10 martial apertures even have the effect of strengthening the body and healing hidden injuries. This foundation is incredibly formidable. He glanced at the remaining 14 points of Chi blood essence. Though insufficient for an instant upgrade to the next level, the thrill of the upgrade had him utterly intoxicated. Not enough? Then let us earn more. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swiftly zeroed in on a nearby 2-headed demon wolf, howling to rally the beast horde. With a battle power around 13,000 points. You're the one. Su Jie vanished once more, akin to the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, precise and efficient. Tak Tianbu allowed him to glide through the battlefield like a specter, easily evading the harassment of soldier-level demon beasts. Dong Xiuji became his most lethal weapon. This time, he expended only 1,000 Chi blood, condensing his finger force, and with a swift thrust, pierced through the junction of the 2 heads of the 2-headed demon wolf. Killed general-level demon beast, 2-headed demon wolf. Awarded contribution points, 180. Refinement successful. Obtained Chi blood essence, 8 points. The total Chi blood essence now reached 22 points. 3 points short of another promotion. Su Jie's murderous intent surged as his gaze swept across the battlefield, quickly spotting Steel Bristle Wild Boar King, with a combat power of approximately 10,000 points. Brother, my apologies, but you're just what I need. With a swift and decisive finger strike, he consumed 800 points of vitality, piercing through its skull. Successfully killed the general-level beast, Steel Bristle Wild Boar King, gaining 100 contribution points. Refinement successful. Obtain Vitality Essence, 5 points. Total Vitality Essence, 27 points. Just enough. System, elevate me once more. Consuming 25 points of Vitality Essence. Martial Aperture level upgraded to level 10. Combat Power 30. Combat Power, 7,110 points. His strength surged again. Su Jie felt his body become weightless, as if he could easily defy gravity with a mere effort. His perception of the surrounding environment sharpened, allowing him to hear the heavy breaths and anxious heartbeats of soldiers on the distant watchtower wall. Chapter 36. Monster Slaying. Ha ha ha. Keep going. Don't stop. Su Jie was completely consumed by the thrill of slaughter, unleashing a one-sided massacre behind the beast tide. He specifically targeted the softest prey, focusing on general-level beasts with combat power between 10,000 and 15,000 points, achieving remarkable efficiency. Vitality Essence, 6 points. Total 8 points. Vitality Essence, 7 points. Total 15 points. Consuming 25 points of Vitality Essence. Martial Aperture level upgraded to level 10. Combat Power, 30. Current level 10, 7. Combat Power, 7,140 points. Vitality Essence, 4 points. Total 45 points. Vitality Essence, 8 points. Total 125 points. Vitality Essence, 65 points. Total 19 points. Just 6 points short. Found you. Vitality Essence, 62 points. Total 252 points. Upgrade. Consuming 25 points of Vitality Essence. Martial Aperture level upgraded to level 10. Combat Power, 30. Current level 10. 8. Combat Power, 7,170 points. Su Jie was utterly immersed in the exhilarating cycle of slaughter, refinement, and leveling up. His figure flickered in the vast sea of beasts. Each appearance brought the demise of a general-level beast, causing it to vanish. He resembled an unyielding harvesting machine, swiftly eliminating the officers among the beasts. Gradually, the originally surging and orderly beast tide began to show signs of chaos. Many soldier-level beasts lost their superior command, becoming blind and restless. Their rhythm of attack was disrupted, even leading to instances of trampling one another. The pressure on the front line visibly eased. What is happening? The beast tide's assault has weakened? Zhang Weiguan, having just felled an ironback wolf scaling the wall, looked down in astonishment. Commander, look over there. A sharp-eyed soldier pointed toward the rear of the beast tide, his voice trembling with disbelief. It seems someone is killing those big guys in the beast tide. Zhang Weiguan followed the direction of the soldier's finger and caught a glimpse of a vague figure moving with astonishing speed amidst the swirling smoke and chaotic beasts. Each brief pause was accompanied by the thunderous fall of a massive general-level beast, which then vanished into thin air. Is that the kid? Zhang Weiguan recognized the ghostly figure as Su Jie, who had previously disregarded orders and left the team. He had thought Su Jie perished in the beast tide. Yet this fellow not only survived, but was also engaging in precise eliminations behind the tide, and he was making the beast corpses disappear. What kind of monster is this kid? Zhang Weiguan's mouth fell agape, feeling as if his worldview, formed over decades, was crumbling. At this moment, Su Jie was entirely oblivious to the shock his actions had caused on the front line. He had just executed a Void Finger that consumed 1,500 vitality against a venomous Spider Queen with a combat power of 14,000 points, earning himself another 12 points of Vitality Essence. Staring at the panel displaying level 10, 15, level 9, 84, and combat power, 7,380 points, Su Jie felt a surge of boundless energy within him. 15, level 10 Martial Apertures, a base combat power of 7,380. Feeling the heat of the 15 level 10 Martial Apertures within him, radiating endless energy, he felt invincible. Now, should I encounter that lava earth dragon and unleash my 2,000 vitality Void Finger, I could undoubtedly slay it with ease. His gaze scanned deeper into the beast tide, where a few stronger and more elusive auras lingered, presumably the true orchestrators of this beast tide. The big fish are still lurking. His eyes brimming not with fear, but with the exhilaration of the hunt. However, before that, he needed to clear away these small fry and gather more ammunition. He moved swiftly, diving back into the fervent endeavor of monster slaying. To him, this was not a life-and-death battlefield, but rather a super-experienced dungeon brimming with treasure chests. Ecclesveli forsu gua bia. Beast brothers do not rush. Line up, one at a time. There's enough for everyone. Su Jia mused while weaving through the chaos. Finding time to jest in his mind, today, Boss Su is treating. I'll handle the killing and the disposal. As Su Jia wreaked havoc behind the beast tide, vitality essence poured in continuously, lighting up one level 10 Martial Aperture after another. When the 30th level 10 Martial Aperture successfully advanced, he felt a qualitative change within him. His vitality surged like a roaring river, resonating thunderously, and he felt as if he possessed inexhaustible strength, with his perception range expanding more than twice. Current Martial Apertures: Level 10, 30, Level 9, 69, Combat Power, 7,830 points. 7,830 points of base combat power. Su Jia reveled in the surging power within, brimming with confidence. Just as he prepared to seek out the next experience package, the few powerful auras that had been lurking in the depths of the beast tide finally stirred. Screech, a sharp and piercing sound, akin to the grinding of metal, echoed as a massive shadow burst through the beast tide at an astonishing speed, appearing before Su Jia in midair. It was a slender creature, cloaked in dark golden feathers, with wings edged in cold light, resembling a colossal eagle forged from metal. Its gaze was as sharp as a blade, locking on Su Jia with deadly intent, exuding an aura far surpassing that of previous general-level beasts, imbued with a fierce, murderous aura. Warning: high energy reaction detected. Target: Liei Jin Lei Ing, Elite Level 2 General Beast. Estimated combat power: 25,000 points. 25,000. An elite bloodline level. The previous sense of ease vanishing in an instant. An opponent of this caliber was no longer something he could handle at will. The disparity in base combat power exceeded 3 times, and the foe was a flying beast renowned for its speed and attack. The Liei Jin Lei Ing had clearly identified Su Jia, the intruder wreaking havoc in its territory. Without hesitation, it flapped its wings, launching dozens of golden feathers, resembling solid projectiles intertwined with electric arcs, descending upon Su Jia like a tempest. The speed was astonishing. Taqianbu. Su Jia activated his agility to the utmost, leaving behind phantoms as he moved through the air, evading like a specter. Yet, the coverage of the feathers was too extensive and the speed too rapid. 2 feathers grazed his shoulder and rib. Slish! His protective vitality was torn apart like paper. A burning pain shot through his shoulder, and a deep gash was carved into his side, blood instantly staining his garments, the residual electric energy causing his half-body to tingle. Such speed, such penetrating power. Su Jia gasped, realizing he could not afford to be careless. The attacks from the Liei Jin Lei Ing posed a lethal threat. Chapter 37. One strike to kill, while frantically channeling vitality to heal his injuries and suppress the numbing effects of electricity. Su Jia engaged in a cat-and-mouse game with the Liei Jin Lei Ing using Taqianbu. The beast continuously launched aerial assaults, its claws, feathers, and occasionally emitted lightning balls, placing Su Jia in peril, forcing him into a passive evasion with no opportunity for effective counterattack. This one T-do, in the air, I found myself at a disadvantage against it. I must lead it to the ground or find a place filled with obstacles. Su Jia's thoughts raced as he fought and retreated, heading toward a chaotic area nearby, strewn with massive rocks and the remnants of demonic beasts from a previous battle. The Liei Jin Lei Ing, clearly aware of Su Jia's intentions, intensified its assault, attempting to intercept him midway. Gritting his teeth, Su Jia endured several non-fatal feather strikes, acquiring more wounds on his body, and finally stumbled into the rocky area. With the boulders providing some cover, the Liei Jin Lei Ying's ranged attacks were significantly curtailed. It screeched in fury, having to lower its altitude and weave through the stone forest, trying to claw Su Jia out with its talons and beak. For a time, figures darted among the rocks, golden light flashing, and the sound of thunder resonating. Utilizing the intricacies of the stone forest and the finesse of the Taqianbu, Su Jia barely managed to evade the Liei Jin Lei Ing, yet he remained at a distinct disadvantage, his injuries accumulating while his vitality rapidly diminished. Damn it! If this continues, I'll be drained. Crouching behind a massive rock, he gasped for breath, feeling the dwindling vitality within him. Less than 30,000, and the multitude of wounds across his body, his gaze hardening. I have no choice but to take risks. Observing the Liek Jin Lei Ying's trajectory, he noted that after each diving attack, it had a fleeting moment to adjust its posture due to the obstruction of the stone forest. That was the opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Su Jie summoned the last vestiges of his vitality, silently calculating the point of the Liek Jin Lei Ying's next strike. It came. The Liek Jin Lei Ying descended like a golden lightning bolt, its sharp claws aimed directly at the boulder where Su Jie concealed himself. Now, a fierce light ignited in Su Jie's eyes, and instead of evading, he charged out from behind the boulder, rushing towards the Liek Jin Lei Ying. He abandoned all defenses, concentrating all his vitality and into his right index and middle fingers. Zong Zeta, 2,500 points of vitality. Take this. He almost roared, unleashing the maximum vitality his physical body could withstand, 2,500 points unreservedly into that strike. This was his most formidable attack. A hum resonated as the black hole effect at his fingertips became unprecedentedly pronounced, as though even space itself was tearing apart. An overwhelming sense of lethal danger enveloped the Liek Jin Lei Ying. It attempted to soar higher, to twist its body, but the momentum of its dive and the environment of the stone forest constrained it. It could only watch helplessly as the concentrated force of destruction surged toward it, enlarging rapidly in its pupils. With pinpoint accuracy, Su Jie struck the relatively vulnerable junction of the Liek Jin Lei Ying's neck and chest. The concentrated power erupted instantaneously, shredding through its resilient dark golden feathers and penetrating muscle and bone. The Liek Jin Lei Ying emitted a heart-wrenching scream filled with anguish and resentment. Its massive body plummeting from the sky like a severed kite, crashing heavily among the rubble and raising a cloud of dust. It struggled to rise, but the immense wound at its neck gushed blood, and its life force ebbed away like a receding tide. Successfully killed the elite-class General Beast Liek Jin Lei Ying, earning 1,500 contribution points. Refinement successful. Gain Vitality Essence, 85 points. Coughing, Su Jie knelt on one knee, violently expelling a mouthful of congealed blood. His complexion as pale as paper. His right arm hung limply, agony coursing through his meridians, his vitality nearly drained, and his wounds burned with pain. Yet, gazing at the system prompt and the substantial 85 points of Vitality Essence, a smile of survival emerged on his face. It was worth it. He dared not linger. Mustering his remaining breath to execute the Tak Tianbu, stumbling to find a relatively concealed crevice among the rocks, immediately burrowing inside and moving several stones to partially obscure the entrance. After refining the Liek Jin Lei Ying, Su Jie's total Vitality Essence reached 103 points, enough to elevate 4 levels. System, upgrade 4 of my 10th level Martial Apertures without hesitation. Consume 25 points of Vitality Essence. Martial Aperture level raised to level 10. Combat Power 30. Consume 25 points of Vitality Essence. Warm currents surged through his body, nourishing him with new life. And his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, his vitality restoring swiftly. Su Jie exhaled deeply, leaning against the cold rock, feeling the robust foundation and rapid recovery bestowed by his 34 10th level Martial Apertures, his heart settling slightly. I will recover here for a while. Once my condition is fully restored, the beast tide will be upon me. He closed his eyes, reflecting on the arduous battle he had endured, yet the rewards were immense. Not only had his strength increased once more, but more importantly, he had validated his extreme combat capabilities under high pressure. Elite-class General Beasts were not so daunting after all. Once I am fully recovered and elevate my 10th level Martial Apertures to over 40, I shall confront those truly formidable foes. Suya Espiritu Sorted. This beast tide was, for him, a tailor-made super training ground. Approximately an hour later, bolstered by his recovery and the dual effects of the Ben Yuan to Nashu, his vitality reserves surged back to over 80,000 points, and his wounds had largely healed, leaving only faint scars. I'm nearly restored. Su Jie opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance momentarily illuminating his gaze. He quietly brushed aside the obstructing stones, peering out to observe the outside world. The beast tide had descended into utter chaos due to the death of the Liek Jinlei Ing and the previous large number of general-class demonic beasts that Su Jie had stealthily eliminated. The soldier-class demonic beasts, stripped of command, were either mindlessly assaulting the outpost defenses, engaging in mutual slaughter, or fleeing wildly into the wilderness. The pressure on the front line had significantly lessened, and the soldiers even began organizing small-scale counterattacks to clear the beasts that had breached the walls. A perfect opportunity. Now is the time to seize the spoils, no, to eliminate the remaining enemies. Su Jie chuckled, his figure once again melding into the chaos of the beast horde. This time, his targets were more defined. Those general-class demonic beasts that still attempted to maintain order amidst the chaos, or those of considerable strength trying to regroup the fleeing troops. These beasts stood out starkly in the turmoil, serving as the best guiding lights for Su Jie. Dong Xiuji, 800 vitality. Dong Xiuji, 1,000 vitality. Dong Xiuji, 1,200 vitality. Chapter 38. A swift cleanup. Su Jie moved like an efficient assassin, leveraging his extraordinary agility and terrifying explosive power, specifically targeting those general-class demonic beasts with combat power ranging from 10,000 to 18,000 points. To conserve vitality, he often opted for the most effortless methods, striking at vulnerable areas such as the eyes, throat, and abdomen, striving for a single lethal blow. Killed general-class demonic beast Bloodthirsty Frenzy Bull, earning 135 contribution points. Refining grants vitality essence, 65 points. Killed general-class demonic beast Shadow Leopard, earning 115 contribution points. Refining grants vitality essence, 58 points. Killed general-class demonic beast Rock Giant, earning 200 contribution points. Refining grants vitality essence, 9 points. Though his efficiency could not compare to his previous targeted hunts, it was safe and stable. The vitality essence accumulated gradually. Each time he reached 25 points of vitality essence, Su Jie acted without hesitation. System: upgrade a 10th level Martial Aperture instantly. Consume 25 points of vitality essence. Martial Aperture level raised to level 10. Combat power 30. His strength elevated slightly once more. Su Jie felt increasingly at ease. He traversed through the chaotic beast tide, like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, mercilessly harvesting valuable targets. Contribution points and vitality essence steadily increased. Vitality essence 7 points. Total 7 points. Vitality essence 85 points. Total 155 points. Vitality essence 6 points. Total 215 points. Only 35 points left. Found you. Vitality essence 4 points. Total 255 points. Level up. Consume 25 points of vitality essence. Martial Aperture level raised to level 10. Combat power 30. Thus, Su Hui, while clearing the scattered beast tide, continuously elevated his martial apertures by utilizing the harvested essence of blood and vitality. As the scale of the beast tide diminished to less than 1/3 of its initial size, with most of the demonic beasts fleeing into the wilderness, the number of Su Ju's 10th level martial apertures reached an astonishing figure. Current martial apertures: 10th level, 60. 9th level, 39. Current vitality reserve, 0 points, 1 second. Essence of blood and vitality, 18 points. Combat power, 8,730 points. Su Ju felt an unprecedented sense of strength surging within him, akin to 60 blazing suns providing nearly boundless power. The flow of vitality surged like the mighty Yangtze River, thundering with a deep resonance. His body felt as resilient as forged divine metal. The scars left by the Jinlei eagle had long since vanished, and his skin shimmered with a subtle, jade-like luster. Clenching his fists, the air was crushed in his palms, emitting sharp, cracking sounds. If he were to encounter that Jinlei eagle again, he would not need to be so flustered. His gaze swept across the battleground. Now in disarray, the dispersed beast tide was no longer a concern, and the battle towards the outpost was nearing its conclusion, with soldiers clearing the final remnants. It seemed the big fish would not emerge again. Su Ju clicked his tongue, feeling a tinge of regret. This beast tide had yielded him bountiful rewards. Not only had his contribution points accumulated to a terrifying number, but the foundation of 60 10th level martial apertures also facilitated a qualitative leap in his power. It was time to return. This harvest was sufficient for me to enhance my abilities significantly. With a thought, Suju transformed into a streak of light and soared toward the direction of Outpost 77. Upon landing atop the outpost walls, he immediately drew the attention of all present. At that moment, although Suju's attire was somewhat tattered, his aura was profound and imposing. His gaze deep as the starry sky, and the palpable pressure surrounding him caused even the seasoned veterans to feel a chill of trepidation. Zhang Weiguan approached swiftly, his eyes filled with a complex mix of disbelief and respect. Suju, are you all right? Just now, the elite demonic beasts at the rear of the beast tide, including the formidable Jean Lei Eagle. Suju brushed the dust off his clothes and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, those demonic beasts? I found them quite bothersome, so I took care of them." He then inquired, "So, Zhang Weiguan, is the pressure on this front line alleviated?" "Just took care of them." Zhang Weiguan and the surrounding soldiers twitched at the corners of their mouths, staring at Suju, who appeared as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll in the countryside and returned with a few wildflowers. They fell into a collective silence. One person had ventured deep behind the beast tide, eliminating dozens of elite demonic beasts, including a leader with a combat power of 25,000. This was far beyond mere casual cleaning. It was akin to a walking disaster. Zhang Weiguan took several deep breaths, barely suppressing his astonishment. He forced a smile and said, "The pressure has long since vanished. Suju, we owe you a great debt. You have made a significant contribution. I will report it to the higher-ups immediately." "There's no need for a report. Let the credit be shared among everyone." Suju waved his hand dismissively. He was indifferent to such superficial accolades. Since the situation here was under control, he decided to return home. His mind was filled with thoughts of quickly utilizing the remaining essence of blood and vitality, and then seeking opportunities to visit the Wanxiang Tiangong or other places to continue his endeavors. As Suju once again demonstrated his ethereal agility, darting across the sky like a shooting star, he swiftly vanished into the distance, leaving a silence in his wake atop the outpost walls. After a long moment, a new recruit whispered, "Who exactly is that officer?" Zhang Weiguan gazed in the direction where Suju had disappeared, exhaling a long breath of exasperation. His eyes filled with contemplation. Perhaps he is destined to become a towering pillar for our Linjiang city. No, for our Tiandu province. And even for the entire human race. Suju did not take the military aircraft, but instead relied on the astonishing speed of the Ta Tianbu, his figure tearing through the sky like a bolt of lightning. He returned to his familiar rented room in Linjiang City in less than an hour. After closing the door and isolating himself from the outside world, he immediately sat cross-legged, eager to access the system panel. Host, Suju, current Martial Apertures, 10th level, 60, 9th level, 39, current Vitality Reserve, 3,500 points, 1 second. Essence of Blood and Vitality, 18 points, Combat Power, 8,730 points, Federal Contribution Points, 58,700 points, 58,700 contribution points. Looking at this figure, Suju could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had truly reaped immense rewards from this beast tide. The value of these contribution points was substantial. Moreover, only a little over 2 days had passed since he had been at Outpost 7. He carefully sensed the changes within his body. The 60 10th level Martial Apertures resembled 60 eternally burning stars, forming a more complex and stable energy circulation system within him. The quality of his vitality had become exceptionally pure and refined, akin to the transformation of a common stream into liquid mercury. He attempted to circulate his vitality, and without any deliberate effort, an invisible force field emanated from him, gently pushing aside the dust on the table, making the air feel slightly more viscous. Chapter 39. The ancient trial grounds instanced this sensation of power was exquisite. Suju slowly clenched his fist, the joints crackling like muffled thunder. However, it was still not secure enough. He quickly calmed himself. The Zhou family had been entrenched for many years, and they might possess hidden cards. Moreover, the Zhao family behind Zhao Bingyun sounded formidable as well. He must hasten to elevate the remaining 39 Martial Apertures to the 10th level. Only when all 99 apertures reach the 10th level in perfection can I truly stand at the pinnacle of the Martial Aperture phase. With this thought in mind, he promptly contacted the internal network of the Federation to check the contribution points exchange list. He needed to find a way to quickly and abundantly acquire the essence of blood and vitality. The list displayed a dazzling array of items, from rare materials and divine weapons to advanced martial arts, but the prices were exorbitantly high. Pure vitality, 1 contribution point for 10 points. Centennial blood ginseng, contains rich vitality, estimated to extract 5,000 points of vitality, requires 600 contribution points for exchange. Elite beast crystal core, 001 chance to comprehend the heart of martial arts, requires 10,000 contribution points for exchange. As Su Ju examined these options, his brow furrowed. Exchanging for vitality directly was out of the question. It was too costly. The Centennial blood ginseng looked promising, but extracting it into ordinary vitality held little significance for him. It would be preferable if he could directly refine it into essence. He was taken aback to discover that the beast crystal core actually required 10,000 contribution points each. It seemed that Uncle Yang had indeed expended considerable resources last time, and he would have to find an opportunity to repay him. The efficiency was still insufficient. Su Ju stroked his chin. It appeared that the best course of action was to personally hunt high-level demonic beasts or enter the Wanxiang Tiangong instance. While he pondered his next steps, deep within the Zhou family estate on the other side of Linjiang City, the family head Zhou Tianfang listened to his subordinate's report, his expression darkening to the point of almost dripping with rage. What did you say? The advanced forces of the Beast Tide at Outpost 77 were repelled? And it was due to a young man who single-handedly killed dozens of elite demonic beasts, including a Jin Lei eagle? Zhou Tianfang's voice trembled with disbelief. Indeed, it is absolutely true. The information came from within the military. Although specific details are sealed, the general situation is accurate. That young man is Su Ju. The reporting figure in black lowered his head, his tone filled with trepidation. Bang! Zhou Tianfang slammed his palm onto the solid wooden tea table, shattering it into splinters. Su Hui, again, it is him. How could he have become this strong? How much time has even passed? He had initially thought that Su Ju merely experienced some kind of fortuitous encounter, leading to rapid increases in combat power, but perhaps lacking a solid foundation. However, to venture deep behind the Beast Tide and eliminate dozens of elite foes, including an elite-level leader, this was no ordinary genius. This was a prodigy, a monster. Father, we must devise a plan swiftly. Zhou Kuan stood nearby, his face ashen and his voice trembling with fear. The current situation is already terrifying. If allowed to escalate, it could spell disaster for the Zhou family. Zhou Tianfang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock and murderous intent within him, and spoke in a grave tone. This child has already reached a formidable stage. We cannot confront him with ordinary means. Immediately issue a command. All members of the Zhou family are forbidden from provoking Su Jia in the near future. Those who disobey will be expelled from the family. Father, Kun exclaimed urgently. Silence. Zhou Tianfang barked. Do you think I do not wish to eliminate him? However, the potential and strength he has displayed have already attracted the attention of the military and the higher-ups of the Martial Arts Association. That old Foxiang Baichuan is certainly keeping a close watch. If we act recklessly now, we shall meet our own demise. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Temporarily lying low does not signify surrender. The martial arts examination presents an excellent opportunity. At that time, countless talents will converge. And on the arena, fists and feet shall not discern friend from foe. Zhou Kuan's eyes brightened at these words. Father's implication is? Contact the Zhao family. Zhou Tianfang replied coldly. We must inadvertently disclose Su Jia's circumstances, particularly the information about his potential possession of high-level martial arts and secrets for rapid advancement, to Zhao Bingyun, as well as to that true genius of the Zhao family. Understand. A sinister smile crept across Zhou Kuan's face, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. During the martial arts examination, someone will naturally eliminate this pressing concern for us. In his rented room, Su Jia remained oblivious to all of this. He had just made a decision. He would reserve his contribution points for emergencies. The immediate priority was to contact Uncle Yang and enter the Wanxiang Tiangong. That is where my true opportunities lie. He attempted once more to dial Yang Baichuan's encrypted communication code. This time, the connection was quickly established. On the screen appeared the elegant visage of Yang Baichuan, who regarded Su Jia with a fleeting hint of surprise, which quickly morphed into a smile of satisfaction. Suya, it seems you have made significant gains during this period, Yang Baichuan remarked, his tone laden with meaning. Su Jia felt a shiver run down his spine. Realizing that his transformation was unlikely to escape the notice of this enigmatic vice president, he respectfully bowed. I have been fortunate to make some progress. Uncle Yang, I have made up my mind. I wish to enter the Wanxiang Tiangong. Yang Baichuan appeared unperturbed and nodded. Excellent. Your foundation is even more robust than I had anticipated. You are indeed qualified to engage earlier. He shifted the topic. The Wanxiang Tiangong has a world known as the Huanggu Trial Ground. Slaying the beasts within will yield health value rewards, which should be greatly beneficial to you. The Huanggu Trial Ground? Su Jia's eyes instantly lit up. This was tailor-made for him. I'm going, he declared without hesitation. Very well. Yang Baichuan nodded. We shall meet at the usual place at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I will take you to the Wanxiang Tiangong then. As the communication ended, Su Jia clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Huanggu Trial Ground await me. When I emerge from within, I shall achieve the pinnacle of the 9 ninths. Reaching level 10 in full. Time flew by. On the second day after waking, Su Jia stayed in his rented room, familiarizing himself with his surging power while refining his mastery of the Tatian step and Luiying sword technique. As for the Dongshu finger, its consumption was too great. It could only serve as a trump card, making daily practice largely meaningless. During this period, the old wristband on his arm received numerous messages. There were inquiries from teacher Li Heng of the school, as well as some unfamiliar communication requests, presumably olive branches from various factions or attempts to gather intelligence. Su Jia ignored them all. His focus remained solely on the essence of vitality and reaching level 10. On the third day, Su Jia arrived punctually at the abandoned No. 7 mine in the eastern part of the city. Yang Baichuan awaited him, still wearing that elegant blue shirt. Uncle Yang, Suya greeted him respectfully. Yang Baichuan scanned Su Jia, his admiration growing. Your foundation has become even more solid. Splendid. It seems your experience at the 77th outpost has yielded significant rewards. Su Jia grinned, not denying it. Let us proceed. Yang Baichuan said no more, leading Su Jia onto the black flying vessel. Chapter 40. Wanxiang Tiangong. As the vessel powered up, it ventured deep into the mine, eventually halting before an unassuming rock wall. Yang Baichuan produced a peculiar token and waved it at the wall. Buzz! The wall shimmered like rippling water, revealing a portal radiating a hazy white light. This is one of the teleportation points leading to the outskirts of the Wanxiang Tiangong, Yang Baichuan explained. Follow me. Taking a deep breath, Su Jia stepped through the luminous gate, filled with curiosity and anticipation. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and spatial transition, he found himself standing on an expansive, unimaginable white jade plaza. At the far end of the plaza loomed a colossal palace, exuding an ancient, timeless aura. The palace doors were firmly shut, engraved with 4 grand characters, Wanxiang Tiangong. Before the palace, thousands of light gates of varying sizes and colors floated, twinkling like stars scattered across the sky. Each gate emanated different energy fluctuations. Some were searing hot, others icy cold, some vibrant with life, while others exuded an eerie stillness. Countless martial artists, of varying strengths, traversed the plaza. Some emerged from the gates, bloodied yet exhilarated. Others formed teams, resolutely stepping into the portals, and some set up stalls, peddling bizarre items obtained from various dungeons. The atmosphere here was starkly different from the outside world. It was more primal, more raw, imbued with opportunities, dangers, and powerful energy. This is the outer plaza of the Wanxiang Tiangong. Yang Baichuan's voice pulled Su Jia from his astonishment as he pointed to the floating gates. Those are the passages to various dungeon worlds, with stone tablets nearby recording the highest achievements of our Tianming martial artists exploring the corresponding dungeons. Su Jia followed his gaze and discovered that beside each floating gate stood a towering stone tablet emanating an ancient aura, inscribed with flowing golden characters, revealing names and records. Those are the trial tablets, Yang Baichuan noted, observing Su Jia's focus, explaining that they record the progress of the top 100 in clearing the corresponding dungeons. Those who make the list are undoubtedly the elite among their peers, serving as an important gauge of a martial artist's potential. His gaze swept over the tablets, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Many major factions select talents not only by looking at cultivation levels, but also by paying close attention to these trial tablets rankings. To have one's name inscribed is, in itself, a testament to honor and strength. As they spoke, the two approached a massive light gate. The trial tablet beside the gate was striking, adorned with 5 resplendent characters. Martial arts prodigy ranking. The top 10 names gleamed in regal purple gold, shimmering like stars. The following 90 names shone in brilliant gold, radiant and dazzling. Su Jie's gaze was instantly captivated by the name at the top of the purple gold list. Ranked first was first place, Yu Wujia, clearance difficulty, hard, evaluation, S-class, time taken, 1 hour 15 minutes. Yang Baichuan pointed to the light gate. This is the Huanggu Trial Ground, an extreme challenge dungeon designed for martial artists at the Martial Aperture stage. The difficulty ranges from easy to nightmare. Not to mention nightmare mode. Even in nightmare difficulty, no one has ever cleared it. If you are interested, you may first familiarize yourself with the easy mode. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed Su Jie gazing intensely at the top position on the trial tablet. His eyes ablaze with unbridled ambition and determination. No one has completed this for 1,000 years. Su Jie murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yang Baichuan, seeing this, shook his head slightly, assuming it was merely youthful arrogance, not giving it much thought. Little did he know, this young man had already set his sights on that unattainable pinnacle. Inside lies a unique solo challenge dungeon, where one can freely select the difficulty level, ranging from easy to nightmare, with the corresponding number of demonic beasts varying from 1 to 100. The challenge is divided into 10 waves, with the strength of the beasts progressively escalating, purportedly correlating with the ultimate combat power of the martial apertures from levels 1 to 10. Each successful wave defended against grants substantial vitality rewards, with higher difficulties yielding even more astonishing rewards, particularly in the legendary nightmare mode, if one can triumph. The vitality gained is said to be immense. He paused momentarily, his tone laced with a note of caution. However, the higher the difficulty, the risks increase exponentially. Should one fail the challenge, their soul would scatter and all gains would dissipate like foam. Therefore, it is imperative to act within one's capabilities. Immense vitality? The freedom to choose difficulty? Su Jie's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This was nothing short of a super experienced chamber tailor-made for him. This is your temporary identity token. It grants you access to this dungeon. Yang Baichuan handed Su Jie a white jade talisman, reminding him, remember, preserving your life is paramount. After successfully fending off a wave, you may choose to continue challenging or withdraw. But should you fail, he shook his head, leaving the implication unspoken. I understand, Yang. Su Jie accepted the token with solemnity, his heart ignited with fierce determination. Nightmare mode. It must be nightmare mode. Go ahead, Yang Baichuan encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Su Jie no longer hesitated and strode toward the crimson light gate. Before stepping through the portal, he glanced back at the grand main hall of Wanxiang Tiangong, silently vowing, just wait. One day, I will step inside and see. As he stepped through the light gate, the familiar sensation of time and space shifting enveloped him. When his vision cleared once more, Su Jie found himself standing on an expansive, ancient land replete with a primordial desolation. The sky bore an eerie dark red hue, and the air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood and a strong aura of demonic beasts, with distant roars sending shivers down his spine. Enter Dungeon, Primordial Trial Ground. Welcome to the Primordial Trial Ground, exclusive to Martial Aperture phase. Please select your challenge difficulty. Easy mode, 1 demonic beast per wave. Completion base, reward X1. Normal mode, 5 demonic beasts per wave. Completion base, reward X5. Difficult mode, 10 demonic beasts per wave. Completion base, reward X10. Nightmare mode, 30 demonic beasts per wave. Completion base, reward X30. Dream mode, 100 demonic beasts per wave. Completion base, reward X100. And a chance to obtain hidden rewards. In this mode, the strength of the demonic beasts for each wave from 1 to 10 are 99, 297, 594, 990, 1584, 2376, 3465, 4950, 6930, and 9900 respectively. Successfully defeating each wave grants corresponding vitality rewards based on difficulty. A 100-fold base reward, not to mention the hidden rewards. Su Jie rubbed his fists together, glancing at his vitality, which had already restored to 104, 300 points. Without the slightest hesitation, he declared, "I choose Nightmare Mode." Nightmare Mode confirmed. Warning: this mode is extremely dangerous. Please prepare accordingly. 100 rock monsters with a power of 99 surged forth. Su Jie did not even move. A slight tremor of vitality coursed through him, and an invisible shockwave radiated outward, instantly reducing the 100 rock monsters to dust. First wave completed. Nightmare Mode grants a 100-fold reward bonus. Vitality gained. 10,000. Chapter 41. Dreamlike difficulty continue. For the second wave, power 297. Third wave, power 594. Until the fifth wave, power 1584. Su Jie advanced as if strolling through a garden, effortlessly clearing the field with a mere wave of his hand. He accumulated a vitality of 310,000. Of course, this amount was merely an appetizer for him. As the sixth wave commenced, the strength of the demonic beasts reached 376 points. Yet the number remained 100. A dark mass of bronze puppet enhanced type marched towards him with heavy steps. Finally, this has some merit. Su Jie's gaze sharpened, no longer overconfident. Treading the sky step unfurled, his figure darting like a dragon through the sea, his fists surging with vitality. Bang, bang, bang. He no longer pursued a single strike to annihilate them all. Instead, he maneuvered precisely among the puppets, each punch striking their energy cores or joint connections with remarkable efficiency. 2 minutes later, all puppets lay scattered as parts across the ground. Sixth wave completed. Vitality gained. 320,000. Current vitality reserve. 770,000. Continue. For the seventh wave, 100 two-headed chimera, with a power of 465, took to the skies, leveraging their aerial advantage, raining down venom and frost breath like a barrage. Trouble. Su Jie cursed under his breath, fully activating treading the sky step, rapidly changing directions at low altitude to evade the dense attacks. At the same time, he extended his fingers like a sword, employing the flowing shadow sword technique for the first time in this dungeon. Swoosh, swoosh. His finger force pierced the air, accurately targeting the chimeras. Although he wielded no sword, each finger strike embodied the technique, yielding remarkable results as chimeras fell from the sky, howling in despair. He employed a strategy of moving to evade and pinpoint attacking, and within 5 minutes, he eliminated every last chimera. Seventh wave completed. Vitality gained. 640,000. Current vitality reserve. 410,000. Slightly out of breath, Su Jie noted that the continuous use of martial techniques placed a considerable burden on both his mind and body. Continue. For the eighth wave, 100 Thunder Eagle King, with a power of 4,950, arrived. Their speed was even greater, surrounded by crackling lightning, disrupting perception. Speed types? A glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes. Faster than me? I have never feared speed. He pushed treading the sky step to its current limit, his form becoming a blur as he charged into the flock of eagles. Void-piercing finger and fist combined, unleashing lethal attacks in high-speed movement. In an instant, lightning, finger force, and vitality clashed wildly in the air, feathers mixed with blood falling incessantly. This was a contest of speed and precision. Su Jie maximized his combat prowess, engaging for a full 7 to 8 minutes before finally bringing down the last of the Eagle Kings. He bore several charred marks on his body, with vitality also diminished by around 10,000. Eighth wave completed. Vitality gained. 280,000. Current vitality reserve. 680,000. With 550,000 vitality. He could convert it into 268 vitality essences, sufficient to elevate 10 martial apertures to the 10th level. Su Jie's Spirit's Sword system immediately convert and enhance, consuming 500,000 vitality, converting to 250 essences, enhancing 10 martial apertures to the 10th level. Boom! A surge of power coursed through him 10 times. The transformation of 10 martial apertures was complete. Current martial apertures: level 10, 70, level 9, 29, combat power, 9, 0, 30. With his strength enhanced, Su Jie felt even more confident as he turned to face the ninth wave. For the ninth wave, 100 Shadow Demon Dragon Kings, with a power of 6, 930 appeared. This batch of dragons possessed power alarmingly close to Su Jie's, capable of infiltrating shadows and striking unseen, their breath carrying a potent corrosive force. The true test had arrived. Lia Fawns said intently. As the battle commenced, he found himself in a grueling fight. The demon dragons did not charge blindly. Instead, they attacked in groups, emerging from the shadows in coordinated strikes, spewing dragon breath in unison. Su Jie pushed treading the sky step and void-piercing finger to their limits, desperately dodging and countering within the confined space. Swoosh! A finger pierced the dragon's eye socket, but another dragon's claw grazed his left shoulder, sending shockwaves through his protective vitality, leaving 3 bloody marks. Utilizing the terrain, he fought while retreating, attempting to divide them. Yet the dragons were cunning, often vanishing into shadows after a failed strike. The battle grew tense, with Su Jie's vitality and mental energy depleting rapidly. He bore numerous wounds, although not fatal. They significantly affected his condition. This cannot continue. Su Jie gritted his teeth and feigned an opening. As 3 dragons simultaneously lunged from the front shadows, he charged forward instead, his vitality surging wildly. Void-piercing finger, triple strike, puff, puff, puff. 3 condensed finger strikes shot forth almost simultaneously, accurately detonating the heads of the 3 dragons. However, he himself, having exhausted his strength, was struck in the back by a dragon's breath that came from the side, instantly tearing his skin and flesh, causing searing pain that pierced his heart. Su Ju gasped sharply, leveraging the force to propel himself forward and create some distance. Seizing this precious moment to catch his breath, he continued to engage in combat, eliminating foes with precision. After a grueling 15 minutes, his body was riddled with wounds, and over 20,000 points of vitality had been consumed, but he finally vanquished the last of the demon dragons. The ninth wave completed. Gain vitality, 2, 560,000. Current vitality reserve, 2, 72 million. Su Ju knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. The relentless intensity of battle, especially the recent fierce confrontation with 100 Shadow Demon Dragon Kings, had nearly drained his physical and mental reserves. Consume 2, 5 million vitality, convert to 250 essence. Elevate 10, 10th level Martial Apertures. Command confirmed. Consuming 500 points of vitality essence. Commencing enhancement. Boom, 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 boom. A series of 10 powerful forces erupted within him. It was as if 10 dormant volcanoes were simultaneously awakened, unleashing a more terrifying torrent of power that surged through and fortified his limbs and bones. The newly formed 10th level Martial Apertures, in resonance with the existing 70, established a more potent energy cycle. Enhancement completed. Current Martial Apertures, 10th level, 80, 9th level, 19. Current combat power, 9, 330 points. Remaining vitality essence, 0 points. Current vitality reserve, 220,000. 80 apertures. Although not entirely perfected at this moment, Su Ju felt his strength, speed, perception, and vitality recovery speed ascend to an entirely new echelon. The fatigue and injuries from the previous fierce battle rapidly healed under the nourishment of this newfound power, and his consumed vitality was swiftly replenished. He clenched his fists, the air in his palms cracking with sound. 80 apertures, another wave. The entire testing ground seemed to freeze for a moment. Then 100 terrifying auras erupted, as if from primordial chaos. 100 ancient behemoth royal offspring. They were more massive than any previous wave of their kind, with muscles coiling like dragons, their bronze-colored fur shimmering with dark golden patterns, and their crimson pupils harboring destruction and madness. Each emitted a combat power fluctuation, firmly standing at the limit of 900 points. The combined pressure was akin to 100 volcanoes on the verge of eruption, capable of shattering the will of any martial aperture warrior in an instant. Roar! Chapter 42 SSS Level Evaluation. The roar of the beast transformed into a tangible shockwave, causing Su Ju's vitality to surge. They did not charge immediately, but, like a well-trained army, spread out to form an encirclement that sealed off all possible escape routes for Su Ju. With heightened intelligence and the ability to cooperate, Su Ju's pupils constricted, his heart sinking. This final challenge was far more daunting than he had imagined. There was no time to hesitate. The dozen or so behemoth giants at the front initiated the attack. Their colossal paws trampled the earth, causing violent tremors, akin to a dozen heavily armored tanks rolling in unison. Heavenly step to the extreme. Su Ju accelerated to his peak speed, his form twisting into a beam of light as he narrowly slipped through the gaps in the giants' assaults. He did not confront them directly, but sought to exploit his agility, attempting to penetrate the herd and disrupt their formation. Yet the behemoth giants reacted with astonishing swiftness. The beasts on either side swung their massive claws to block him, while those behind unleashed terrifyingly powerful yellow energy orbs, bombarding the area with overwhelming force. Void-piercing finger. Su Ju extended his fingers, piercing energy, slicing through the air. Aimed precisely at one giant's eye. Puff! Blood erupted. The giant let out a painful roar, its assault momentarily faltering. But at that instant, 3 other giants' attacks were already upon him. Their claws tore through the air, accompanied by a chilling shriek of death. There was no avoiding it. Su Ju gritted his teeth, crossed his arms to block, and channeled all his energy into his protective vitality. Boom! He was violently hurled away by an incomprehensible force, crashing into a distant rock wall like a cannonball, leaving a human-shaped dent. The bones in his arms groaned, his vitality severely shaken, and he felt a sweetness in his throat, nearly spitting blood. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Su Ju emerged from the rubble, his expression grave. One-on-one, he could easily slay the opponent. Yet against 100 giants that coordinated their attacks like a torrential storm, he had no respite. He altered his strategy, utilizing the towering stone pillars and complex terrain of the testing ground to engage in guerrilla tactics. Luring them in, he intentionally slowed his pace to entice 5 or 6 giants to pursue, then suddenly accelerated and turned, causing them to collide with one another, momentarily throwing them into chaos. Now's the time. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a surprise attack from the side, employing the void-piercing finger to strike at the relatively vulnerable ear canal of a disoriented giant. Puff! The energy pierced through its skull. The first royal behemoth fell. However, the price of success was high. He was caught by the residual waves of energy orbs from several other giants, leaving his back a mess of blood and flesh. The battle descended into a brutally exhausting phase. Su Ju maximized his agility, void-piercing finger, and utilization of the terrain. He danced like a hummingbird amidst the herd of elephants, each seemingly perilous maneuver accompanied by a deadly counterattack. Yet each successful counterattack often came at the cost of injury. His clothing was soaked in blood and sweat, his body marred with intersecting wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, others scorched by energy. Vitality was being consumed rapidly, and his mind, strained from intense concentration, began to show signs of fatigue. Half an hour passed, and he had slain over 40 royal behemoths. But he himself was nearing his limit. His movements began to falter, speed diminished, yet the power of the void-piercing finger, reliant on vitality, remained undiminished. I cannot fall. Just a little more. Leaning against a broken stone pillar, Su Ju gasped for breath, his vision blurring. The remaining 50 or so giants still loomed like an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. The system allows the consumption of vitality essence for temporary bursts? Yes, vitality essence can be consumed to significantly enhance combat power for a short duration, with effects proportional to the amount consumed. Warning: this imposes a tremendous burden on the body. Confirm consumption. 10 points of vitality essence. Grant me a surge. Command confirmed. Consuming 10 points of vitality essence. Temporary state. Vitality burn activated. Duration: 30 seconds. Boom! A power far more violent and uncontrollable than before surged forth from every cell in his body like a volcanic eruption. His eyes instantly filled with blood vessels, beads of blood oozing from his skin, and his vitality roared like burning flames. Combat power surged temporarily, approaching 13,000 points. Kill. Suju let out a low growl that resembled no human sound as he charged into the remaining horde of beasts. Speed, strength, and explosiveness were all enhanced. He no longer evaded, but chose the most savage, most direct confrontation. Fists collided with massive claws. Energy blasts met his piercing strikes. Bang, 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 bang. One after another, royal behemoths were obliterated under his frenzied assault, their heads crushed and bodies torn apart. Within 30 seconds, he rampaged through, slaughtering over 30 giants. After 30 seconds, the state of vitality burn faded, and an overwhelming sense of weakness instantly engulfed him. He half-kneeled on the ground, nearly devoid of the strength to stand. Meanwhile, only 5 battered royal behemoths remained on the battlefield. They gazed at the nearly exhausted, yet still emanating an aura of terror human. Fear glimmering in their eyes for the first time. Hee. Suju raised his head, a ferocious smile staining his bloodied face. Are you afraid? He summoned the last vestige of vitality, swaying as he stood upright. Void-piercing finger, the final strike. He poured all remaining 550 points of vitality, along with his indomitable will, into this one finger. A piercing force, distilled to its essence, seemed to traverse the realms of life and death, shredding the void and instantaneously penetrating the last 5 colossal beasts that formed a grotesque head. The thud of massive corpses echoed as they fell one after another. The entire trial arena gradually succumbed to an eerie silence. 100 mountains of flesh lay strewn across the ground. Suju knelt on one knee, panting heavily, sweat mingling with blood as it dripped down. He had nearly exhausted all his strength, yet his face radiated an unparalleled sense of exhilaration and pride. He had triumphed. Through the formidable blood technique and the state of blood burning he had just executed, he had vanquished an enemy that seemed insurmountable. Completion of the 10th wave. Gained blood essence. 120,000. Successfully cleared the nightmare difficulty of the primordial trial. As Suju awaited the subsequent reward notifications, a grand voice, resonating as if from the ancient currents of time, reverberated throughout the trial arena, even faintly reaching the outer plaza of the Wanxiang Tiangong. Announcement. The Martial Aperture trial instance, primordial trial, nightmare difficulty has been breached. Time taken by the challenger. 58 minutes and 28 seconds. Evaluation. SSS rank. Ascending against the odds. Surpassing limits. This sudden universal announcement plunged the once boisterous plaza of the Wanxiang Tiangong into an abyss of silence. All activity ceased as people incredulously gazed towards the blood-tinged entrance of the primordial trial. Chapter 43. Supreme Tao Foundation. Had the nightmare difficulty been breached? Who was it? Which extraordinary genius had accomplished this? My heavens! This dungeon's nightmare mode had been deemed impossible to conquer. How could the Dream Eater mode possibly be cleared? Following this, the grand voice resonated once more, this time directly penetrating Suju's mind, carrying a hint of inquiry. Challenger, you have created a new historical record. Would you like to inscribe your name on the Wanxiang Tiangong's Martial Aperture Heroes list, proclaiming it to the world? Suju was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced his lips. To leave a name, let me my alias, Ju. Confirmation. Record has been updated. As the voice faded, the stone tablet beside the colossal light gate of the primordial trial displayed the Martial Aperture Heroes list, where the name and record that had reigned at the top for 800 years were, as if erased by an unseen hand. New crimson letters, exuding divine majesty, were imprinted at the pinnacle of the list, instantly captivating everyone's gaze. First place, Ju. Achievement. First to perfectly clear the primordial trial on nightmare difficulty. Evaluation. SSS rank. Time taken. 58 minutes and 28 seconds. An initial, profound silence enveloped the plaza, which soon erupted into a cacophony akin to a tsunami. Ju. Who is this? Which faction's prodigy is he? My heavens! Not only did he clear it, but he also shattered the 800-year record held by the war god Yuwuji. In under an hour, the nightmare difficulty had stymied all challengers, yet he conquered the Dream Eater mode? How could this be possible? How could a Martial Aperture stage possess such power? Investigate. Immediately find out who this Ju truly is. This name must resound throughout the entire Tiandu province. Simultaneously, Suju received his well-deserved rewards. Completion reward. First perfect clear of Nightmare, Wanxiang Tiangong, Main Hall Teleportation, Token X1. Hidden achievement. Ascending against the odds, defeated 100 perfected Martial Aperture foes while in imperfect state. Additional reward. Immortal Martial Bones, X1. Beholding these two treasures, enough to drive any martial artist mad with desire, Suju's smile grew even brighter. 2 monumental treasures. Could anything be more perfect? Yes. For Suju was about to undergo a transformation. His thoughts raced as he realized that this dungeon was the ideal place for a breakthrough. The external turmoil was of no concern to him. Without hesitation, he immersed his consciousness into his mind. System, expend 475 million blood essence to convert it into 475 points of blood essence. Command confirmed. Consumed 475 million blood essence. Gained blood essence. 475 points. Gazing at the shimmering 475 points of blood essence in the system, an astonishing brilliance ignited in Suju's weary eyes. This was sufficient. Completely sufficient. System. Use the blood essence to elevate my final 19 9th level martial apertures to the perfection of 10th level. Command confirmed. To elevate one 9th level martial aperture to 10th level requires 25 points of blood essence. Elevating 19 in total will consume 475 points. Commencing elevation. Buzz. This tremor was far deeper and grander than any prior occurrence, as if the singularity of the universe had erupted or chaos had begun anew. Within Suju, the last 19 stagnant, imperfect apertures were flushed, connected, and strengthened at an unprecedented pace under the infusion of the vast, pure blood essence. The 19 newly reborn 10th level martial apertures shone forth like eternal, indomitable supreme stars, defiantly igniting. At the moment the last martial aperture completed its metamorphosis, all 99 10th level martial apertures resonated in perfect harmony, a resounding echo that traversed time and space. A sense of completeness, flawlessness, and supreme grandeur erupted from the depths of Suju's being, akin to an ancient divine dragon awakening, bursting forth with power. The blood and grime adorning his body dissipated into nothingness beneath this overwhelming aura, while his tattered garments billowed without wind, rustling loudly. The sound of blood essence surging within him transformed from the flow of mighty rivers into the resonant cadence of a vast sea of stars, deep and grand. Strength. An endless sensation of power permeated every corner of his body, as if the very essence of life had ascended and transcended in that moment of perfection. 99 foundational martial apertures, 10th level perfected, Supreme Tao Foundation established. Basic combat power has surpassed limits. Reward. Basic combat power 100 points. Current basic combat power 10,000 points. Breathing technique generates blood essence speed x3. Ding. Detection indicates host has achieved the Supreme Tao Foundation. Main quest Supreme Tao Foundation completed. Reward 1,000 martial achievement points. Rewards granted. 1. Unlock core system function. Celestial Martial Repository. 2. Acquire exclusive title. Extreme Realm Foundation Layer. 3. Time Secret Realm entry ticket one-time use. Celestial Martial Repository. A mysterious treasury where martial achievement points can be exchanged for martial resources from myriad worlds. Extreme Realm Foundation Layer. Basic combat power increases by an additional 20. Time Secret Realm entry ticket. Allows for one exclusive entry into a time secret realm for the host. The time flow ratio within the secret realm is 100. 1 compared to the external world. Within the secret realm, the host can experience 1 day of real time, equivalent to 100 days inside the secret realm. Martial Heart, white, nourished by the perfected Tao Foundation. Upgraded to Martial Heart, green. Martial Heart, green, significantly enhances mental resistance. Control over personal power increases by 100, comprehension by 100. Once the martial vein is formed, it does not require stabilization to continue forming the next. Truly, the most formidable martial system among the heavens. The rewards for completing the main quest were astonishingly bountiful. Has my martial heart truly been elevated to green? Suju silently mused, overwhelmed with joy. He understood that the most powerful martial system among the heavens would be his true trump card for the future, rendering the immortal martial bones and the exploration privileges of the Wanxiang Tiangong comparatively mundane. He swiftly collected his thoughts and prepared to depart from this place, which was on the brink of unleashing a tempest of chaos. However, the storm stirred by his triumph over the nightmare difficulty was just beginning to brew, its ramifications far beyond his current comprehension. As Su Ju chose to ascend to the pinnacle of the Martial Aperture heroes list, under the alias Ju, the news spread like wildfire through various channels, reaching every corner of the Tianxing human clan with astonishing rapidity. The level of attention this news garnered far exceeded that of Lingjiang City, even capturing the attention of the central holy city. Countless thoughts, as vast as the stars and as unfathomable as the abyss, intertwined above the holy city. Merely the unconscious pressure emanating from them caused countless warrior-level martial artists within the city to tremble, nearly bowing in submission. Above the warrior level, there existed even more formidable beings. Those whose combat power exceeded 100,000 could be crowned a one-star war king by the Federation. After a warrior successfully condenses their martial veins, they proceed to the refining of their bones, tempering their entire skeletal structure to merge with their martial veins, resulting in a qualitative leap in vitality, defensive capabilities, and strength. For every foundational martial bone successfully refined, the base combat power increases by 10,000 points. If one can refine all 206 foundational martial bones, just based on this realm, combat power can increase by 2 million. Following the refinement of bones, one can awaken their martial soul, perceive the world, and undergo a transformation in mental strength, enabling them to initially interfere with reality and unleash psychic secret techniques. Chapter 44. The President of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association, Chen Mingyang. The higher the combat power and the deeper the realm, the more one can appreciate the significance and difficulty of refining foundational martial veins. This concerns the very foundation of martial arts and the potential limits of the future. This is precisely why Su Ju's successful completion of the nightmarish difficulty in the primordial trial dungeon was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb into a lake that had been tranquil for centuries. Only those with a 10-level martial vein, exceptional prodigies, have a certain probability of passing through that nightmarish difficulty dungeon. Yet, a martial artist with a 10-level martial vein has never existed in Tianduxing. As the radiant light from the portal of the primordial trial dungeon faded, Su Ju's figure reappeared in the outer square of the Wanxiang Tiangong. At this moment, his aura was entirely retracted, appearing no different from before his entry. But only he knew that within him, those 99 perfected 10-level martial veins resembled 99 miniature stars, harboring a terrifying power capable of shaking mountains. With a foundational combat power of 10,000 points, coupled with a 20% boost from the title of Extreme Foundation Builder, his actual combat power firmly stood at 12,000 points. This does not even account for explosive skills like Dongshu Finger. Maintaining a low profile, Su Ju felt a sense of satisfaction within while wearing a calm expression, as if he had not just stirred up tremendous waves inside. He discreetly activated Ben Yuan Tuna Shu, further concealing his aura, appearing even more innocuous than before entering the dungeon. Just as he steadied himself, he noticed countless gazes converging on him like searchlights, specifically focusing on the recently appeared portal of the primordial trial dungeon. Various probing mental waves and energy scans subtly brushed across his body. Look, someone has emerged from the nightmarish difficulty portal. Is it him? The one who just set a new record? So young. His aura seems rather weak. Could there be a mistake? Fool. Do you think the aura of someone who can clear the nightmarish difficulty can be discerned? This is certainly a mastery of the subtle. Returning to the essence, discussions surged like a tide, mingled with shock, curiosity, jealousy, and deeper, more concealed, cold and greedy scrutiny. Su Ju casually cleared his ears, accustomed to the attention, yet his vigilance heightened to its peak. He was just about to slip away, quietly using Taishanbu when a familiar voice, trembling with disbelief, rang out behind him. Su Ju. Turning around, he saw Zhou Kuan and Zhao Bingyun standing not far away, their eyes wide open in shock, as if they'd seen a ghost. Their auras surged, revealing that they had already condensed their first martial vein, surpassing a combat power of 2,000 points. arriving at Wanxiang Tiangong with high spirits to seek suitable dungeon world for trials. Yet they happened to witness Su Ju stepping out from the portal that had triggered a domain-wide announcement. Oh, what a coincidence. Su Hui greeted Gachwidi. You two are here for Dungeon 2? Congratulations on successfully condensing your martial veins. Zhou Kuin's face shifted between green and white, pointing at Su Ju, his lips trembling. Why you came out from that door? The one just announced by the system? Su Ju blinked innocently, a look of feigned fear on his face. What calamity. Please don't say such things. I just barely held on during the 5th wave inside. I almost got torn apart by those monstrous beasts. He patted his chest, recalling the lingering fear. Fortunately, I ran fast, or you wouldn't be seeing me now. Nightmarish difficulty? That's no place for a human. Zhao Bingyan exclaimed sharply. You're lying? You were the only one who came out? The timing matches perfectly. You still dare say you're not the one who cleared it. Su Hui Saith, looking at them with a condescending expression. I must ask you too to temper your imagination. What merit do I possess to clear such a heinous difficulty? That would require the reincarnation of the war god Yu Wujing, right? You think too highly of me. His earnest denial, paired with an appropriately helpless expression, left Zhou Kuin and Zhao Bingyan somewhat doubtful. Could it really be a mistake? But the timing was too uncanny. At that moment, a gentle yet irresistible force enveloped Su Ju, and Yang Baichuan's figure appeared beside him like a phantom, his expression grave. First, he cast a cold glance at Zhou Kuin and Zhao Bingyan, causing them to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cavern, their voices caught in their throats. No chatter or entanglement in the square. Su Hui, gome wisme. He finished speaking, and without further ado, a gentle force swept Su Ju away, disappearing in an instant, leaving Zhou Kuin and Zhao Bingyan staring at each other, their expressions fluctuating. Inside the aircraft, Yang Baichuan fixed his gaze on Su Ju, and after a moment, he slowly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of barely concealed excitement. You little rascal, you've hidden yourself quite deeply. Calamity? Su Ju understood that simple denial was futile in front of this old fox, and with a smirk, he touched his nose. Uncle Yang, your insight is remarkable. I just wanted to keep a low profile to avoid trouble. Low profile? Yang Baichuan nearly laughed. Is this what you call a low profile? You almost poked a hole in the sky of the Federation. The first to perfectly clear the nightmarish difficulty SSS rank in under an hour. Do you know what that means? It means that as soon as tomorrow, no, perhaps tonight, Linjiang City will become the focus of the entire Tiandu province and even the highest council of the Federation. Su Hui's chirag nonchalantly, his gaze clear and steady. Let be the focus. I haven't broken any laws. The Federation can't just capture me for being too impressive, can they? They wouldn't go that far, but the laws of the Federation are strict, and on the surface, no one dares to act. Yang Baichuan took a deep breath, his tone extremely serious. But what about the underhanded methods? Espionage, kidnapping, bribery, even assassination. You now carry the label of a walking super treasure. The Zhou and Zhao families are merely minor nuisances in comparison. As soon as he finished speaking, the specially made communicator from the Martial Arts Association emitted a piercing sound, signaling a red light of the highest priority. Yang Baichuan's expression changed instantly, and he quickly connected. The figure appearing on the screen was hazy, but the aura emanating from it made Su Ju's soul tremble, as if facing an endless sea of stars, unfathomable. This was the president of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association, Chun Mingyang, with a combat power exceeding 1 million, a godlike figure above warlords. Yang Baichuan. The voice from the figure was cold, devoid of any human emotion, bearing a natural pressure. The person you brought back is the calamity? Yang Baichuan's body stiffened immediately. Bowing deeply in respect, his tone extremely deferential. Reporting to the president, I am verifying his clearance status. It's still no need for verification. The figure interrupted directly, the voice resolute. The Wanxiang Tiangong list is irrefutable evidence. This child is of great importance. Your task is to ensure his absolute safety before I and the Federation's envoy arrive. If anything goes wrong, you will be held responsible. Lord Yu Wujing has also issued a decree and will closely monitor this matter. Chapter 45, Refining Martial Veins. Lord Yu Wujing, Yang Baichuan's pupils constricted, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Even that legendary figure of humanity has been stirred. The communication was abruptly cut off. as if lingering for another second would invite unforeseeable risks. Inside the aircraft, silence fell. Yang Baichuan exhaled a long breath filled with tremors, looking at Su Ju with not just complexity, but a hint of awe that he himself had not noticed. "Kid, this time, you've played beyond the skies." He rubbed his throbbing temples, realizing that the personal attention of Lord Yu Wujing indicated that he had been placed on the highest echelon of the human race's chessboard. This evening, the federal envoy and President Chun would arrive, individuals of significant stature who could truly dictate his fate. Su Ju touched his nose, his previous nonchalance giving way to a flicker of surprise, though it was mostly replaced by a rekindled fighting spirit. He instinctively sensed the supreme martial arts system within him, which calmed his heart considerably. "So, Lord Yu Wujing, the war god? It seems I must strive even harder, lest I lack the qualifications to meet such great figures." He murmured to himself, then smiled at Yang Baichuan. "Uncle Yang, fortune and misfortune are interdependent. If they wish to uncover secrets, they must first offer me some benefits, right? For instance, an abundance of vitality resources." Yang Baichuan suddenly lowered his voice, a seriousness unprecedented in his tone. "The Federation has dispatched an envoy. Do you understand what this means?" Su Ju set his hands down, his earlier levity dissipating, and nodded. "I understand. It means that if I cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I may be placed under protection until all my secrets are extracted. As long as you understand." Yang Baichuan took a deep breath, "But do not worry too much. Lord Yu Wujing is a man of integrity, and the Federation's laws strictly prohibit coercive research on geniuses. Yet, while the protection may appear overt, the covert scrutiny will be relentless. Moreover, you're about to face a dilemma that all geniuses cannot evade: resources." He fixed his gaze on Su Ju, articulating each word with gravity. "You have reached the pinnacle of the martial arts foundation at the Martial Aperture stage, which is truly astonishing. No one knows where your vitality resources come from. The federal envoy will undoubtedly inquire in detail. Furthermore, although your martial aperture is complete, the resources required for your subsequent training will be astronomical. Refining your martial veins will consume even more vitality as you progress. The first refinement requires 10,000, the second 20,000, the third 40,000, the fourth 80,000, and by the seventh, eighth, and ninth refinements, each will demand millions, or even tens of millions of vitality points. Why do the major factions of the Federation, including the military, seldom nurture geniuses beyond the 8th level of martial aperture? Despite knowing the Foundation's importance, it is not that they do not wish to, but that they cannot." Yang Baichuan's tone was heavy as he spoke. "The vitality pills obtained from hunting demon beasts are currently the fastest source of vitality. However, the vitality of demon beasts is volatile, and the pills contain toxic properties. A small amount can be managed through one's metabolism, but taking large quantities over a prolonged period will result in the toxins accumulating within the body, even in the martial apertures or veins, making them exceedingly difficult to purge. The consequences can range from foundation damage and a severed future to violent backlash, leading to death. Lord Yu Wujing, too, relied on his unparalleled physique to withstand the toxins and successfully refine to the 9th level of martial aperture. Yet, the dangers involved are not to be spoken of lightly. Although your foundation surpasses that of Lord Yu Wujing in his youth, you still need to refine your martial veins, temper your entire martial bones, and awaken your martial soul. If you do not consume vitality pills, where will you find such pure vitality?" This was the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all human prodigies. It was also the greatest bottleneck limiting the number of top-tier human powerhouses. After a moment of silence, Su Ju's face broke into a smile that puzzled Yang Baichuan. "Toxin sounds troublesome," he said with a tone so relaxed it was as if he were discussing dinner options. "Uncle Yang, I will find a way to address the resource issue myself." Su Ju stood, his gaze clear and resolute. "Having embarked on this path, I have no intention of turning back. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall bury it. There will always be a solution to the toxin issue." He thought to himself, the supreme martial arts system, the essence of vitality refined in its furnace, must be far superior to those inferior vitality pills. Toxins? They do not exist. Young Baichuan, observing the calm and confident light in his eyes, understood that this young man was far from ordinary and undoubtedly harbored astonishing secrets. As they spoke, Their flying vehicle had already returned them to the Wudao Association in Linjiang City. Yang Baichuan sighed, well, at this point, we can only take it one step at a time. You're not to leave today. Stay in the training chamber I have arranged for you. I will personally guard you from outside, and President Bai of our Linjiang City has also stationed himself at the Wudao Association. We will wait for the higher-ups to arrive before proceeding. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Su Ju expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you for what? Hurry up and get to training. Every bit of strength gained before the envoy arrives counts. Yang Baichuan waved his hand. Su Ju ceased further conversation and followed Yang Baichuan to a secret chamber deep within the Wudao Association, filled with intricate formations. The stone door slowly closed, isolating the interior from the outside. Su Ju sat cross-legged, the earlier ease on his face replaced by a sense of urgency. System, display my current status panel. Host, Su Ju, Realm, Martial Aperture Stage, 99 apertures, level 10 perfection. Base combat power, 10,000 points. Extreme Realm Foundation Builder bonus, 12,000 points. Vitality Reserve, 3. 76 million points, 3 seconds. Heart of Martial Arts, green, medium mental resistance, 100 control comprehension speed for refining veins. Master Martial Techniques, treading the sky step, mystical grade, excellent. Void Finger Vitality Technique, flowing shadow sword technique, mystical grade, inferior. System functions, Vitality Refining Furnace, Supreme Martial Arts Repository. Items, Breath of Time, Fragment, Undying Martial Bones, left hand. Time Secret Realm Entrance Ticket X1, with a base combat power of 12,000 points. Combined with Void Finger, his combat potential could reach 40,000 points, or even higher in a short burst. But this was still insufficient. Su Ju's eyes flickered. It was time to begin refining his martial veins. Su Ju sat cross-legged, adhering to the martial knowledge of this world, and began to guide the vast vitality reserves within him to impact the first martial vein. Possessing a supreme martial foundation at the pinnacle of 99 apertures, the quality of his vitality was incomparably pure, making the process of refining his martial veins far easier than for an ordinary person. Coupled with the 100 increase in refining speed from the heart of martial arts, green, along with the continuous supply of vitality from the source breathing technique, consuming 10,000 points of vitality. Progress in refining the first martial vein. 12. Chapter 46. Refining 5 martial veins. Combat power soaring. The progress bar surged at an observable speed. Refining martial veins did not require the extensive time needed for tempering martial apertures. As long as there was sufficient vitality within, the refining could proceed swiftly. However, once a refinement was successful, the body needed time to stabilize and adapt before one could proceed to refine the next vein. In less than a minute, ding! The first martial vein refinement was successful. Base combat power, 1,000 points. Current base combat power, 13,200 points. Extreme Realm Foundation bonus. A surge of power, far more potent than during the upgrade of his martial apertures, flooded through his body as if his very essence had experienced a subtle elevation. The newly formed martial vein within him resembled a glistening conduit connecting the 99 apertures, allowing for a smoother and more efficient flow of vitality. Is that it? It feels too easy, Su Ju thought, still longing for more. Just as he was about to issue his next command, the long-awaited system prompt sounded once more, this time with an unprecedented seriousness. Ding. Detection indicates the host has begun refining martial veins. The second main mission, 10 Veins of Extreme Realm, has been issued. Mission requirements. Successfully refine the 10th martial vein before the martial examination. Mission rewards, 10,000 martial achievement points. Unlock the core function of the system. Supreme Martial Battlefield. Random fragments of laws from various realms, X1. Failure penalty. The host potential will be permanently locked, rendering them unable to attain the supreme martial way. Su Ju's pupils constricted. 10 Veins of Extreme Realm. This was the path recognized by the system, the essential route to the supreme martial way. Flames more fervent than before ignited in Su Ju's eyes. My path is the starry sea, the myriad realms. I shall shatter this 10 Veins of Extreme Realm. Passion surged within him. Ordinarily, after the successful refinement of a martial vein, a period of stabilization was required. However, Su Jie felt that his martial vein, with the aid of Wu Dao Ji Xian, Lu, was refined to perfection, requiring no further stabilization. Why not attempt to refine a second vein? The thought emerged and could not be suppressed any longer. Refining the second Martial vein requires the expenditure of 20,000 vitality points. And all Martial Apertures must reach at least level 2. A mere 20,000? That's just a drizzle. Let's proceed. The consumption of 20,000 vitality points initiated the refinement of the second Martial vein, with a progress rate of 1. Ding! The refinement of the second Martial vein was successful. Base combat power, 2,000 points. Current base combat power, 15,600 points. On to the third. The consumption of 40,000 vitality points led to successful refinement. Base combat power, 4,000 points. Current combat power, 2,400 points. The fourth Martial vein is complete. The consumption of 80,000 vitality points resulted in a base combat power of 8,000, bringing the current combat power to 30,000 points. The fifth Martial vein is complete. The consumption of 160,000 vitality points yielded a base combat power of 16,000, elevating the current combat power to 49,200 points. The sixth Martial vein is in the process of refinement. The requirement is to consume 500,000 vitality points. Insufficient vitality. Refinement progress, 15. As expected, starting from the 6th level, the consumption of vitality surged once again, just like during the refinement of Martial Apertures. Nevertheless, Su Jie was already quite satisfied. In a brief span of time, his base combat power soared from 12,000 to nearly 50,000, traversing multiple levels, directly reaching the 4th level general tier. Such a speed of cultivation is indeed terrifying, all thanks to the extraordinary effect of Wu Daoji Xn Lu, which allowed him to charge forward without the need to stabilize the newly formed Martial veins. In Tianmingxing, it is rare to find someone of Su Jie's age who comprehends Wu Daoji Xin. And even more astonishing is his ability to upgrade it to a level where he can disregard the stabilization period and continuously break through, a feat unheard of. Were it not for the depletion of his vitality reserves, he could have confidently refined the legendary 10 Martial veins in one go, creating an unprecedented myth. Su Jie felt the pressure. Even with the system, the massive demands for vitality remained a significant challenge. Relying solely on the Ben Yuan Tu Na Shu, which provided a mere 3 points of natural growth per second, was far from sufficient. Alas, indulging in a moment of luxury through expenditure is fleeting. The need for vitality is an everlasting pursuit. Su Jie clicked his tongue, contemplating how to acquire some quick money. Perhaps exploring other dungeons in Wan, Xiang Tiangong, hunting higher-level demon beasts, or maybe discussing with that prominent figure later. Just as he pondered, an old communication device on his wrist lit up with an unfamiliar number. He raised an eyebrow and chose to answer. The holographic screen unfolded, revealing an elderly figure clad in a dark golden robe with white hair and beard. The elder had a ruddy complexion, and his eyes sparkled with depth. Even through the screen, one could sense the profound aura emanating from him, far surpassing that of Yang Baichuan. Behind the elder's holographic form, one could also see Zhao Bingyun's face, which bore a complex expression. Su Xiaoyu, I apologize for the intrusion. The elder spoke with a warm smile, his tone gentle, reminiscent of a caring elder addressing a younger generation. I am Zhao Xiankong, the elder of the Zhao family in Jinling Elder Zhao. Su Jie replied with a calm demeanor, nodding at the holographic screen, neither surprised nor intimidated. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Xiankong's eyes. This young man remained remarkably composed even during a personal communication. Young friend, your extraordinary talent has led you to achieve remarkable feats within Wan Xiang Tiangong, marking you as a prodigy not seen in our human race for a millennium. Zhao Xiankong stated directly. You flatter me. I'm merely a good fortune, Su Jie responded, his tone steady. Fortune is indeed a part of strength, Zhao Xiankong smiled. Are you aware that a tree standing out in the forest will inevitably attract the wind? You currently stand at a pivotal moment, and without powerful forces to protect you, the road ahead will be fraught with danger. So Elder Zhao has come to protect me? Su Jie raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Zhao Xiankong stroked his beard. Our Zhao family, with a heritage spanning a millennium, possesses profound depth. Should you choose to join us, we are willing to invest all our resources in your development. Techniques, martial skills, guidance from renowned masters, and even a vast supply of demon beast vitality can be provided. We can ensure your safety. His words were filled with confidence and temptation, especially emphasizing the abundant demon beast vitality. At this moment, Zhao Bingyan interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. Su Jie, our Zhao family is sincere. This offer is far superior to staying in Linjiang. Just give your nod, and all past grievances will be forgotten. Su Jie cast her a sidelong glance, but did not respond. Zhao Xiankong continued to raise the stakes. I have heard of your disputes with the Zhou family. If you agree, our Zhao family can compel them to bow to you. Su Jie gazed at the holographic screen and suddenly smiled. The conditions are indeed tempting. However, I have grown accustomed to my free-spirited ways and dislike being constrained. Moreover, I prefer to rely on my own strength. Zhao Xiankong's smile faded slightly. Young friend, a single tree cannot hold up the sky. Even the strongest genius requires resources. Do you know how vast the vitality required for refining the subsequent martial veins is? Without support from a powerful faction, how will you acquire it? Relying on hunting demon beasts? The poison in vitality pills is a sword hanging over your head. Our Zhao family possesses secret methods that can reduce the poison in vitality pills by 20%. Suyenod poison indet sons vitalariming. Just as Zhao Xiankong believed he had swayed Su Jie, the latter shifted his response. However, I still wish to try relying on myself first. What if I can find a solution? Zhao Bingyan couldn't help but scoff. Find a solution? Who do you think you are? Even the legendary Yu Wu Ji faced great difficulties back in the day. How could you possibly manage alone? Su Jie shrugged. Dreams are something one should always have. Zhao Xiankong's gaze turned slightly cold. He lowered his stature to recruit this young man, yet he remained so ungrateful. It is good for a young person to have some pride, but excessive rigidity may lead to a fall. Some opportunities, once missed, will never return. His tone took on a chilling quality, and even through the communication device, an invisible pressure seemed to permeate the holographic screen. Su Jie felt this pressure, but remained unfazed, even finding it somewhat tedious. I appreciate elders' good intentions. However, I currently have no plans to join any faction. If there's nothing else, he gestured to end the communication. Zhao Xiankong's expression darkened completely. He had not anticipated Su Jie to be so resistant. If that is the case, I hope you will not regret your decision. Zhao Xiankong said, casting a deep glance at Su Jie before the communication abruptly ended. The holographic screen vanished, and the ease on Su Jie's face faded. Trouble had indeed arrived. The Zhao family was merely the first to approach him. He rubbed his forehead. The scarcity of vitality resources was indeed a significant issue. Relying solely on the natural increase from Benyuan to Nashu would require far too long to open up additional martial veins in a short time. As Su Jie pondered, he suddenly recalled the newly introduced feature of the system, the Zhu Tian Wu Ku. It was time to explore it. Chapter 47. Unlocking the Zhu Tian Wu Ku, obtaining the time and spaced out Tong. System, activate Zhu Tian Wu Ku. Buzz. An infinite celestial hall seemed to materialize in his mind, with countless luminous orbs floating within, each representing a martial resource from the myriad realms. Welcome to the Zhu Tian Wu Ku. This is the only treasury for exchanging martial resources from across the realms using martial achievement points. Current available martial achievement points. 1,000 points, acquired by completing the main quest of Wushang Daoji. Su Jie perused the labels next to the glowing orbs, nearly salivating. These items were categorized into several major types: techniques and mystical arts, divine weapons and instruments, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, bloodlines and physiques, fragments of laws, rare artifacts and treasures. With a thought, Su Jie first opened the techniques and mystical arts category. He Hua Zi Zai Fa, fragment originating from certain supreme fantasy realm. It can manifest the self and others, traversing the realms. Exchange requirement: 100 million martial achievement points. Xing Chun Bian, fragment originating from a certain top-tier immortal fantasy realm. It transforms the body into the starry sky, evolving the universe. Exchange requirement: 100 million martial achievement points. Tun Tian Mo Gong, forbidden fragment originating from a certain dark fantasy realm. It devours all things and plunders the essence. Exchange requirement: 80 million martial achievement points. Su Jie gasped in disbelief, nearly drooling, but the long string of zeros instantly brought him back to reality. What? Starting at tens of millions? System, are you robbing me? Su Jie could not help but express his frustration, exclaiming, I currently possess only 1,000 achievement points. With a sigh, he closed the section on martial arts techniques and opened the tab for divine weapons. Zhu Xian 4 swords, replica, a set of 4 blades, which when used in combination can form a simplified version of the Zhu Xian sword array, redeemable for 5 million martial arts achievement points. Thor's hammer, rule tool. Originating from a certain realm among the 9 worlds, it contains the essence of thunderous laws, redeemable for 3 million martial arts achievement points. Rule gloves, blank version. Capable of embedding rule-type gemstones, redeemable for 5 million martial arts achievement points. Gemstones must be exchanged separately. Su Jie used, well, yet again, astronomical figures. He felt akin to a beggar newly arrived in a city, wandering through a luxury goods store. Undeterred, he turned his gaze to bloodline physique. Primal holy body, invincible physique. With boundless vitality, upon full mastery, it can challenge emperors, redeemable for 30 million martial arts achievement points, with the risk of bloodline disintegration. Time Demon Bloodline. Contains a trace of the power of the Time Demon, redeemable for 40 million martial arts achievement points. Void Divine Clan Bloodline. Greatly enhances spatial perception, redeemable for 8 million martial arts achievement points. Su Jie felt a surge of excitement. Any one of these bloodline physiques could forge an unparalleled powerhouse. Yet their costs were equally extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and began to explore the methods of acquiring martial arts achievement points. The information on one side of the light screen read, Methods to obtain martial arts achievement points. 1. Complete mainline and side quests released by the system. Rewards vary based on task difficulty. 2. Achieve certain hidden accomplishments. Rewards upon first completion. 3. Defeat or slay formidable beings with significant fortune or status across the myriad realms, based on target strength and status evaluation. 4. Offer items of high value containing rules or energy to the system as a sacrifice. Evaluation based on item value. Defeating a fortuitous being and sacrificing treasures. Su Jie pondered. It appeared that the Celestial Martial Repository encouraged him to stir up events across the myriad realms. He murmured to himself, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. From the moment he obtained the Supreme Martial Arts System and discovered could generate pure vitality and optimize martial techniques, Su Jie had sensed that this was far from a mere product limited to Tianqing Star. The rules and levels of power it exhibited far surpassed his understanding of martial civilization. Now, the Celestial Martial Repository and its methods for acquiring achievement points directly validated his conjecture. Myriad realms. These 4 words detonated in his mind, revealing an infinitely vast and magnificent tapestry. In the face of the myriad realms, Tianqing Star, Linjiang City, and even the so-called Human Federation were but a drop in the ocean, a mere corner of the world. I knew it. This world cannot possibly be limited to Tianqing Star. An indescribable excitement and anticipation surged within him, a thirst for exploration of the unknown and a yearning for a broader stage. The system hails from the myriad realms, and the repository connects to the myriad realms. Thus, my future. His gaze swept over the dazzling treasures displayed on the light screen. Those once seemingly unattainable goals now appeared to have a path forward, albeit one fraught with thorns. Yet, gazing at the primal holy body and transcendent freedom law, which required tens of millions of achievement points, Su Jie felt a pang of frustration. The lofty ambitions sparked by achieving the Supreme Tao Foundation were doused by the system's cold water. System, is there anything cheaper? Perhaps a beginner's gift pack or something. Su Jie lamented, staring at his meager 1,000 achievement points earned from completing the main quest, feeling an unprecedented blow. With his purchasing power, he could not even afford the cover of those divine arts, let alone the treasures. Detected that the host possesses 1,000 martial arts achievement points, meeting the conditions for a random draw. Would you like to spend 1,000 martial arts achievement points for a random item from the myriad realms? Note, reward quality varies from common to chaotic treasures. A draw? Su Jie's eyes lit up. He was quite familiar with this. In his previous life, despite being a master of strategy, He had often been ensnared by various mini-games. But what if? What if a bicycle could become a motorcycle? Draw, I must draw. Give me a single draw. Command confirmed. Spending 1,000 martial arts achievement points, commencing draw. In an instant, countless phantom items appeared on the light screen, flickering at an unfathomable speed, leaving Su Jie dazzled. His heart raced as the icons danced before him. Ultimately, all the radiance coalesced into an extremely intricate, transparent crystal, seemingly composed of countless tiny space-time runes spiraling around each other, quietly floating and emitting a wave that slightly distorted the surrounding space. Draw complete. Obtained. Time-space Dao Time-space Dao Su Jie's heart raced. Just the name evoked a sense of power beyond any previous comprehension. Mastery over time and space? What an extraordinary ability. He eagerly clicked on the description. Time-space Dao contains the supreme mysteries of time and space. Warning. This item's level far exceeds the host's current world comprehension. Forced fusion will result in the complete disintegration of both soul and body. Preliminary fusion prerequisite. Basic combat power must reach 1,000 stars. System notification. The host has unlocked a higher-level combat power measurement unit star. Current conversion. 1 star equals 10,000 points of regular combat power. The host's current regular combat power is 49,200 points, approximately equivalent to 49 stars. Current status. Bound, temporarily stored in the system's core space. Unable to use or view specific capabilities. 1,000 stars. That is equivalent to 10 million combat power? Su Jie stared at the system prompt, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had reveled in his nearly 50,000 combat power, believing it sufficient to stand tall in Linjiang, perhaps even to shine in the martial examination. Yet now, the system had presented him with a target of 1,000 stars, to which he could only look up. He was currently not even at 5 stars. 1,000 stars seemed as distant as the stars to a mere mortal. A profound sense of insignificance washed over him. It was quickly followed by a more formidable spirit and a broader vision. So, the true path of strong has only just begun. Su Jie took a deep breath, his gaze penetrating through the system interface, as if he could see the lofty peak in the future that he must devote his life to scaling. Is the path after the Martial Apertures, vein condensation, and bone tempering measured in stars? He glanced at the alluring yet perilous time-space Dao crystal, carefully storing it in the safest area of the system space. This was not a power he could covet at this stage, but represented his future direction and an objective he must achieve. 1,000 stars, time-space Dao Su Jie etched these two phrases deeply into his heart. Just wait. One day, I will reach that realm and personally integrate you. Although this draw did not yield immediately usable power, it opened a door to the true world of the strong, allowing him to clearly perceive his insignificance and the infinite possibilities of the future. He temporarily closed the light screen, his consciousness returning to reality. The road ahead is arduous. Su Jie sighed, yet his eyes burned with even more fervent determination. With the Celestial Martial Repository as his goal, his path in martial arts had become clearer and broader. The resources of the myriad realms would all become the nourishment for his growth. However, one must eat a meal bite by bite. Su Jie calmed his mind, refocusing on the present, and decided to first address the matters at hand. He recalled the immortal bone reward from the Wanxiang Tiangong. It was time to study this bone. With a flick of his wrist, the immortal bone, radiating a faint golden glow and feeling as smooth as jade, appeared in his palm. The bone was approximately the length of an arm, adorned with intricate, profound natural patterns, and within it, countless miniature stars seemed to flicker in existence and extinction. In his grasp, he felt a weight, as if it bore the profound essence of eons past. System scan. Ding. Detected a special external armed component. Fragment of the immortal bone left arm armor, 130. Item description. A minuscule fragment originating from the disintegration of a left arm of an exalted primordial deity. A piece that has endured the test of countless ages. Imbued with a trace of indomitable Tao rhythm and overwhelming vitality. Usage. Activate it with one's own vitality and mental will. Affix it to the corresponding body part, left arm, to achieve initial fusion. The degree of fusion will gradually increase with the host's strength enhancement, vitality nurturing, and comprehension of the immortal Tao rhythm. Note, more fragments of the left arm must be gathered to manifest its complete power. Estimated fusion degree, 0.01. Immortal characteristics. Passive upon fusion, the left arm receives a doubling of its foundational strength and power, along with a significant enhancement in resistance to negative rules such as corrosion, aging, and curses. Vitality of creation, passive after fusion. It can greatly accelerate the growth rate of the host's vitality. Warning: the fusion process will be accompanied by excruciating pain. The host must remain conscious, where there is a risk of fusion failure. Tip: this arm component is scattered throughout myriad realms. The host is encouraged to search diligently. Suju gasped upon reading the system's explanation. Primal deities? Immortal Tao body? It sounded extraordinarily formidable, especially the immortal characteristics and vitality of creation. It was akin to an indestructible artifact that could also rejuvenate itself. In future confrontations, could he use his left hand to block blades and mock his opponents for being undernourished? Just imagining it sent thrills down his spine. Fusion. It must be fused. He resolved instantly. Was it just a bit of pain? What suffering had he not endured? Admittedly, he had never experienced the agony of bone fusion. But for the sake of becoming stronger, he would forge ahead. He settled into a meditative posture, placing the fragment of the immortal bone in the palm of his left hand, taking a deep breath, and channeling the immense vitality within him alongside the recently consolidated will of martial intent, slowly enveloping the fragment. At the moment his vitality and will made contact with the immortal bone, an unexpected transformation occurred. The once tranquil golden bone seemed to come alive, suddenly erupting with resplendent brilliance. An ancient, vast aura, imbued with supreme majesty, spread forth, and an indescribable pain coursed through his left hand, as if every inch of bone were being crushed and reassembled. Goodness, this sensation! Suju's forehead throbbed with veins, cold sweat pouring down. It felt as though someone were chiseling intricate designs into his bones. Gritting his teeth, he fervently activated the origin breathing technique. A torrent of vitality surged into his left hand, sustaining the agonizing process of remolding. He could perceive that the bones of his left hand were gradually melting under the golden radiance, intertwining with the fragment of the immortal bone, merging and coalescing into a more intricate, resilient skeletal structure that emitted a faint golden glow. The process was slow and torturous. Time became irrelevant until, just as he felt he might faint from the pain, the agony receded like a tide, leaving behind an unprecedented sense of fullness and power in his left hand. Fusion was complete. Suju lifted his left hand for a meticulous inspection. Externally, it appeared unchanged, still fair and elongated. Yet he sensed that this hand now harbored explosive power, with enhanced skin resilience and bone density achieving a qualitative leap. A light swipe of his fingertip created a subtle, tearing sound in the air. With a mere thought, he attempted to channel his vitality. Boom! His left hand was instantly enveloped in a faint, nearly imperceptible golden halo, exuding an aura of immovability and invulnerability. Impressive. Suju's delight was palpable, and he could not resist testing his newfound strength. He glanced around, the chamber lacking suitable targets. His gaze finally settled on the heavy, rune-imbued alloy door. You shall be my test. Chapter 49. The federal envoy Suju stood, approached the door, and without employing any martial techniques or expending excessive vitality, simply and gently, with his left hand fused with the immortal bone, he lightly tapped the door panel. The motion was as tender as a lover's caress. However, boom! A thunderous sound erupted, reverberating as if the entire chamber trembled in response. The alloy door, capable of withstanding the full force of a level 4 battle general, crumpled under the impact as if struck by a meteor, leaving a clear imprint of Suju's palm at the point of contact. Cracks spread like a spider's web across the door, and with a groan of unbearable strain, the entire door swayed twice before dislodging from its frame and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust flying. Suju observed his left hand, then glanced at the pitiful door, blinking in astonishment. Perhaps I exerted too much force? In the corridor outside the chamber, alerted by the commotion, Yang Baichuan and President Bai appeared at the door like startled rabbits, gazing at the fallen door and the innocent-looking Suju within, both utterly bewildered. Suju, are you all right? What was that noise? Yang Baichuan inquired, staring at the completely wrecked door, marked by a distinct palm imprint, his eyelids twitching. He was well aware of the door's sturdiness. Even a level 5 battle general could not budge it. Su Ju retracted his left hand, casually placing it in his pocket, and nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his clothes. No problem, no problem. Just practicing cultivation and accidentally exerted a bit too much force. It seems this door isn't of the best quality. Uncle Yang, did the supplier let you down? Yang Baichuan and President Bai exchanged incredulous glances, nearly choking on their breaths at Su Ju's audacious remarks. Quality issues? You turned into a human-shaped beast, didn't you? President Bai took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. As long as you're fine, we can replace the door with a sturdier one. Internally, he was bleeding. That custom door had not been inexpensive. What excuse could he provide to secure funding for a new one? Yang Baichuan observed Su Ju's left hand in his pocket with a complex expression, incredulity washing over him. This lad had returned from his excursion with significantly enhanced strength. The commotion just now was certainly not merely a matter of brute force. Continue your training. We shall handle this situation. Yang Baichuan hastily led President Bai, who still wished to speak, away from the scene of the incident. Watching them depart, Su Ju stroked his chin, gazing at his left hand, chuckling softly. Excellent, excellent. This was quite the boon. In the future, if anyone displeased him, he would deliver a resounding slap with his left hand, ensuring they would remember the encounter. He felt he had discovered a new source of amusement. Moreover, after fusing with the immortal bone, he distinctly sensed that the fragment within his left arm resembled the core of a miniature, activated independent world. A warm and immense vitality was continuously emanating from the very essence of that fragment. This was the passive ability of vitality of creation. This flow of vitality was akin to a miniature fountain of life springing forth within him, with the source nestled within the fragment. Detected activation of vitality of creation, generating independent life energy. Current additional vitality generation speed, 5 points per second. 5 points per second, generated by this fragment itself. Su Ju's heart raced anew. This meant he now possessed 2 vitality engines. One was from Origin breathing technique, drawing from the external world at a rate of 3 points per second, while the other, the immortal bone fragment, generated directly from within at 5 points per second. Thus, his total recovery speed had reached an astonishing 8 points per second. Furthermore, the life energy generated by Zhao Hua Shengji possesses a nature that is even purer and more akin to the essence of life itself, far surpassing the nourishing effects of ordinary qi and blood. Wherever it flows, all subtle injuries and lingering fatigue left by rapid breakthroughs in battles are swiftly eradicated, causing the entire body to radiate a translucent, jade-like brilliance, imbued with vibrant vitality, elevating one's state to an unprecedented level of perfection. The inherent potential within oneself, generating energy from within, is merely at the level of integrating this shard 001. Su Ju felt the newly opened spring of energy within him and the ceaseless flow of life energy, deepening his understanding of the fragment of the innate immortal demon. This is not merely an enhancement of combat strength and foundational optimization. It is a profound evolution of life and a grant at the level of rules. It seems he must find an opportunity to test just how formidable the immortal trait truly is. Su Ju cast his gaze towards the alloy stake in the corner of the secret room used for testing strength, envisioning a future where an enemy, in a desperate strike, would hit his left hand, shattering their weapon, their expression filled with disbelief. As night fell, Yang Baichuan arrived outside the secret chamber, bearing a serious expression. Su Ju, the individuals from above have arrived. The president of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association, Lord Chun Mingyang, and the envoy from the Federal Central Council, Mr. Nangongbo, wish to meet you. Su Ju's spirit lifted. A significant opportunity had come. He was determined to reap a substantial reward. He adjusted his attire, though there was little to arrange, but he could not afford to lose momentum. I'm coming, Uncle Yang, Su Ju declared as he stepped out, following Yang Baichuan. He entered a room adorned with elegant decor, the atmosphere solemn. President Bai of the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association stood respectfully to one side. In the center of the room sat 2 individuals. One was none other than Chun Mingyang, the president of the Tiandu province, whose visage Su Ju had seen in a communication. His true presence here exuded an even more restrained aura. Yet when his gaze fell upon Su Ju felt a slight tightening of his soul, as if scanned by an invisible force. The other was a middle-aged man dressed in a formal suit of the Federal Council, his hair meticulously combed, his demeanor serious. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his sharp eyes sizing up Su Ju with a cold indifference. Likely the federal envoy. Nangong Bo Su Ju, this is President Chun Mingyang, and this is Envoy Nangong Bo. Yang Baichuan introducet. Su Ju maintained a composed demeanor, bowing respectfully. Junior Su Ju, it is an honor to meet President Chun and Envoy Nangong. Young friend Su Ju, please take a seat. Chun Mingyang initiated his voice calm. The record you established at Wanxian Tiangong has stirred the Federation. Our visit is not an interrogation, but rather a high-level evaluation of your potential on behalf of the Federation. Nangong Bo adjusted his glasses and continued. Your growth rate has surpassed all recorded data in the Federation. Our purpose here is to comprehend your uniqueness, which pertains to the level of resource allocation you may receive in the future. In truth, Nangong Bo continued, our visit is not solely for resource investment. We must also assess whether the source of your power is stable and whether it poses any potential threat to the Federation and humanity. This is a directive from the highest council. Facing the gazes of these two influential figures, Su Ju sat at ease, displaying no fear, but rather a hint of appropriate confidence. President Chun, Envoy Nangong, Su Ju spoke steadily before we proceed with the evaluation. I must clarify that the source of my power is clean and aligned with humanity. This can be attested by Uncle Yang and President Bai. As for the specifics of my circumstances, they involve secrets left by my parents and my personal core matters, which I cannot divulge. His words were neither subservient nor arrogant, clearly stating his position while setting a firm boundary. Nangong Bo nodded in understanding. The Federation respects the privacy of every genius. However, we require a quantifiable value proof that can convince the highest council. The Federation is perplexed by your rapid growth, as our investigation indicates that 2 months ago, you were merely an ordinary student with a combat power of 5 points. Indeed, Su Ju replied with a face of nonchalance. That's why I've been working particularly hard this past month, sleeping very little. Well, I can't recall sleeping much at all. I just pushed myself to the limit, and in the process, I've transformed into this. He shrugged, a grin appearing on his face. Perhaps I'm simply more gifted? Nangong Bo couldn't help but chuckle. Gifted? What kind of talent could elevate you from a combat power of 5 points to this level within 2 months? Even Lord Yu Wujin couldn't achieve that. Su Ju blinked innocently. Perhaps I possess just a tiny bit more talent than Lord Yu Wujin. Uncle Yang, standing in the back, nearly lost his composure and quickly coughed to cover it up, while President Bai's shoulders trembled slightly. Chun Mingyang could no longer suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Nangong Bo's lips quirked. He had never encountered such unabashed boldness in a student. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, Chun Mingyang finally spoke slowly. Su Ju, while Envoy Nangong's words may be blunt, they are not without merit. Your ascent has indeed shattered conventional understanding. We require a rationale that can be documented and persuade those old fogies in the council. His gaze deepened as he looked at Su Ju. For instance, did your parents leave you anything? Or have you acquired some ancient inheritance from a certain place? Su Ju's heart stirred, realizing Chun Mingyang was extending a hand to him. He pondered for a moment, deciding to reveal a half-truth. President Chun, my parents' matters have been mentioned to me by Uncle Yang. Their sacrifice for humanity is my lifelong pride and motivation. He paused, capturing everyone's attention. As for the inheritance, I indeed have had certain fortuitous encounters. I cannot divulge specific details, but I can assure you that my foundational strength is solid, derived from a pure source, in harmony with humanity's martial way, and poses no hidden dangers. As for my swift advancement, Su Ju shrugged, a teasing expression returning to his face. Perhaps it is because I have refined my martial heart, combined with a smidgen of unparalleled talent and a touch of insignificant luck. The synergy of these 3 elements yields remarkable results. Nangong Bo felt his eyelids twitch. What he said was no different from saying nothing. He sighed in resignation. Since you are unwilling to elaborate and to rule out the possibility of you being possessed by a beast, we must conduct a basic assessment. He showed no intention of seeking consent, directly retrieving a precision-crafted, blue-glowing portable device from a silver briefcase. This is the Federation's newly developed real eye and chi and blood purity detection device. Now, stand still and do not resist. A beam of blue light swept over Su Ju's entire body. Basic combat power, 49,200. Upon seeing this number, despite being mentally prepared, Yang Baichuan and President Bai could not help but gasp in astonishment. Chen Mingyang's expression also shifted slightly. Nangong Bo maintained a stoic demeanor, but his fingers controlling the device hesitated momentarily before activating the Qi and blood detection module. Everyone focused intently on the device's screen. The numbers rapidly climbed. 80, 85, 90, 95, 99. Ultimately, the needle came to a steady halt at a figure that left everyone's pupils shaking. Qi and blood purity, 100. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. Yang Baichuan and President Bai gaped in disbelief. Chen Mingyang, who had always maintained a calm facade, finally displayed unmistakable shock. Nangong Bo's hand trembled, nearly dropping the invaluable detection device. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through to Su Ju. His tone filled with incredulity. 49,200 points of basic combat power. How many martial veins have you condensed? And this 100 purity, this is simply impossible. Even relying entirely on self-cultivation, one's qi and blood could hardly achieve such absolute purity. Su Jia, how on earth did you achieve this? It utterly defies the current understanding of martial arts. Such a terrifying rate of advancement, combined with an absolutely pure and undiluted essence of vitality, cannot possibly be explained by mere fortunate encounters. Observing the expressions of the two, Su Jie discerned that the moment was ripe for a reasonable explanation, and he also wished to ascertain the Federation's stance towards him, as it would ultimately influence his own attitude towards them. The slight ease on his face dissipated, replaced by a gaze that reflected a delicate blend of nostalgia and gravity. After a brief silence, as if carefully considering his words, he finally spoke with a barely perceptible rasp. Special Envoy Nangong, President Shun. He raised his head, meeting their eyes with sincerity. At this juncture, I no longer wish to conceal everything. The issue of my rapid enhancement and the purity of my essence may indeed pertain to my own being. He paused, capturing the full attention of all present. When I received the devastating news of my parents' sacrifice during the Beast Tide 3 years ago, I was struck by immense trauma and shock, leading to a period of unconsciousness. Upon awakening, I sensed a subtle change within my body. He extended his hand, feeling the flow of his own vitality, and spoke with a tone that was uncertain yet assertive. However, there was no notable difference over the years until one day. I found that I seemed no longer reliant on the basic breathing technique. My body appeared capable of generating the purest essence of vitality, slowly and autonomously from the void. He gazed at the two esteemed figures, his eyes clear yet perplexed. I cannot fathom what this truly is. Perhaps it is a special constitution awakened by some stimulus? My cultivation resembles guiding and accelerating this automatic generation process. This may be the illogical reason you have observed. Chapter 51. Automatic Generation of Vitality. Special Constitution. The automatic generation of pure vitality. This explanation resounded like thunder in the minds of Nangong Bo and Chen Mingyang. If it were indeed true, everything would fall into place. Why his advancement was so rapid, why his essence was so pure, why he seemed untroubled by the toxicity of elixirs. Everything stemmed from this unheard of, almost divine innate constitution. It transcended the mere label of genius. It was a treasure of humanity, a living miracle. The cold scrutiny on Nangong Bo's face instantly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fervor and excitement. Chen Mingyang inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with intensity. The atmosphere in the room was suddenly charged with immense shock and exhilaration. Su Jie observed their expressions, internally nodding in approval. After all, the martial artists on this planet absorbed only a limited amount of vitality from others daily, compounded by the existence of formidable beasts. The Federation placed immense value on geniuses. For those endowed with talent, the Federation would allocate resources but would hardly resort to any underhanded tactics. The more extraordinary he appeared, the more the Federation would prioritize him. It seemed they had accepted the premise of an innate ability to automatically generate pure vitality. Nangong Bo was the first to recover from his astonishment, stepping forward with fervor illuminating his previously icy demeanor. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Automatic generation of pure vitality. Su Jie, are you certain? Are you implying that your body itself is a source of vitality? That you can continuously produce vital energy without relying on external beast vitality elixirs? This is astounding. It fundamentally overturns centuries of martial arts cultivation understanding. If this is true, Su Jie's value is beyond measure. Though Chun Mingyang remained silent, the intensity of his presence intensified, revealing the tumult within him. He fixed his penetrating gaze on Su Jie, as if striving to see through him entirely. Faced with their fervent scrutiny, Su Jie allowed a hint of uncertainty to cross his face, nodding slightly while also shaking his head. I cannot be entirely certain. It is merely a feeling. Moreover, the rate of automatic generation is not exceptionally fast. It is only marginally quicker than the basic breathing technique. He attempted to downplay the significance. Marginally, Nangong Bo seized upon the key phrase, pressing for specifics. You must provide us with a relatively accurate concept. This is crucial. Su Jie displayed a conflicted expression, rapidly calculating in his mind. He would undoubtedly need to forge a deep alliance with the Federation's higher-ups. This core data could not be concealed. It was better to divulge a portion of it, half-truths that could showcase his value while retaining some cards close to his chest. He also wished to take a gamble. After all, he possessed the most formidable martial arts system in all realms, one that did not belong to this planet. And the Federation's current attitude would dictate his future stance towards them. After what seemed like a considerable mental calculation, he spoke uncertainly. If one must quantify it, perhaps it is around 1 point per second. 1 point per second. Nangong Bo's voice rose sharply, nearly cracking as he turned to Qin Mingyang. Both their eyes filled with disbelief and elation. Su Jie, you call that a mere point? That is 1 billion points. Do you comprehend the implications of this? 1 point per second translates to over 86,000 points of pure vitality per day. Over 30 million points in a year. This figure could drive any faction into a frenzy. It means Su Jie could effortlessly accrue over 30 million pure vitality points in a year, even while lying idle. This is no mere spring. It is a ceaseless river of pure vitality. Chun Mingyang also inhaled deeply, forcing himself to quell the tempest within, though the flickering brilliance in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Another pivotal question arose. True to his role as a Federation envoy, Nangong Bo's mind was astute. He immediately contemplated another possibility, his gaze intensifying. Su Jie, since your constitution can automatically generate pure vitality, does this imply there are limits to your absorption of external vitality? For instance, is there a daily absorption cap? Once absorbed, can you maintain its purity? This question struck at the heart of the matter. If Su Jie could absorb external vitality without limits, or with a very high threshold while maintaining its purity, he would essentially be a human vitality purifier and amplifier. His strategic value would soar. Su Jie felt a stir within. Indeed, the Federation had not disappointed him. The envoy's first thought was to provide him with vitality. He quickly grasped that this was a prime opportunity to further showcase his value and uniqueness. He wore a contemplative expression. I have not attempted to absorb external vitality, so I am uncertain. However, I sense there should be no significant obstacles. Excellent. Let us test it on the spot. Nangong Bo declared decisively, activating his advanced permissions to connect to the Federation's internal network, directly allocating 100,000 standard vitality points from the strategic reserve to a portable high-concentration vitality storage canister. Su Jie, absorb it. Give it your all and see where your limits lie. Nangong Bo handed the storage canister to Su Jie, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Su Jie gazed at the canister filled with immense resources, his heart elated, though his face feigned reluctance. So much? I will give it a try, though I may not be able to absorb it all. He took the canister, seated himself with a semblance of effort, and commenced the absorption. Under the watchful eyes of Nangong Bo, Chun Mingyang, and others, the rich vitality within the canister visibly diminished, pouring into Su Jie's body like a great whale sipping water. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute. 100,000 vitality points were entirely absorbed within mere minutes. Su Jie slowly opened his eyes, a hint of reluctance on his face. It's all gone so soon? Nangongbo immediately activated the detection device again, a beam enveloping Su Jie. Vitality purity, 100. The result remained unchanged. Absorbing an immense amount of external vital energy, not only did his purity remain unblemished, nor was there any disruption of energy, but even the slightest trace of residual toxicity could not be detected. His body resembled an unfathomable abyss, capable of both automatic generation and perfect purification, storing vast quantities of external vital energy. This was nothing short of a miraculous phenomenon, a true marvel of life. Nangongbo gazed at the test results, murmuring to himself, at a loss for words to adequately express his current emotions. Chun Mingyang emphatically struck the armrest of his chair, declaring with resolute conviction, Su Ju, from this day forth, you are the supreme strategic talent of the Federation. Your security level is elevated to the highest possible. You will have access to S-level resource quotas and the utmost personal freedom guarantees. The details of your abilities are classified as the Federation's top secret. He turned to Nangongbo. Nangong, draft a report immediately. All cultivation resources required by Su Ju shall have no upper limit, and I will guarantee them with all my might. Understood? Nangongbo nodded earnestly, his gaze towards Su Ju filled with fervor and anticipation. Rest assured, the Federation will not engage in self-destructive folly. Your sole focus should be on strengthening yourself. Su Ju felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing he had emerged victorious in this high-stakes game. A smile graced his lips. Then, let us enjoy this collaboration. Chun Mingyang rose, approached Su Ju, and patted his shoulder, his tone imbued with immense expectation. Young man, your task is to continuously grow stronger. The Federation will clear all obstacles for you. Should the heavens collapse, we old fellows will shield you. Chapter 52. The Special Secret Realm. Starfall Realm. Su Ju felt a surge of satisfaction within, realizing that the disclosure and testing had exceeded all expectations. He had successfully crafted the persona of a walking super vital energy purification generator, ensuring unobstructed access to resources in the future. Thank you, President Chun and Special Envoy Nangong, for your trust. Su Ju spoke sincerely. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation and live up to your expectations. He understood that with the Federation as his formidable support and abundant resources, his martial path would undoubtedly be more seamless. Moreover, it seemed he could approach the martial examination with a touch more audacity. Chun Mingyang exchanged a knowing glance with Nangongbo, reaching an instant consensus. All prior doubts, interrogations, and inquiries suddenly appeared utterly inconsequential. They were not faced with a genius whose risks needed to be evaluated, but rather with a living miracle worthy of being inscribed in the annals of humanity. Nangongbo took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, his demeanor transforming by 180 degrees. His tone became unprecedentedly solemn, even tinged with a subtle hint of respect. Classmate Su Ju, please forgive our previous offenses and doubts. Your condition has surpassed the conventional handling scope. I, Nangongbo, as the special envoy of the Federation Central Council, formally extend to you the highest invitation to join the core sequence of the Morning Star Project. The Federation will spare no effort in providing you with all the cultivation resources you require, the finest mentors, and the most comprehensive protection. Your sole task is to grow safely and swiftly. Chun Mingyang added gravely. Su Ju, Linjiang City, and even Tiandu Province will become your most steadfast support. Matters regarding your physique will be classified as the Federation's top secret, known only to us and the highest echelons of the Council. Externally, we shall declare you as a one-in-a-million martial prodigy, a gifted individual secretly nurtured by Lord Yu Wujing. Yang Baichuan and President Bai, observing from the sidelines, felt their hearts swell with excitement, knowing that from this moment on, Su Ju's fate would be irrevocably altered, and Linjiang City would, because of him, come into the federal spotlight. Su Ju looked at the two influential figures whose attitudes had shifted dramatically, inwardly elated, while maintaining an outward demeanor of humility and slight bewilderment. Thank you, President Chun. Thank you, Special Envoy Nangong. It is an honor for me to contribute to the Federation. However, regarding the resources, he skillfully revealed a hint of shyness and expectation. Nangongbo immediately understood. Waving his hand, rest assured about the resources. The first batch of support will be in place immediately. This includes, but is not limited to, a 100 billion credit limit from the federal bank, unrestricted access to S-level and lower task pools. And I will personally coordinate the first wave of resource allocation within a day, transferring 10 million points of vital energy for your priority use. 10 million points of vital energy. Even though Su Ju had mentally prepared himself, he was momentarily dizzy from the magnitude of this figure. And this was merely the initial wave of resource support. Truly, it is advantageous to lean against a great tree. Of course, Nan Gongbo added that the subsequent specific resource allocation would require council deliberation, but he assured that it would not disappoint. Now, you need to return with me to the Federation headquarters to undergo a more comprehensive evaluation and protection. Su Ju understood that this was both protection and, to some extent, a form of isolation, so he outright refused. Why? Nan Gongbo furrowed his brow. The martial examination has yet to be taken, Su Ju asserted confidently. I intend to be the top scorer, and Linjiang City is quite pleasant. That barbecue rice at the corner is particularly delicious, and I haven't had enough yet. Yang Baichuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Barbecue rice. Just because of this. Nan Gongbo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He felt that his years of cultivating vital energy had been utterly undone in the presence of this youth. Does the top scorer of the martial examination even hold significance for you? It does. Su Ju's eyes sparkled with clarity. The rewards are substantial. I heard that the top scorer's monetary reward is as high as over 10 million. Plus, I can choose a ground-level martial skill. I can even select any academy I wish. At that time, I could easily start a live broadcast. I've already thought of a name for the channel. I am this year's martial examination top scorer, and I will outshine you all. The tips will surely be plentiful. The benefits are immense. Everyone, ultimately, after a friendly yet fervent negotiation, both parties reached a temporary agreement. Su Ju would remain in Linjiang City to prepare for the martial examination. The Federation would dispatch a secret guard unit to be stationed in Linjiang, with Chun Mingyang personally overseeing to ensure his safety. Simultaneously, the Federation Council would send a team of top professionals to conduct comprehensive testing on Su Ju. In the end, Nan Gongbo nodded in satisfaction. His gaze towards Su Ju filled with expectation. Su Ju, the hope of humanity's future may well rest upon your shoulders. Strive diligently, and do not squander this divinely bestowed physique. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere of profound harmony and hope. After Chun Mingyang accompanied the exhilarated Nan Gongbo out of the room, Yang Baichuan looked at Su Ju with a complex expression, which ultimately transformed into a long sigh as he heavily patted his shoulder. Good lad. I knew you were extraordinary. I never anticipated you would be so astonishing. My humble abode may no longer be able to accommodate such a magnificent being. Su Ju chuckled. Uncle Yang, you flatter me. Without your guidance and protection, I would not be where I am today. Linjiang City will always be my home. As they conversed, Chun Mingyang had returned after escorting Nan Gongbo back, and spoke solemnly. Su Ju, do you understand why, despite the abundant resources of the various major forces in the Federation, most core disciples choose to refine their martial veins and hastily enter the condensation realm at levels 6 or 7? Su Ju was taken aback, as this had been one of his previous queries. Logically, the descendants of those major forces lacked neither vital energy resources nor time for growth, so why not spend decades, even centuries, solidifying their foundations? He answered earnestly, I do not know. Please enlighten me, Uncle Chun. Chun Mingyang began to explain. The reason lies in a special secret realm within the Wanxiang Tiangong, known as the Starfall Realm. This secret realm opens once each August and permits only martial artists under 18 years of age to enter. Within it, countless opportunities await. It is rumored to even harbor the core inheritance of the Wanxiang Tiangong and miraculous elixirs capable of transformative effects, making it the most coveted land of fortune for the Federation's younger generation. Starfall Realm? Su Ju's eyes sparkled with excitement. A secret realm held in such high regard by Chun Mingyang must be extraordinary. However, the entry capacity of the secret realm is limited, and competition within is exceedingly fierce. Chun Mingyang continued. After various negotiations, the Federation ultimately determined that only the top 300 of the annual martial examination ranking may qualify to enter the Starfall Realm. Chapter 53. The arrival of 10 million vital energy, he gazed at Su Ju, his eyes profound. Now, do you understand? For the scions of the great powers aspiring to the realm of Xingyun, time is the most precious commodity. They must possess sufficiently formidable combat prowess before the age of 18 to vie for a position among the top 300. Refining their martial apertures to the 7th level and subsequently condensing 3 to 4 martial veins is a calculated choice that maximizes their combat readiness at 18, thus enhancing their prospects for securing a coveted spot. Take Zhao Ling Xiao of the Zhao clan, whose innate constitution affords him a remarkable resistance to Dan poison. He has already refined 99 martial apertures to the 7th level last month and has now condensed 3 martial veins, achieving a combat power exceeding 10,000 points, placing him among the elite of the younger generation in Tiandu province, albeit merely commendable on the federal scale. Chen Mingyang's words fell upon Su Jia like a thunderous revelation. The realm of Xingyun, under 18, the top 300 of the martial examination, a direct path to the primordial legacy, the transformative holy elixir, all these keywords intertwined, immediately dispelling Su Jia's greatest doubts. No wonder the geniuses of those great powers, despite possessing superior resources and longer lifespans, hasten to condense their veins at the 7th level, or at most the 8th. They are not relinquishing potential. They are racing against time, competing for the ticket to enter the realm of Xingyun, a gateway to a higher stage. 18 years old is a rigid threshold. Miss it, and the opportunity is lost forever. The martial examination serves as the ultimate arena to filter those eligible to contend for this ticket. Thus, clarity dawned upon Su Jia, his eyes gleaming with insight. Therefore, I must participate in the martial examination and strive for the top position. Chen Mingyang, observing the instant comprehension in Su Jia's gaze, nodded with satisfaction. It is good that you understand. The competition within the realm of Xingyun is 100-fold more brutal than the martial examination outside. It is a true battleground of prodigies where monsters rise. It gathers the most elite combatants cultivated by all factions of the Federation before the age of 18. Moreover, once a martial artist condenses their veins, their ability to metabolize Dan poison significantly enhances, with some extraordinary prodigies condensing 6 or even 7 martial veins. Zhao Ling Xiao may be top tier in Tiandu province, but in the Federation, his current strength barely ranks outside the 200 mark, which speaks volumes. He gravely added, furthermore, based on past experiences, those who gain great fortunes within the realm of Xingyun and emerge alive are destined to at least become powerful war kings, with some even ascending to war gods and entering the highest council of the Federation. Lord Yu Wuji, for instance, entered the realm of Xingyun as the top scorer of the martial examination and obtained several legacies that paved his path to invincibility. Yu Wuji also emerged from the realm of Xingyun. This revelation stirred Su Jia's emotions. This signifies that the value of the realm of Xingyun exceeds his expectations. I understand, Uncle Chun. Su Jia solemnly nodded. I will give my all for the martial examination. The opportunity to enter the realm of Xingyun is mine to seize. His ambitions now transcended merely being the top scholar of Linjiang City or even the foremost of Tiandu province. He aimed directly for the pinnacle of the federal martial examination. Only with a sufficiently high ranking can he secure a competitive advantage upon entering the realm of Xingyun, gaining access to superior opportunities. Yang Baichuan, listening from the sidelines, felt both exhilaration and immense pressure for Su Jia. The prodigies of the entire Federation. What a fierce contest it will be. Chen Mingyang, witnessing the burning determination in Su Jia's eyes, recognized that his objective had been achieved. He patted Su Jia on the shoulder. It is commendable that you possess such ambition. In the coming months, we will provide you with every possible support. However, the extent of your progress ultimately depends on your own fortune. He paused, as if recalling something, and advised, be cautious. You are currently in the limelight, and your refusal to go to the headquarters will undoubtedly attract more attention. I will personally converse with the Zhou and Zhao families. The key concern lies with those hidden in the shadows, coveting the opportunities within the realm of Xingyun, or certain hostile factions from the demon race, who may view you as a target to be eliminated. I look forward to your performance in the martial examination in the realm of Xingyun. But remember, survival is paramount for a future. Under Chen Mingyang's guidance, President Bai personally arranged for Su Jia to have access to the most elite martial arts training chamber. After binding to one of the Federation's most advanced portable light brains, he gazed at the extensive resource list and permission notifications that had just been credited to his account, letting out a long sigh of relief. Done. The persona of the automatic generation of the holy body of vitality has been established. Next, he would wait for the arrival of these resources tomorrow to rapidly enhance his strength. Top scorer of the martial examination, with 5 months remaining, there should be no pressure. Su Jia mused, his eyes glimmering with greater ambition. However, the rewards he was entitled to should not be overlooked. Moreover, the martial examination seemed to be an excellent venue for testing strength and forging friendships. The Federation's efficiency is astonishing. Before dawn the next day, Su Jia's new light brain chimed incessantly. Groggy, he opened it to find a staggering sum of zeros on his account. Upon careful counting, it revealed a full 10 billion star dollars. Beside, it was an encrypted package extraction code, noted as the first batch of vitality resources, 10 million points. Incredible. It seems the Federation has a substantial reserve of vitality. Su Jia instantly became alert, springing from his bed. 10 million points of vitality. He wondered how many martial veins he could condense with that. Without hesitation, he instantly connected to the dedicated transmission channel for substantial resources within the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association through his light brain. Minutes later, a silver metallic box, half his height and exuding a chilling aura, was delivered to his training chamber by a robot. Opening the box, he found 10 crystal-clear jade vials, each pulsating with energy akin to liquid rubies, containing 100,000 points of vitality each. The primordial inhalation technique is commencing. Su Jia rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling, gazing at the dazzling display on the system panel that read, Vitality Reserve, 103.25 million. Su Jia felt an overwhelming sense of strength. System, assist me in condensing the 6th martial vein. Current progress for the 6th martial vein, 15, requires an additional 4.25 million points of vitality. Confirm? Confirm. Hurry. Consuming 4.25 million points of vitality. 6th martial vein condensation in progress. Progress, 100. Condensation successful. Base combat power, 32,000 points. Current base combat power, 87. 600 points. Extreme Realm Foundation bonus, 20. A surge of power, more formidable than before, coursed through his entire being. Su Jia felt as though his body had been expanded once more, with vitality flowing like a roaring river. Not enough. Continue. The 7th. Chapter 54. Level 3 War King. Condensing the 7th martial vein requires 1.5 million points of vitality. Confirm? Confirm. Consuming 1.5 million points of vitality. 7th martial vein condensation successful. Base combat power, 64,000 points. Current base combat power, 164,400 points. The 8th. Condensing the 8th martial vein requires 5 million points of vitality. Confirm? Confirm. Consuming 5 million points of vitality. 8th martial vein condensation successful. Base combat power, 128,000 points. Current base combat power, 318,000 points. The consecutive condensation of 3 martial veins propelled Su Jia's base combat power past the 100,000 mark, reaching a terrifying figure close to 320,000. This already placed him at the level of a level 3 War King. Moreover, this was achieved before the martial examination. Feeling the 8 martial veins within him roaring like dragons, harmonizing with the 99 10th level martial apertures, Su Jia exulted. Ha ha! I feel as though I could obliterate a small asteroid with a single punch. He glanced at the remaining 3.4 million points of vitality. Stroking his chin, the 8th martial vein requires 5 million, the 9th will likely demand over 10 million, and the 10th might require 500 million. The remaining vitality is hardly sufficient. However, I have suddenly transformed from a genius at the Wu Qiao stage to a level 3 battle king, which seems rather alarming. Never mind. I still lack the refinement of the 9th meridian, so I will conserve the remaining vital energy as my trump card. With my current strength, I can easily traverse the Wu Qiao without issue. Su Jia nodded with satisfaction. The immediate priority was to savor the grilled meat rice from that corner shop, which he hadn't visited in a long time. After such an extensive period of cultivation, he was famished. He tidied himself up and swaggered out of the Martial Arts Association. As expected, upon stepping outside, he sensed several concealed, yet powerful presences locking onto him, evidently a secret escort team dispatched by the Federation. Su Hiepad no Heath, casually putting his hands in his pockets and whistling as he made his way to the commercial street. Upon arriving at the small shop named Lao Wang's Secret Grilled Meat Rice, Su Jia called out with familiarity, "Boss Wang." The usual, a super double deluxe grilled meat rice. Pile on the meat. Pack the rice tight. The busy Boss Wang looked up, and, upon seeing Su Jia, his face broke into a wide smile. "Ah, it's little Su. It's been a while. I hear you're quite the celebrity in Linjiang City now. Just wait. Uncle will make you the most generous portion." Su Jia found a seat and eagerly awaited his meal. Before long, Boss Wang approached with a bowl that was nearly as large as a basin, filled to the brim with aromatic, glistening grilled meat and tightly packed rice. "Here you go, little Su. Your super double deluxe is ready." Taking a deep breath, Su Jia savored the rich aroma of grilled meat mingling with the heat of the rice, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Boss Wang's culinary skills were as delightful as ever. He picked up his chopsticks and began to indulge, replenishing the energy he had expended during his recent retreat. Just then, a piercing and jarring alarm abruptly shattered the tranquility of the afternoon in Linjiang City. This alarm was unlike the usual drills. It grew more urgent and shrill, carrying a palpable sense of impending dread that echoed throughout every corner of the city. Diners in the small shop and pedestrians on the street halted in their tracks, looking up in astonishment. Immediately, the city's broadcast system, along with every individual's portable light brain, chimed in unison with a heavy and urgent official announcement. Emergency notification. Emergency notification. The northern border outposts 77 and 78 are under attack from an enormous beast tide. The scale is deemed to be super large. Repeat, super large beast tide. The defensive line is under immense pressure and urgently requires reinforcement. Linjiang City is now in a state of level 1 combat readiness. All martial artists with combat strength exceeding 500 points, please gather immediately at the City Hall Square to unite for support at the northern border. The Federation's military and reinforcements from neighboring cities are en route, but the defensive line is in critical danger. The safety of Linjiang City depends on this moment. For our homeland, for our loved ones, we implore all capable individuals to step forward. The voice on the broadcast quivered slightly, indicating that the situation had escalated to a dire level. Silence enveloped the small shop. Boss Wang, holding his spatula, turned pale and muttered, "A super large beast tide." Good heavens, 3 years ago, during the last beast tide, half of the martial artists in Linjiang City perished, and that was only a large beast tide. Su Jia's hand holding the chopsticks froze in midair. 3 years prior, during that sudden large beast tide, the original owner's parents, whom he had never met, had sacrificed their lives in the battle to defend humanity's territory, becoming martyrs. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within Su Jia, intertwined with the remnants of the original owner's memories and a sense of belonging to this world. It was not fear, but a cold, killing intent and a heavy sense of responsibility. Images flashed through his mind of Yang Baichuan leading him to the border outpost, where he witnessed the shattered armor, scorched earth, undried bloodstains, and the weary yet resolute gazes of soldiers. "Homeland," he whispered, repeating the word. Here, he had the Federation providing resources, Uncle Yang who cared for him, Teacher Li, and Boss Wang who treated him to grilled meat rice. This had become his home. He gently set the chopsticks down beside the bowl. His previously relaxed expression sharpened into one of steely resolve, an invisible aura of menace radiating from him. "Boss Wang, I've transferred the payment. I'll finish this meal when I return." Boss Wang looked at Su Jia, the child he had watched grow up, now a pride of Linjiang City. He moved his lips, ultimately forming a hoarse admonition. "Little Su, be careful. You must come back. I'll treat you then." Su Jia nodded, refraining from saying more, and turned to stride out of the small shop. The street was in chaos, with panic and unease etched on people's faces. Yet, simultaneously, countless figures surged from all directions, rushing towards the City Hall Square like streams converging into the ocean. There were uniformed city defense soldiers, instructors and students from various martial arts schools, seemingly ordinary office workers, and even many students like Su Jia. Their faces bore tension, yet predominantly reflected a resolute determination. A veteran with a severed arm, clad in tattered military attire, stood at the street corner, waving a small Federation flag with his remaining arm, shouting hoarsely, "Hold the line. We must hold the line. Behind us is our home. Our children." A young mother clutched her child tightly, calling out tearfully to her husband hurrying towards the front lines. "Come back alive. We are waiting for you. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'm a martial artist now. I can protect you, protect Linjiang." A martial science student, about Su Jie's age, shouted with reddened eyes at his parents through the light screen before resolutely turning towards the assembly point. A tragic yet resolute spirit of guardianship permeated the air above Linjiang City. Chapter 55, The Outbreak of the Super Large Beast Tide. Su Jie observed this scene, deeply moved. This is humanity, demonstrating extraordinary cohesion and a spirit of sacrifice in times of crisis. A super large beast tide. He touched his left hand, which had merged with the undying martial bone, feeling the terrifying power surging within him from 8 meridians and 99 10th level Wuqiao. Today, he would collect some interest on the debt owed for the original owner's parents. "If you dare to invade my homeland, you shall become the nourishment for my growth. System, prepare yourself. Today, we shall unleash a massacre." His objective was not merely to assist in the defense, but to penetrate the beast tide, hunting down those formidable general-level beasts, using their vital energy to forge even stronger meridians. Just as he prepared to head towards the city hall to board a military aircraft, 2 shadowy figures appeared silently by his side. They were members of the federal escort team assigned to protect him, Captain Chun Feng and his deputy. Chun Feng's face was grave, blocking Su Jie's path, his tone urgent and serious. "Su Jie, the situation has changed. The super large beast tide has confirmed the presence of royal-level beast fluctuations, with danger levels far exceeding our estimates. We have just received the highest directive jointly signed by Special Envoy Nangong and President Chun, requiring us to escort you out of Linjiang City to the Jinling safe zone at all costs. You are a core seed of the Federation and must not suffer any mishap." Su Jie paused, looking at Chun Feng with calm, yet unyielding determination in his eyes. "Captain Chun, I appreciate your concern. However, I did not become stronger to be a flower in a greenhouse, nor to bully others in the future." He gazed towards the north, where a deep rumble like thunder could be faintly heard, and the sky was tinted with an ominous dark red hue. "I have worked tirelessly to cultivate so that when those I care about are in need, I can stand up and not just watch helplessly." His voice rose sharply, imbued with conviction. "Right now, my homeland is under siege by monstrous beasts. My compatriots are fighting valiantly. Every second of delay could cost innocent lives. You want me to leave like a coward at this moment?" He shook his head, his gaze intense. "I'm sorry, I cannot do that. Linjiang is the place that matters to me. The people here are the ones I care about. I must go." Without waiting for Chun Feng's response, he activated the Tak Tian Bu to its utmost, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the air at an astonishing speed, racing toward the municipal square, leaving behind Chun Feng and his companion, who were left in a state of fluctuating emotions. Chun Feng, watching Su Jie's resolute figure, stamped his foot in frustration and shouted into the communicator, "Follow him. Damn it. This kid has informed the higher-ups that the target refuses to retreat and has proceeded to the front line on his own, requesting a change of orders. The escort team seeks to accompany him into battle." Understood. When Su Jie arrived at the municipal square, chaos and a sense of tragic valor filled the air. Cries and shouts mingled with the hoarse commands of officers. Countless warriors, with red-rimmed eyes, bid farewell to their families before boarding the swaying, clearly overloaded transport vehicles without a backward glance. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and a solemn atmosphere of sacrifice. An old soldier, with a broken leg, shouted from his wheelchair to a young warrior, "Kid, don't disgrace me. Take on a few more beasts." A young girl held her lover tightly, tears streaming down her face. "You must come back. I will wait for you. Don't worry. Once I've slain those monsters, I'll return to marry you." The young warrior forcibly pried the girl's hands away, turned, and jumped onto the military vehicle, afraid to look back, fearing tears would spill over. Su Jie silently observed all of this, as a fire seemed to burn within his chest. He bypassed the lines and directly approached Zhang Tao, the overwhelmed head of the municipal office. "Director Zhang, give me the fastest aircraft to the front line, to the breach with the most monsters." Su Jie's voice was cold, carrying an undeniable authority. Upon saying Suya, Zhang Tao recognized the palpable murderous intent in his eyes and the overwhelming wave of power emanating from him, instantly realizing the terrifying strength of the young man before him. All right, follow me. Zhang Tao wasted no time and led Su Jie to a high-speed assault craft that had already started its engines. Upon boarding the assault vessel, Su Jie gazed out the porthole. The city receded into the distance, and in the north, even from hundreds of kilometers away, he could almost see the dark crimson sky, flames shooting high, thick smoke billowing, and the dull sounds of explosions accompanied by the faint roars of beasts, resembling the tolling of a death knell. He slowly closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing, as the 8 martial veins and 99 10th-level martial apertures within him swelled like a volcano on the verge of eruption, accumulating earth-shattering power. The indestructible martial bone in his left hand warmed slightly, resonating with a hum of battle thirst. Today, I shall turn this beast tide into my reservoir of blood essence, and let those brutes know that invading my homeland comes at a bloody price. The assault craft emitted a piercing shriek, tearing through the smoke-filled air, shooting like an arrow toward that hellish battlefield. Even before the craft fully landed, the nauseating stench of blood and charred flesh seeped through the gaps in the hatch, mingling with the deafening sounds of explosions, the frenzied roars of beasts, and the anguished cries of human warriors in their final moments. The scene outside the porthole made even Su Jie, who had experienced the battle at Outpost 77, feel the chill of apprehension. What was this place? The once fortified outposts and defenses built upon the mountains had transformed into ruins, with burning debris scattered everywhere. The earth was stained dark red, and thick streams of blood flowed freely, mingling the dismembered bodies of humans and beasts into indistinguishable heaps. In the sky, swarms of aerial beasts descended like locusts, swooping down to snatch up warriors or corpses, tearing them apart in an instant. The energy turrets had become sparse, often illuminating only to be shattered by the breath of more powerful beasts or hurled boulders. On the ground, the black tide of beasts surged endlessly, trampling over the corpses of their companions and humans alike, relentlessly assaulting the last line of defense formed by the flesh and blood of human warriors. Each beast charge was accompanied by the collapse of sections of the defense and the piteous screams of warriors. Hold on, for Linjiang, for the family behind us. A bloodied officer in shattered armor swung a dulled battle knife, his voice hoarse like a broken gong, still hoarsely commanding. Yet the defense line continued to retreat. The warriors, driven mad by bloodlust, rapidly depleted their strength and vitality. A young warrior, having just felled a wolf-like beast, was pierced in the chest by a claw from the side. He stared wide-eyed at the sky, slowly collapsing. Brother! A comrade nearby let out an anguished roar, rushing forward recklessly, only to be engulfed by more beasts. The despair spread like a plague among the remaining defenders. At that moment, Chapter 56, my left hand will strike. Whoosh! The assault craft finally landed forcefully in a relatively intact area, and the hatch burst open. Su Jie's figure stood at the hatch like a spear, his icy gaze sweeping over the bloody carnage. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped out. Ha Tianbu erupted in full force. His speed reached its peak, as he charged directly into the densest area of the beast tide, as if he had teleported. He didn't even utilize any martial techniques, simply clenching his fist, which was fused with the indestructible martial bone. And then he struck. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a pure, overwhelming force. Bang! A muffled roar erupted. Centered around his fist, dozens of beast-class monsters, each with combat power exceeding tens of thousands, exploded in an instant, turning into a mist of blood and flesh, clearing a vast area. This sudden, domineering clearance left the struggling warriors around in stunned silence. Who was that? He just obliterated dozens of armored bulls with a single punch? My goodness, that aura, he must be a battle king, a powerful warrior of our human race. Reinforcements. More reinforcements have arrived. In their despair, the people saw a glimmer of hope as the remaining defense line erupted in a faint cheer. Su Jie paid no heed to the cries behind him. He didn't even glance at the system prompt indicating how much blood essence he had refined. His gaze immediately locked onto a few colossal figures wreaking havoc at the breach of the defense line, their aura far surpassing ordinary beasts. Those were king-level beasts. each emitted energy fluctuations exceeding 300,000 combat power. One resembled a giant spider, its 8 limbs akin to metal spears effortlessly piercing through the protective blood and alloy armor of warriors. It exhaled a highly corrosive venomous web, melting the ground beneath it. This was the king-level beast, Shinyuan Maju, with a combat power of approximately 350,000 points. Another was the evolved form of the Rongyan Dilong Su Jia had previously encountered, now several times larger, its body coursing with dark red destructive energy. Each stomp triggered localized tremors, and its breath easily vaporized an alloy fortress. This was the Rongyan Dilong Wang, boasting a staggering combat power of 450,000 points, comparable to a level 4 Battle King. Another creature circled in the air, its wings spreading to blot out the sun, surrounded by the thunder of destruction, the Lei Lomping. Its sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, each dive claiming the lives of numerous warriors, with combat power also around 400,000 points. It was these king-level beasts leading the charge that caused the human defense line to collapse so swiftly. "It's you." Su Jia's gaze turned icy, as the 8 martial veins within him stirred like awakening dragons, roaring to life, and the immense power of blood surged forth, his base combat power exploding to 265,000 points. Moreover, with the enhancement of Jigging Ziji's level 20, his base combat power reached an astonishing 318,000 points. The terrifying pressure emanating from the third-level Zhan Wang was unleashed without reservation, instantly overshadowing most of the cacophony of battle on the battlefield. In dealing with these royal-grade demonic beasts, Su Ju would certainly refrain from employing the Dong Su Ji, which required an expenditure of tens of thousands of vitality points. Moreover, he sensed that with the enhancement of his strength, the investment of vitality required to unleash this technique to inflict massive damage would undoubtedly exceed 1/10 of that ratio. His most formidable weapon was his body, meticulously refined to perfection through 99 acupoints at the 10th level, coupled with the refinement of 8 martial veins, along with his left hand, which integrated the indestructible martial bone, granting him a double strength boost. "You are the first." With a clear target in mind, Su Ju moved with astonishing swiftness, employing the Ta Tian Bu technique, appearing as if he had teleported directly above the abyssal demon spider, which was slaughtering warriors below. Sensing a lethal threat, the monster raised its 8 compound eyes, and its fearsome mandibles opened wide, spewing forth a torrent of dark green venom mixed with resilient webs. Aimed directly at Su Ju, this venom was potent enough to corrode the protective vitality of Zhan Wang. Unflinching, Su Ju clenched his left fist and delivered a straightforward punch downward. There are no extravagant moves, just pure, unadulterated power. The muscles of his left arm, infused with the indestructible martial bone, bulged slightly as a terrifying force capable of shaking mountains coalesced at his fist. Boom! At the moment of impact, the venomous liquid and resilient webs, which could corrode metals, evaporated and shattered like ice under sunlight. The force of his punch surged forward, akin to a meteor falling, landing solidly upon the abyssal demon spider's incredibly hard cranial shell. Crack! The sound of shattering bones and splintering armor echoed. The abyssal demon spider's head, comparable to high-grade alloys, along with its 8 terrified compound eyes, was obliterated by Su Ju's punch, augmented by the double-strength boost of his left hand. Dark green blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and the massive headless corpse crashed to the ground, crushing several low-tier demonic beasts that failed to evade in time. Kill the royal-grade demonic beast, abyssal demon spider, and refined to obtain 200 points of vitality essence. Instant kill. One punch to annihilate a 3rd-level royal-grade demonic beast. Its essence was immediately refined by the system into vitality essence. Without pausing, Su Ju followed up, his form darting like lightning toward the lava Earth Dragon King, which was gathering destructive energy to unleash another attack. The lava Earth Dragon King sensed the imminent danger, and its dark red breath of destruction erupted like a volcanic explosion, distorting the space around it. With a fierce gaze, Su Ju unleashed his right fist, his 8 martial veins surging with vitality, fully igniting his foundational combat strength of over 310,000. A tangible crimson aura enveloped his fist as he charged toward the breath capable of vaporizing steel. Boom! The clash between his fist and the breath of destruction produced a deafening explosion. The violent energy shockwave radiated in a circular pattern, clearing out low-tier demonic beasts and debris within hundreds of meters. The standoff lasted but a moment. Su Ju's fist, with overwhelming force, shattered the dark red breath, crashing into the lava Earth Dragon King's jaw with tremendous impact. Roar! The lava Earth Dragon King let out a pained roar, its massive body lifted by the terrifying punch. Its jaw's scales shattered, blood gushing forth like lava. Seizing the momentum, Su Ju executed the Ta Tian Bu, propelling himself through the air with a sonic boom, instantly closing the gap to the reeling lava Earth Dragon King. Once again, his left fist clenched, activating the power of the indestructible martial bone for another double attack. Death! Another punch, akin to the creation of the heavens, struck heavily at the relatively vulnerable throat of the lava Earth Dragon King. Puff! The terrifying force exceeding 600,000 combat strength erupted instantaneously, creating a massive blood hole in the lava Earth Dragon King's neck, nearly severing it. Its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Kill the royal-grade demonic beast, lava Earth Dragon King, and refined to obtain 250 points of vitality essence. Chapter 57. The cruel battlefield. Su Ju plummeted to the ground like a meteor, cracking the earth beneath him. His icy gaze immediately locked onto the thunderwing dragon Peng in the air, which was shrieking in rage. "You're next." With his legs slightly bent, the ground beneath him erupted, and with full force, he unleashed the Ta Tian Bu, soaring into the sky like a meteor, charging directly at the thunderwing dragon Peng. The thunderwing dragon Peng clearly did not anticipate Su Ju's ferocity. After effortlessly dispatching two beasts of the same rank, he still had the strength to aggressively attack it. It emitted a piercing screech, and with a powerful flap of its wings, countless bolts of destructive lightning, as thick as water barrels, poured down like a torrential rain, blocking all of Su Ju's paths forward. A mere trick. Su Huescoved these Danfildi, his left fist glowing with a faint golden light of immortality as he charged forward without evasion, delivering a punch. The sheer force of his fist carved a vacuum path through the dense lightning. Not slowing down, he penetrated the lightning curtain, appearing directly before the colossal head of the thunderwing dragon Peng. Fear finally flickered in the compound eyes of the thunderwing dragon Peng. It attempted to take flight, but Su Ju's speed was swifter. "Come down." With fingers splayed like iron claws, Su Ju's left hand, embodying over 600,000 combat strength, grasped the thunderwing dragon Peng's hard beak with ferocity. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of countless warriors below, he channeled force through his waist and abdomen, swinging his arm downward with tremendous strength. Boom! The massive thunderwing dragon Peng was forcibly slammed to the ground by Su Ju's sheer might, kicking up a cloud of dust, its bones cracking like bursting beans. Su Ju swiftly followed, stepping upon its head, applying just enough pressure. Puff! Its head shattered like a watermelon. Kill the royal-grade demonic beast, thunderwing dragon Peng, and refined to obtain 230 points of vitality essence. In an instant, three powerful royal-grade demonic beasts met their demise. Su Ju's overwhelming strength injected a surge of morale into the remaining soldiers. Kill. Follow Sang Guangsu. Slay these beasts. A battle-hardened officer, with one arm severed and drenched in blood, shouted with fury, his remaining arm still swinging a sword to fend off the encroaching low-tier demonic beasts. However, the overall situation on the battlefield had not fundamentally shifted due to Su Ju's localized dominance. After all, this was an immense beast tide. A piercing scream echoed from afar. Su Ju whirled around, witnessing a first-level Zhan Wang besieged by three royal-grade demonic beasts. Despite managing to slay one while gravely injured, he was pierced through the heart by another, a shadowy shadow demon cat, from behind, ultimately meeting his end under the crushing feet of a quake giant rhinoceros. In his final moments, he detonated his martial veins, a brilliant light extinguishing the shadow demon cat, yet illuminating the mountain of fallen comrades surrounding him. Old Zhao. Another second-level Zhan Wang's eyes widened in despair. He was entangled by five royal-grade demonic beasts, his own body battered and unable to offer aid, forced to watch helplessly as his comrade fell. Such tragedies unfolded continuously across the vast battlefield. On the eastern flank, a female Zhan Wang burned her life force, employing powerful means to temporarily halt the surging beast tide. But soon, her strength waned, and her body froze in place, resembling an ice-cold monument. In the western canyon, 3 Zhan Wangs formed a defensive formation, staunchly guarding the crucial passageway. They had repelled dozens of waves of the beast tide, the corpses of demonic beasts accumulating beneath their feet. Yet, 2 of them had already perished, and the last, missing an arm and a leg, detonated all his remaining energy bombs, sacrificing himself in a glorious blaze alongside the several royal-grade demonic beasts, fulfilling the vow of those who stand firm on the battlefield. Tragic, grievous. The Zhan Wangs of humanity resisted the flood of demonic beasts inch by inch with their lives and blood. Yet, the sheer number of royal-grade demonic beasts was insurmountable, seemingly endless, continually surging forth from the depths of the beast tide. With each sacrifice of a battle king, the defense weakens further, and collapse seems merely a matter of time. Su Jie observed the unfolding scene, his chest feeling as though it might explode. He possessed great strength, yet he could not instantly cover the entire battlefield. What he could do was to slay as many king-level demon beasts in his vicinity as possible, alleviating the pressure on his comrades in other directions, and strive to grow stronger swiftly. System: how much blood essence do I currently possess? Current blood essence, 680 points. Current ordinary blood reserve, 6 million points. A little more is needed. Su Jie's gaze sharpened like a blade as he scanned the battlefield, aware that he required 1,140 points of blood essence to exchange for the remaining 11 million blood essence needed to refine the 9th martial vein. At that moment, the beast tide surged once more, with 3 ferocious king-level demon beasts simultaneously charging towards him from different directions. One was the spirit striking Hua Xian Yao, another was the incredibly resilient Xian Gui Ju Shou, and the last was the swift, venomous Jiu Tu Shi Shi. Excellent. Just what I needed. Rather than retreating, Su Jie charged forward. The Ta Tian Bu allowed him to move like lightning, prioritizing the one that posed the greatest threat, the Hua Xian Yao Hu. Its eyes glowed with an eerie red light as an invisible wave of mental impact pierced towards Su Jie's consciousness. If it were an ordinary battle king, they would have been caught off guard. However, at Su Jie's brow, the martial heart, green, flickered with light, activating the effect of a heart like stone. The mental assault dissipated without a ripple, as if a cow had sunk into the sea. With his left hand penetrating through space, Su Jie crushed the Hua Xian Yao Hu's skull before its astonished gaze. Blood essence gained, 190 points. He swiftly pivoted, evading the venom spewed by the Jiu Tu Shi Shi, and his right leg swept horizontally like a battle axe, delivering a powerful kick to the seemingly indestructible carapace of the Xian Gui Ju Shou. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the carapace, capable of withstanding the full force of a level 4 battle king, caved in, cracking under Su Jie's kick. The Xian Gui Ju Shou emitted a pained roar, blood oozing from its mouth and nostrils. The 9 heads of the Jiu Tu Shi Shi lunged from different angles, but Su Jie's left hand, whether in a fist or finger, moved so swiftly that it left afterimages, each collision resulting in the shattering of a snake's head. In mere moments, the Jiu Tu Shi Shi became a headless mass, collapsing onto the ground. Blood essence gained, 210 points. Finally, he charged once more towards the heavily injured Xiangui Ju Shou, fingers converging into a handblade. The indestructible golden light gathered at his fingertips, piercing through the crack in the carapace like a hot knife through butter. Thud! The hand blade penetrated, striking at its core. The massive body of the Xiangui Ju Shou trembled violently before its life force extinguished. Blood essence gained, 220 points. A brilliant light erupted in Su Jie's eyes. System: consume 1140 points of blood essence to exchange for 11 million blood essence, and immediately refined the 9th martial vein. Command confirmed. Consuming 15 million blood essence, beginning refinement of the 9th martial vein. A vast and overwhelming energy, far greater than any previously refined martial vein, erupted within him like the birth of the universe. The refinement of the 9th martial vein required not only immense blood essence, but also an ultimate test of body and will. However, Su Jie's foundation was extraordinarily solid. His unparalleled Dao foundation, perfected at the 10th level across 99 apertures, coupled with the support of the martial heart green, propelled the refinement of the 9th martial vein at an astonishing pace within him. His aura began to soar like a rocket, a terrifying pressure, palpable to all king-level demon beasts nearby, swept through the area, instilling awe in the struggling human battle kings far away, radiating outward like a storm. The 9th martial vein has been formed. Refinement successful. Base combat power, 256,000 points. Current base combat power, 521,000 points. With the Extreme Realm Builder S20 boost, actual base combat power, 625,200 points. A level 6 Battle King. Su Jie slowly raised his head, his eyes seeming to burn with a tempest of thunder and flames, feeling within him a terrifying power that could shatter stars. A cold and ruthless smile curling upon his lips. At that moment, a grand and disquieting wave, akin to an invisible tsunami, erupted from the depths of the battlefield. It was the aftermath of two forces far exceeding king level clashing violently. One was filled with brutality, chaos, and destruction, emanating a nauseating aura of demon beasts. Its strength far surpassing any king-level demon beast he had just slain. Merely sensing a hint sent alarm bells ringing in the depths of his soul. This was a true Emperor-level demon beast. Its combat power absolutely exceeded 1 million. And the other force, Su Jie's pupils constricted sharply. The other force radiated a grand and righteous energy wave, imbued with a fervent energy, carrying a familiar protective will belonging to humanity. It was President Chun. Su Jie instantly realized why he had not sensed his aura earlier in Linjiang City. He had long since plunged deep into the battlefield, battling this Emperor-level demon beast. He had previously wondered why the Dinghai Xinjiang from Tiandu province had not appeared at the most critical defense line at the first instance. It was now clear that Chun Mingyang had directly sought out one of the sources of this massive beast tide, attempting to behead the Emperor-level demon beast. This was undoubtedly the most effective yet perilous method. Su Jie immediately focused his senses in that direction. He could see President Chun, surrounded by a terrifying energy that rendered the air a tumultuous mix of dark red and blazing white, engulfed in a flame that appeared almost tangible. Casting 100-meter-high, fiery war god phantom, fiercely battling a massive, menacing Emperor-level demon beast, the Inhei Mo Long Wang, which was ensnared in dark, destructive energy. Each clash of flame and dark energy was like stars colliding, unleashing devastating shockwaves that flattened the mountains below, warping the very fabric of space. Chun Mingyang's strength was indisputable. The might of a war god at 1 million combat power was vividly displayed, as each thrust of his fiery spear seemed capable of piercing the void, forcing the Inhei Mo Long Wang to roar in fury. Yet, Su Jie keenly sensed that Chun Mingyang's situation was far from optimistic. At the edge of that core battlefield, there were over 10 king-level demon beasts, with combat powers ranging from 400,000 to 700,000, lurking like cunning hyenas, constantly prowling for opportunities. They intermittently unleashed energy breaths to disrupt from afar. And at moments when Chun Mingyang clashed with the Mo Long Wang, they launched surprise attacks. Though Chun Mingyang's fiery avatar martial technique could withstand most assaults, the distraction inevitably constrained him, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow to the Inhei Mo Long Wang. Moreover, the Mo Long Wang exhibited remarkable intelligence, using its subordinate king-level demon beasts to continually drain Chun Mingyang's strength. Despicable beasts. A cold light surged in Su Jie's eyes. President Chun had ventured into peril to protect Linjiang City. To safeguard him, Su Jie. Witnessing him besieged, how could Su Jie stand idly by? Do they think they can overwhelm my kin with sheer numbers? Have they sought my permission? Without further hesitation, the newly awakened and immense power within him erupted. The Tatian Bu was propelled to an unprecedented pinnacle, transforming him into a golden red streak of light that tore through the sky. Disregarding the ordinary king-level demon beasts along his path, charging at an extraordinary speed directly towards the heart of the battlefield, where the energy storm raged most violently, The low-tier demon beasts attempting to obstruct his path were shattered and obliterated before they could even approach, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura that emanated from him. His objective was clear: to assist Chun Mingyang, first eliminating those bothersome hyenas, and then together slay the Inhayam Mo Longwang. President Chun, hold on. Su Jie is coming. A long howl erupted, akin to thunder from the heavens, resonating across the battlefield, instantly drowning out the clamor and clearly reaching that core battlefield. Engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Dark Dragon King, Chun Mingyang was suddenly struck on the arm by a side attack of venom, causing him to flinch. Upon hearing an unexpected sound, his spirit surged, and a flicker of astonishment and delight graced his weary visage. How could this young man's aura have risen so rapidly? Simultaneously, the Dark Dragon King and the surrounding king-level beasts sensed the ominous threat of an approaching power and cast their cold gazes toward the golden-red streak cutting through the air. Su Ju's speed reached its zenith. Almost instantaneously, he, wrapped in a golden-red aura, crashed into the periphery of the royal battlefield. Roar! The formidable Xianming Turtle King, with a battle strength of 680,000, reacted first, rising suddenly on its hind legs. Its massive foreclaws, adorned with jagged bone spines and exuding a chilling aura, descended upon Su Ju with lethal intent, causing the very air to crystallize with frost. Get lost. Su Ju's gaze was icy. He did not even deploy his left hand, imbued with undying strength. Instead, he sought to vent the overwhelming power surging within him. With his right fist clenched, the vigor from his 9 martial veins coalesced instantly. A simple punch met the colossal claw that blotted out the sky. Boom! The collision did not yield a dull thud, but rather a bone-crunching sound that sent shivers down the spine. The Xianming Turtle King's foreclaw, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary 6th-level battle kings, shattered like fragile glass upon contact with Su Ju's fist. The ferocious force coursed through its arm, twisting and exploding its entire limb. Howl! The Xianming Turtle King emitted a wretched scream, its massive body sent tumbling backward by the unparalleled might, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Refining the king-level beast, Xianming Turtle King grants blood essence. 380 points. Chapter 59. The Arrival of 3 Royal Beasts. With a single punch, merely one punch, almost instantaneously annihilating a powerful king-level beast. This terrifying spectacle caused the surrounding king-level beasts, poised to attack, to freeze in their tracks, their crimson eyes betraying a newfound fear. Excellent. Chun Mingyang, entangled with the Dark Dragon King, couldn't he help but shout in astonishment and excitement. He had initially believed Su Ju could only restrain a few king-level beasts. Never did he anticipate that after this breakthrough, his strength would surge to such alarming heights. This was no longer the power of a 6th-level battle king. His offensive capabilities had clearly grazed the threshold of a war god. Establishing his dominance with a single strike, Su Ju did not linger. Employing the Tian step, he created invisible ripples in the void, his form flickering like a specter as he instantaneously appeared behind the Shadow Blade Leopard King, which was preparing to launch a surprise attack on Chun Mingyang's flank. Renowned for its speed, this beast boasted a combat strength of 550,000. It sensed a malevolent wind approaching from behind, terror gripping it as it sought to vanish into the shadows. Too slow. Su Ju's cold voice was akin to the whisper of death. His left hand shot forth, fingers splayed, appearing slow yet executing with precision as he seized the Shadow Blade Leopard King's neck before it could phase out. Crack! The sound of a clean break echoed. The agile body of the Shadow Blade Leopard King collapsed instantaneously, its spark of life extinguished. Refining the king-level beast Shadow Blade, Leopard King grants blood essence. 300 points. Next, like a tiger among sheep, Su Ju charged towards the stunned king-level beasts. He no longer required Chun Mingyang as protection. Rather, he had transformed into the most fearsome harbinger of destruction on the battlefield. His combat style was simple, brutal, and efficient, whether through fists, palms, or legs. Each strike embodied a terrifying power surpassing 600,000, and when employing his left hand, exceeding 120,000. These king-level beasts, capable of dominating in the outside world, crumbled before him like fragile straw, often severely wounded or obliterated with a single encounter. Even their precious blood essence was transformed into Su Ju's sustenance. Refining blood essence, 320 points. Refining blood essence, 290 points. The system's notifications cascaded in rapid succession, with blood essence accumulating swiftly. Wherever Su Ju tread, king-level beasts fell like harvested grain, and the encircling threat that had once tormented Chun Mingyang was swiftly torn apart and cleared. With the pressure alleviated, Chun Mingyang's spirits soared. He laughed heartily. "Well done, my boy. You've performed splendidly." His fiery power surged, allowing him to confront the Dark Dragon King with unrestrained vigor. "Dragon, your demise is nigh." Chun Mingyang's flame spear blazed with brilliance, transforming into a comet of fire that pierced toward the head of the Dark Dragon King with divine authority, purifying all in its path. The Dark Dragon King, witnessing its subordinates slaughtered by Su Ju as if they were mere chaff, and seeing Chun Mingyang unleash his full power, finally let out a roar of fury mixed with alarm. It sensed a grave threat. Dark, destructive energy surged around it like boiling lava, coalescing into a massive skeletal shield in a desperate attempt to defend itself. Boom! The fiery comet collided violently with the skeletal shield, erupting in a radiance surpassing that of the sun. A terrifying energy storm swept outward, seizing the moment of their standoff. Su Ju eliminated the final king-level beast attempting to flee, his icy gaze locking onto the formidable form of the Dark Dragon King. "President Chun, I come to aid you." He did not opt for a ranged attack, but instead pushed the Tian step to its utmost, his figure transforming into a slender golden thread that seemed to tear through space, appearing beneath the Dark Dragon King's neck. Exposed and vulnerable as it was preoccupied with defending against Chun Mingyang, the radiant power of his undying left hand coalesced into a singular point. A terrifying strike, with battle strength exceeding 120,000, was unleashed with no frills, aimed squarely at its reverse scale. This punch was swift, precise, and ruthless. It transcended the speed of sound and the limits of thought. The Dark Dragon King sensed a deathly aura more concentrated and lethal than Chun Mingyang's fiery spear rising from below. It attempted to evade, but Chun Mingyang's full-force strike had constrained its movements, causing it to falter. Thud! Like a heated blade piercing through solidified grease, Su Ju's fist struck true, crashing into the reverse scale, radiating a dark sheen. The distilled power erupted instantaneously, obliterating all from within. The massive form of the Dark Dragon King froze momentarily, its skeletal shield disintegrating instantly. Its eyes, filled with malice and disbelief, widened in horror, releasing a half-stifled wail. Chun Mingyang's fiery spear followed suit, completely piercing through its skull. Boom! The royal beast, the Dark Dragon King, fell. Its gargantuan body plummeted from the sky like a mountain, crashing to the earth with a resounding thud. A momentary silence descended upon the battlefield. Both the surviving human warriors and the chaos-stricken beasts, bereft of their royal commander, were captivated by this astonishing scene. Refining the royal beast, Dark Dragon King grants blood essence, 1,300 points. Su Ju slowly retracted his bloodied left hand, locking eyes with Chun Mingyang, who was descending from above. Chun Mingyang gazed at Su Ju, his expression a complex tapestry of gratitude, shock, ultimately culminating in a long sigh and sincere laughter. "Well, what a remarkable Su Ju. Our human race has a promising successor. Long live Su Zhanwang. Long live President Chun." The surviving human warriors erupted in thunderous cheers, tears of joy and victory streaming down their faces, as the crumbling defense seemed to glimpse a ray of hope for reconstruction. However, the gravity etched on Su Ju and Chun Mingyang's faces remained undiminished. Chun Mingyang suddenly raised his head, his gaze filled with horror as he stared into the depths where the beast tide surged. There, three beings emerged, more terrifying than the Dark Dragon King, exuding an aura of brutality and death, akin to dormant volcanoes suddenly erupting. Not good. Chun Mingyang's expression changed drastically. "There are three." As if to validate his words, the darkness was torn apart like a curtain, revealing the grotesque forms of three colossal figures that instilled a sense of despair. One was the hollow Emperor Dragon, composed entirely of pale bones, with ghostly blue flames flickering in its eye sockets, its wings spanning the sky and exuding a heavy aura of death. The second was the nine-headed Calamity Serpent, its body flowing with murky venom, leaving a trail of corroded earth and extinguished life in its wake, adorned with 9 hideous serpent heads. The last was the primordial savage elephant emperor, resembling a mountain, its skin akin to rough rock, each step causing the ground to tremble violently, radiating an aura of primal ferocity. Chapter 60. The Fall of War God. Chun Mingyang. The presence of these 3 royal-grade monsters was on par with that of the Dark Dragon King, with the Hollow Emperor Dragon's aura ominously approaching a staggering combat power of 2 million. Their blood-red pupils coldly scanned the battlefield, ultimately fixing on Su Ju and Chun Mingyang, who had just slain the Dark Dragon King. Behind these 3 royal beasts, a dark tide of king-grade monsters surged forth, numbering in the thousands. Their crimson eyes were filled only with a pure desire for slaughter, and the terrifying demonic energy they emitted plunged the human forces, who had just begun to harbor a glimmer of hope, into an even deeper abyss of despair. Roar! The Hollow Emperor Dragon let out a soul-piercing screech, its skeletal wings flapping, unleashing a torrent of thousands of king-grade monsters, now driven by a final command to launch a total assault on the crumbling human defenses with 10-fold the ferocity and 100-fold the madness. Despair, an absolute despair, enveloped every soul present. Yet, amidst this extreme hopelessness, the bloodline of the human race ignited a flame of resilience and defiance. A war king, having lost both legs and leaning against a battered barrier, summoned his last strength to drive his battle spear into the ground. Roaring with all his might, "Behind me lies our homeland. I will not retreat an inch. Kill!" He detonated the last explosive energy block he carried, transforming it into a brilliant fireball that took down dozens of king-grade monsters around him. The blood we shed now nourishes the future of humanity. Our bones stand tall to uphold the heavens for our descendants. Even in death, we shall not allow these abominations to devour our dignity. A female war king, her body half corroded by venom, still stood tall, igniting her final martial essence and transforming into a flesh-and-blood wall spanning dozens of meters. Though it was torn apart by the onslaught of king-grade monsters in an instant, it briefly hindered the advance of the beast tide. Even if I die, I will die standing. Stand and die. For humanity, we shall fight to the end. The echoes of defiant roars converged into an unyielding torrent. The remaining human warriors, whether war kings or generals, even those on the brink of exhaustion, had their eyes ablaze, unleashing the last radiance of their lives. They formed barriers with their bodies, staining the earth with their blood, and delayed the advance of the monsters through self-sacrifice. The battlefield transformed into a true hell on earth. Every moment saw warriors sacrificing themselves heroically, limbs and entrails flying, as blood soaked the ground into a dark crimson mire. Su Ju and Chun Mingyang's eyes widened with fury. "Kill!" Su Ju roared, pushing the sky-treading step to its limits, his indestructible skeletal left arm swinging wildly, each attack claiming the life of one or even several king-grade monsters. He was like an unflagging killing machine, weaving through the tide of beasts, attempting to alleviate the pressure on the defenses. The system prompt for refining blood essence had long been disregarded. His mind was fixated solely on one thought: kill one more. Chun Mingyang unleashed his full power, his battle god might unreservedly erupting, as fiery martial techniques transformed into a raging sea of flames, reducing swathes of king-grade monsters to ashes. He had to bear the brunt of the pressure from the 3 royal beasts. But there were too many enemies. They were too powerful. The Hollow Emperor Dragon unleashed a gray breath of death from afar, causing both warriors and monsters in its path to have their flesh wither instantly, their souls extracted, becoming part of the vengeful spirits swirling around it. The 9-headed calamity serpent simultaneously spewed different attributes of venom, acid, corrosive energy, covering vast areas and leaving no room for defense. The primordial savage elephant emperor charged like a moving mountain, each collision shaking the human line violently, resulting in heavy casualties. Though Su Ju fought valiantly, facing the assault of several king-grade monsters with combat powers exceeding 700,000, along with the long-range interference from royal beasts, he began to suffer injuries, his vitality depleting rapidly. After a fierce clash with the primordial savage elephant emperor, which repelled 3 king-grade monsters, Su Ju was left exhausted, his strength waning. When the Hollow Emperor Dragon finally locked onto him with its soul fire, it opened its massive skeletal jaws, unleashing a gray beam of death that radiated absolute silence and destruction, appearing before Su Ju in an instant. This strike contained a death force far exceeding any attack Su Ju had previously endured. There was no way to evade it. Su Hui, be careful. Chun Mingyang, who had been divided in attention throughout the battle, saw this scene, his pupils contracting in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, this veteran war god who had protected Tiandu province for decades erupted with the last and most brilliant light of his life. He forsook defense against the venom spouted by the nine-headed calamity serpent, moving as if teleporting, pushing through space to position himself between Su Ju and the impending death beam. Boom! The death beam struck squarely against the fiery shield that Chun Mingyang had conjured with all his might. The shield held for only a fleeting moment before shattering. The residual force of the beam pierced through Chun Mingyang's chest. Simultaneously, the venom from the nine-headed calamity serpent splattered onto him, corroding his battle god body. President Su Ju watched helplessly as Chun Mingyang took the fatal blow for him, witnessing the once vibrant flames dim rapidly beneath the gray light of death and the corrosive poison. Seeing Chun Mingyang's chest pierced, his body corroded, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Chun Mingyang stumbled, turning to look at Su Ju, his gaze devoid of its former authority, replaced by endless entrustment, satisfaction, and a hint of relief. He opened his mouth, blood pouring forth, using his last ounce of strength to send a weak yet clear message into Su Ju's ears. The future of humanity is in your hands. Run. Before his words could fade, the last flicker of flame extinguished, and that towering body fell from the sky like a burnt-out star. The president of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association, a first-grade war god of humanity, Chun Mingyang perished. He sacrificed himself to protect the homeland behind him, to safeguard the hope for the future of humanity. No. Su Ju's eyes turned crimson in an instant, an overwhelming rage, sorrow, and a murderous intent to obliterate everything erupted within him like a volcano. He gazed at Chun Mingyang's falling body, at the countless human compatriots still falling around him, and at the three royal beasts radiating terrifying pressure. An unprecedented power, infused with profound grief and fury, surged within him, boiling. He would not flee. He sought vengeance. He would annihilate these beasts. For President Chun, for all the fallen warriors of humanity. Endless fury and murderous intent surged within him like molten lava, roaring. His scarlet eyes locked fiercely onto the hollow emperor dragon that had delivered the fatal blow and the other two royal beasts. Abominations. I demand your lives. Chapter 61 Die. D. Su Ju had completely lost his sanity. He no longer cared about the cost, nor did he contemplate restraint. The sky-treading step erupted with unprecedented speed, transforming him into a meteor ablaze with blood-colored flames, disregarding all the king-grade monsters that lunged at him, and charging straight towards the hollow Emperor Dragon. Roar! The hollow Emperor Dragon's soul fire flickered, clearly taken aback that this human dared to charge at it after losing its protection. It flapped its skeletal wings, unleashing countless pale bone spears that rained down upon Su Ju, each imbued with the power to pierce mountains and corrode souls. Shatter for me. His immortal bone left hand radiating brilliance. With a double power boost, he unleashed a punch. The ferocious punch wave manifested as a visible shockwave, shattering and obliterating the incoming bone spears. He maintained his speed, closing in instantly. Su Jia appeared frenzied, alternating between fist, palm, and finger with his left hand, fully unleashing his battle power of 620,000, coupled with the terrifying enhancement of the immortal bone. He relentlessly battered the massive skeleton of the bone Emperor Dragon. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sound were as thunderous as drums. The bones cracked and the soul fire flickered. The bone Emperor Dragon let out a furious roar, its seemingly indestructible skeleton showing large cracks under Su Jia's furious assault. The other two royal beasts, witnessing this, rushed in to assist. The nine-headed calamity serpent spewed forth a torrent of venom, while the ancient savage elephant emperor lifted its colossal foot, trampling down like a heavenly pillar. However, Su Jia appeared as if he had eyes on his back, deftly executing the treading the heavens technique to evade the venom and the stomp at the last moment. He clung to the bone Emperor Dragon like a parasite, directing all his attacks at it, He was fully committed to a strategy of trading injury for injury. Life for life. Withstanding several waves of energy backlash, his insides trembled and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Were it not for his body having undergone numerous refinements and nourished by the vitality of the immortal bone, he would have already fallen apart. Yet he paid no heed. His mind was solely focused on one thought: to tear apart this skeletal frame, to avenge President Chun. He sought to seize a fleeting opportunity to execute an attack potent enough to threaten or even slay royal beasts. Void Finger. This thought flashed through Su Jie's mind. Only this energy-consuming, yet tremendously powerful technique had the potential to create a miracle in dire straits. The intense consumption and injuries brought a moment of clarity amidst his madness. He understood that, no matter how frenzied his conventional attacks were, it would be difficult to completely destroy the Bone Emperor Dragon in a short time under the interference of the other two royal beasts. He had to create an opportunity that would allow the Void Finger to strike at its core soul fire. Su Jie's eyes turned blood red, his offensive unrelenting, while his mind raced. At that moment, the Bone Emperor Dragon, feeling utterly cornered by his relentless close-quarters assault, emitted a soul-shaking roar. The bluish soul fire within its head erupted with a blinding light, and an immense amount of death energy surged towards its massive mouth at unprecedented speed. It was thoroughly enraged, preparing to disregard the cooperation of the other two royals and forcefully unleash its primal breath to completely obliterate this pesky insect. Now was the moment. To gather this powerful breath, the soul fire defense at its head inevitably showed a momentary, minuscule weakening and stagnation, with all its power directed towards offense. A gap naturally appeared in its defense. This fleeting gap was precisely captured by Su Jie, who had been closely monitoring the fluctuations of its soul fire. Now, die for me, Su Jie roared, unleashing the long-prepared Void Finger without any reservations. A massive surge of vitality gathered at an unprecedented speed towards the index and middle fingers of his left hand. 500,000, 1 million, 2 million. Su Jie's eyes blazed red, veins bulging at his temples as he recklessly squeezed every ounce of vitality from within. Not enough. Still not enough. Pour more in. He roared within, channeling his vitality to an unprecedented 3 million points. This was the absolute limit his physical body and meridians could endure. Any more, and he might self-destruct before harming the enemy. Such a terrifying amount of vitality was instantly extracted, causing his entire left arm's meridians to wail under the unbearable strain. The surface of his skin was instantly covered in tiny beads of blood, and his complexion turned as pale as paper, as if half his life force had been siphoned away by this singular finger. With the injection of 3 million vitality, a point of extreme darkness quietly emerged at his fingertip. This darkness was not void, but rather a manifestation of energy condensed to its utmost, even devouring light to form an anomaly. A wave of annihilation that distorted space and made souls tremble erupted from his fingertip, spreading explosively. How? The charging Bone Emperor Dragon, the nine-headed Calamity Serpent, and the ancient savage Elephant Emperor all sensed this lethal threat simultaneously. Their momentum faltered, and for the first time, a grave expression appeared in their blood-red, beastly eyes. The destructive power contained within this finger made them feel a sense of dread. Su Jie roared, pouring all his sorrow and strength into this singular point. He thrust his finger forward with great force. Sizzle! A minuscule black finger strike, nearly imperceptible, silently tore through space, seemingly disregarding distance, and appeared instantly before the massive, soul fire-burning head of the Bone Emperor Dragon. The speed was astounding. Faster than thought. The Bone Emperor Dragon could only hastily gather its massive death energy before its head, forming a heavy, gray bone shield. However, a light sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through solidified fat. The bone shield, which contained the Bone Emperor Dragon's formidable death power, was as fragile as paper before that meticulously refined black finger strike instantly pierced through. The strike continued unabated, precisely striking the center of its head, right atop the core bluish soul fire. Boom! It was as if an explosion at the soul level. The soul fire, representing life and power within the Bone Emperor Dragon, twisted violently, expanded, and then exploded in a cataclysmic release of destructive energy that engulfed its massive skeletal frame. Crackle. The seemingly indestructible pale skeleton of the bone emperor dragon shattered into countless fragments, dispersing into the sky like bone dust, along with its shocked and unwilling soul fluctuations, all annihilated at the core of the explosion. Chapter 62. Everyone, charge with me. Refining the royal beast bone emperor dragon, gaining vitality essence. 1,950 points. One strike. Instant kill. The void finger, containing nearly 3 million points of terrifying destructive power, fundamentally obliterated a quasi-second-tier royal beast. The entire battlefield fell into a momentary silence. Whether it was the frenzied beasts or the blood-soaked human warriors, they were all stunned by this earth-shattering finger. However, Su Jie, who delivered this astonishing blow, was in an extremely dire state. The one-time consumption of 3 million vitality condensed on his left finger caused excruciating pain throughout his entire left arm. As if his meridians were on the verge of snapping, his left arm hung limply, momentarily devoid of sensation. The backlash from the void finger was exceedingly terrifying, were it not for his left hand having previously merged with that immortal bone, making it far more resilient than other warriors of the same tier. He would have likely rendered his entire left arm useless after that strike. Roar! The remaining 9-headed calamity serpent and ancient savage elephant emperor snapped back to reality from their shock, emitting furious roars filled with rage. This human had, before their very eyes, annihilated their companion. Unforgivable. The two royal beasts abandoned all caution and charged toward the evidently weakened Su Jie with a crushing fury. The 9-headed calamity serpent's 9 heads thrashed wildly, unleashing venom, acid, and corrosive energy like a net of death. The ancient savage elephant emperor, a moving mountain, caused the ground to tremble with every step, its massive trunk striking down like a divine whip towards the intercepting human warriors. At this moment, Su Jie was in a weakened state, unable to utilize his left hand capable of double power, leaving him no option but to rely on his right hand and treading the heavens. It was impossible to simultaneously defend against two enraged second-tier royal beasts. Just then, a Battle King squad appeared, sent by the Federation to protect Su Jie, 8th-tier Battle King Chen Feng and his 12 accompanying Battle King team members. Amidst the anticipatory gazes of the crowd, Chen Feng delivered a disheartening message that plunged hearts into despair. I have just received word that the southern border fortress has also fallen victim to the onslaught of the royal grade beast tide. Most of our human warriors, the mighty war god, are stationed atop the Martial Dao Great Wall in the Eastern Front. Others are entrenched deep within the myriad realms of the Tiangong Palace, striving for breakthroughs, utterly unable to extricate themselves. A few are engaged in the critical defense of vital secret realms within our territory, leaving no possibility for reinforcements to arrive here. We are now truly fighting as lone warriors, relying solely on ourselves. His words, like the biting winter wind, dispelled the last flicker of hope within everyone's hearts, igniting a fierce resolve to fight to the death. Chen Feng, with his team, rushed towards Su Jie. He did not roar. Instead, amidst the cacophony of battle, he cast a profound glance at the genius he was sworn to protect. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as he spoke in a voice that, though quiet, resonated with clarity. Su Jie, survive. The future of humanity needs you. The next moment, he resolutely turned, raising his battle blade, and unleashed his final battle cry. My comrades, charge with me. 12 figures followed closely behind, unwavering in their determination. Protect him. Block them. Buy time for that human prodigy to recover. The remaining human war kings and warriors also let out desperate cries. Though they did not know Su Jie, he was the only hope at that moment. He had demonstrated with a single finger that he possessed the power to threaten and even slay royal-grade beasts. On the battlefield, Chen Feng let out a skyward roar, his entire essence, martial veins, and bones erupting in a fervent reversal. He melded into the 12 equally resolute figures, transforming into the most radiant and colossal pillar of energy. Akin to a second sun rising above the blood-soaked battlefield, fearlessly colliding with the rampaging Taiku Monxiang. The earth-shattering roar drowned everything. A cataclysmic energy storm erupted before Taiku Monxiang. instantly engulfing its mountain-like form. The shockwave, powerful enough to level hills, struck the beast's formidable hide, momentarily halting its unstoppable charge, issuing a roar that mingled pain with fury. Its rocky skin was scorched and cracked, dark golden blood oozing like molten lava from the fissures. Although this desperate combined strike did not slay it, it successfully impeded its advance. After the explosion, the area seemed to fall into a brief vacuum. Taiku Manxiang Huang shook its dazed head, emitting a deafening roar, while the surging beast tide behind it hesitated in fear due to this sudden, life-originating explosion. The light ignited by Chun Feng's team not only momentarily stifled the beast tide's most ferocious assault, but also struck heavily upon the hearts of every survivor. For the sake of humanity, fight! Several war kings dashed forward without hesitation, forming a final barrier with their bodies in an attempt to halt the royal-grade beasts. The sounds of explosions and cries of despair filled the air. They were willing to sacrifice their lives to buy Su Jie even a moment's respite. Witnessing the self-destructive charge of Chun Feng's team and the comrades falling around him, sacrificing their flesh to grant him a breath of life, Su Jie felt his heart shatter. He desperately activated the Ben Yuan Tu Na Shu. While the system instantaneously converted the 1,200 points of vitality essence he had just obtained into blood vitality, infusing it into his parched martial veins. The excruciating pain in his left arm eased slightly under the nourishing flow of vitality. But it was evident that he could not wield the Dong Suji again in the short term. Meanwhile, the two royal-grade beasts had already breached the fragile line of defense built with lives, their attacks closing in. Despair, true despair. Su Jie gritted his teeth, channeling the remaining strength into his left arm, the light of his indomitable martial bones igniting once more, preparing for a final desperate strike. Just as the situation grew dire, a grand and majestic sound, akin to the ringing of a sword from the heavens, suddenly resonated across the battlefield. A resplendent sword energy, as brilliant as the Milky Way, sliced down from the distant sky, aimed directly at the foremost nine-headed disaster serpent. The righteous aura and unparalleled sharpness contained within the sword energy instilled a sense of imminent peril in both royal-grade beasts. As the sword energy swept through, one of the serpent's heads, spewing venom, was severed cleanly. Dark green toxic blood gushed forth like a waterfall. Who dares? Taiku Manxiang Huang roared in fury, abruptly halting its advance, warily gazing towards the source of the sword energy. Su Jie also looked up sharply and saw, on the distant horizon, a figure cloaked in a hazy glow, exuding an aura as profound as the ocean, far surpassing that of President Chun Mingyang, stepping through the void with deliberate strides. In its hand, an ancient long sword gleamed with a sharpness that dimmed the very heavens. Chapter 63, War God of Humanity, Sword Sovereign at last. A top-tier human powerhouse has arrived. The sword energy spanning the sky, along with the terrifying pressure that followed, instantly altered the tide of battle. The nine-headed disaster serpent, having lost one head, emitted a pained and furious shriek, the remaining 8 heads thrashing wildly, fixated on the approaching figure. Taiku Manxiang Huang also ceased its charge, its mountainous form slightly bowing, releasing a low, thunderous growl filled with trepidation. The newcomer donned a simple blue robe, appearing middle-aged, yet his eyes seemed to harbor endless years. Deep and sharp, the ancient long sword in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a clear sword hum, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space. Sword Sovereign. An elderly war king recognized the newcomer, his voice trembling with excitement. It's the Sword Sovereign who guards the Wanjian tomb. He has actually emerged from seclusion. The Sword Sovereign, a long-renowned war god of humanity, possesses unfathomable strength, particularly adept in the sword path of slaying, and has long safeguarded an important secret realm for humanity, rarely appearing unless the fate of humanity is at stake. The Sword Sovereign's gaze swept across the battlefield strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. Lingering momentarily on the spot where Chun Mingyang had fallen, a flicker of sorrow and chilling killing intent flashing in his eyes. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Su Jie, whose complexion was pale and left arm hung low. He nodded slightly and spoke clearly. Young friend, take a moment to recuperate. These 2 vile creatures shall be handled by me. No sooner had he spoken than he lightly swept his sword. A sound rang out, and a sword energy even more refined and brilliant than before, surged forth like a galaxy in reverse, instantly splitting into two, cleaving towards the nine-headed disaster serpent and Taiku Manxiang. The sword energy appeared slow, yet was incredibly swift, embodying the supreme intent to sever rules and annihilate all. The remaining 8 heads of the nine-headed disaster serpent unleashed torrents of energy of various attributes, attempting to block the strike. Taiku Manxiang roared, summoning a heavy yellow energy shield around itself, akin to armor of the earth. However, as the sword energy passed, the energy torrents were cleaved apart as if torn by fabric. The thick yellow shield before the unmatched sharpness barely held for an instant before being shredded. With a sharp sound, 2 more heads of the nine-headed disaster serpent were severed at the roots, toxic blood gushing forth. The resilient hide of Taiku Manxiang was cut open, revealing a deep wound down to the bone, dark golden blood flowing like a stream. With just 2 casual strokes of his sword, he had severely wounded 2 second-tier royal-grade beasts. The might of the sword's sovereign was unmistakable. The 2 royal-grade beasts were filled with shock and fury, but more so with fear. They realized that this human was far more dangerous than the previous youth. They emitted unwilling roars, and astonishingly, began to retreat. The immense figure began to retreat slowly into the depths of the beast's tide, simultaneously urging countless king-level Alsog to surge forth like a tide, attempting to obstruct the steps of the Sword Master and buy themselves time to escape. The Sword Master furrowed his brow. Though he was powerful, detaining 2 royal beasts of the same rank, who were intent on fleeing amidst the thousands of Alsog blocking his path, was no simple task. His sword danced in his hand, unleashing a barrage of sharp sword chi akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping the advancing king-level Yalso. Yet his line of sight was obstructed by the layers of beasts. Su Ju observed everything, his thoughts racing. Naturally, he desired to capture these 2 royal Alshog to eliminate future threats and coveted the vast essence of vital energy they could provide. However, he was also acutely aware of his current state. His left arm throbbed with pain, and his vital energy was largely depleted. Forcing himself to employ the Dong Shuger once more would be exceedingly perilous, especially since the Sword Master had already taken action, prioritizing the need to repel the tide of beasts and stabilize the situation. Impulsiveness would not serve him well. Su Ju forcibly suppressed the urge to pursue, scanning the chaotic battlefield below. The Sword Master's astonishing 2 strikes not only severely injured the 2 royal beasts, but also released a fierce sword intent and terrifying energy that directly obliterated and shredded a multitude of king-level Alsho within several miles. At that moment, the area resembled a forbidden zone of life, yet it bore countless Haitri Yao corpses, their essence still lingering in the air, forming a dense energy field of vital essence. For ordinary warriors, this chaotic and violently infused energy would be akin to poison. A careless absorption could lead to madness. Yet for Su Ju, who possessed the Qi Blood Furnace system, it was akin to a treasure delivered to his doorstep. System: operate the Qi Blood Furnace at full capacity to absorb and refine all unclaimed Yaosu vital energy on the battlefield, prioritizing the remnants of king-level Yaosu. Su Ju immediately issued the command in his mind. Command confirmed. Qi Blood Furnace is operating at full capacity. Detecting a large amount of free vital energy, absorption commencing. Refining king-level Yalsho remnants, obtaining 15 points of vital essence. Refining king-level Yalsho remnants, obtaining 22 points of vital essence. Refining lower-level Yalsho remnants, obtaining 3 points of vital essence. The system notifications began to ring out like a barrage. Although the essence provided by individual Also was far inferior to that obtained through personal kills, the sheer number compensated for it. In the area cleared by the Sword Master as 2 strikes, the corpses of king-level Yalso numbered no fewer than 100, while lower-level ones were in the thousands. The Qi Blood Furnace acted like an invisible black hole, voraciously consuming the residual vital energies on the battlefield, purifying them into pristine vital essence. Su Ju could feel the numbers on his system panel rapidly escalating at a visible rate. Meanwhile, the Sword Master's profound gaze pierced through the layers of the beast's tide, locking onto the rapidly fleeing figures of the 2 royal Also, casting his sights toward the deeper darkness in which they sought refuge. There, he distinctly sensed the presence of at least 3 or 4 other royal-level entities, equally formidable, if not more so, than the two before him, lying in wait like boulders, coldly observing the scene. Decisive indeed. The sword master internally scoffed, weighing the pros and cons in an instant. Forcefully breaking through the beast tide to pursue was not impossible, but it could easily lead to being encircled or prematurely igniting a full-scale conflict with more royal entities lurking in the darkness, a risk too great to take. The primary task at hand was to stabilize the defense and ensure the safety of Su Ju and the remaining human forces. With his mind made up, he ceased his attempts to break through the beast tide to chase the escaping royal beasts, opting instead to unfurl his sword light into a magnificent curtain of blades. This approach effectively cleared the remnants of the battlefield and those Yaosu that had been cast aside to obstruct him, alleviating pressure on the human warriors and completely eliminating the possibility of a counterattack from the enemy. Meanwhile, Su Ju seized this precious moment to restore his injuries and vital energy, while simultaneously urging the system to absorb and refine the energies around him. Success. Chapter 64. President Chun. We are going home after the last trace of valuable battlefield residual energy was absorbed and refined. Su Ju's system panel displayed a staggering total of 12,200 points of vital essence. This figure had firmly surpassed the 100 million points required for condensing the 10th meridian. Feeling the surging energy within him and the exhilarating numbers on the system panel, Su Ju let out a long sigh of relief. With this immense resource at hand, the breakthrough to the 10th meridian was all but assured. Ding! Detecting that the host's vital energy has exceeded 100 million points. Shall we immediately commence the condensation of the 10th meridian? Reminder, the 10th meridian is a limit-breaking meridian. The condensation process will induce an extraordinary phenomenon in the energies of heaven and earth and carries a minuscule chance of awakening meridian powers. The host is advised to choose the location with caution. At this moment, the beast tide had completely receded, vanishing into the darkness of the distance, leaving behind a battlefield marked by devastation and a lingering stench of blood. The sword master waved his sleeve to disperse the residual energy waves and swiftly appeared beside Su Ju. He glanced at Su Ju, keenly sensing that his aura had stabilized and strengthened significantly since before. Though his left arm was still somewhat impaired, it was no longer a major concern, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This young man's recovery ability was truly remarkable. As long as you are unharmed, that is good. The sword master nodded slightly, stating that this place was not suitable for prolonged stay. Although the beast tide had temporarily receded, uncertainties lurked in the depths. Follow me. You need to recuperate fully and digest the gains from this encounter. Su Ju nodded in agreement, also sensing that in the darkness from which the beast tide had emanated, there seemed to be more powerful gazes surveying the battlefield, imbued with scrutiny and indifference. However, he suppressed the urge to retreat into seclusion and felt an involuntary pull toward the direction where President Chun Mingyang had perished. Senior, please wait a moment. Su Ju's voice was low, tinged with an irrepressible heaviness. President Chun had fallen to save him, and he wished to bring him back to the headquarters of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association. The sword master's eyes glimmered with a hint of approval and shared sorrow as he nodded in response. That is only right. I shall accompany you. The two figures flashed and swiftly reached the spot where Chun Mingyang had fallen. However, the scene before them caused Su Ju's pupils to constrict suddenly, an uncontrollable fury surging to the surface. There, beside Chun Mingyang's remains, crouched two elegantly dressed young men, immaculate and unblemished. Their ornate robes and jade belts starkly contrasted with the blood-soaked and ravaged battlefield, and they bore no trace of having engaged in battle, clearly having arrived from a safe distance after the beast tide had subsided. At this moment, the two were frantically rummaging through President Chen's body, their faces displaying a mixture of anxiety, greed, and excitement. One of them held a gem-encrusted dagger, attempting to pry the invaluable Qiyang crystal from the protective heart mirror of Chun Mingyang, while the other had already partially removed the ancient storage ring from Chun Mingyang's finger. Hurry up. This old fellow has nothing but good things on him. No more delays. Let us grab it and go. This cursed place is bad luck. They urged each other in hushed tones, showing no respect for the fallen hero at their feet. What are you doing? Su Ju's furious shout reverberated like thunder. The two young men in luxurious attire jumped in surprise, turning abruptly. Upon seeing that the newcomers were a scruffy young man with a restrained aura and an ordinary-looking elder, their initial panic quickly morphed into anger and disdain. Who has this country bumpkin dared to meddle in our affairs? The young man with the dagger stood up, impatiently waving his hand. Get lost. These things are not for you to touch. Clearly, he had mistaken Su Ju for a rogue cultivator trying to seize an opportunity. The other man also rose, dusting off non-existent dirt from his fine clothing, speaking haughtily. Kid, open your eyes and see clearly. We are from the direct lines of the Li and Zhao families of Jinling. Be smart and get lost, or you'll be looking for trouble. They were utterly unfamiliar with Su Jie, having never witnessed his previous battles. Judging solely by his attire and age, they mistakenly assumed he was an inconspicuous nobody, arrogantly flaunting their family backgrounds. Observing their disdainful expressions and glancing at the lifeless visage of President Chun Mingyang, Su Jie felt a surge of wrath that morphed into a mocking smile. The Li family and the Zhao family? How delightful! The hero's remains are barely cold, and you vermin are already eager to feast upon them? With unmasked murderous intent, Su Jie advanced step by step. The two youths were momentarily daunted by his gaze and the palpable menace, instinctively retreating, yet they still managed to speak defiantly. What do you intend to do? If you dare to touch us, the Li family or Zhao family, we'll never let you off. What do I intend to do? Su Jie's voice emerged like a whisper from the depths of the abyss. I shall send you to atone for your sins to President Chun. Before his words faded, Su Jie vanished like a wraith, reappearing before them in an instant. His left hand, infused with indomitable martial essence, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking out as if swatting flies. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds echoed. The two youths, caught unprepared, had no time to react as their feeble protective barrier shattered instantaneously. Their heads crushed like fragile porcelain by the palm, imbued with terrifying power. Blood and gore splattered, and the headless corpses wobbled before collapsing heavily to the ground. Su Jie cast not a glance at the filthy remains. Taking a deep breath, he restrained the tumult of his murderous rage. Kneeling slowly beside President Chen's body, he carefully readjusted the half-removed storage ring and gently pressed the loosened Qiang crystal back to its rightful place on the protective heart mirror. His movements were tender yet solemn. Then he removed his tattered outer robe and draped it over Chun Mingyang's lifeless form before gently lifting him. The old war god, who had safeguarded Tiandu province for decades, still felt heavy, as if bearing the hopes and dreams of countless souls. President Chun, we're going home, Su Jie murmured, his voice thick with emotion. Embracing Chun Mingyang's body, he departed silently along with the sword master, transforming into a streak of light toward Jinling City. Two beams of light streaked across the sky, landing in the square before the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association of Tiandu Province. Suya, cradling the body of Chun Mingyang, emerged alongside the sword master. News of their return had already spread, and the square was now filled with martial artists who had survived calamity, government officials, citizens who had rushed over, and Chun Mingyang's longtime subordinates. Upon seeing Su Jie holding the lifeless, robe-covered form, the once boisterous square fell into a profound silence, soon overtaken by muffled sobs and uncontrollable wails that surged like a tide. President Chun, how could this happen? Many martial artists, particularly those from the Martial Arts Association, had reddened eyes, and some even knelt down in anguish. Chun Mingyang was not only the anchor of Tiandu province, but also a mentor and role model to many martial artists. His sacrifice struck a heavy blow to all. The master of the Li family and President Jin, vice president of the Martial Arts Association, hurriedly approached, both wearing expressions of immense sorrow and disbelief. Yong Suya, senior sword master, President Jin's voice trembled as he gazed at the familiar figure, tears streaming down his face. Su Jie carefully entrusted Chun Mingyang's body to President Jin, his voice hoarse and heavy. President Qin sacrificed himself to save me and protect the line of defense, perishing in a fierce battle against a royal-level demon beast's ambush. He refrained from mentioning the sordid affairs of the two young noblemen at this moment. Allowing the hero to rest and ensuring the world remembers his sacrifice was of utmost importance. The sword master solemnly added, Daoist Chun shed the last drop of blood for humanity, a valiant martyr. His funeral must be conducted with the highest honors. Announced to the entire Federation, to console his spirit and inspire future generations. The Li family master nodded gravely, wiping away his tears, and stated resolutely, "Rest assured, we will honor this properly. President Chen is a hero of Tiandu province, and indeed, of all humanity." Soon, Chen Mingyang's body was respectfully placed in a temporary shrine set up within the Martial Arts Association Hall, surrounded by pristine white flowers. A massive Federation flag draped over him. The news spread like wildfire across Tiandu province and beyond. Countless condolence messages poured in like snowflakes, with major factions, martial arts luminaries, and even the central government expressing their deep sorrow. The shrine was open to the public, and the lines of mourners continued endlessly, comprising elderly veterans, young martial artists who had benefited from Chen Mingyang's guidance, and numerous ordinary citizens who voluntarily came to offer flowers and bows, expressing their respect and grief for this guardian. Su Jie did not immediately retreat for seclusion. Instead, he donned a clean black outfit, blending in as an ordinary mourner, quietly standing in a corner of the shrine. Watching the tranquil form resting amidst the flowers, memories of Chen Mingyang blocking a fatal blow for him replayed in his mind, along with his final instructions. Members of the Zhao family also arrived, with an elder leading the group appearing somewhat uneasy. After hastily presenting offerings, they departed, clearly aware of their underachieving descendants' fate. Yet, in this somber atmosphere, they dared not utter a word. Su Jie coldly observed their charade, his heart unperturbed. He understood that some were genuinely sorrowful, others merely pretended, and some were secretly calculating. Yet, none of this mattered at this moment. He stood vigil for an entire day and night, like a silent sentinel. The sword master remained beside him, seated in a quiet room outside the shrine, guarding Su Jie while also bidding farewell to an old friend. The following day, a solemn and grand memorial service was held in the central square of Jinling City, with the entire city sounding horns in mourning. President Jin, in tears, recounted President Chen Mingyang's life, and countless citizens gathered spontaneously, their cries echoing through the air. When Chen Mingyang's ashes were placed at the pinnacle of the heroic cemetery, Su Jie deeply bowed 3 times before the pristine gravestone. "President Chen, may you rest in peace. The path you did not complete, I shall continue to tread. As long as I, Su Jie, draw breath, I will not allow the demon beasts and those vermin to trample upon the humanity you safeguarded." He vowed silently in his heart. Su Jie stood before Chen Mingyang's grave for a long while, until the setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. Slowly rising, he found the grief lodged in his chest difficult to dissipate. The sword master appeared silently at his side and spoke gently. "Are you unwilling to accept this?" "Yes." Su Jie did not deny it, his voice deep. "Had I not been lacking in strength, President Chen would not have had to bear that blow for me." "Foolishness," the sword master replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with a profound understanding of the world. "Chen Mingyang did not save only you. He saved the future hope of humanity, the very belief he devoted his life to protect. If you remain mired in this sorrow, it would be the true betrayal." Su Jie's body trembled slightly, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing. At that moment, a voice, filled with suppressed grief and rage, called out from behind them, "Are you Su Jie?" Su Jie and the sword master turned around to see a slender girl dressed in plain, white mourning attire, her eyes red-rimmed, standing there. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, bearing a slight resemblance to Chen Mingyang, and was fixated on Su Jie, her small fists clenched white, her body trembling slightly with emotion. A staff member from the Martial Arts Association quickly whispered an explanation. "Lord Su Jie, Senior Sword Master, this is President Chen's granddaughter, Miss Chen Xiaoyu." The president's son and daughter-in-law sacrificed themselves for the Federation long ago, leaving only this last fragment of bloodline. Chen Xiaoyu ignored everyone else, stepping boldly before Su Jie. Looking up at him, her tears welling but stubbornly held back. "My grandpa, did he suffer at the end?" Her voice quivered with emotion, yet it rang with clarity. This question pierced Su Jie's heart like a needle, unexpectedly striking the softest spot within him. He seemed to once again see President Chen Mingyang casting a final glance back at him, filled with a sense of entrustment and relief. After a moment of silence, he solemnly shook his head. President Chen left with a smile. He protected everything he wished to, including me and the Federation. Chen Xiaoyu could no longer hold back her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. Yet, she forcefully wiped her face and, with a heavy nasal tone, stubbornly asked, "Everyone says Grandpa left to save you. Is that true?" "Yes," Su Jie admitted candidly, his gaze clear and resolute as he looked at her. "President Chun sacrificed himself to save me, to fend off the royal-grade monstrous beasts, for the countless lives behind him, for the land beneath our feet. He is a hero, a true hero. I am deeply sorry for not having had enough strength sooner. I don't want to hear your apologies." Chun Xiaoyu suddenly interrupted him, her voice rising with the sharpness and sorrow unique to youth. "Grandpa promised me he would watch me get into Wuda and teach me more powerful martial arts. He didn't keep his word." Unable to contain her grief any longer, she crouched down and buried her face in her arms, weeping uncontrollably, her frail shoulders trembling violently. Her cries echoed in the quiet cemetery, filled with helplessness and the despair of losing a beloved one. Su Jie watched her with a heavy heart. He offered no empty words of consolation, merely standing silently by her side, akin to a silent guardian. The sword master sighed softly and turned his head away. After a while, Chun Xiaoyu's sobs gradually subsided. Chapter 66. I will never let her suffer. Chun Xiaoyu stood up, her eyes red and swollen. From her bosom, she retrieved an antiquated silver ring adorned with the Federation emblem, the very storage ring that Su Jie had personally returned to Chun Mingyang on the northern battlefield. She clutched the ring tightly, as if holding onto the last remnants of her grandfather's warmth. Approaching Su Jie, her voice hoarse, she said, "This is Grandpa's storage ring. The Federation will soon come to reclaim it. But until then, I will handle what is inside." As she spoke, with a slight flick of her mind, a peculiar crystal, roughly the size of a fingernail and seemingly swirling with a starry nebula, appeared in her palm. She pressed the crystal into Su Jie's hand, her fingertips turning pale from the force. "This is what Grandpa obtained during his martial examination year. He said it might conceal a great secret, but he couldn't fully decipher it." Chun Xiaoyu sniffled, striving to make her voice sound louder. "He once said that if he were no longer here, I should give it to someone he could trust." She looked up, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Su Jie. "I don't know if you're that person, but Grandpa believed in you, so I will trust you this once. If you dare to let him down, I will haunt you as a ghost." With that, she seemed to exhaust all her strength, casting a deeply complex glance at Su Jie, filled with sorrow, resentment, and a heartbreaking loneliness. Finally, gripping the storage ring tightly, she turned and ran away without looking back, her white figure appearing especially solitary against the setting sun. Su Jie held tightly to the crystal that still bore the girl's warmth, feeling its weight profoundly heavy. The sword master beside him slowly spoke, explaining, "The Federation grants each formally certified god of war-level expert the right to a specially designed storage ring, both as an honor and to facilitate task execution. When a god of war falls, the ring is reclaimed by the Federation, but its personal belongings belong to their descendants. This crystal must be a private possession of Dao Yuchun." Su Jie gazed in the direction where Chun Xiaoyu had vanished, then looked down at the black crystal in his hand, which seemed to contain the essence of a starry sea, before finally directing his attention to the tombstone of President Chun Mingyang, bowing deeply. "President Chun, may you rest in peace. As long as I, Su Jie, draw breath, I will ensure that your granddaughter never suffers. I will walk the path you could not finish until I can truly bear the weight of this sky." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a solemn vow, carried away by the evening breeze in the land where heroes lay to rest. The sword master observed the rekindled and even more resolute flame in Su Jie's eyes, nodding slightly. This young man's heart has solidified. After bidding farewell to the sword master, Su Jie returned to Linjiang City, but did not immediately head back to the Martial Arts Association's training room. The sacrifice of President Chun Mingyang, the sorrowful gaze of Chun Xiaoyu, Chun Feng and his 12 team members, as well as the countless martial artists who perished on the northern battlefield, all these weighed heavily upon him like a colossal stone, imparting an unprecedented gravity to his heart. Though he had already sworn an oath before President Chun's tombstone, even the excitement of about to condense his 10th pulse was temporarily overshadowed by this weight. He needed some time to calm his emotions. He walked instinctively, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing at the entrance of that familiar small eatery, Old Wang's secret roasted meat rice shop. The enticing aroma of roasted meat still wafted through the air, and Boss Wong was busily waving a frying spatula, perspiring profusely. Upon seeing Su Jie standing at the door, he paused for a moment, then broke into a simple smile, wiping his sweat with a towel hanging around his neck, and called out, "Xiao Su, come in and sit. The battle is over. All is well." Su Jie silently stepped inside and sat down at his usual spot by the window. There were a few scattered diners in the shop, all of whom unconsciously paused their actions at this moment. Their gazes were fixed upon Su Jie, filled with an indescribable reverence and heartfelt gratitude. News of the brutal battle at the northern border had already spread like wildfire throughout Linjiang City, brought back by the surviving martial artists. Everyone knew that this seemingly ordinary young man was the one who had turned the tide on the battlefield, slaying royal-grade monstrous beasts, and even taking down a head of a sovereign-grade beast. He had saved countless lives and protected this city, becoming a legend. At this moment, seeing him with a solemn expression, his brow furrowed with unshakable weariness and gravity, the onlookers collectively maintained silence, casting their gazes upon him without disturbing him. Boss Wong soon brought over a super deluxe version of roasted meat rice piled high, placing it before Su Jie. He sat down opposite him, concern etched on his face, and asked, "What's wrong, kid? You look so grim. Didn't T you in the battle? I heard you made a significant contribution, even slaying a sovereign-grade beast." Su Jie picked up his chopsticks and took a couple of bites of the fragrant roasted meat rice, but the dish that once seemed extraordinarily delicious now tasted bland. He set down his chopsticks, sighed, and spoke in a low voice, "Uncle Wong, we won, but the cost was too great." He gazed out at the bustling crowd outside, softly saying, "Many people sacrificed themselves to save me, including President Chen Mingyang, who died in battle to save me." The smile on Boss Wong's face froze. He fell silent for a moment before heaved a heavy sigh. President Chen was a good man, and he was the guardian of our Tiandu province. It's truly a pity. He looked at Su Jie. "So, you're feeling guilty?" Su Jie did not deny it, tightening his fists. "If I could be a little stronger, perhaps enough nonsense." Boss Wong abruptly interrupted him. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a unique clarity of the common folk. "Do you think that just because you can slay sovereign-grade beasts, you become a deity and must bear everything without a hitch?" Su Jie was taken aback, looking at Boss Wong. Boss Wong picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of water for Su Jie, his tone softening. "Xiao Su, I'm just a rough man and don't understand the lofty principles of you martial artists. But I know, a person can only eat as much as their bowl can hold. Those martial artists and President Chen chose to save you because they believed you were worth it. They believed you were more deserving of life than their own, to achieve greater things and protect more people." He gestured towards a window. "Look at those people outside. The patrons dining here and the neighbors. Why can we sit here comfortably to eat and work? It is precisely because of individuals like President Chen, you, and the countless warriors who have sacrificed themselves, standing firm in the front lines." Chapter 67, Reflections of the Heavens. Sacrifice is painful. Uncle Wong understands this. His voice was somewhat hoarse, recalling the beast tide 3 years ago when my brother did not return. But does mere suffering serve any purpose? It does not. Those who remain must channel the strength of those lost, safeguarding what they wish to protect even better. This is the essence of the matter. President Chen entrusted hope to you, not to see you wallowing in self-pity and regret. He wishes for you to stand tall, carrying his strength, and continue to forge ahead. Strive for greater heights and distances. Let those vile monsters never dare to invade again. Uncle Wong's plain yet somewhat coarse words struck deep within Su Jie's heart like a hammer. Indeed, wallowing in guilt and sorrow changes nothing. President Chen sacrificed himself not for him to fall into internal strife. Su Jie possesses the most powerful martial arts system in the heavens, with boundless potential. What he ought to do is transform his grief and anger into strength, becoming stronger swiftly enough to protect everything, ensuring such sacrifices do not recur. Having comprehended this, Su Jie felt as though a colossal stone had been lifted from his chest. His eyes sparkled anew as he picked up his chopsticks, devouring his meal with gusto, mumbling, "Uncle Wong, you are right. This food is truly delicious." Uncle Wong observed Su Jie's voracious appetite with a satisfied smile. "That's more like it. Only by eating, well, can you have the strength to work. If you're still hungry, I'll serve you more." After finishing the barbecue rice in a whirlwind, Su Jie felt invigorated. He solemnly thanked Uncle Wong. Thank you, Uncle Wong. I understand now. Uncle Wong waved his hand. What is there to thank? Just come by more often to support my business. Now hurry and get back to work. Su Jian nodded firmly, turning to leave the small shop, his steps resolute as he headed towards the Martial Arts Association. It was time to refine the 10th meridian. He vowed to harness greater strength to fulfill his promises to President Chun, to the fallen warriors, to Chun Xiaoyu, and to everyone on this land. Upon returning to the top-notch training room of the Martial Arts Association, Su Jie secured the door tightly, even requesting Yang Baichuan to increase the number of guards outside, claiming it was to prevent any disturbances from startling the children nearby. Yang Baichuan watched Su Jie, who, while still carrying a hint of heaviness in his gaze, had reignited his fighting spirit and was eager to begin, his lips twitching. You boy, adjusting your emotions quite quickly. What are you planning to do this time? I must warn you, if you destroy this training room again, the repair cost will be deducted from your future resource allocation. Su Jie revealed a long-lost smile, flashing his white teeth. Uncle Yang, rest assured, I'll control it this time and aim to only shatter a few tiles, absolutely no destruction of the room. Yang Baichuan felt his earlier relief might have come too soon. This troublesome lad remained as unpredictable as ever. After sending Yang Baichuan away, Su Jie sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath to focus his mind. He accessed the system panel, gazing at the gleaming 12,200 points of Qi blood essence, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. System, exchange 100 million points of Qi blood, preparing to refine the 10th meridian. Command confirmed. Consume 10,000 points of Qi blood essence, exchange for 100 million points of Qi blood. Current Qi blood reserve, 520,000 points. Watching the long string of numbers, Su Jie felt like a newly affluent individual. Let us begin. Open the 10th meridian. With a thought, the vast ocean of Qi blood within him surged, akin to 9 roaring dragons, launching an assault on the final and most mysterious, arduous passage. 10th meridian refining progress. 12. Unlike the prior smoothness of refining the meridians, the process for the 10th meridian was exceptionally slow and challenging. Each advancement by 1% demanded a terrifying consumption of Qi blood, accompanied by violent energy shocks, as if opening a new world within his body. Outside the training room, the sky suddenly changed color. The previously clear night sky rapidly coalesced into a mighty energy vortex. Vibrant hues of light intertwining with deep rumbles of thunder, instilling a sense of dread among all warriors in Linjiang City. Yang Baichuan stood outside the training room, gazing at the ominous sky, feeling the pressure that made his very soul tremble. A look of shock and disbelief etched across his face. What realm was this boy breaking through? Inside the training room, Su Jie was enveloped in a dense energy of Qi blood, mystical patterns appearing on his skin, while his bones crackled with explosive sounds. He concentrated his mind, guiding the torrent of energy against the final barrier. Progress, 98, 991, 100. Boom! It was as if the sound of the universe's creation erupted within Su Jie. The 10th meridian had been forcefully connected. 10th meridian refining successful. Base combat power, 512,000 points. At the moment the 10th meridian fully formed, the 99 10th level martial orifices and the 10 meridians that span the heavens seemed to create a flawless cosmic model, generating an unprecedented ultimate resonance. Boom! A power far deeper and more essential than mere combat strength surged forth from the depths of his life's essence, like a torrential flood unleashed. This was the gift born from breaking limits, elevating the very essence of life. His bones emitted a clear sound akin to jade clashing. Blood flowed like a roaring river, every cell rejoicing as it underwent its final transformation. Congratulations, host has broken free from the shackles of life, achieving the extreme state of 10 meridians. Life's source has transcended. Base combat power has undergone a profound metamorphosis. Current value, 1,500,000 points. 1,500,000 combat power. Extreme state foundational builder with a 20 boost. Actual base combat power, 1,800,000 points. Essence absorption technique absorbs heavenly energy, significantly enhancing Qi blood conversion efficiency. Current effect, automatically increases 10 points of pure Qi blood per second. Martial heart green, nourished by the extreme state of 10 meridians, upgraded to Martial Heart Blue. Martial Heart Blue greatly enhances mental resistance. Control over one's own power increased by 150. Comprehension increased by 150 once meridians are formed. There is no need for stabilization before continuing to refine the next one. Significantly boost the efficiency of martial bone tempering. Ding! Successfully awakened the martial meridian divine ability. Reflections of the heavens, incomplete. Reflections of the heavens, incomplete, can manifest a vague celestial shadow behind the host. Within the shadow's coverage, all attributes, strength, speed, defense, chi blood recovery, comprehension, etc., are temporarily enhanced by 100, imposing a strong mental deterrent on enemies. Duration and consumption depend on the solidity and coverage of the shadow. It has been achieved. Not only has he successfully broken through to the war god realm, but his martial heart has also upgraded, and he awakened a powerful martial meridian divine ability. Chapter 68, Title of Federal War God. Su Jie slowly stood up, his body shedding blood scabs, revealing skin beneath as flawless as glazed jade, yet brimming with explosive power. The once languid aura dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming presence as deep as the ocean, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth awakening. The injury on his left arm healed under the surge of vitality triggered by the breakthrough. He gently clenched his left hand, feeling the tremendous power surging within him like a vast starry sea. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his heart. 1,800,000 combat power. This was the true power of a war god. With a thought, a hazy image began to form behind him, as if countless stars flickered and the world itself swayed. Although the atmosphere was exceedingly dim and only enveloped a radius of several dozen meters, the moment the phantom manifested, he felt an all-encompassing enhancement in his power, speed, and perception. This was indeed the divine ability known as Zhu Qianing Zhao. Congratulations, host, on completing the second main quest, 10 Meridians Ultimate Realm. Quest Evaluation, perfect. All rewards fully granted. Reward distribution in progress. Reward 1, 10,000 Martial Achievement Points. Reward 2, unlocking the core system function, Zhutian Zhanchang permissions. Reward 3, random fragment of the laws from Zhutian World X1. Law fragment, originating from an unknown high-tier Zhutian world. It contains a trace of the most fundamental law's power. Upon absorption, it can significantly enhance affinity and comprehension of the corresponding law, with a chance to grasp its basic applications. Comprehensive hint. The host has now qualified for preliminary exploration of the myriad realms. Please make proper use of existing resources and swiftly enhance your strength in preparation for entering the Zhutian Zhanchang. Simultaneously, on the system interface, an option radiating a dark golden light, labeled Zhutian Zhanchang, was illuminated. Through this option, Su Ju's perception seemed to ascend instantaneously, penetrating the barriers of the training room, revealing a vast battlefield shadow filled with endless bloodshed and an ancient aura. Countless powerful energies clashed and perished within, and even a fleeting glimpse left him in awe. Gazing intently at the Zhutian battlefield law fragment, Su Ju realized that after the martial examination, his stage would no longer be confined to this Tianming star. He envisioned a brilliant path leading to the pinnacle of the Zhutian, slowly unfurling beneath his feet. At that moment, the communicator in the training room rang urgently. It was Yang Baichuan. Outside the training room, Yang Baichuan's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. "You little rascal, come out quickly. The emergency communications from the federal headquarters are about to blow up my communicator." Su Ju reigned in his surging aura, letting the Zhutian phantom dissipate silently. He opened the training room door, a hint of the recently achieved breakthrough still evident on his face, and smiled broadly. "Uncle Yang, what are you talking about? It's merely a slight breakthrough, just basic skills, nothing to fuss over." Yang Baichuan looked at the profound aura emanating from Su Ju, feeling a sense of foreboding as he sensed the residual energy still lingering in the air. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Slight breakthrough? You call that slight? The entire populace of Linjiang City just witnessed your extraordinary cultivation phenomenon. Hurry up. We need to take the communication. It's a direct line from Ambassador Nangong." Upon entering the communication room, the holographic image of Nangong Bo appeared. "Suhui," Nangong Bo began, his expression grave yet tinged with fervor. According to the energy monitoring station in Linjiang City, it has been confirmed that you have successfully condensed the 10th martial vein, breaking the human limits and stepping into the 10 Meridian's ultimate realm. The Federal Supreme Council and the War God Joint Meeting have officially conferred upon you the title of Federal War God. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of golden light pierced the void, landing before Su Ju. It was an ancient, dark golden badge, engraved with a design of intertwined stars and fist prints, emanating a faint energy fluctuation. Simultaneously, a more ornate storage ring, significantly larger than the one Chun Mingyang possessed, slowly materialized. This is your War God badge and specially crafted storage ring, bound to your life force and soul wave. Nangong Bo continued, a hint of envy in his tone. Inside the ring is a basic resource package gifted by the Federation to the newly appointed War God, including 100 million star essence, 100,000 contribution points, and some items you might find useful. Su Ju accepted the badge and ring, and upon scanning the contents of the ring with his consciousness, his face lit up with joy. The 100 million star essence was indeed a small matter, but the 100,000 contribution points were solid currency, capable of exchanging for numerous valuable items. More importantly, there were several vials labeled as experimental high-concentration, pure essence blood potions. Though they were but a drop in the bucket for him, he appreciated the sentiment. "Thank you, Federation. Thank you, Ambassador Nangong," Su Ju said cheerfully, bowing in gratitude. Nangong Bo then relayed a few details regarding the responsibilities and privileges of the War God before ending the communication. Yang Baichuan let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he watched Su Ju admire the War God badge. He couldn't help but ask, how does it feel? A federal War God. You are now a true big shot. Su Ju casually pinned the badge to his chest and shrugged. How does it feel? It feels like a heavy responsibility. And I'm poor now. What? Yang Baichuan was taken aback. Su Ju sighed, his expression one of distress. Uncle Yang, you don't understand. My physique generates a bit more blood essence each second. But consider this. I expended 100 million blood essence just to condense the 10th vein. I still need to temper my martial bones, right? I heard it takes at least 100,000 blood essence to refine a basic martial bone. And there are 206 bones in total. I feel like I'll need no less than 2 billion. At this rate, my automatic generation will take ages. The resources the Federation provided are barely enough to fill the gaps. Yang Baichuan's mouth twitched at his words, wishing he could slap this brat who was complaining about being poor. You call over 1 billion blood essence poor? Other War King level experts toil and sweat hunting beasts, refining beast pills, and they can only absorb a few 100,000 points of pure blood essence a year. Get lost. Stop whining about being poor. Yang Baichuan scolded him. Think about those ordinary martial artists who rely on basic breathing techniques, barely able to improve their blood essence by a fraction each day. Yang Baichuan's words pricked Su Ju like a needle, igniting suppressed images in his mind. When President Chun Mingyang shielded him from fatal breath, the resolute glance of Captain Chen Feng and his team reversing their blood essence into a beam of light, the desperate charge, and the countless nameless warriors who sacrificed their lives to buy him time. Were their sacrifices merely to allow him to bicker over personal gains and losses? A fierce and heavy feeling erupted in his chest. His life was exchanged for by countless others. His system and this opportunity could perhaps be used to aid even more people. He must find a fundamental method to enable martial artists to break their shackles relying on their own or more accessible resources during the Martial Aperture phase. Looking at the 10,000 martial achievement points he had just acquired and the countless beasts on Tianming Star, Su Ju had an idea. System: activate Zhuqian Wuku. Filter: applicable to low-energy world human beings, low-tier cultivable, not reliant on elixirs, preferably methods that can be combined with hunting beasts to unlock 1's potential. Price: 1,000 to 3,000 points. The light curtain flickered and finally settled. Su Ju's gaze was firmly drawn to an item. Wuhuin Jueshing Fa, originating from a low martial world. It allows qualifying individuals to awaken their martial soul in advance, various forms representing the essence of potential. Characteristics: awaken first, nurture later. The initial martial soul has no direct offensive power, but can rapidly grow and evolve through absorbing the essence of slain beasts, thereby reinforcing the host in all aspects. Value, 2,000 points. Warning, absorbing beast essence carries a risk of mental shock. Firm willpower is required. Awaken first, nurture later. Hunting beasts can lead to strength. Su Ju's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This was essentially another pathway tailored for the martial artists of Tianming Star. The existing martial path begins with refining the body, growing stronger before condensing the martial soul. Yet this method lights up the martial soul first, using it as the core to propel evolution through hunting. It was akin to installing a growth cheat from the very beginning. Exchange. The profound information flowed into his mind. Once he had acquired the method, Su Hui immediately contacted Ambassador Nangongbo. After Su Ju elaborated on the core concept of Wuhuan Jueshing Fa, Nangongbo's expression turned serious as he straightened up. Are you certain this is feasible? The theory is complete. It merely awaits practical application. I request authorization to establish a development experimental class for no more than 50 individuals in Linjiang City, aimed at verification. I require absolute autonomy and corresponding resource support. Nangongbo took a deep breath. This matter is of great significance. I will report it to the Supreme Council immediately. Merely half a day later, Nangongbo arrived in Linjiang, bringing forth a federal resolution. 1. Open the majority of non-classified research materials from the Federal Advanced Martial Arts Research Institute. 2. Special approval for the 7th Biological Laboratory and its accompanying resources located in the suburbs of Linjiang. 3. Allocate 100 billion star coins and 100,000 contribution points as initial funding. 4. Authorize Su Jie to independently recruit and establish the experimental class, not exceeding 50 individuals, as a specially appointed instructor, with the Federation providing basic resources for the students and not interfering with the teaching, provided it does not endanger federal security. The only requirement from the Council: to submit a feasibility report on teaching methods and preliminary results before the martial arts examination. Kid, this is a hot potato. If successful, you will be a hero. If it fails, you will face immense pressure, Yang Baichuan warned. Su Jie smiled broadly. Am I afraid of that? His gaze was sharp. The first batch of students would come from Linjiang. The criterion, not necessarily possessing great talent, but their character must be resilient, preferably those from impoverished backgrounds or those who refuse to give up despite hitting a bottleneck. I want them to understand that a low starting point, combined with the right methods, a bit of luck, and my assistance, can transform their fate. News of this spread, causing a stir in Linjiang and even in Tiandu province. The registration point was lined with long queues. Ultimately, 500 young men and women passed the preliminary selection and arrived at the training ground outside the laboratory. Su Jie did not personally filter them, but entrusted the final selection task to Yang Baichuan. He only proposed one core requirement: resilience with an iron will. Talent was irrelevant. He sought those who could rise again after a fall. Yang Baichuan accepted the order, conducting rigorous assessments based on Su Jie's stringent criteria. That was an illusionary path designed to magnify inner fears, exhaustion, and hesitation. In the end, only 47 young men and women reached the finish line. Congratulations. You have become members of the experimental class. I will impart to you the method of martial soul awakening. In the quiet meditation hall, Su Jie's fingertips shimmered with silver light, sequentially touching the students' foreheads. A hum of energy waves surged. Above a boy named Tong Shan, a solid heavy hammer phantom materialized. Above a boy named Wang Lin, a thick rock shield phantom condensed. Behind a girl named Xiao Wu, a green vine phantom spiraled forth. 47 individuals. 47 distinctly different martial soul phantoms. Though faint, they represented a revolutionary potential. Do you feel it? This is your martial soul, the embodiment of your potential. They require nourishment from the essence of the demon beasts upon their demise. In the following days, Su Jie instructed Yang Baichuan to arrange for the students to venture into the wilderness area. The students formed teams, showcasing the initial synergy of their martial souls. Defense in the front, attacks on the flanks, support for reconnaissance or enhancement. With each successful absorption of demon essence, the growth of their martial souls became evident, immediately invigorating the hosts and igniting their enthusiasm. This news spread like wildfire, creating a media frenzy, shaking the entire martial arts community of the Federation. On that day, the atmosphere in the laboratory was tense. Before Su Jie stood 39 pale-faced students. 8 were missing. During the absorption of powerful demon essence, 8 students could not withstand the violent spiritual impact, leading to their consciousness collapsing and resulting in immediate death. Su Jie personally closed their eyes, feeling heavy-hearted. The demands of this method on willpower were higher than he had anticipated. Until the risks were clear, it could not be blindly promoted. He contacted Yang Baichuan. Uncle Yang, in my name and that of the laboratory, send 3 million in consolation funds to each of the 8 families. They stepped onto this path out of trust in me. He turned to the remaining students. You have all seen the consequences. Absorbing demon essence is a battle against the remnants of the beast's will. If you are not strong enough, you will perish. From today onward, strictly absorb according to your level, and do not attempt to exceed it. Now, I offer you one last chance to choose. If you wish to withdraw, I will erase your related memories and return you to your former lives. Choosing to stay means you voluntarily tread this thorny path, bearing the consequences of life and death with no turning back. 1, 2, 3. Time's up. Not a single one of the 39 withdrew. Su Jie slowly nodded. Very well. Since you have chosen, do not look back. Ding. Detected that 3 martial artists have achieved a level of unwavering loyalty to the host. The spiritual connection is firmly established. The strongest martial arts system in the heavens, special module, War God Descends, begins to unlock. A jolt surged through Su Jie's heart as his consciousness sank into his mind. Unwavering loyalty means absolute trust, admiration, and devotion. The power of their spirit can be converted into faith points. Consuming 1 million faith points can summon a first-level war god avatar. Combat power fixed at the strongest in history. Shizong Realm. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 days. Current loyal disciples, 3. Daily automatic acquisition of faith points, 3. The Shizong Realm, though its specifics were unknown, for 1 minute, would be sufficient for him to penetrate the demon beast empire of the Tianqing Star, right? Who could stand in his way? The previous investments, the expenditure of 2,000 martial arts achievement points, and the mental toll all seemed incredibly worthwhile at this moment. The returns far exceeded expectations. A profound smile graced Su Jie's lips as his gaze swept over the 39 students before him. His mindset transformed. They were no longer mere subjects or vulnerable saplings needing protection. They had become invaluable cornerstones for his future manifestation of the war god avatar. 2 days later, Su Jie sat cross-legged in the innermost exclusive training room of the 7th biological laboratory, his vital energy burning like a furnace. He turned his gaze inward and observed that deep within his left arm's bones, the palm bone infused with the immortal martial bone fragment, radiated a faint golden glow, starkly contrasting with the other foundational bones. System, display my martial arts panel. Chapter 70 Su Jie's Martial Arts Panel. Host, Su Jie Extreme Foundation Establishment, 10 Meridians Extreme Realm. Current refinement progress of foundational martial bones, 50, 206 pieces. Basic combat power, 2,000,000 points. Actual basic combat power, 2,400,000 points. 20 bonus for extreme foundation builders. Current vital energy reserve, 5,880,000. Vital energy essence, 200 points. Martial Heart Blue significantly enhances mental resistance. Increases power control and comprehension by 150. Greatly boosts martial bone refinement efficiency. Martial Vessel Divine Ability. All Heavens Reflection. Fragment manifesting the shadows of the heavens. Temporarily boosts all attributes by 100 within range, generating formidable mental intimidation. Immortal Martial Bone. Left arm gains double basic strength and power enhancement, significantly increased negative resistance. Automatically increases pure vital energy by 5 points per second. Essence Breathing Technique. Supreme level automatically increases pure vital energy by 10 points per second. Martial Skills Mastered. Step to the Heavens. Mysterious Grade Superior. Void Finger. Vital Energy Technique. Flowing Shadow Sword Technique. Mysterious Grade Inferior. System Functions Vital Energy Furnace. Can convert vital energy into vital energy essence. Current conversion rate, 110,000. All Heavens Martial Repository. Can consume martial arts achievement points to exchange for resources from myriad realms. Current achievement points, 8,000. All Heavens Battlefield. Permission to enter has been granted. Inventory, temporal and spatial fragments of laws, entry tickets to the time's secret realm, unknown nebula crystal, special storage ring, federal war, god badge, currently refining, right hand finger bones, refinement progress, 1 estimated completion time, 3 hours, vital energy consumption, 100,000 points, 3 hours for one piece, consuming 100,000 vital energy points, Su Jia mused. This efficiency is truly remarkable. Ordinary martial artists require a full day to refine a single martial bone, while under the enhancement of the martial art blue, I have condensed it to 2 hours. Theoretically, I could refine 8 pieces in a day, but one cannot continuously refine without rest, can they? The depletion of vitality was indeed concerning. Fortunately, the source-based breathing technique had now achieved a remarkable growth rate of 10 vitality points per second, complemented by the 5 points per second from the indomitable skeletal enhancement. Without this augmentation, the consumption required for the refinement of the skeletal remains would have been utterly insufficient. He felt the vitality gradually and steadily infusing into the small phalanx bone, bringing with it a subtle tingling and sense of reinforcement, a process so slow it bordered on tedium. Thankfully, with my current mental fortitude, the martial heart blue allows for precise control over power, enabling me to multitask effectively. I could automate the refinement of the skeletal remains while concurrently managing the affairs of the experimental class, thus making efficient use of my time. Otherwise, merely sitting idly would have been maddening. With this thought in mind, he focused his intent, and dozens of small holographic screens materialized before him, displaying real-time life signs, vitality fluctuations, and the growth of martial souls from the 39 students engaged in combat training in the wilderness area, E17. Iron Pillar was on the verge of breaking through to the second tier with his martial soul. Impressive indeed. Stone Sea remained steadfast, expertly targeting those with formidable defenses, achieving the highest martial soul density among all. A particular team caught his attention. 3 students had surrounded a 250-point battle power rock puppet, quite audacious. As Su Jie refined the foundational skeletal remains, he also kept an eye on the student's progress. At that moment, his wrist-mounted combat specialist communicator vibrated, an encrypted message from Nangong Bo. Su Jie lazily accepted the call, and the holographic screen unveiled Nangong Bo's serious yet fatigued visage. Suye, the preliminary report you submitted regarding the martial soul awakening has been reviewed by the council as higher-ups. Oh, quite efficient, I must say. What was the conclusion? Su Jie inquired while introspecting the refinement progress of the phalanx. 2. Nangong Bo took a deep breath, his expression complex. The conclusion is astonishing, yet highly controversial. The proponents argue that this technique fundamentally subverts the existing cultivation system's singular dependence on vitality. Growth necessitates combat with demon beasts, resulting in the emergence of true combat warriors with boundless potential. And the opposition? Su Jie raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. The opposition claims that the mortality rate is excessively high. These individuals are your meticulously selected, resolute candidates, yet they may succumb to the spiritual onslaught of the demon spirits. The subsequent risks of hunting demon beasts are also substantial. They contend that this approach piles lives upon lives to forge strength, contradicting the Federation's human-centric ethos. Furthermore, the growth of martial souls demands continuous hunting of demon beasts. Will this not escalate the conflict between the Federation and the demon beasts? They also question the origins of this technique and whether you can fully manage the risks it may entail. Some members suggested that you could submit this technique to the Federation for the Council to assign personnel for in-depth study. What a farce! Without the martial soul awakening method, those of ordinary talent and limited resources might only achieve the refining of 2 meridians in their entire lives. At least now, I provided them with an opportunity to fight for their destinies. Can an eagle soaring high be raised in a greenhouse? His tone exuded unwavering confidence. Nangong Envoy, please convey to the esteemed council that my experimental class is not a charitable institution, but rather a crucible for forging sharp blades. If one fears death, they need not participate. Moreover, I had not anticipated that there would exist individuals within the Federation Council who feared the invasion of demon beasts. Despite the overwhelming numbers of Tianming star demon beasts, which far exceed ours, viewing humanity as mere fodder, our ancestors erected the martial wall with their very lives. It is utterly laughable that those residing in the central holy city are afraid of escalating the war with demon beasts. We share nothing but enmity with them, devoid of any possibility for peaceful coexistence. As for the origins of the technique and its control, Su Jie's gaze sharpened, an imposing aura emanating even through the communicator, causing Nangong Bo's spirit to shudder. I am fully aware of the nuances. They need not concern themselves. As for the matter of submitting the technique, I have my own plans. Nangong Bo, intimidated by Su Jie's demeanor, fell silent for a moment before wryly smiling. I knew you would respond this way. Very well. The council has ultimately decided to adopt a cautious observational stance toward your experimental class plan, refraining from expanding its scale for the time being, but permitting you to proceed. Additionally, they hope you will soon submit a quantitative report on the students' combat power enhancement, particularly their performance in the martial examination, as this will directly influence future decisions. Furthermore, the federal military is quite interested in your technique. Perhaps you should discuss it with them. Su Jie merely chuckled before terminating the call. Yet, this conversation had further solidified some of his convictions. After ending the communication, Su Jie glanced at the refinement progress of the phalanx. 3. Previously, he had found a refinement efficiency satisfactory, but now it felt excessively slow. Just as he redirected his attention to the student monitoring screens, his brow furrowed suddenly. One of the screens displayed a life signal that had abruptly weakened significantly, triggering the highest level of danger alert. What? Had they encountered danger? Su Jie's consciousness expanded instantaneously, sweeping over the E-17 area like an invisible radar. The next moment, his expression darkened. It was not a demon beast, but rather human-induced energy interference and shielding. Someone was targeting my students. With a cold snort, he vanished from the training room in an instant. Chapter 71. Those who dare to move against me seek annihilation. In the ruins of an abandoned factory within the E-17 wilderness area, Iron Pillar and Stone Sea's team had just completed the hunt of a shadow cat when a team member was guiding the demon beast spirit. Suddenly, several specially designed, paralyzing beams shot from the shadows, precisely striking 3 team members, who collapsed silently to the ground. 5 masked figures in black swiftly emerged 2 by 2 to drag away the unconscious students, their movements exhibiting rigorous training. The leader, exuding the strongest aura, smirked as he regarded Iron Pillar and Stone Sea, his voice gravelly. Target confirmed. Take them away. What do you want? Iron Pillar bellowed. Come with us, or we will break your legs and drag you away. The leader of the black-clad figures coldly replied, signaling his subordinates to hasten their actions. At that moment, Yang Baichuan stormed into the factory like a tempest, delivering a powerful punch that sent the nearest black-clad figure staggering back, positioning himself protectively in front of Iron Pillar and Stone Sea. His face was ashen. Dare to abduct people in Linjiang? Who are you? Upon seeing Yang Baichuan, the leader's eyes narrowed, realizing the plan had changed. He gestured, and the 5 black-clad figures immediately abandoned their dragging, instead forming a fan shape as they slowly closed in on Yang Baichuan. Yang Baichuan, you're in the way. The leader's voice was icy. Killing you and then taking these kids will be just as easy. Yang Baichuan sensed the strength of the 5 opponents, particularly the leader, whose aura rivaled his own, causing his heart to sink, yet he remained unyielding. The battle erupted instantaneously. The 5 black-clad figures joined forces to besiege Yang Baichuan, who found himself outnumbered, sustaining injuries as his vitality rapidly depleted, yet he steadfastly held the line, just as a lethal attack was about to strike him. An overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down one's soul descended, freezing all the black-clad figures in their tracks, their faces drained of color. Those who dare to move against me seek annihilation? A proud voice resonated through the abandoned factory like thunder from the heavens. Immediately, the faint purple energy barrier shattered like fragile glass with a sharp crack. A figure materialized before Yang Baichuan, and in the face of the 5 attacking martial practitioners, he simply raised his right hand. That hand, fair and slender, appeared utterly harmless. Yet, with a gentle push forward, a colossal force, invisible yet as overwhelming as the sea, erupted. The attacks from the 5 black-clad figures melted away like snow in the sun before this power annihilated. Along with them, they were sent hurtling back at a speed greater than that with which they had arrived, crashing violently against the factory's concrete walls. The sound of bones fracturing, echoing like popping beans. 5 individuals lay prostrate on the ground, their masks shattered, revealing faces filled with horror. All gravely injured and bereft of combat capability. Su Jie slowly retracted his right hand, as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Without even glancing at the 5 cloaked figures, Su Jie turned to the astonished Taiju and Sure Hai, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "Are you all right?" Taiju snapped back to reality, his voice trembling with excitement. "In no problem. Instructor, you are incredibly strong." Yang Baichuan also exhaled deeply, his gaze toward Su Jie brimming with reverence. Su Jie nodded, his eyes sweeping over the unconscious team members, his expression growing colder. He approached the leader of the black-clad figures, looking down at him with an imposing demeanor. "People from the Zhao family?" His voice was devoid of any emotion. The black-clad man coughed blood, fear evident in his eyes, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Not speaking, a cruel smile curled at Su Jie's lips. "No matter. I have my ways of finding out." He extended his right index finger, radiating an aura that sent shivers through the soul, slowly pointing it towards the man's forehead. "Just right. I shall test the hardness of my refined finger bones on you, while also extracting some memories." The black-clad man's pupils dilated, and he let out a desperate scream. No, Su Jie's fingertip did not actually touch the man's forehead, but the essence infused with the pressure of a battle god had already pierced into his consciousness like an invisible needle. "Oh!" The man emitted a shrill, inhuman wail, his body convulsing violently, eyes rolling back as fragments of memories flooded uncontrollably before Su Jie. Moments later, Su Jie visited his finger, his gaze as icy as an eternal glacial lake. "Zhao Xiankong from the Jinling Zhao family. Excellent. You dare covet the cultivation methods I provide to my students?" He muttered to himself, his killing intent nearly palpable. "Do you think that by hiding behind the scenes and sending a few minions, you can test my limits?" He cast a glance at the leader of the black-clad figures, now reduced to a pitiful state, utterly mentally shattered, and instructed the approaching commander of the Linjiang City Defense Patrol, "Take these worthless individuals back, incapacitate them, and force them to divulge everything. Then, ensure they return alive to Jinling, to personally deliver their statements to the Zhao family's doorstep." The commander, sensing the chilling undertone in Su Jie's words, straightened up and promptly replied, "Yes, battle god Su Jie. I assure you we will complete the task." Su Jie nodded, dismissing these minor characters. He turned to Taiju and Sure Hai, as well as the 3 other team members he had just revived with his essence, who still appeared somewhat weak. "How are you feeling?" Su Jie asked, his tone returning to a calm demeanor. Taiju clenched his fists, feeling the surge of his martial spirit unexpectedly elevated to the 2nd tier due to the life-and-death crisis, exclaiming, "Instructor, I have broken through. My martial spirit is now at the 2nd tier. I feel at least twice as powerful as I did with the 1st tier martial spirit. My combat power is now at least 400 points." The 3 other team members, though still shaken, exhibited a newfound determination in their eyes. This harrowing encounter, while perilous, had allowed them to truly grasp the brutality of martial arts and Su Jie's unfathomable strength, intensifying their yearning for power. Beep. Detected 3 new disciples. Current number of disciples, 6. Daily faith points increased by 6. Excellent. Su Jie nodded in satisfaction. Remember the feeling of today. The path of martial arts is never tranquil. Enemies will not show mercy simply because you are weak. The only reliable ally is your own fists and martial spirit. He waved his hand, enveloping the 5 individuals in a gentle yet powerful essence. Return to recuperate and assimilate what you have gained. The battles ahead will be even more intriguing. After escorting the students back to the laboratory base for treatment, Su Jie did not immediately seek out the Zhao family for retribution. To slap someone, one must ensure it stings. Revenge must be thorough, and he had more pressing matters to attend to. He returned to the training room, continuing to refine the bone fragments while connecting to the holographic interface. Directly establishing communication with Nangong, both Chapter 72, kneeling and bowing, offering 10 billion in compensation. On the screen, Nangong Bo observed Su Jie's calm, yet menacing gaze. His heart sinking. Battle god Su Jie, what has transpired now? Nothing significant, Su Jie replied flatly, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. I merely dealt with a few rodents sent by the Jinling Zhao family who nearly harmed my students. Nangong Bo's eyelids flickered. The Zhao family? How dare they? They certainly dare, Su Jie interrupted, because I've been too benevolent in the past. Nangong envoy, relay my message to the Zhao family, or rather, directly to Zhao Xiankong. Su Jie leaned slightly forward, and through the holographic screen, the terrifying pressure of a battle god seemed to permeate space. First, immediately surrender all Zhao family members involved in this attack and send them to the northern front for penance. Second, the Zhao family must compensate my students for mental anguish. Nutritional expenses and lost wages totaling 10 billion star coins, along with 100,000 federal contribution points. Third, Zhao Xiankong himself must kneel and apologize to me and my students. The above 3 demands must be fulfilled within 24 hours. If the deadline is exceeded, or if any of the demands cannot be met, Su Jie's lips curled into a disdainful arc. I would not mind personally visiting Jinling to dismantle the Zhao family's ancestral shrine and help them clean house. Nangong Bo gasped in shock. These demands were akin to defecating on the Zhao family's head while expecting them to provide tissue, especially the third demand, requiring the Zhao family's elder to kneel in apology. This was more humiliating than killing Zhao Xiankong. If the Zhao family acquiesced, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished in Jinling, in Tiandu province, and even among the upper echelons of the entire federation. Suya, is this not too extreme? The Zhao family has an ancestor who is honored as a battle god of the federation, with profound influence, and the federation's internal politics are intricate. Nangong Bo attempted to counsel. Extreme? Su Jie scoffed. Did they not consider it extreme when they attacked my people? Nangong envoy, I'm not negotiating with you. I am notifying you and the Federation Council behind you. His tone was resolute. I, Su Jie, operate by this principle. If one respects me a foot, I will honor them a mile. If one offends me, I shall return the favor 100-fold. Since the Zhao family has chosen to be my enemy, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. As for the rules of the Federation, a hint of disdain flickered in Su Jie's eyes. My fist is the rule. Having concluded his statement, he abruptly severed the communication, leaving no opportunity for Nangong Bo to continue his persuasion. Nangong Bo stared at the fading screen, his expression shifting, ultimately transforming into a deep sigh as he promptly reported Su Jie's exact words and attitude without omission. He understood that a massive upheaval was about to stir in Tiandu province and even the Federation. Su Jie was indifferent to how the Federation's higher echelons would react. After issuing his ultimatum, he resumed his multi-threaded operations as if nothing had happened. Once this bone fragment was refined, the next one would be, perhaps the tip of the right ring finger. Sigh, one after another, this is indeed tedious. Thankfully, progress in the experimental class was smooth. Observing these youngsters eagerly improving instilled a sense of accomplishment. After settling matters with the Zhao family, I must venture into the dungeon world of the Wanxiang Tiangong. Relying solely on automatic recovery for my essence will likely be woefully inadequate to elevate my foundational bone fragments to spiritual bones. As he monitored the progress of the bone refinement, he also kept an eye on the recovery and training status of his students. Following the attack, the remaining 39 students were not only undeterred, but had transformed like polished jade, their gazes sharper and their training more fervent. Nearly everyone had elevated their martial spirits to the second tier that day, and the feedback to their physical bodies had significantly boosted their combat power. Taizhu could even hunt beasts with a combat power of around 500 points on his own. Though the process remained perilous, the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. Su Jie observed all of this, nodding in satisfaction. This was the essence of his class. The 24-hour deadline approached swiftly. The Jinling Zhao family offered no response whatsoever. They neither surrendered the culprits nor provided compensation, let alone an apology. Clearly, the Zhao family had chosen to stand firm. They perhaps believed that Su Ju would not dare to truly march into Jinling, maybe waiting for mediation from the higher-ups of the Federation, or perhaps relying on some other support. In the cultivation chamber, Su Ju slowly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. The time had come. He stood up, a slight tremor coursing through his body, and a crisp resonance emanated from the newly refined bone at the tip of his right hand's ring finger. Refinement of the right hand's ring finger completed. Base combat power, 10,000 points. Actual base combat power, 24,72 million points. Perfect. Let us test the hardness of these newly refined finger bones against the Zhao family. He stepped forward, and his figure vanished from the cultivation chamber. In the next moment, above Linjiang City, a golden-red streak of light tore through the clouds, hurtling towards Jinling City at a terrifying speed that surpassed sound. Su Ju, filled with fury, descended upon Jinling. The forces throughout the entire Tiandu province turned their attention to that ancient city as a tempest was about to unfold. The golden-red streak, embodying Su Ju, resembled a meteor piercing the heavens, unabashedly exuding a terrifying pressure of 72 million points as it descended upon Jinling City. Instantly, the entire city was enveloped by this palpable pressure, causing every martial artist within to tremble in fear as if doomsday had arrived. The city's defense system blared with piercing alarms, yet no one dared to raise an energy shield. Who would be bold enough to obstruct a federal war god? Clearly filled with wrath? Zhao Xiankong, come out. Su Ju's voice thundered like rolling thunder, resonating throughout Jinling City, each word carrying immense spiritual pressure that struck towards the direction of the Zhao family's residence. Deep within the Zhao family residence, in a rustic meditation chamber, an elderly man with a gaunt face and sharp eyes abruptly opened his eyes, his aura surging. This was the ancestor of the Zhao family, Zhao Qinquan, whose combat power reached an astounding 5 million points. His expression darkened. This young one truly dares to come. And how could this aura be so powerful? He had initially thought that even with Su Ju's exceptional talent, having just ascended to war god status, his combat power would barely reach 3 million points. With his own 5 million points of combat power and the profound formations learned from the myriad realms of the Tian Palace, he believed he could force Su Ju into retreat, or even capture him to extract the secrets of martial soul awakening. This was the true reason the Zhao family dared to take risks and sent people to capture experimental class students. They coveted the core inheritance that could alter the fate of their family, potentially held by these students. However, at this moment, feeling the terrifying pressure far beyond his expectations, an ominous premonition arose in Zhao Qianquan's heart for the first time. Chapter 73. Su Ju's Fury. The Zhao family stripped of their name. Activate the Wanmu Qingtian Grand Formation. All Zhao family members form the Qingshu battle array to confront the enemy. Zhao Qinquan's aged voice instantly echoed throughout the Zhao family. In an instant, the Zhao family residence shone brightly, countless sturdy green energy tree phantoms rising from the ground, intertwining to form a massive green light shield covering several miles. The shield pulsated with flowing runes, exuding a resilient and heavy aura. Simultaneously, hundreds of elite Zhao family members, under the leadership of their respective commanders, connected their energies to form a battle array, their auras intertwining, subtly merging with the Wanmu Qingtian Grand Formation, their momentum surging. This was the source of the Zhao family's confidence. Suspended in the air, Su Ju coldly observed the Zhao family preparing for battle below. A disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A tortoise shell and a bunch of small fish? Is this your confidence to provoke me? He did not even utilize his left hand, which bore the double power enhancement of the immortal martial bones, but slowly raised his right hand, which had just completed the refinement of all the martial bones. With 5 fingers slightly spread, he gently pressed down towards the seemingly impenetrable Wanmu Qingtian Grand Formation below. Boom! A formless, intangible yet terrifying force, containing 47 million points of base combat power, crashed down like the heavens collapsing. The Wanmu Qingtian Grand Formation, composed of countless green energy trees, emitted a painful groan upon contact with this force. The light flickered violently, the runes fluctuated erratically, barely sustaining for 3 seconds before, crack, boom, like glass shattering. The Wanmu Qingtian Grand Formation, covering several miles, along with the hundreds of elite Zhao family members in the Qingshu battle array, crumbled under Su Ju's casual press. Under the backlash of energy, the Zhao family members who formed the array collapsed like cut wheat, blood spurting forth, with at least half of the martial artists losing their lives in an instant. Silence. A deathly stillness. All representatives of the forces observing this scene, through remote means, gasped in shock. One strike, merely a casual strike, and the Zhao family's protective formation, cultivated over hundreds of years, along with the battle array of hundreds of elites, was annihilated. What terrifying power is this? Could this truly be achieved by someone who had just ascended to war god status a few months ago? In the meditation chamber, Zhao Qianquan was struck by the backlash of the formation, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale, the horror in his eyes no longer concealed. Impossible. His combat power definitely exceeded 2 million. The intelligence was wrong. A grave error. Just as his mind was reeling, Su Ju's voice resonated again. Like the harbinger of death. Zhao family war god? You two come out. Before his words faded, Su Ju moved, executing the Tian step to its fullest extent, appearing above the Zhao family residence, as if teleporting. Facing the area where Zhao Qianquan resided, he clenched his left fist, infused with immortal martial bones and several refined finger bones, and simply a punch fell. With the punch came the stirring of winds and thunder. The space twisted. The young one bullies too much. Qing Shu, eternal fist. Zhao Qianquan, astonished and enraged, roared as he soared into the sky. His gaunt body erupted with brilliant green light, meeting the punch with a spirit of endless vitality, representing the Zhao family's most treasured low-grade, earth-level martial technique. He was confident that even if the opponent's combat power might slightly exceed his own, with a century of refinement of this low-grade, earth-level martial skill and profound foundation, he could still fight. However, bang! The collision of fists resonated like two stars crashing. The seemingly grand and majestic Qing Shu eternal fist essence crumbled before Su Ju's power. Pure and unrestrained, instantly torn to shreds. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed painfully. Zhao Qianquan let out a heart-wrenching scream. His right arm, from fist to shoulder blade, shattered like decayed wood upon contact with Su Ju's left fist, twisting grotesquely. The terrifying force penetrated his body, wreaking havoc on his organs and meridians. He was smashed down from the air like a broken sack. With a thunderous crash, his half-buried body crashed through a side hall, embedding deep into the ground, raising clouds of dust. One punch, merely one punch. The ancestor of the Zhao family, Zhao Qianquan, with a base combat power of 1.5 million points, was dead. Su Ju hovered in the air, slowly retracting his left fist, his gaze coldly sweeping across the deathly silence, akin to an impending apocalypse descending upon the Zhao family residence. Is there anyone else? No one dared to respond. All surviving members of the Zhao family gazed at the figure that resembled a demon god, their eyes filled only with boundless fear and despair. Su Ju's gaze ultimately landed on Zhao Qianquan, whose face was ashen, slumped before the main hall. It seems I have given you 3 paths, yet you chose none. He stepped forward, as if shrinking the ground to an inch, instantly appearing before Zhao Qianquan. Zhao Qianquan, looking at the approaching Su Ju, felt his pants dampen in an instant, and he cried out in terror. No. Su Hui, War God Su, spare me. I will compensate. The Zhao family will compensate. 1,100,000 contribution points. I will give it all. I apologize. I will kneel and bow to you publicly. It is too late. Su Ju's voice was devoid of any emotion. I have given you a chance. He extended his right hand like an iron claw, grasping Zhao Qianquan's throat and lifting him off the ground. Coveting my techniques, harming my people, and yet remaining unrepentant, you must be prepared to be uprooted. Crack! With a sharp crack, Zhao Qianquan's neck snapped, and the light in his eyes dimmed instantaneously. This esteemed elder of the Zhao family from Jinling met his demise. Su Ju casually discarded Zhao Qianquan's lifeless body onto the ground as if it were mere refuse. He scanned his surroundings and proclaimed loudly, echoing throughout Jinling, the Zhao family has conspired to seize the inheritance of the federal war god and has assaulted key talent cultivation projects of the Federation. The evidence is irrefutable. From this day forth, the Zhao family of Jinling is hereby expelled. All assets shall be confiscated to provide compensation for the fallen soldiers of the Northern Front and to support grassroots martial artists. Should anyone disagree, feel free to confront me. Su Hui. As his words settled, a profound silence enveloped the city. After issuing a few directives to the hurriedly arrived vice president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, Jin, Su Ju did not linger, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. He left behind a Zhao family that had been thoroughly devastated, its core figures nearly annihilated, destined to be expelled from the ranks of the Federation's elite families. Su Ju, with his direct and domineering approach, announced his rise and the inviolable nature of his authority to the entire Federation. In the fury of Su Ju, the Zhao family faced expulsion. A notification chimed. The number of disciples has significantly increased. Current disciples, 39. Daily faith points gained, 39. Su Ju's thunderous means eradicated the Zhao family and claimed the life of the war god Zhao Qinquan, stirring a monumental storm within the upper echelons of the Federation. Hundreds of war gods served as the cornerstone of humanity's standing on this celestial star, each one invaluable. The heroic sacrifice of Chun Mingyang, who fell in battle to save Su Ju, was a source of sorrow, yet a testament to a soldier's honor. In stark contrast, Zhao Qinquan's death at the hands of Su Ju bore an entirely different significance. It was akin to slapping the Federation in the face. Despite Su Ju presenting irrefutable evidence of the Zhao family's treachery in their assault on the experimental class, the loss of a war god still left many long-standing members of the Federation's Congress feeling pained and disquieted. The power demonstrated by Su Ju and his unmanageable style of action instilled fear in some politicians accustomed to weighing pros and cons days later. In certain anonymous corners of the Federation's virtual network and specific circles, carefully curated insider information and rational analyses began to circulate quietly. Sensational headlines emerged. Hero or butcher, a reckoning of the blood debts of the newly ascended war god, Su Ju. Is the annihilation of provincial martial arts families and the slaying of a federal war god worth it for a few civilian students? Uncontrolled power, on the necessity of restraining super talents. Rumors suggested that Su Ju's martial arts were extraordinarily peculiar and possibly connected to certain taboos, implying that the Zhao family might have uncovered something significant. These whispers cleverly evaded the Zhao family's misdeeds, instead amplifying Su Ju's brutality and lack of control, subtly steering the source of his power into ominous territory. They slithered like venomous snakes, quietly sowing doubt and division among the uninformed populace and some lower-tier martial artists. The masterminds behind this were several federal Congress members who prided themselves on being traditionalists and moderates. They feared Su Ju's potential and were even more terrified of his ability to disrupt the existing power structure. Unable to confront this rising war god openly, they resorted to these insidious tactics to undermine Su Ju's reputation and lay the groundwork for potential sanctions or incorporation in the future. In Lingjiang, at the 7th Biological Laboratory, Su Ju had just concluded a round of bone tempering, progress 63206, and was observing the remaining 33 students from the experimental class as they engaged in combat skill training against holographic projections of monstrous beasts. He listened intently as Yang Baichuan expressed his concerns about the rumors circulating online. "Kid, these scoundrels are playing dirty." Yang Baichuan's beard bristled with indignation. "Should I contact some old friends to launch a counteroffensive in public opinion?" Su Ju watched the students' increasingly adept hunting techniques and steadily rising martial fire, his expression devoid of anger, instead graced with a smile. "Uncle Yang, why bother getting angry over a few rats hiding in the shadows?" He replied calmly. "They dare only to play these petty tricks. A contre-offensive, that would be giving them too much credit. Should I simply allow them to smear my name? No matter how much filth they fling, it cannot tarnish a true giant." Su Ju's gaze deepened. "They seek to bind me with public opinion? Ridiculous. My strength, my path. Need no explanation to mere ants." He paused, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. "However, they have indeed reminded me of something." "What?" "I have been somewhat idle lately." Su Ju stroked his chin, noting that there were 5 months until the Federation martial arts examination. Tempering bones was a slow endeavor, and the experimental class was largely on track. It was time to visit the Wanxiang Tiangong. He had long been intrigued by the main hall of Wanxiang Tiangong and the worlds behind those luminous gates. Previously, his strength was insufficient, but now as a war god-level powerhouse, he urgently required vast amounts of vitality to temper his bones, making Wanxiang Tiangong the ideal destination. "You intend to go to Wanxiang Tiangong?" Yang Baichuan was taken aback. "It would be wise to avoid the limelight and let those clowns perform their solitary farce. With your current strength, you should be safe in the realm of instances." "Avoid the limelight?" Su Ju chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Uncle Yang, you are mistaken. I am not going to hide. He rose, his aura restrained, yet seemingly harboring a terrifying power capable of rending the very fabric of the cosmos. I am here to inform them that the clamor of ants can never impede the steps of a dragon. And I, Suju, have no time to indulge in their political games. My aspirations lie beyond the stars, above the heavens. At that moment, his dedicated war god communicator buzzed with a high-priority communication request from Nangongbo. Upon connecting, Nangongbo's expression appeared more serious than ever, even tinged with a hint of barely perceptible reverence. War god Su, the matter of the Zhao family has spread among the upper echelons of the Federation. Suju reclined against his chair, his demeanor tranquil. And so, are they planning to present me with a banner of honor? Or perhaps send a few Congress members for a friendly exchange? Nangongbo was momentarily at a loss for words, forcing a wry smile. No one dares to probe you lightly anymore. The power and decisiveness you have demonstrated have exceeded many people's expectations and control. He paused, lowering his voice to reveal a crucial piece of information. I have just received classified intelligence from the Central Holy City. In 7 days, Lord Yuwujia will conclude his seclusion and officially emerge. Suyuzgaze flickered. Yuwujia, a legendary figure of humanity, the bulwark of the Federation, was the strongest known entity in plain sight. His return would undoubtedly provoke a shift in the entire Federation's dynamics. Nangongbo continued. On the day Lord Yu emerges, the Federation Supreme Council will convene an emergency meeting. One of the key topics will be you, War God Suju. According to the whispers I've received, the Council will likely summon you to the Central Holy City under the pretext of seeking your report and discussing the future of humanity. For hearing attended by all members and several war gods. A hearing? Suju scoffed, finding the name grandiloquent. Is it a trial or a coup? Officially, it is to hear your explanation regarding the Zhao family incident and to elucidate on the awakening of martial souls and the experimental class project, Nangongbo replied gravely. However, in reality, those Congress members led by Robert Li and Zhou Wenchong will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike. They will question your danger, the origins of your martial arts, and may even propose restrictions or oversight against you. Do they dare? Suju's eyes turned icy. Perhaps they did not before. But now that you have slain Zhao, Qinquan, and obliterated the Zhao family, the power you have displayed is too astonishing. Some centrist Congress members have begun to harbor doubts and fears. With Lord Yu's emergence, they may perceive a potential means to suppress you, emboldening them, Nangongbo analyzed. This hearing could very well be a banquet of treachery. Suju remained silent for a moment, his expression not one of concern, but rather adorned with an intriguing smile. The Central Holy City? A hearing? Meeting Yuwujia? This is becoming interesting. I shall certainly come to present you with some gifts. Chapter 75. The 10 Realms of Martial Arts. He gazed at the ethereal figure of Nangongbo, his tone commanding. Inform them to patiently await my arrival. Suhui. Nangongbo expressed urgency. You must exercise caution. That place is the epicenter of federal power, where the rules differ from those in Linjiang. Moreover, Lord Yu just then. Suju interrupted him, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. I too wish to meet the formidable Yuwuji, the strongest among the celestial stars. Additionally, I intend to make those scheming old men in the council see clearly. He stood up, an invisible aura seemingly coalescing around him. The path I, Suju, shall tread is mine to determine. Whoever seeks to shackle me must first inquire if my fist consent. In 7 days, is it? I shall be there punctually. With that, Suju abruptly ended the communication. He turned his gaze outward, as if penetrating the very fabric of space, landing upon the distant and enigmatic Central Holy City. A hearing? A banquet of intrigue? To him, this might serve as a stage to gain clearer insights into the federal hierarchy and even test the weight of the so-called legends of humankind. After concluding the call, Suju did not immediately head to Wanxiang Tiangong, but rather returned to the deep training chamber of the 7th Biological Laboratory in Linjiang City. He promptly immersed his consciousness into the system interface within his mind. The dark golden option of Zhuqian Zhanbu shimmered like a lighthouse amidst the abyss of the universe, emitting a lethal allure. The Zhuqian Zhanbu appeared to be an excellent venue for swiftly acquiring resources and engaging in life and death battles. Suju's eyes burned with fervor, his 10 meridians surging, blood and energy roaring. With my current battle strength exceeding 240,000, I should at least be able to establish a foothold. If not dominate, right? System. Activate the Zhu Qianzhanbu passage. With confidence and a hint of anticipation, he issued the command. However, instead of the anticipated space-time passage opening, a violently flickering warning frame, engulfed in blood-red flames, occupied his entire field of consciousness. Highest warning. Detected host attempting to connect to the high-risk dimension, Zhu Qianzhanbu. Comprehensive assessment. Host life form level. Ant, body refinement stage, not yet perfected. Energy quality. Chaotic, not yet purified by source power. Rule resistance. None. Unable to withstand the foundational rules of the battlefield. Survival probability calculation in progress. Result. 0. Conclusion. Entering will lead to annihilation. Forced termination of connection. It is advised that the host abandon unrealistic fantasies and focus on solidifying the foundation. Su Ju was taken aback, his excitement instantly frozen. Chaotic? None. He could hardly believe his ears as a wave of frustration surged within him. System. Do you not err in judgment? I possess 10 meridians at their peak, with a foundational battle strength of 255,600 points. With my left hand's full power, I can surpass 500,000. In the celestial stars, I am a federally recognized battle god. You tell me I lack even the qualifications to enter and merely observe? Entering would mean death? He could not accept this evaluation. It belittled the efforts he had exerted over the past 2 months. The host's understanding is limited to the small pond of the celestial stars. The system's voice was cold and indifferent, imbued with a sense of detachment that looked down upon the mundane world. Do you realize that your so-called battle god is merely a toddler who has just learned to walk on the true path of martial cultivation? Do you comprehend what marks the beginning of cultivation? What forms the foundation for longevity? To correct the host's narrow perspective, the core database of the Zhutian Zuiqiang Wudao system is now unlocked for martial cultivation's 10 realms. These 10 realms are the cornerstone of transcendent martial arts across the heavens. I hope the host remembers this. You are currently traversing the first realm of martial arts, the body refinement stage. This realm is divided into 4 steps according to your cultivation method: opening the orifices, condensing the meridians, tempering the bones, and nurturing the soul. You have completed the first 2 steps with commendable evaluation. You are now in the 3rd step, the bone tempering stage, and once your bones are refined to perfection, you may enter the final step, the nurturing soul stage, to condense your primordial martial soul. And what follows the condensation of the martial soul? Su Ju inquired. At that time, the resonance of the martial orifices, martial meridians, martial bones, and martial soul will trigger a transformation of your life essence, culminating in the creation of your unique martial battle body. Depending on the robustness of your foundation, the battle body will be classified into various tiers: mortal, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, sacred, and divine. The higher the tier, the greater the potential and the higher the future achievement limit. Only upon successfully condensing the martial battle body can one be deemed to have perfected the body refinement stage and acquire the qualifications to challenge the next realm. The next realm? Su Ju's spirit was firmly captivated. The second realm is known as initiation. Utilize the martial soul within you to draw upon the boundless power of the starry sea, transforming your entire energy into a higher dimension of source power. At this juncture, the level of life experiences a leap, enabling your corporeal form to traverse the cosmos, breaking free from the gravitational constraints of the stars, with lifespan consequently soaring. Following initiation, one must use source power as a key to unlock the corresponding divine repositories within the body, entering the 3rd realm, the divine repository stage. Each repository unlocked awakens a form of primordial authority, whether the power to shatter stars or the divine consciousness to envelop the world. This marks the beginning of excavating one's immortal foundation. The 4th realm is the celestial phenomenon stage. The internal divine repositories resonate with the external universe, and one's source power invokes extensive cosmic energy, forming a unique celestial phenomenon. At that point, wherever you stand, it becomes a realm of rules, transforming into an eternal thunder prison or an absolute zero domain, with the power of heaven and earth at your command. Thus, host, perceive the path beneath your feet. The strength you take pride in is merely the foundation for greatness. Temper your bones, condense your primordial martial soul, and forge the martial battle body that will determine how far you can go. The Zhu Tianjianbu is, for you, still premature. Su Ju took a deep breath, his eyes a blend of shock and enlightenment. Indeed, the peak he envisioned was merely the starting point on this celestial path. The martial battle body, initiation, divine repository. He repeated softly, a surge of unprecedented motivation coursing through him. The feelings of defiance and frustration within him were extinguished as if doused with ice water, replaced by an indescribable astonishment and an even more fervent desire. How vast is the path of martial arts? How trivial is the beginning of transcending life? Body refinement, initiation, divine repository, celestial phenomenon, weaving law, world, sovereign, supreme, eternal, transcendence. Su Ju murmured, each realm's name seemingly encapsulating endless mysteries and powers. Lifespan of 500, 1,000, 3,000, 10,000, until one shares the longevity of the heavens and earth, even transcending. He had previously fretted over the internal intrigues of the Federation, reveling in the so-called title of battle god. Now, it appeared so laughable and insignificant. System, I understand now. Su Huiying felt deeply, his gaze regaining clarity and even greater determination. I had indeed been gazing at the sky from the confines of a well. The Zhu Tianjianbu, at my current state, I am truly unqualified to enter. Knowing shame and striving for courage is commendable. The system's tone seemed to soften slightly. The host as primary task now is to complete the body refinement stage. After tempering the bones, one must swiftly enter the nurturing soul stage. The soul is the essence of life, and consciousness is the key to exploring the rules. Since entry into the Zhu Tianjianbu is not feasible, I shall proceed to Wanxiang Tiangong to explore the worlds behind those luminous gates, and I have yet to utilize the teleportation privileges to the main hall of Wanxiang Tiangong. A flash of brilliance passed, and Su Ju's figure vanished from the training chamber. Chapter 76, The Arrival of the Imperial-Level Demonic Beast. In a flash of light, Su Ju found himself standing in the vast and boundless teleportation square of Wanxiang Tiangong. The place was still bustling with activity, as if the aftermath of the beast tide had passed. Enormous gates flickered with various hues, and warriors moved ceaselessly, seeking suitable instances for themselves. I shall visit the main hall of Wanxiang Tiangong. Perhaps I can discover opportunities to accelerate the bone tempering or initiate the nurturing soul stage. Su Hui Bandith, retrieving the ancient token. He grasped the token tightly, preparing to activate the privileges. Just as the token was activated, emitting a faint glow, boom! An indescribable deep rumble erupted, not through the ears, but directly detonating within the depths of his soul. The entire Wanxiang Tiangong trembled violently, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, shaken vigorously. All the flickering portals dimmed in an instant and extinguished. The ground of the square cracked, and the stone pillars supporting the dome emitted a spine-chilling sound of fracture. What is happening? An enemy attack. An enemy attack? Impossible. This is the most fortified place of our Federation's war gods. Who would dare to come here? Those who can reach this place are not weaklings. They instantly realized that this was no ordinary enemy assault. Panic erupted among the crowd like a plague. The square, which was orderly just moments ago, became a chaotic scene. Some tried to rush toward the emergency exits, only to find that all teleportation arrays had failed. Others frantically looked around, and some were so frightened by the sudden turn of events that they collapsed to the ground. Su Ju abruptly withdrew his hand and looked up sharply. His pupils constricted suddenly. Outside the dome of the Wanxiang Tiangong, which was reinforced by countless runes and theoretically indestructible, in a place that should have been an endless void, an indescribable, pure darkness now enveloped and compressed everything. This was not mere darkness. It was a presence so vast that it obscured all light and perception, forming an absolute domain. Then that darkness moved. 5 dark golden claws, resembling pillars of heaven, entwined with the power of destruction, slowly penetrated the barriers of Wanxiang Tiangong with a crushing indifference, reaching in. Crack! Boom! The sturdy barriers shattered like paper, and the violent void, turbulence, surged in, instantly tearing apart dozens of unprepared warriors near the edge into the most basic particles, without even a scream. The Emperor's might. It is an Emperor-level beast. An experienced war god screamed in disbelief, his voice filled with profound terror. How could it find this place? The coordinates of Wanxiang Tiangong are our Federation's top secret. A sense of despair spread. The once exalted generals and kings now stood before this incomprehensible terror, no different from mere mortals. Some attempted to rush towards the remaining usable emergency teleportation arrays, only to discover that the space had been completely locked down. Some desperately summoned their protective energy. Yet under the overwhelming imperial might, they extinguished like a candle in the wind. Form a formation. Protect the younger generation. A military war god roared, attempting to organize an effective resistance. Several powerful auras rose into the sky without hesitation. They were the war gods of humanity, the Guardians. Sky Splitter, ninefold solar flame, frozen for 1,000 miles. Various potent martial techniques, imbued with a desperate momentum, thundered toward the slowly descending giant claw. Each attack was capable of causing havoc in the outside world, enough to slay an imperial-level beast. However, upon striking the dark golden claw, none could even cause it to pause for a moment. The claw merely trembled slightly. Poof, poof, poof. Several war gods and their attacks vanished, as if erased, disappearing without a trace. An absolute crushing. There was not even a hint of resistance. Su Ju stood among the crowd, feeling as if his heart were gripped by a massive hand. He looked at the fear and despair etched on the unfamiliar faces around him. His newly tempered martial bones creaked, yet he gritted his teeth, contemplating various ways to respond. At that moment, a powerful aura appeared in the chaotic square like a stabilizing anchor. Yu Wujin, clad in simple azure robes, his expression serene, his gaze profound like the starry sky. His arrival brought a slight calm to the panicked crowd below. Everyone evacuate, quickly. Yu Wujin's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. And then all his attention focused on the dark golden claw. He slowly raised his hand, his body radiating boundless life force, behind him evolving the illusory forms of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, ultimately coalescing into a divine wheel infused with the essence of destruction. Subdue, he uttered a single word, and the divine wheel began to rotate slowly, imbued with an unyielding resolve, facing the dark golden claw. This was his path, the final and strongest light he ignited for humanity. Everyone held their breath, placing their last hope upon it. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes, the dark golden claw casually flicked a finger at the divine wheel, which contained Yu Wujin's lifetime of cultivation. Ding! A crisp sound pierced the heart like shattering glass. The divine wheel halted, then crumbled like shattered crystal, dissipating into countless light points. Yu Wujin's figure also became transparent amid those points of light, ultimately vanishing without a trace, as if he had never existed. Lord Yu, someone murmured, their voice hollow, faith collapsing in an instant. Even the mightiest guardian fell so easily. Lord Yu is dead. It's all over. Cries of despair echoed. Some collapsed to the ground, while others wept uncontrollably. At that moment, the beast's intent echoed in every warrior's mind. Submit or die. Offer your loyalty. This is your only chance to survive. As the strongest among humanity fell, some people's mindsets began to shift. I am willing to submit. A young warrior suddenly knelt, tears streaming down his face, begging for mercy. I am willing to pledge my loyalty. I'm willing to. Just don't kill me. I will do anything. With the first came the second and third, and in an instant, the square was filled with kneeling figures. In the face of absolute power and death, not everyone could retain their integrity. Su Ju looked at those begging for mercy, then at the place where Yu Wujin had disappeared, recalling President Chun Mingyang's entrustment. He felt his bones creaking under the pressure, his soul trembling. The fear of death felt so real. But when he saw those kneeling figures, an inexplicable rage surged over his fear. Chapter 77. Preparatory disciples of Wanxiang Tianzong. He gritted his teeth, standing firm against the nearly crushing pressure, stepping forward with determination, straightening his back, and shouting loudly. Everyone, stand up. The backbone of humanity, I would rather stand and shatter than live on my knees. The monstrous creature across from him listened, as if discovering an amusing toy. A curious insect. Your life structure is quite fascinating. Such a frail shell, yet it can harbor such potential. An overwhelming terror far beyond before was specifically directed at Su Ju, The space around him froze instantly, his knees creaked painfully, and his soul screamed in madness, urging him to kneel, to submit to this absolute power. Reveal your secrets. The command came directly. Or relinquish your soul's defenses and offer your mark of loyalty. Submission is your only path to survival. The surrounding warriors looked on in terror at Suju, who was being singled out. Some felt sympathy, others were numb, and some displayed a flicker of complexity in their eyes. Suju felt every inch of his flesh and bone howling, being crushed. The shadow of death had never been so vivid. He could even see the flame of his soul flickering under that pressure, ready to extinguish. Path to survival? Submission? These two words fell like sparks into the oil sea, ignited by countless sacrifices, by the despair before him, by the fury raging within. He suddenly lifted his head, his face contorted with extreme pressure, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes shone like a beast ready to retaliate in its final moments. Summoning all his strength, he resisted the suffocating pressure, and through gritted teeth, he articulated his response. My secrets. He took a deep breath, letting out a hoarse roar. I have a hard backbone. You want me to kneel? His eyes turned crimson, fixating on the blood-red star-like pupils in the void. Fine. Once I'm dead, do as you please. As for submission, a mad and fierce smile spread across his face. My knees, Suju, will only kneel for my parents and mentors. Only for the righteousness of heaven and earth. You, a mere beast, what are you? Do you even qualify? Let us see whether your claws are harder. Or my bones. Without further ado, he concentrated all his will, all his unwillingness, and all his fury into his left arm, which had fused with the indomitable essence of martial bones. He swung fiercely towards the source of destruction, delivering his final response to fate. The entity in the depths of the starry sky fell silent. In the next moment, the scene shifted. Suju found himself standing within a stone hall. Inside the hall, there was nothing but a simple mat and a hazy painting hanging on the stone wall. While Suju was in a state of confusion, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated clearly within the hall. Congratulations, challenger, for passing the examination of the Wanxiang Lianqin array. Suju abruptly raised his head, his gaze sharp as he swept across his surroundings, every muscle in his body instantly tensing. The voice continued to calmly state, everything you have just experienced was an illusion, designed to test the heart, will, and fortitude of the challenger in an absolute predicament. What? Suju blurted out, disbelief etched on his face for the first time. The scenes he had just witnessed felt so real that he genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. However, Suju quickly smiled. So, there were no beast invasions, and those people are all alive. Indeed. That's good. He let out a long sigh, his tense shoulders finally relaxing, almost convinced they were all going to perish. The mechanical voice continued. The Wanxiang Lianqin array directly addresses the heart. All experiences arise from the heart. You previously obtained the qualification to enter this place and maintained your true self amidst adversity, unwavering and unbending, thus passing the examination. Congratulations. You are now officially a preparatory disciple of the Wanxiang Tianzong. Wanxiang Tianzong? Preparatory disciple? Upon hearing these 4 words, Suju felt a sudden stir in his heart and couldn't help but ask, what is the relationship between Wanxiang Tianzong and that Wanxiang Tiangong? The mechanical voice seemed to have anticipated this question and explained calmly. What you see as Wanxiang Tiangong is not a true entity. It is merely one of the countless projections of our sect's supreme treasure, the Wanxiang Tiangong. I am the spirit maintaining the operation of this projection. You may refer to me as Gongling. The projections of Wanxiang Tiangong scatter across the starry seas, traversing the myriad worlds, partly to provide various martial foundations for the human race in this starry sky, and partly to search for and assess disciples like you, who possess immense potential. Suju was shaken to his core. He had always thought that this mysterious place, brimming with opportunities and highly regarded by the Federation, was a fixed and immensely powerful secret realm or relic. He never imagined it was merely a projection of a supreme treasure. Moreover, such projections existed by the thousands across the starry sky. What kind of unbelievable artifact must the true body of Wanxiang Tiangong be? And what terrifying entity could possess such a treasure as the Wanxiang Tianzong? No wonder he could only become a preparatory disciple. After all, his current cultivation level was merely half a step into the body refinement realm. While Suju pondered, a flash of light illuminated the stone hall. And on the mat before him appeared an ancient jade token inscribed with the words preparatory disciple, along with 3 vials containing a luminous liquid, each etched with the character for refine. This is the exquisite refining liquid specifically provided for preparatory disciples in the body refinement realm by the Wanxiang Tianzong. It can help accelerate the refinement of your bones, the mechanical voice explained. The stone hall you are in is exclusive to preparatory disciples of the Wanxiang Tianzong. This mat has the effect of calming the mind and accelerating energy absorption. The painting on the wall is the first volume of the sect's core inheritance, Wanxiang Shima Jinyu 2, whose visualization can nourish the soul and greatly benefits soul cultivation. Furthermore, in the future, you can use the preparatory disciple token to teleport to this stone hall at any time, or to any place on this planet you have previously visited. Su Jie then understood that this preparatory disciple token and this modest stone hall were indeed invaluable treasures. Su Jie sat cross-legged on the mat in the stone hall, his gaze filled with curiosity and solemnity as he turned towards the painting that supposedly contained boundless inheritance. Wanxiang Shinma, Jinyu Tuesday. The name alone exuded an aura of grandeur. He wondered what kind of earth-shattering divine and demonic scenes it depicted. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind and slowly immersed his consciousness into the painting, preparing to receive the overwhelming surge of information. However, contrary to his expectations of a grand scene of divine and demonic roars, he found only a void of darkness before his eyes, or rather, in his conscious perception. In the center of that darkness floated a single curled hair. Chapter 78. What on earth is this hair? The hair appeared unremarkable, grayish and somewhat withered, bearing a slight natural curve as it hung there, seemingly existing since the dawn of the universe. Suye. He was bewildered, his mind blank. Wanxiang Shenma, Jinyu? Is this it? A single hair? This was worlds apart from his imagination of a cataclysmic divine and demonic scroll. Just as he was in doubt, a thunderous force, indescribable and seemingly derived from the very essence of life, came crashing down upon his soul, as if the weight of the entire universe pressed down through the image of that hair. This was not an impact of energy, but an absolute suppression on a fundamental level. It was akin to an ant facing the heavens, or a drop of water meeting the vast sea. With a gasp, Su Jie barely had time to react. He felt as if his soul were gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, then suddenly crushed. The excruciating pain engulfed all thought. His vision darkened, and a mouthful of fresh blood was violently expelled as he was thrust out of the visualization state, collapsing heavily backward, gasping for breath upon the mat. In just a second, he had only gazed at that hair for a second, not even managing to discern its precise form before nearly losing his very soul. Su Jie's face turned ashen, sweat soaking his entire body, his heart racing wildly, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. What in the world was that? His voice was hoarse, trembling with a hint of fear. Just the image of a single hair almost obliterated my soul. This Wanxiang Shima Jinyu 2 is merely the first volume. What level of inheritance could it possibly represent? He dared not harbor any dismissive thoughts and looked at the painting with an unprecedented gravity and reverence. If even a single hair was so terrifying to truly visualize it, to what heights would my soul ascend? However, moving forward, each observation must be approached with utmost caution, and the duration must never be prolonged. Steeling himself, he redirected his focus to the 3 vials of refining liquid. Let's give this a try. He opened one vial of the refining liquid, feeling the gentle yet powerful energy contained within, and surmised it should be fine. So he tilted his head back and drank it down. The jade-colored liquid flowed down his throat, initially warm. Yet, in the next moment, that warmth turned violently chaotic, like a river bursting its banks, or countless burning needles fiercely stabbing at his 206 bones. Hiss! Su Jie inhaled sharply, his entire body trembling. He felt as if his bones were thrown into a furnace, about to be torn apart and melted by this overwhelming energy. Damn it, I was reckless. They could have at least warned me when giving rewards. This energy is too domineering. Just as he felt his bones were on the verge of collapse, a warm and vibrant flow surged forth from his left arm, where the indomitable martial bones fused, quickly circulating throughout his body. This vital force repaired the minute cracks caused by the violent energy impact, while simultaneously guiding the majority of the energy to prioritize the refinement of the unrefined bones. The process remained agonizing, but with the support and guidance of the indomitable Martial bones, it finally stabilized. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the tumultuous energy tide finally subsided. Su Jie exhaled a long breath, carrying a hint of scorching heat, his entire body drenched in sweat. He turned his gaze inward and was taken aback. Within his body, the original progress of 206 bones now radiated a luminous sheen, achieving the perfected state of foundational Martial bones. Remarkably, less than 1/10 of a single bottle of bone-refining liquid had been consumed. Su Jie found himself in a state of complex emotions. On one hand, there was a lingering fear, had it not been for the indomitable Martial bones safeguarding him. He might have faced dire consequences. On the other hand, he was overwhelmed with joy, for the effects of this bottle of refining liquid were nothing short of miraculous. It not only completed the refinement of his foundational Martial bones, but also left a substantial reserve of energy within him. Once a martial artist refines all their bones into foundational Martial bones, their skeletal structure becomes a unified whole. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Depending on the number of condensed Martial veins, there are 4 subsequent levels of Martial bones to refine. Huangji, 7 Martial veins, Xuanji, 8 Martial veins, Dijiji, 9 Martial veins, and Tianji, 10 Martial veins. However, unlike the previous step where foundational Martial bones required individual refinement, the moment he began to challenge the Huangji Martial bones, all bones would undergo simultaneous refinement, a process that is irreversible. With each advancement, the pain endured would multiply several times over, and the energy required would surge dramatically. Yet, what were several folds of suffering compared to the despair faced in the previous illusions? Without hesitation, he focused his mind and summoned the remaining energy from the bone, refining liquid within him. An explosive surge of energy erupted, akin to a volcano awakening within his body. His bones felt as if they were being simultaneously crushed and reformed, the agony surpassing all prior experiences. Gritting his teeth, Su Jie held on through the torment. With unwavering concentration, he guided the turbulent energy to impact his bones. The heart of martial arts, blue, enabled him to control the flow of energy with precision, while the vitality of the indomitable Martial bones continually mended his injuries. Time passed in a haze of pain, and finally, a resonant hum echoed throughout his skeletal structure as the violent energy completely integrated. The excruciating pain dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of strength coursing through him. Upon introspection, he beheld his bones glistening with a jade-like luster, adorned with intricate and esoteric patterns. The Huangji Martial bones had been achieved. A notification chimed, confirming that Su Jie had refined his entire skeletal structure into Huangji. The third primary mission of refining his Martial bones to Tianji had been issued, with a reward of 50,000 Martial achievement points and a mysterious bonus. However, failure would result in a permanent locking of his potential, rendering him incapable of attaining the pinnacle of martial arts. His current foundational combat power stood at 7 million, and with the enhancement from being an extreme foundation builder, his actual combat power soared to 8 million. Su Jie abruptly opened his eyes, the brilliance within them radiating like a tangible force, creating ripples in the air of the stone hall. He slowly clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power within him capable of shattering stars, and could not help but let out a hearty laugh. As he reveled in the transformation brought forth by the Huangji Martial bones, an insatiable ambition surged within him. The remaining energy from the bone refining liquid was still abundant, alongside a reserve of 10 million vitality and 2,200 vitality essences displayed on his system panel. With Huangji achieved, yet half of the refining liquid energy still remaining, and 2 more bottles available, a glint of madness sparked in his eyes. After foundational and Huangji levels, the next challenge would be Xuanji. To absorb the remaining energy completely and ascertain how far he could advance, he commenced the process. The energy flowed into his bones, which began to emit a subtle humming sound, with the refining progress steadily and resolutely advancing. Su Jie meticulously sensed every change within him, akin to the most precise instrument measuring minute variations. Time slipped by, and when the last vestiges of residual energy were thoroughly refined, he clearly perceived the threshold ahead. The residual energy had been completely refined, constituting approximately 172 of the total energy required for the Xuanji martial bones. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a fresh bottle of bone-refining liquid and drank deeply. A cool and potent energy exploded within him, swiftly merging with the foundational 172, causing the energy scale to ascend rapidly. The first bottle filled the progress by 40. He did not pause, immediately grasping the final bottle and consuming it as well. The torrent of energy surged even more, racing towards completion. The second bottle again filled the progress by 40. At this point, his internal energy surged, leaving only a final gap of 28 to achieve perfection. With a swift calculation, he activated all his resources. The system panel reflected a decrease of 400 vitality essence points, and without hesitation, he drew from the 10 million vitality reserves, igniting them. A total of nearly 14 million vitality surged forth, precisely channeling into the critical energy stream, now at 972. Energy perfection was achieved. The final metamorphosis into Xuanji martial bones commenced. The ensuing upheaval was far greater than before. If the challenge of Huangji was akin to a volcanic eruption, then the struggle for Xuanji felt as if an entire star domain collapsed and was reborn within him. The pain escalated to an unimaginable degree, akin to immersing one's soul in an eternal furnace of suffering. Every inch of bone screamed in agony as they disintegrated, only to be reformed into a more profound state under the immense energy and indomitable vitality as support. Su Jie's body contorted violently, skin cracking as blood gushed forth, transforming him into a blood-soaked figure, only able to emit guttural sounds from his throat. His consciousness drifted on the tides of unbearable pain, nearly losing all clarity. Yet, the heart of martial arts, blue, held steadfast, preserving the last flicker of lucidity, while the vitality from his left arm's indomitable martial bone acted as a resilient tether, sustaining his flickering life force. Time seemed to freeze, and he was uncertain how long had passed, perhaps an instant or an eternity. When the tidal wave of agony receded, Su Jie felt as if every bone had been extracted from his body, collapsing onto the ground, unable to move even a finger, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicating his continued existence. After a prolonged period, his consciousness gradually returned. He struggled to introspect once more, observing that his bones had undergone yet another transformation. They now exhibited a faint dark golden hue, with the natural patterns upon them growing more intricate and profound, seemingly embodying some universal principles. The Xuanji martial bones had been achieved. A notification confirmed that Su Jie had refined his entire skeletal structure into Xuanji, with a foundational combat power of 6 million points. His current foundational combat power now stood at 13 million points, and with the enhancement from being an extreme foundation builder, his actual combat power reached 15 million points. Feeling the dormant power within him akin to an ancient behemoth, he might be physically weakened, yet his eyes gleamed with unprecedented brilliance. Xuanji martial bones, 15 million combat power. The Federal Council? Hearings? The first war god? Yu Wuji? Would my power astonish you all then? I wonder if Yu Wuji, who has been traversing the instance world, has reached 10 million in combat power. What title does the Federation bestow upon martial artists exceeding 10 million? The War Emperor? In the future, who would dare to provoke me, Su Zhandi, under the celestial stars? Su Jie sat cross-legged, fully activating the original breathing technique, absorbing the rich energy within the stone hall to recover his depleting body. With only 1,800 vitality essences remaining, the journey to reach the subsequent Dajiji and Tianji levels would demand an astronomical amount of resources. A chill of reality gripped Su Jie. Yet he was filled with excitement and anticipation. If resources were insufficient, he would seize them. This myriad celestial palace instance world, along with the unknown realms beyond, would become the hunting ground for Su Jie. Since it is now possible to come here at any time, Su Jie slightly acclimated to the surging power. With a thought, he utilized the preparatory disciple token to teleport back to the training room of the 7th Biological Laboratory in Linjiang City. Just as he materialized, before he could check the information on the light brain, Yang Baichuan rushed in, his face displaying an unprecedented urgency and fury. "You little rascal, you have finally returned. A grave situation has arisen." Su Jie furrowed his brow and suppressed his aura, What happened, Uncle Yang? Has the demon beast invaded again? Even more infuriating than a demon beast invasion. Yang Baichuan's beard trembled with anger. Those old scoundrels, Robert Li and Zhou Wenshang, seized the opportunity while Lord Yu has yet to emerge from the dungeon world to launch an attack. They colluded with over a dozen council members to initiate an emergency impeachment against Yu on charges of endangering federal security, unknown sources of cultivation methods, and the indiscriminate killing of the federal war god. Oh, Su Jie's gaze turned icy, and then they invoked emergency authority, bypassed regular procedures, and directly dispatched the federal enforcement team. The leader is Zhou Han, Robert Li's confidant, a second-tier war god. They have already arrived in Linjiang and are on their way to the laboratory, claiming they wish to invite you to the central sacred city for cooperation in the investigation. But in reality, they intend to forcibly detain you. Yang Baichuan urged. They want to convict you before you see Lord Yu. Think of a way to hide. Perhaps you should retreat to the Wanxiang Tiangong. Upon hearing this, Su Jie not only remained unperturbed, but instead revealed a disdainful smile. Hide? Why should I hide? He patted Yang Baichuan's shoulder, his tone calm, yet laced with a chilling undertone. Uncle Yang, do not worry. There are merely a few flies. Just tried to test the resilience of my refined martial bones. At that moment, a cacophony of arrogant shouts and the clash of energy erupted outside the laboratory. The federal enforcement team is conducting an operation. All bystanders, clear the area. Where's Su Jie? Step forward to accept the investigation. Otherwise, you will be charged with treason. The door to the training room was violently kicked open. A tall, stern-faced, middle-aged man, clad in the federal enforcement uniform, burst in with a team of formidable-looking agents. The leading man was none other than Zhou Han, boasting a combat power of 1 million. He arrogantly surveyed the room before his gaze settled on Su Jie. You're Su Jie? Zhou Han lifted his chin slightly, his tone authoritative. By the urgent order of the Supreme Council of the Federation, accompany us for a visit. It would be wise not to resist. Otherwise, before he could finish, Su Jie leisurely interrupted him, a hint of amusement in his voice. Otherwise what? Zhou Han's eyes narrowed, and the pressure of a second-tier war god erupted violently, attempting to coerce Su Jie. Otherwise, I have the authority to eliminate you on the spot. This pressure left even Yang Baichuan gasping for breath. Yet Su Jie remained unfazed, as if a gentle breeze had swept past, not even ruffling the corners of his clothing. Su Jie casually dug at his ear, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. Eliminate me on the spot? Just you? When the demon beasts invaded, you were nowhere to be seen. Yet now you come to flaunt your authority. Zhou Han, incensed by Su Jie's demeanor, sneered. It seems you are asking for punishment. Seize him. 2 enforcement team members stepped forward, wielding specially designed energy shackles, preparing to restrain Su Jie. Without even glancing at them, Su Jie calmly addressed Zhou Han. I will count to 3. Take your people and leave my laboratory. Chapter 80. Then let each of you sever an arm. Zhou Han, enraged, barked, you seek death, and prepare to strike personally. 1. Su Jie remained rooted in place, even managing to smile at Yang Baichuan. 2. As Su Jie counted to 3, he moved. He simply raised his newly refined martial bone hand and lightly pressed it down toward Zhou Han and all the enforcement agents. It was as if he were merely brushing off dust. Boom! An invisible yet immensely heavy force, like the weight of the entire sky collapsing, suddenly descended. Zhou Han's sinister grin froze in an instant, replaced by boundless horror and fear. He felt as if a planet had crashed upon him. Thud, 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 including Zhou Han. Every enforcement agent who intruded into the training room fell to their knees, unable to utter a sound, as if struck by an invisible hammer. The hardened special alloy floor was shattered with spiderweb-like cracks beneath their kneeling forms. They struggled desperately, attempting to summon their energy, but found the space around them seemingly frozen. Unable to move even a finger, that terrifying pressure felt tangible, pinning them to the ground, rendering them incapable of lifting their heads. Zhou Han knelt, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with disbelief and humiliation. He was a second-tier war god of the Federation, with a combat power of 1 million. How could he not withstand even a casual press from his opponent? How could Su Jie possess such strength? Su Jie slowly approached him, looking down from his elevated position. Now, do you know how to leave? Zhou Han's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word under the oppressive force. Su Jie coldly surveyed all the kneeling enforcement agents. Since I have acted, you must leave a memento. Then let each of you sever an arm. The faces of the crowd turned pale, yet none dared to resist. Zhou Han was the first to grit his teeth, his right hand slashing down violently onto his left shoulder, and with a crack, his left arm fell to the ground. Seeing this, the others could only bite the bullet and follow suit. Blood instantly stained the floor, severed arms scattered about. Su Jie frowned slightly. Clean up your belongings. Do not dirty my space. Zhou Han, his complexion as pale as paper, gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, trembling as he picked up his severed arm with his remaining right hand. The other enforcement agents followed suit, bending over and awkwardly cleaning up the mess under Su Jie's overwhelming pressure. Go back and inform those old dogs that if they continue to stir trouble, I will go to the central sacred city and behead them. Now leave. As Su Jie's words fell, Zhou Han and his team felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, clutching their severed arms as they crawled out of the laboratory, not daring to look back. Turning, he smiled at the astonished Yang Baichuan. Uncle Yang, you see the problem has been resolved. Yang Baichuan swallow at heart. Riz Solfet, you call this resolving the issue? You made them lose an arm, and you let them take such words back. Su Jie shrugged nonchalantly. What else? Invite them for tea? Unchle Yang. Some people only learn to use their brains when they're made to feel pain and fear. Yang Baichuan gazed at the unconcerned Su Jie, taking a moment to muster a response. Just how strong have you become now? Su Jie grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Not much stronger. Perhaps just a tad more powerful than my previous self. The federal enforcement team returned to Linjiang in defeat, and news of Zhou Han, the war god, losing an arm spread like wildfire through the upper echelons of the Federation. In a virtual conference room, silence prevailed. Councilman Robert Li's face turned ashen as he fixated on the report detailing Su Jie's effortless oppression of Zhou Han and others. Councilman Zhou Wenchang wore an expression so grim it seemed to drip water. How could it be possible to easily suppress a war god like Zhou Han? One member of their faction exclaimed in disbelief, how long has he been a war god? Zhao Qinquan, with his 1.5 million combat power, was easily defeated by him. And now he can casually suppress a second-tier war god? This rate of improvement is simply absurd. Aside from that martial soul awakening method, he must possess even more secretive legacies. Robert Li gritted his teeth. We must control him before he fully matures, before Yu Wujia emerges from his seclusion. Otherwise, there will be no place for us in the council. No one has ever dared to threaten us like this. Control? How do we control him? Another councilman lamented. Zhou Han's elite enforcement team couldn't withstand even a single strike from him. Are we to personally step in? The notion of mobilizing legions to besiege a war deity who has rendered great service to the human race, just after repelling a colossal beast tide, raises significant concerns. How will the populace react? What would other war deities think? The conference room once again fell into silence. Su Ju, with his formidable strength, delivered a resounding slap to their faces, rendering their conspiracies laughable and impotent. In the city of Lingjiang, within the 7th biological laboratory, Su Ju's mastery of the Xian-level martial bones had reached a remarkable state, resulting in a dramatic surge in vitality and blood flow. The efficiency of the Ben Yuan Tu Na Shu had also escalated to an increase of 20 points of vitality per second. However, relying solely on automatic recovery, the time required to refine the Xian-level martial bones into the Earth level was excessively prolonged. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the crystal containing the mysterious nebula, the Shikong Dao Tong. Previously unable to merge due to insufficient combat power, his foundational combat strength had now soared to 15.6 million points. According to the system's star-level conversion, 1 star equates to approximately 10,000 combat power. He was now at 1,560 stars, far exceeding the foundational requirement of 1,000 stars. It was time to delve into your secrets. As Su Ju's consciousness penetrated the crystal, an influx of information flooded his mind. Initial fusion conditions for Shikong Dao Tong updated. 1. Foundational combat power must reach 1,000 stars, already satisfied. 2. Soul power must reach level 10, not satisfied. Current soul power level, 5. Level 10 soul power? Su Ju furrowed his brow. Despite his previous efforts to condense the martial heart, the soul power had increased only slightly. After enduring numerous battles and experiencing life and death illusions, his soul power still remained at level 5. It seemed imperative to visit the Wanxiang Tianzong's preparatory disciple stone hall and utilize the Wanxiang Shimajin Yu2 to refine his soul power. He recalled another item, the phase Suipian, obtained as a reward for refining 10 martial veins. Cautiously, he brought a thread of soul power close to the rule fragment within the system space. A hum resonated as a surge of indescribable, chaotic, yet profound rule information rushed forth, shaking Suju's consciousness as if his head might explode. Chapter 81. Entry into the Yun Shinju. Suju promptly severed the connection, shaken by the experience. This item was far beyond his current realm and soul power. Not only was comprehension impossible, even observing it was unfeasible. Forcing contact could lead to the annihilation of his soul. His expression grew serious. Clearly, the immediate priority was to enhance his soul power. Without sufficient soul power, he possessed a treasure mountain, yet could not access it. Resolute, he activated the preparatory disciple token and was transported once more to the humble yet enigmatic stone hall. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Suju took a deep breath. His gaze fixed determinately on the first volume of the Wanxiang Shinma, Jinyu 2, upon the wall. With the previous experience in mind, he approached with heightened caution, gradually immersing his consciousness without daring to rush. Boom! Even with preparation, the immense will and boundless information carried by that single hair crashed upon him like a cosmic upheaval. Suju felt as though his soul was being pierced by countless steel needles, tossed into a tempestuous sea of rules. He steadfastly maintained his focus. The martial heart, blue, radiating a stabilizing light to aid him in sustaining the visualization state, striving to capture the faint essence emanating from the hair that could nourish and refine his soul. This time, he persevered for 2 seconds, an improvement of 1 additional second. Abruptly breaking free from the visualization state, his face pale and cold sweat dripping from his forehead, he sensed a wave of weakness in his soul. 2 seconds were still too brief. Gasping for breath, yet aware of the effectiveness, he felt his soul power subtly growing and consolidating under such extreme pressure. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes as he closed them to recuperate, allowing his soul's weakness to ease before once more directing his gaze toward the visualization. Once again, Suju commenced his arduous soul power refinement. Time and again, he visualized, repeatedly teetering on the brink of soul disintegration, relying on the mat's restorative effects to painstakingly enhance his soul power. After half a day, he lay on the mat like a lifeless fish, the fatigue of his soul rendering him momentarily disoriented. Persisting in such a manner proved too inefficient. Rubbing his pale face, he delved into his mind, calling forth the Zhu Tianwuku to filter for techniques that could aid in soul recovery or cultivation, priced within 8,000 martial achievement points. As the screen flickered, numerous entries scrolled by, ultimately settling on a few selections. Suju's gaze locked onto a technique named Yun Shinju. Yun Shinju, entry level atop 100 foundational soul cultivation method across myriad realms, possessing gentle nourishment, rapid soul power recovery effects, and significantly enhancing soul power cultivation speed. Cost: 8,000 martial achievement points. This was it. Without hesitation, Suju chose to exchange. Consumed 8,000 martial achievement points. Successfully exchanged for Yun Shinju, entry level. A soothing, gentle stream of information integrated into Suju's consciousness, and he instantly grasped the operational principles of this technique. Marvelous! Suju's eyes sparkled as he realized that the Yun Shinju could not only accelerate soul power recovery, but also operate continuously, gradually elevating his soul power limits. Undoubtedly, it was among the top 100 soul cultivation techniques across countless realms, and although this was merely the entry level, it was all Suju could afford at present. He promptly began to practice Yun Shinju, a cooling essence spreading throughout his consciousness like a sweet spring nourishing parched earth, swiftly alleviating the fatigue and weakness previously incurred from visualization, reinvigorating his spirit. Once restored to peak condition, Suju focused his attention again on the Wanxiang Shinma Jinyu 2, visualizing the hair once more. Boom! The overwhelming will surge forth, yet this time, Suju felt as though his soul had gained an additional layer of resilient cushioning. The Yun Shinju operated autonomously within his consciousness, assisting him in better resisting the terrifying information onslaught. He endured for a full 3 seconds before being compelled to withdraw. Upon his exit, he immediately activated Yun Shinju with all his strength, the fatigue of his soul receding like a tide, the recovery speed of his soul power accelerating more than threefold. Effective, Suyui's speeded sword. Thus began a more efficient yet frenzied cycle, visualizing the Wanxiang Shinmajin Yu2 to refine his soul power to the limit, then utilizing Yun Shinju for rapid recovery before visualizing again. Time swiftly slipped away within this repetitive cycle. Uncertain how long had passed, perhaps a day or several, suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed within his consciousness. His soul perception sharpened significantly, its range noticeably expanding, and his control over the mighty vitality and Xian-level martial bones reached an unprecedented level of precision. The pressure emanating from the visualization began to feel less oppressive. Ding! Host soul power breakthrough detected. Current soul power level 6. Level 6. A glint of brilliance sparkled in Su Ju's eyes as he reveled in the fullness of his soul, affirming that the assistance of techniques made all the difference. He did not pause, immersing himself in the cycle of visualization and recovery, oblivious to the passage of time. Every instant his consciousness was crushed by the overwhelming will of the hair, only to be reformed under the nurturing of Yun Shinju. His soul became more solid and resilient, akin to tempered steel. Finally, after enduring countless near-limit trials, a thunderous roar erupted within his consciousness. A sense of clarity washed over him. His soul perception expanded rapidly in all directions, instantly enveloping the entire stone hall and even faintly penetrating the stone walls to sense vague energies in the external Wanxiang Tiangong Square. The speed of his thoughts surged beyond previous limits, and his mastery over the 15.6 million combat power and Xian-level martial bones reached an unprecedented level of intricacy. Though the pressure from the visualization remained heavy, it no longer felt insurmountable. Ding! A sudden surge of host soul power was detected, indicating the current soul power level, level 8. Level 8. Su Ju abruptly opened his eyes, a profound light concealed within, but even more deep-seated. He exhaled a long breath, his face betraying a hint of joy. In a brief span, he had broken through 3 levels. This Wanxiang Shinmajin Yu2 combined with Yun Shinjue indeed produced astonishing results. He felt a powerful and fulfilling energy emanating from his soul, invigorating his spirit. At that moment, he sensed a presence through his preparatory disciple token. Yang Baichuan was anxiously searching for him. Su Ju collected his thoughts and ceased his training. The ascent of soul power was not an overnight endeavor, while moving from level 8 to level 10 appeared to involve merely 2 levels. The accumulation required was undoubtedly far greater than before. He needed to find a way to enhance his martial bone level first. Chapter 82. Su Duidrui arrives at Central Sacred City. He flickered and utilized the token to teleport back to the training room of the Linjiang City Laboratory. As soon as he materialized, Yang Baichuan, who had been anxiously pacing, rushed over. "My little ancestor, you finally emerged. The exclusive spaceship sent by the federal headquarters has been waiting at Linjiang Airport for half a day. The hearing has reportedly commenced, and Robert Lee and his associates have kept the entire council waiting for you, their tempers on the verge of boiling over." Su Ju maintained a calm demeanor and leisurely adjusted his sleeves. "What is the rush? Let them wait. If they can't endure it, they can adjourn." Yang Baichuan, observing his unconcerned expression and sensing the increasingly inscrutable aura surrounding him, could not help but inquire, "Have you had another breakthrough?" Naturally, he referred to Su Ju's strength, as the external manifestation of Su Ju's soul power enhancement was not overtly apparent. Su Ju smiled and did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he patted his stomach. "Uncle Yang, there is no need to hurry. Let us go. I'll treat you to a barbecue meal first. Only after we're satisfied can we muster the strength to argue with those old foxes." With that, he took the lead and strolled out, his pace leisurely. Yang Baichuan gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily perceiving him as a legendary weapon poised to unsheath, ready to unleash a monumental wave in the heart of the Federal Power Center. "This kid," he muttered to himself, hastening to catch up. Central Sacred City, Federal Supreme Council Hearing Hall. The dome towered high, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity. In the circular seating arrangement, hundreds of federal legislators sat stiffly, the air thick with suppressed anxiety and anger. They had been sitting here for a full half-day. Observers and media representatives from various factions had also grown impatient, whispers echoing around the venue like a swarm of mosquitoes. All eyes were fixed upon the solitary seat at the center of the hall. On the main seat, Legislator Robert Lee wore a grim expression, his fingers gripping the gavel, turning pale from pressure. Beside him, Legislator Zhou Wenchang's face was ashen, his eyes cold enough to freeze. They had intended to use this meticulously planned hearing to publicly suppress Su Ju, this uncontrollable variable, leveraging the council and public opinion to compel him to reveal the specific methods of awakening martial souls and the secrets behind his rapid ascension. However, the protagonist's tardiness rendered them foolishly seated for half a day. It felt as though their dignity had been ground into the dirt. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the entire assembly turned their gaze toward the entrance. The doors slowly opened, and a figure entered leisurely against the light. Su Ju, clad in a simple black training outfit, hands in his pockets, even chewing on a blade of grass he had found, ambled in as if strolling through his own backyard. Upon arriving at the central seat, he did not sit immediately. Instead, he surveyed the solemn assembly, and upon not seeing the person he wished to meet, he suddenly broke into a grin. Wow, so many people? Gentlemen legislators, you all seem rather idle, not off fighting beast hordes or researching how to enhance human strength, but gathered here to watch me? Have I sprouted flowers on my face or written invincible across it? A stifled laugh erupted from the audience, quickly silenced by glares from those around. But suppressed chuckles still spread in the corners of the hall. Robert Lee's expression darkened as he rapped the gavel forcefully. Silence. Su Ju, mind your attitude. This is the Federal Supreme Council hearing hall, not a place for your antics. Attitude? Su Ju casually dug at his ear. Speaking nonchalantly, my attitude depends on whether I'm addressing a human or a dog. I naturally speak human language to humans. To barking ones, should I reason with them? You. Zhou Wenchang's face turned pale with rage as he pointed at Su Ju, exclaiming, arrogant, lawless, law, heaven? Su Hui scoffed, finally pulling out a chair and sitting down confidently, crossing his legs. In my presence, my fist is the law. My will is heaven. Unconvinced? Hold it in. Robert Lee, suppressing his fury, decided to proceed with the plan. Su Ju, we will now question you. First, regarding your unauthorized assassination of the federal war god, Zhao Qinkuan, and the annihilation of the Zhao family. What is your explanation? Do you admit this is a blatant violation of federal law? Explanation? Su Ju chuckled as if he had heard the greatest joke. The Zhao family sent people to kidnap my student with the intent to seize my martial arts legacy. The evidence is irrefutable. According to Federal Emergency Regulations, Article 7, anyone endangering strategic talents and core inheritors of the Federation is deemed a traitor and can be executed on the spot. I have yet to hold you accountable for your council's negligence in allowing traitors to exist, yet you dare question me? He leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang. Or is it that behind the Zhao family, there are some unsavory old dogs providing support, emboldening them to act so brazenly? You slander. Zhou Wenchang sprang to his feet. Did I name you? Why the rush to identify yourself? Su Ju reclined lazily in his chair. Are you feeling guilty, Mr. Zhou? Secondly, Robert Lee hastily shifted the topic, refusing to linger on the Zhao family issue. The martial soul awakening method you impart is of unknown origin, with a high mortality rate during training, and is accused of being an evil technique. Have you utilized federal resources for inhumane live experiments? Evil technique? Su Ju scoffed. A few deaths constitute an evil technique? What about the soldiers dying on the front lines every day? Do you, lords sitting in air-conditioned offices, understand that the path of a warrior is inherently one of defiance against heaven and fate? His voice suddenly rose, infused with a steely intensity. My martial soul awakening method has provided those deemed useless by you, those tormented by Dan poison, nearly severed from the path of martial arts. A desperate chance. They are willing to risk their lives for a future. And you, aside from boasting and placing labels here, what else can you do? His gaze swept across the audience, his voice reverberating throughout the hall. I, Su Ju, declare here today, the martial soul awakening method is in my hands. It may be brutal, but it forges true warriors, not some worthless individuals hiding in safe zones, merely flapping their lips. As for its origin, su fue rose, his aura no longer restrained, an overwhelming presence akin to a boundless starry sea, heavy as an ancient divine mountain, sweeping through the entire hearing hall like a tempest. Buzz! The alloy walls of the assembly chamber groaned under the unbearable strain, the energy lights flickering violently. All legislators, including Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang, felt as though an invisible mountain pressed upon their chests, rendering them breathless and pale. The initially scrutinizing or hostile gazes were instantly replaced by boundless fear and shock. Chapter 83. Yu Wuji emerges from seclusion, the power of a single punch, fearsome beyond measure. Su Ju retracted his fist, standing beneath the breach, illuminated by the heavenly light, as if he were a deity. He coldly surveyed the assembly. Now, is there anyone still questioning my strength, my methods? The hall fell into utter silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang slumped in their seats, their faces devoid of color, drenched in cold sweat. All their schemes and conspiracies turned into a farcical joke in the face of Su Jia's absolute power. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from the corner. It was a journalist from a minor media outlet, holding a recording pen, his voice trembling yet brimming with excitement. Su Jia, the god of war, what are your thoughts on this hearing? Su Jia cast a glance at him, suddenly retracting all his imposing aura, adopting a languid demeanor as he brushed off non-existent dust from his attire. Thoughts? Well, the venue is decent, but the dome could use some reinforcement. I suggest you reach out to the Zhao family. Oh, my apologies, they are no more. Perhaps you could seek reimbursement from the Zhou family instead. They have ample funds. Pausing, he flashed a smile at the journalist. Moreover, convey to the entire Federation that my actions require no explanation to you. This pawn of Tianxing is too small to accommodate a true dragon. My aspirations lie in the stars and the vast seas, in the myriad realms. His gaze swept over the pallid-faced legislators, and he casually added, watch closely, learn well, and do not provoke me again. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to assist the Federal Assembly in refreshing its ranks. With that, he paid no further attention to the stunned assembly, and in a mere flicker, he vanished through the gaping hole in the dome, leaving behind a striking silhouette amidst the chaos and astonishment. Inside the hearing room, a prolonged silence was shattered by a cacophony of uproar. Su Jia's final proclamation reverberated throughout the Federation via the live broadcast, becoming a new motto for countless young martial artists. My actions require no explanation to you. After shattering the dome of the Federal Assembly hearing room with a single punch, leaving a scene of devastation and shock, Su Jia leisurely returned to Linjiang City. To him, it was merely a trifling incident, akin to swatting a few bothersome flies. However, the tempest stirred by that single punch among the Federation's upper echelons surpassed all expectations. In the virtual conference room, Robert Lee's countenance turned ashen as he gazed at the colossal hole in the dome displayed on the screen, his fingers trembling. Zhou Wenchang appeared even more ashen. The implicit threat in Su Jia's last words regarding seeking reimbursement from the Zhou family hung like a dagger over his heart. Unbridled. This is utterly outrageous. Robert Lee bellowed. We must resort to ultimate force. Activate the heavenly punishment system. We cannot allow him to grow any stronger. Activate heavenly punishment? A relatively rational legislator chuckled wryly. Robert, calm down. Not to mention the feasibility of the heavenly punishment system locking onto and eliminating a being of unfathomable strength, suspected to have reached the level of a war emperor. Even if we succeed, how do we justify it to the public? How do we account to the young martial artists who view Su Jia as an idol and beacon of hope? Moreover, the northern defense line still requires a strong presence. Shall we merely allow him to lord over us? Zhou Wenchang growled, his voice hoarse. The conference room fell into silence once more, an overwhelming sense of helplessness permeating the hearts of all. Before the might of absolute power, all cunning and machinations appeared so feeble. At that moment, a vast, serene will, seemingly imbued with the strength of the entire cosmos, quietly descended upon the virtual conference room. All the legislators trembled in unison, disbelief etched across their faces. On the screen, a figure clad in simple azure robes, with a gentle visage yet eyes deep as the universe, gradually coalesced. "Lord Yu." Robert Lee was the first to react, his voice filled with excitement and reverence. "You have emerged from seclusion?" The visitor was none other than Yu Wuji, renowned as the strongest in Tianqing and the steadfast anchor of humanity. His gaze calmly swept over each legislator present, ultimately resting on Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang. As he spoke with a tone devoid of discernible emotion, "I have just concluded my seclusion and felt the fluctuations of power above the Federation. It seems much has transpired during my time away." Robert Lee, seizing the opportunity as if grasping a lifeline, immediately recounted his grievances, tears mingling with his words. "Lord Yu, you have emerged at last. Su Jie has disregarded all decorum, slaughtering our kin, the god of war, and brazenly attacking the assembly hearing. His actions are akin to treason. Please, Lord Yu, intervene and suppress this fiend to restore order." Zhou Wenchang quickly chimed in. "Indeed, Lord Yu, this individual's strength is growing insidiously, and his origins remain obscure. He poses a grave threat to humanity." Other legislators turned their eyes toward Yu Wuji, awaiting his judgment. In their view, as long as Yu Wuji intervened, even Su Jie's formidable strength could be quelled. However, the reaction of Yu Wuji left them utterly astounded. Instead of displaying anger, a profound smile graced his lips as he responded. "Su Jie is quite remarkable." He nodded gently. "This young man possesses a resilient spirit, decisiveness in battle, and more importantly, a dissatisfaction with the current state of humanity, aspiring to shatter the shackles." His gaze shifted to Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang, his tone still calm, yet suffused with an undeniable authority. "As for the laws you mentioned, when the old laws have become shackles hindering humanity's progress, their inevitable breaking is warranted." "What?" Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang felt as if struck by lightning, barely able to believe their ears. Yu Wuji was actually speaking in favor of Su Jie. "But Lord Yu, he has slain the god of war, Zhao Qianquan. He has tarnished the dignity of our assembly." Zhou Wenchang protested, unwilling to relent. "Zhao Qianquan?" Yu Wuji's eyes turned cold. While the northern border is besieged by monstrous tides, he feigned seclusion at home, believing he could evade the watchful eyes of the Federation. His family has long been rotten at the core, abusing their power, monopolizing resources, and oppressing talented individuals from humble backgrounds. Even if Su Jie had not intervened, I would have taken matters into my own hands upon my return. As for the dignity of the assembly, Yu Wuji paused, a hint of derision in his voice. Dignity is not upheld by a sturdy edifice and convoluted formalities. It is maintained by strength and the contributions made for humanity. Reflect upon yourselves. In recent years, has the assembly accomplished any truly beneficial endeavors for the nation and its people, uplifting the morale of humanity? His words left Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang flushed and speechless. Yu Wuji turned his gaze away from them, as if peering through the virtual space towards Linjiang City. His tone tinged with anticipation. "Convey my orders. The Federal Assembly shall immediately cease all investigations and actions against Su Jie and his associates. The experimental class for the awakening of martial souls he established will be designated as the Federation's highest priority strategic project, with resources doubled. Wherever he goes, it shall be as if I am personally present. Furthermore, at 9 o'clock tomorrow, I shall await him at the Great Wall of Martial Arts for a discussion regarding the future of our Tianqing humanity." A chilling smile graced Yu Wuji's lips. "Consider well how you should proceed henceforth. Do not hinder me. Should there be a reckoning, I assure you, I am far less gentle than Su Jie." With those words, Yu Wuji's ethereal form slowly dissipated, leaving a profound silence in the room. Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang slumped into their chairs, ashen-faced. They understood that their era had irrevocably ended with Yu Wuji's emergence and Su Jie's ascendance. The heavens of the Federation had shifted. In Linjiang City, the 7th biological laboratory, Su Jie had just completed guiding Tai Zhu and others on how to more efficiently absorb the essence blood of high-level monsters when his risk communicator received news of Yu Wuji's emergence from seclusion and the Assembly's latest resolution. He raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Yu Wuji actually has tea come to trouble me? He even stands in my favor?" Su Jie stroked his chin, finding it intriguing. "It seems this foremost powerhouse possesses far clearer insight than those old fools in the assembly." Yang Baichuan rushed over, excitement and disbelief etched on his face. Kid, did you see the news? Lord Yu has emerged. He supports you. Those old geezers in the assembly are completely dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. Suyak shutked lichtly. Unfazed. This was to be expected. True powerhouses do not confine their vision to transient matters. Yu Wuji has reached this point, naturally possessing a grander perspective. He has invited you to discuss matters at the Great Wall of Martial Arts. Yang Baichuan expressed some concern. Why not go? Su Jie's eyes sparkled with brilliance. I have been eager to converse with him about the myriad realms, about the future of humanity. He could feel the surging power within him and the restless spirit yearning for freedom, realizing that the pond of time-mixing could hardly contain him any longer. The Wudao Great Wall, winding like a dragon, stretches between the eastern border of the human race and the endless wilderness, serving as the front line against the onslaught of monstrous beasts and as the burial ground for countless heroic souls. Every deep claw mark on the wall, every dark stain of blood, bears witness to the relentless invasions of the beasts, with the previous surge of gigantic monsters from the northern borders having become a common occurrence here. For this reason, 100 human war gods have long been stationed at the Wudao Great Wall in a rotational manner, together with their generals and soldiers. They form the most formidable flesh and blood barrier of the eastern human realm, firmly keeping the ceaseless tide of beasts at bay. As the morning sun rises, it casts a golden hue upon the Great Wall. Su Jie, clad in black, stood atop the parapet, gazing out over the vast lands inside and outside the wall, his heart a tumult of ambition and gravity. The atmosphere here is thick with the weight of history, steeped in blood and fire. Suya, a tranquil voice, emerged from behind him. He turned to see Yu Wujia, who had appeared at some point not far away, dressed in simple azure robes. His aura restrained, as if he had melded with the Great Wall itself. Though he appeared to be in middle age, his gaze was profound, as if encompassing the birth and demise of stars. Congratulations, Elder Yu, on stepping into the realm of 10 million combat power. Su Jie could distinctly sense the power surging within Yu Wujia, rivaling his own. Yu Wujia looked at Su Jie, unable to conceal his astonishment. I have toiled for hundreds of years, relying on the opportunity presented by the Wanxiang Tiangong to barely break through. Yet you, at such a tender age, have already stood shoulder to shoulder with me. Su Xiaoyu, your talent is unparalleled through the ages. Su Jie smiled broadly. Perhaps my talent is simply higher? Yu Wujia chuckled and shook his head, not probing further. Instead, he turned serious. Do you know why I invited you here? Surely, it is not merely to admire the scenery? Su Jie raised an eyebrow. Is it about that assembly of old fogies? Or my little experimental class? Those are trivial matters. Yu Wujia shifted his gaze toward the endless mountains and dense forests beyond the Great Wall. Look at this Great Wall, magnificent and grand, protecting humanity for nearly a millennium. It is also a shackle. Su Jie felt a stir within. A shackle? Indeed, Yu Wujia replied solemnly. It confines the monstrous beasts, but in a way, it also restricts our vision and ambition as humans. Too many have grown accustomed to infighting under the protection of the Great Wall, vying for power and profit, forgetting that beyond the wall lies a broader world. Though teeming with beasts, is also filled with boundless opportunities. He looked at Su Jie. Your emergence is like a boulder cast into stagnant waters. You have shattered the existing paradigm, forcing those engrossed in political machinations to open their eyes. Your method of awakening martial souls, despite the controversies, points to a path that does not rely on pills, but instead hones true warriors. This is commendable. Yu Wujia's tone suddenly turned cold. However, those Robert Lee and Zhou family types are merely parasites clinging to the body of the Federation. There is no need to pay them too much mind. Su Jie raised an eyebrow. If you know they're parasites, why not clean them out sooner? Keep them for the new year? Yu Wujia shook his head, revealing a hint of cunning amusement. Water that is too clear has no fish. Some parasites can be useful. They can help draw fire from the shadows and provide some assurance to certain ancient monsters hidden deep within the Federation. Moreover, the internal structure of the Federation is intricate. Pulling one thread can affect the whole. It requires timing and a swift, sharp knife. His gaze fell upon Su Jie, laden with implication. Suye schutked understood. I'll handle the dirty work and take the blame while you sit back and enjoy the view. After all, those capable do more. Yu Wujia did not shy away, and I believe you are more than willing to take on this task. Are you not? In due time, I only hope that the hand you wield the knife with does not falter. But yet responded, it seems the first man of the Federation bears a heavier heart for killing than I do. Chapter 85. The true martial realm. Su Jie chuckled, not refuting, knowing he would show Yu Wujie just how resolute he could be. However, they are ultimately but frogs at the bottom of a well. Yu Wujie shifted the subject, his expression serious. Indeed, the pond of Taimingxing is too small for both of us. The true stage lies in the Wanxiang Tiangong, beyond those gates of light. He looked at Su Jie, his tone laced with temptation. My recent retreat was not merely for cultivation, but rather to explore a newly discovered realm known as the Zhenwu realm. The Zhenwu realm? Su Jie felt a stir within. The name sounded far superior to Taimingxing. It is a world where martial civilization far surpasses our Taimingxing. Its realms are defined in a way that transcends our crude combat power metrics. Yu Wujie's eyes reflected longing and reverence. Our so-called 10 million combat power in the Zhenwu realm would merely classify us as body refinement realm warriors. Above that are the Qi source realm, divine concealment realm, and other grand realms, each with earth-shattering capabilities. Upon hearing this, instead of feeling disheartened, Su Jie's eyes sparkled with fervor. The 10 realms of martial arts mentioned by the system indeed exist. Beyond body refinement, the path stretches long. Above the body refinement realm, he clenched his fists, feeling a long-lost excitement. Correct. Yu Wujie nodded. In the Zhenwu realm, even a practitioner at the first level of Qi source realm experiences a leap in life level, wielding source power that far exceeds that of the body refinement realm's vitality. Oh, Su Jie grill intrigued. How does one access it? The entrance to the Zhenwu realm lies beyond the gates of light in the Wanxiang Tiangong. But that gate requires a warrior to achieve a foundational combat power of 10 million to activate. Yu Wujie explained. I had just reached the threshold before entering to explore and reaped significant rewards, though I almost faced grave danger. Saying Suye agir demanor. Yu Wujie added earnestly. Our martial path in Taimingxing has only developed for 1,000 years based on the foundational teachings from the Wanxiang Tiangong. The path we tread is quite different from that of the Zhenwu realm's natives. He elaborated. Though the first grand realm in the Zhenwu realm also focuses on body refinement, their cultivation methods are far more holistic. They divide the body refinement realm into 9 levels, each level involving comprehensive enhancement and refinement of the flesh, vitality, bones, and meridians. More importantly, their warriors begin strengthening their bodies from the age of 12, and, after establishing a solid foundation, they choose a body refinement technique to practice, progressing from the first level of body refinement to the 9th, and only then awaken their martial souls. In contrast, we, Yu Wujie gestured between himself and Su Jie, are guided by the Wanxiang Tiangong along a more detailed, even arduous path towards extremity. We subdivide the body refinement realm into opening martial apertures, condensing martial veins, refining martial bones, nurturing martial souls, ultimately achieving a perfect fusion of these elements, where quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations, culminating in the formation of a unique, martial Dao battle body. A flicker of pride crossed his eyes. For instance, I began with 9 martial apertures, 9 martial veins, Earth-grade martial bones, and 12th level soul power, ultimately transforming into an Earth-grade pinnacle martial Dao battle body. With this, I stand among the top echelon of body refinement realm warriors in the Zhenwu realm, not inferior to those with awakened top-tier physiques. He gazed intensely at Su Jie. And you, Su Jie, you are walking the legendary path of 10 veins, with foundations in martial apertures, martial veins, and martial bones that far exceed my own. This signifies that if you successfully condense your martial Dao battle body in the future, its tier will undoubtedly surpass mine. With boundless potential, if we succeed on this path, the martial arts body we forge will possess greater potential than many who rely on innate awakenings. Upon hearing this, Su Jie's eyes sparkled with understanding. He immediately grasped the meaning behind Yu Wujie's words. The practitioners of Zhenwu Jie seem to be adding various armors to the skeleton of a vehicle, where their training focuses on better equipping this vehicle. In contrast, those from Tianmingxing are akin to constructing a vehicle from scratch. This process is undeniably more arduous, yet if completed, The performance and adaptability of the vehicle may vastly exceed that of many naturally gifted ones. With the system at his disposal and following the path of the strongest foundation, what kind of vehicle would he create? I comprehend now. Su Jie smiled broadly, his confidence bolstered. It appears that my handcrafted foundation may astonish them with a touch of ingenuity when we arrive there. Yu Wuji observed his self-assured demeanor and smiled in return, affirming his thoughts. Therefore, upon reaching that realm, there is no need for undue self-deprecation. Our path is not inherently inferior to theirs. However, we must maintain a humble approach in the initial stages, for your vehicle is not yet fully constructed. Rest assured, Su Jie clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within. Before the vehicle is complete, I shall demonstrate to them what it means to possess a robust foundational performance. At that moment, Yu Wuji shifted his tone, revealing a hint of complexity. However, Su Jie, I have been contemplating a matter. Our extreme pursuit of foundational training, with its meticulous steps, presents a daunting threshold and a challenging journey. Although the Wuxiang Tiangong has descended for a millennium, only I have attained the pinnacle of the first realm within Tianming Xing. It feels as though this is a method employed by Wuxiang Tiangong to sift and nurture true top-tier prodigies in martial cultivation. He gazed into the void, as if surveying the entirety of the Tianming Xing human race. Otherwise, it would not have taken a millennium of struggle for countless martial artists in Tianming Xing to navigate the first realm of martial arts. Perhaps for our entire race, the holistic and universally applicable training method of Zhenwu Jie, which relies on collective tempering to rapidly enhance combat capabilities, is the true answer. While it may not match the upper limits of the extreme path, it excels in stability and universality, enabling more individuals to embark on a martial path and collectively elevate the strength of humanity. This might indeed be the righteous path better suited to our Tianming Xing. Just like myself, although I am considered extraordinary among the practitioners of Zhenwu Jie, I have been cultivating for centuries and remain at the first realm of martial arts. Chapter 86. Arrival at Zhenwu. Jie Yu Wuji turned his gaze to Su Jie, his eyes profound. Your emergence has further solidified my conviction. You are the prodigy through whom our Tianming Xing can traverse this extreme path. Yet, it is impossible for everyone to possess your caliber. I ponder whether we should attempt to introduce the training methods of Zhenwu Jie, allowing ordinary individuals to aspire to higher realms rather than becoming trapped in lower tiers. Now, we have an additional method you have researched regarding the awakening of martial souls, guided by martial souls and reliant on growth through hunting. This method demands a high level of mental fortitude and willpower, yet promises rapid growth and the bestowal of various special abilities. Yu Wuji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the starry sky, as a grand blueprint unfolded in his mind. Perhaps in the future, our Tianming Xing human race can embark on 3 parallel paths of cultivation. Those with exceptional talent and unwavering will, like you and I, may pursue the extreme path, seeking the pinnacle of martial apertures, martial veins, and martial bones, condensing the strongest martial soul, breaking through with force, and becoming the apex combat power and pillar of humanity. Those with resilient character and outstanding spirit may tread the martial soul path, awakening their martial souls in advance, nurturing their combat prowess through battle, swiftly forming their strength, and becoming the backbone and special ability wielders of humanity. Those of ordinary talent, yet diligent and persistent, may embark on the body tempering path, cultivating through the 9 heavens of body tempering, steadily progressing and accumulating strength, can equally establish a solid foundation to protect humanity. 3 paths, each with its emphasis, complementing one another, allowing individuals of varying talents and dispositions to discover their suitable paths. In this way, the foundation of our humanity can become ever more robust, truly heralding an era of prosperity. Upon hearing this, Su Jie pondered momentarily before nodding earnestly. Senior Yu, your words resonate with truth. Our path, with its 99 apertures at 10 levels, the 10 veins of the extreme realm, and the 5 stages of martial bones, is indeed exceedingly difficult and destined for only a select few. If the entirety of humanity is confined to this narrow path, it shall not lead far. He looked at Yu Wuji, his gaze clear. I support your idea. We can first select a core group of members within the Martial Arts Association, those with suitable dispositions and talents, to discreetly attempt to transition to the methods of Jinwu Jie. We shall observe the effects and explore a modified approach suited for our Tianming Xing people. Even in failure, the losses will be manageable. Upon hearing this, Yu Wuji's eyes shone with appreciation. Su Jie not only possesses unparalleled talent, but also embodies a maturity and responsibility beyond his years. Yu Wuji firmly patted Su Jie on the shoulder, declaring, "Let it be as you say. I shall promote the pilot program within the association. While you venture forth to explore Jinwu Jie, I shall not accompany you. I need to digest the insights gained from this encounter. I will also protect your students while you go. Be cautious in all things." After parting ways with Yu Wuji, Su Jie used his personal light brain to convey certain matters to Yang Baichuan before returning directly to the designated stone hall through the preparatory disciple token. He needed to confirm a crucial question. Gongling. He addressed the empty stone hall. The familiar mechanical voice immediately responded, "Preparatory disciple Su Jie, what inquiry do you have?" Su Jie cut straight to the core. "I wish to confirm whether the method of subdividing martial apertures, martial veins, martial bones, and martial souls, ultimately coalescing into the martial arts battle body, is indeed the special cultivation method employed by Wuxiang Tianzong to sift and nurture preparatory disciples." Gongling's response was immediate and unequivocal, affirming Su Jie's conjecture. Correct. This is the sect's foundational secret record, aimed at solidifying the martial artist's foundation to the greatest extent, activating their life potential, and paving the supreme path for subsequent cultivation. It further provided a set of comparative data. According to the sect's extensive historical data, within the 9 heavens of body tempering, cultivation system prevalent in this starry expanse. While it is easy to popularize, it does have its limits. Under the system, an ordinary martial artist can cultivate basic body tempering techniques to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of body tempering, theoretically capping at 1,000 stars, 10 million combat power. Even a top-tier talent cultivating the finest body tempering techniques under this system, without accounting for special physique enhancements, will reach a maximum foundational combat power of 2,000 stars, equivalent to 20 million combat power on your side. Conversely, through the foundational secret record method, sequentially refining martial apertures, martial veins, and martial bones, the foundational combat power peak can reach at least 4,000 stars. The resulting martial arts battle body possesses immeasurable potential. Beyond the data, the critical aspect is the degree of life essence tempering. The martial arts battle body, achieved through this method, exhibits a level of physical strength, blood quality, and soul resilience far beyond that of ordinary body tempering practitioners. It allows one to contend head-on with Qi Yuan realm, martial artists, even emerging victorious. A piercing brilliance ignited in Su Jie's eyes. The foundational combat power peak can reach at least 4,000 stars, physically contending against Qi Yuan realm. This entirely corroborated his feelings and Yu Wuji's speculations. They are indeed traversing a path that leads directly to the pinnacle of prodigies. Although arduous, once achieved, their combat prowess will overshadow those so-called geniuses. I understand now. Su Jie took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within as all doubts dissipated, replaced by an unwavering belief. This path, he no longer needed any hesitation. Not only must he traverse it, but he must also reach an unprecedented pinnacle. Currently, the resources at his disposal are wholly inadequate for further refining his martial bones. The time-space Dao pupil remains unfused, and the elevation of his soul power level increasingly consumes time, with a time-space secret realm experience ticket still set aside for later use. It is not yet time to employ it. Hence, it will be better to first explore Jinwu Jie. As Su Jie was preparing to depart from the stone chamber, the mechanical voice of Gong Ling resonated once more. Preparatory disciple Su Jie, you possess the preparatory disciple token of the Wuxiang Tianzong. Your passage to the Jinwu realm will be more expedient than others. You can activate the teleportation privileges embedded within the token, which will transport you to a secure location in your target world. Once there, you may establish a teleportation coordinate, allowing you to return here or proceed to your designated point merely by activating the token. Su Jie's thoughts sank into the ancient token resting in his palm, and indeed, a coordinate point named Jinwu Realm appeared. After locking onto that coordinate, a barely perceptible ripple spread through the chamber, and his figure vanished as if erased by an eraser. Following a slight sensation of spatial disorientation, Sujie found himself in a desolate valley, the token in his hand radiating a gentle warmth, perfectly concealing his vital fluctuations, rendering his external aura akin to that of an ordinary mortal. This preparatory disciple token can even mask my presence. How incredibly practical! Su Jian nodded in satisfaction, beginning to attune himself to the surrounding environment. The rich and almost tangible energy of this realm enveloped him, compelling every pore in his body to open instinctively, inhaling greedily. Boom! The Benyuan Toanaka shoe surged with unprecedented efficiency, causing the energy reserves displayed on the system panel to skyrocket from 20 points per second to 50 points per second. Chapter 87. The 3,000-star Battle Power Gift Pack. Truly, this is a high martial world. The foundational environment alone is akin to a paradise. Suya felt invigorated, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Elda Yu had mentioned the flourishing martial arts of this realm, where strong practitioners abound. Perfect. He would first explore the vicinity to ascertain the caliber of the warriors in the Zhenwu realm. Before he could thoroughly investigate, a ferocious roar erupted from the side. A dark golden beast, resembling a giant lion, adorned with a single horn, lunged forth with a menacing aura, clearly at the perfected level of the body refinement realm. Its combat power approaching 3,000 stars. A pinnacle tier 1 beast, the Jinjia Shirshi? Information from the Zhenwu Wanyashe that he had perused in the Wanxiang Tiangong flashed through his mind. Such a beast, with tough skin and immense strength. Its horn capable of unleashing a piercing golden aura, could easily rend the defenses of an ordinary body refinement realm warrior. Rather than fear, excitement flickered in Su Jie's eyes. Just right. He would test the mettle of this Zhenwu realm beast. The Jinjia Shirshi paid no heed to Su Jie's contemplations, its crimson eyes fixated solely on its prey. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the massive creature charged forth like a golden war chariot, its horn glistening with a chilling light. Aimed directly at Su Jie's chest, the speed and force surpassed that of the royal grade beast from the Tianqing star. Su Jie remained unperturbed, his vital energy retracting. Just as the horn was about to pierce him, he swung his left arm with great force. His arm, infused with the Bushio Wugo, erupted with double the strength, delivering a solid punch to the horn. Bang! Crack! The collision between fist and horn produced a thunderous sound. That seemingly indestructible horn was shattered inch by Su Jie's strike. The force penetrated, instantly shattering the Shirshi's skull. With a tremendous thud, the colossal beast collapsed, convulsing twice before falling silent. One punch, an instant kill of a pinnacle tier 1 beast comparable to a combat power of 3,000 stars. Su Jie shook his slightly numb left fist, feeling quite satisfied with the outcome, although he sensed that the combat power granted by the Bushio Wugo was not quite double. Not dwelling on it, he glanced at the beast's corpse and recalled what Gong Ling had previously stated, his lips twitching slightly as he mentally berated. A secure location? Gong Ling, is this what you call a secure place? Landing right into a 3,000-star battle power gift pack, nearly making me an appetizer. Does the Wanxiang Tianzong have some misunderstanding regarding the concept of safety? Or is it that the mortality rate of Wanxiang Tianzong's preparatory disciples is actually quite high? He shifted his form, gliding up to the peak of a nearby mountain, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings as he prepared to head towards a more populated area. Just as he was surveying the horizon and planning his route, a shrill scream laced with panic and a lewd, maniacal laugh abruptly shattered the tranquility below. Hey, little girl, what do you think you're running? Hand over the dragon blood herb you just obtained, and maybe we'll let you go. Su Jie looked down to see a young girl clad in a pale yellow outfit, her figure slender yet in a state of distress, surrounded by 3 brutish men with menacing expressions and formidable auras. The girl appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, yet her combat power reached around 10 stars. However, the 3 men attacking her were clearly far stronger. The girl was cornered, perilously close to danger, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, indicating her injuries. Ah, my first arrival here, and I stumble upon a classic hero saving a damsel in distress. A playful smile gracing his face, though he mused that this script felt a tad too cliched. Despite his inner commentary, Witnessing the lewd grins and bullying tactics of the three men, his expression grew cold, just as one of the burly men, at half-step into the bone refinement realm, reached out to grasp the girl's chest with a sinister smile. Su Jie languidly called down, "Hey, a bunch of grown men bullying a little girl? Do you have no shame?" Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The four below were simultaneously startled, looking up. They beheld a strangely dressed young man, whose aura was completely undetectable, standing atop an ancient tree, gazing down at them with a disdainful expression. The burly man was first taken aback, thinking a powerful warrior had passed by. But upon closer inspection, he realized that Su Jie emitted no energy fluctuations whatsoever, as if he were merely an ordinary person. Where did this wild brat come from, acting all mysterious? How dare you meddle in our affairs? You seek death. The man barked, his confidence restored. Hey, Fong, Sansha, a rather imposing name, Su Jie said, digging into his ear as he slowly descended to the ground, positioning himself protectively in front of the girl. Unfortunately, your strength does not match your name. The girl, startled by the sudden appearance of the figure shielding her, exclaimed, "Sir, you must leave. They are all warriors of the body, refinement realm, 5th layer." Su Jie turned back, flashing her a toothy grin that revealed his pearly whites. "No worries. I enjoy taking on formidable foes." Arrogant. The burly man at the 5th layer of the body refinement realm was utterly enraged, roaring as he unleashed his vital energy, hurling a punch towards Su Jie's face, the wind whistling ominously, shrouded in dark energy, clearly intent on delivering a lethal blow. Faced with this punch capable of shattering a small mountain, Su Jie did not even flinch. Just as the fist was about to connect, he seemingly casually tilted his head slightly. Whoosh! The fist, carrying a menacing wind, grazed past his ear, not even disturbing a single strand of hair. The man was momentarily stunned, failing to react, while Su Jie feigned fear and exclaimed, stumbling forward as if tripping over his own feet. Ow! A horrific, distorted scream echoed through the forest. The burly man curled up on the ground like a boiled shrimp, clutching his groin with both hands. His face shifting from red to green, then to white, his eyes nearly bulging out as he gasped in agony, clearly in excruciating pain. The other two men and the girl in the yellow attire were left dumbfounded, mouths agape, unable to close them for quite some time. Su Jie dusted off non-existent dust from his pants, gazing innocently at the writhing man on the ground. "You see, if you're going to hit someone, just hit them. Why do you have to run into my knee? Are you trying to provoke me?" He turned to the remaining two petrified men, beckoning them with a finger, a harmless smile gracing his face. "Come on, gentlemen. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so why not come at me together? After all, getting hit by my knee is the highlight of your lives." Chapter 88. Qingyun Shuagong. Lin Jingyu, the remaining two members of the Haifeng Sansha, looked at their leader, who was curled up on the ground like a shrimp, tears streaming down his face, then shifted their gaze to the seemingly innocent Su Jie. A chill surged from their feet to the top of their heads. What kind of trick is this? A mere accidental bump from a knee incapacitated a leader with over 50 stars of battle power? Are we to believe this? They exchanged glances, and fear was evident in their eyes. However, being seasoned cutthroats, their ferocity was ignited, and they simultaneously roared, launching themselves at Su Jie with their most formidable techniques. One man, with crimson palms radiating a scorching wind, aimed a powerful strike at Su Jie's back. The other, moving like a specter, silently thrust a short sword towards Su Jie's ribs. Their coordination was impeccable, and their lethal attacks were merciless. "Be careful, young master," the girl in yellow exclaimed, unable to contain her alarm. Yet, Su Jie seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. With a terrifying perception far surpassing the norm for someone in the Jinwu realm, he discerned numerous flaws in their movements, which appeared to him as slow as molasses. He refrained from utilizing much of his vitality. Instead, like a wisp of willow fluff, he effortlessly dodged at the last moment, just narrowly avoiding the scorching wind and the venomous blade. The wind grazed his clothing, scorching a nearby tree to a charred black, while the short sword pierced the air without even grazing a thread. Both men, stunned by the ease with which they had been evaded, were just about to change their tactics when they saw Su Jie stumble, as if he were unsteady on his feet, alternating his steps. Bang, bang, two dull thuds echoed, accompanied by the distinct sound of bones cracking. "Ah, my foot!" The two burly men cried out in agony as they collapsed, clutching their shattered ankles and rolling on the ground. Su Jie stood firm, brushed off his sleeves, and sighed, "You see, if you want to fight, then fight. Why come so close to my feet? Can I be blamed for that?" On the ground lay 3 men groaning in pain, rendering the scene quite awkward. The girl in yellow gaped at the spectacle, her mouth forming an O shape. She had never witnessed such an astonishing combat style, despite the lack of perceivable energy fluctuations. Su Jie had effortlessly incapacitated 3 notorious villains with mere movements. Approaching the leading man, Su Jie crouched down, smiling warmly yet chillingly. "Now, can we have a proper conversation? Who are you? Why were you pursuing this young lady?" The man, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, looked at Su Jie's seemingly gentle yet unsettling smile, and dared not to show any arrogance. He hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "Please spare us, young master. We were blind. We are from Heifengzhai, tasked with searching for spiritual herbs in this area. Upon seeing this young lady collect a century-old long suiko, we had ill intentions." "Heifengzhai? I have not heard of it," Su Jie replied dismissively, then turned to the girl in yellow. "Is what they say true?" The girl quickly regained her composure, producing a vibrant red herb resembling dragon scales, exuding a rich aura of vitality. She nodded. "Yes, young master. I discovered this long suiko first. Thank you for saving my life." She performed a graceful bow, her delicate figure causing Su Jie to silently admire. It was a trivial matter. Su Jie waved his hand, his gaze lingering on the long suiko for a moment. He could sense that the energy contained within was exceptionally pure, although it held little significance for his current Xian-level martial bones. It was undoubtedly a treasure for the body-refining warriors of this world. Confronting the leader of the 3, Su Jie looked down upon him with an indifferent gaze. "What do you want?" The leader gasped, enduring the agony as he cautiously backed away. "We have given you everything. We are already incapacitated. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you," Su Jie replied, his tone calm, yet laced with an undeniable chill. "However, keeping your cultivation intact may allow you to harm others in the future." Before he finished speaking, he swiftly pointed his fingers like a sword, landing several precise strikes on the 3 men. Puffed. All 3 simultaneously spat out blood, acutely aware that their years of hard-earned cultivation had crumbled in an instant, their meridians withering like desiccated rivers, unable to muster even a fraction of their former strength. Their faces turned ashen as they lay helplessly on the ground, their cultivation ruined. In this brutal world, they were no different from the dead. Scram and try to live as ordinary people. Su Jie waved his hand dismissively, akin to swatting away flies. The 3 men did not dare utter a single complaint, helping one another as they staggered away, lost and dejected, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. Having dealt with this inconvenience, Su Jie clapped his hands and turned to Lin Jingyu. Now, Su Jie had the leisure to scrutinize the young lady before him. She possessed bright eyes and a radiant smile, her demeanor elegant. Although somewhat disheveled, there was an innate vigor in her brows. Witnessing Su Jie's ruthless and decisive methods, Lin Jingyu felt immense gratitude towards him. She stepped forward, offering another formal bow. "I am Lin Jingyu. Thank you for saving my life. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Su Jie. Lin Jingyu silently repeated his name, committing it to memory. She gazed at him, filled with curiosity and appreciation. "Young Master Su, given your attire and your manner of conduct, you do not seem to be from around Tianyu City?" Su Jie nodded in affirmation, cleverly extracting information. "Indeed. Miss Lin, to be candid, I have lived in seclusion with my parents in the wilderness since childhood. Just a month ago, they suddenly went missing. I have been aimlessly wandering here and am not familiar with this area. I overheard those ruffians mentioning Long Suiko, which piqued my interest." Lin Jingyu, believing his words, felt a kinship as she explained. "In Tianyu City, we typically begin to strengthen our bodies and cultivate as apprentices once we reach the age of 12. Upon refining our bodies to a certain degree, achieving a battle power of 1 star, we officially enter the first stage of body refinement, qualifying us to join various academies and systematically learn body refining techniques." Su Jie raised an eyebrow. 1 star equals the first stage of body refinement? Then your 12-star battle power. "I reached 1 star at the age of 16 last year and entered Qingyun Shuigong in Tianyu City," Lin Jingyu continued, a fleeting hint of bitterness crossing her face. I just broke through to the third stage of body refinement 5 days ago and am currently stable at 12-star battle power. In the academy, everything is determined by cultivation level. The higher the realm, the greater the privileges, and the more substantial the rewards for tasks. It sounds like competition in the academy is quite fierce. Is there any sort of ranking involved? Yeah, feigning the curiosity of a young man new to the world. Fierce is an understatement. Lin Jingyu sighed, instinctively tightening her grip on the long suiko. It is downright brutal. Without the resources provided by a family, everything relies on one's efforts alone. This venture into the Haifeng Mountains was to seek spiritual herbs and fruits, with the hope of ascending the Huangbang of Qingyun Academy. I never anticipated encountering the ruffians of Haifengjai. Chapter 89. The unremarkable Su Jialin Jingyu further explained that the Huangbang represents the strength of students under 18 at Qingyun Academy, with rankings affecting the resources awarded. Su Jin nodded in understanding and asked, "My parents occasionally mention that true power seems to come from something called a martial soul. It sounds impressive. Is there an opportunity to encounter these in the academy?" "Indeed," Lin Jingyu affirmed with a nod, her eyes brimming with longing. When a martial artist refines their body to the pinnacle of the current stage, reaching the 9th layer of body refinement, the Academy will employ the Awakening Array to assist students in awakening their martial souls. Only after awakening their martial souls can they harness the boundless power of the starry seas, transforming their vitality into a higher dimensional source of energy, thus stepping into the second realm of martial arts, the Qiyuan realm. Once one becomes a Qiyuan realm expert, they can attract the attention of major sects and leap over the Dragon Gate. The Academy also benefits from substantial rewards from these sections. His mind racing with possibilities. The Qingyun Shuagong, is it not merely a university dedicated to cultivating laborers for the various sects? Indeed, it could aptly be referred to as a novice village, or rather, a splendid locale for understanding the Zhenwu realm and discreetly accumulating resources. "Miss Lin, I have a humble request." Su Ju revealed a sincere smile, saying, "As I am new here and utterly unfamiliar with this place, I have long admired the esteemed Qingyun Shuagong and aspire to enter for cultivation. Might you assist me with a recommendation?" As he spoke, he intentionally circulated his aura, maintaining it at approximately the level of a 45-star combat power in the 4th tier of body refining, pondering that such prowess should suffice for admission to the Qingyun Shuagong. Furthermore, should he expose an excessively high level of strength, it would jeopardize any potential benefits he might receive. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyu's expression revealed a hint of difficulty. "Young Master Su, to speak candidly, the Academy's regular enrollment period occurs in spring, which has long since passed. If we were to follow the standard procedure, it appears you would have to wait until next year." Observing the disappointment that flickered in Su Ju's eyes, she felt a pang of compassion. Recalling the life-saving favor he had bestowed upon her, she swiftly altered her tone, now infused with a glimmer of hope. "However, the Academy has a special recruitment channel for exceptionally gifted individuals, particularly for those under the age of 18 with a soul power level exceeding 5. They can be directly recruited. This is because students with higher soul power often awaken superior martial spirits, possessing greater potential. The rewards bestowed by the sects are also considerably more generous." As she spoke with growing enthusiasm, Lin Jingyu realized that if she could recommend a soul power prodigy for admission, she would be entitled to a substantial reward from the Academy, which would significantly alleviate her current pressing financial situation. Su Ju silently praised her character, while a look of nostalgia and uncertainty crossed his face. "Soul power? My parents have mentioned it before, suggesting that I may possess greater aptitude in this area than in body refining. However, I am not entirely certain of specifics, nor have I ever tested it. Greater than body refining aptitude?" Lin Jingyu's eyes instantly sparkled, considering Su Ju's evident mastery nearing the 5th tier of body refining. She was almost certain that his soul power would be exceptional. A talented individual with solid cultivation and possibly outstanding soul power was indeed a prime candidate for special recruitment. "This is splendid," Lin Jingyu exclaimed with barely contained excitement. "Young Master Su, as long as your soul power surpasses level 5, you entirely meet the special recruitment criteria. The regular enrollment period being over is not an issue at all. If you do not mind, you can temporarily assume the identity of my distant cousin." and I will recommend you for the special recruitment test. Once you pass, you will immediately become a student of the academy. A distant cousin? Su Ju readily clasped his hands together, smiling. If that is the case, it could not be better. Thank you, cousin, for your kindness. Lin Jingyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly waved her hand. Young Master Su, you are far too courteous. You are my savior. This is a small matter I must do. Shall we set off for Tianyu City? The special recruitment test requires a formal application from a designated steward. Very well, cousin, please lead the way. In Tianyu City, at the Qingyun Shuagong special recruitment testing site, the testing was conducted by a middle-aged steward named Wang, who bore an expression of indifference. He glanced at Su Ju and then at the visibly anxious Lin Jingyu, before lazily pointing to a black stone tablet adorned with mysterious patterns beside them. Place your hand on it and inject a trace of soul power. If your bone age exceeds 18 or your soul power is below level 5, leave immediately. Do not waste my time. Around them, several academy students watching the spectacle began to murmur amongst themselves. Is that Lin Jingyu? She is only at the 3rd tier of body refining and still has the gall to make recommendations. Look at the person she is introducing. Utterly unremarkable. What talent could he possibly possess? Perhaps she merely seeks some referral rewards. Unfortunately, Steward Wang is not easily deceived. Hearing the surrounding whispers, Lin Jingyu clenched her fists. Yet her gaze remained steadfast upon Su Ju. Unperturbed by the buzzing of those around him, Su Ju leisurely placed his hand upon the soul-testing stone tablet. He carefully controlled his soul power output, ensuring it barely exceeded level 5, yet was not overly exaggerated. A hum resonated. The black stone tablet quivered slightly, and 6 gentle white lights illuminated its apex. Bone age 17, soul power level 6. The formerly languid expression of Steward Wang sharpened instantly as he sat upright, a trace of astonishment gracing his features. Excellent. You meet the criteria for special recruitment. What? Level 6 soul power? Is this for real? What incredible luck has Lin Jingyu stumbled upon to find such a genius? The students who had previously mocked them were now left dumbfounded, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Lin Jingyu was nearly leaping with excitement. Level 6. Even better than she had anticipated. Steward Wang's demeanor noticeably warmed as he produced a registration book. What is your name? Where do you hail from? Su Ju, he replied calmly, from a distant place that you would not recognize were I to specify. Wang did not press further. It was not uncommon for geniuses to possess peculiarities. He quickly recorded the information and retrieved a wooden token inscribed with the characters Qingyun and a standard blue student uniform, handing them to Su Ju. Congratulations, Su Ju. From this moment forth, you are a student of Qingyun Shuagong. This is your identity token and attire. Additionally, I am granting you 1,000 Academy points as a reward for being a special talent. Your accommodations will be arranged. Thank you, Steward Wang. Lin Jingyu promptly bowed in gratitude. 100 points is a significant sum for me. Su Ju accepted the wooden token and blue uniform, weighing them in his hands, his expression unchanging. 1,000 points? It sounded substantial, yet he had no concept of the local prices. Steward Wang observed Su Ju's calm demeanor with increasing admiration, perceiving an innate stability in his character that bodes well for his future. He took the rare opportunity to say a few extra words. Su Ju, as you're newly arrived, it is advisable to visit the Wanshi Hall to familiarize yourself with the Academy's regulations and the uses of your points. Points are of utmost importance within the Academy, required for exchanging martial arts techniques, medicinal pills, weapons, entering the cultivation tower, and even consulting mentors. Thank you for the guidance. Steward. Su Ju nodded appreciatively, adopting an expression of eager learning. Lin Jingyu, brimming with excitement, led Su Ju out. Cousin Su, let us first settle in, and then I shall take you to the Wanshi Hall. 1,000 points is enough for you to exchange for an excellent low-grade, Xian-level martial technique. The students lingering nearby observed Su Ju and Lin Jingyu as they departed, their expressions a complex tapestry of envy, jealousy, and disdain. Although his soul power has reached level 6, his body refining realm is merely at the 4th tier, placing him in the mid to lower tier among students under 18 at our Qingyun Shuagong. The bottom of the Huangbang is filled with exceptional talent from the 5th tier of body refining. High soul power does not guarantee prowess in combat. Indeed, look at him. He probably only knows how to cultivate soul power and is nothing more than a bookworm. In actual combat, he would likely be knocked down by someone like Zhao Yi with a single punch. Zhao, that mad dog, just last month, he broke the legs of a newcomer who tried to steal his mission. His combat power is nearly 90 stars and ranks 98th on the Huangbang. If this lad were to encounter him, he would be in for a real challenge. The murmurs were not deliberately hushed, clearly reaching Su Ju's ears. He barely registered the comments, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhao, 90 stars. How impressive. It nearly sent shivers down his spine. Lin Jingyu clearly heard the remarks as well, casting a worried glance at Su Ju and softly advising, "Cousin, pay them no heed. Competition within the academy is fierce, but as long as we cultivate diligently and avoid trouble, all will be well." Su Huismaid, remaining silent. Low profile, such a concept seemed non-existent in his lexicon, especially when faced with individuals who overstepped their bounds. The two arrived at the student residence area, a serene cluster of row houses. Su Ju was assigned a modest dwelling. It sufficed for his needs. After depositing his belongings, Lin Jingyu eagerly grasped Su Ju's hand, leading him to the Wanshi Hall. It was a grand structure bustling with activity, its walls adorned with luminous screens displaying a myriad of tasks, ranking information, and exchange lists. Su Jia immediately spotted the two most prominent leaderboards, the Huangbang and the Xianbang. The Huangbang records the top 100 students from the academy under 18 years of age, with the first position held by Chen Xing, whose combat power is marked at 300 stars, and a note indicating he is at the mid-stage of the 7th layer of body refinement. The path of cultivation in the Jinwu realm certainly appears to be more conducive to enhancing combat capabilities than the extreme path of Tianqing. The Xianbang, on the other hand, ranks students under 20 years old, with the top 10 all at the 9th layer of body refinement. Their combat power ranging from 1,000 to 1,500 stars. The leader is named Luo Qingyi, boasting a staggering 1,500 stars. "Look, cousin, that's the pinnacle of talent in our academy," Lin Jingyu exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. It is said that senior sister Luo has reached the pinnacle of this realm and could awaken her martial soul at any moment. Su Jian nodded in agreement, yet thought to himself, just over 1,000 stars? If I were to use my left hand to give her a hefty slap, would I obliterate her? Must control myself. Definitely must control. Next, he glanced at the points exchange list. Basic body refinement technique, yellow rank, lower grade, 10 points. Flowing cloud steps, yellow rank. Middle grade movement technique, 50 points. Mountain crushing fist, yellow rank, upper grade attack technique, 150 points. 18 refinement techniques, Xian rank, lower grade, 800 points. Lower grade body refinement pills, accelerates body refinement, training 10 points each. Entry to the low-level training tower, increases training speed by 200 points per day.